The August sun burned fiercely, and the earth felt like a steaming pot, so hot that it was hard to breathe. The leaves on the mountain trees drooped weakly under the scorching heat. The grass by the fields had wilted, looking as if it had been touched by frost. Cicadas sang tirelessly on the branches, thinking their song was beautiful, though everyone found it annoying. In the muddy, steaming fields, villagers in worn clothes worked busily. Some carried rice seedlings, others planted them, and sweat dripped from their foreheads, mixing with the muddy water. A woman planting rice wiped the sweat from her eyes and looked toward the village, worry showing in her gaze. "Lee, is it true that Zhou Yi's wife has come back? What did the doctor say? Will she get better?" The woman beside her asked curiously, with no bad intentions, just simple curiosity. "What's it to you? Always poking your nose into other people's business. Anyway, your son could never marry someone that educated. You're just jealous," Aunt Lee said sharply, rolling her eyes. She was tired of people who only cared about others' affairs instead of their own. "I was just asking. What's wrong with that?" "I didn't say anything bad," the other woman muttered in frustration. She had heard that Zhou Yi's wife was badly injured, and even the village doctor said there was little hope, telling them to prepare for the worst. Zhou Yi had borrowed money everywhere to send her to the commune hospital. Later, he brought her back, but no one knew if she would survive. Aunt Lee looked toward the village again, worry flickering in her eyes. Since the injury, Zhou Yi's wife had never woken up. The old doctor had said there was no chance. No one knew if the doctors at the commune hospital could save her. Aunt Lee had never met Zhou Yi's wife and didn't know what kind of person she was. But Zhou Yi had spent so much to marry her, and Aunt Lee truly hoped the young woman would be all right. She endured the pain at the back of her head and the bitter taste in her mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. A little girl named Song, she saw her short life flash before her eyes like scenes from a movie. That girl, also called Song Shi, was the least favored daughter in the Song family. Life at home was very hard for her. She had to wash clothes, cook, and work in the fields, even harder than an old ox. When she reached a certain age, her grandmother arranged for her to be married to a man living deep in the mountains. There was no dowry, no new clothes. She was simply sent away. When she first entered the mountains, she tried to escape by pretending she needed to go into the woods. But her grandmother was very cautious. Within minutes, she sent someone to check on her. When they discovered she had run away, they chased after her. During the chase, she accidentally fell down a slope. That was how her short 17-year life came to an end. Slowly, two sets of memories merged, and she realized what had happened. She had somehow traveled through time and entered the body of this other girl named Shi. But she couldn't understand why. She hadn't been sick or in danger, so why did she suddenly end up here? Unable to figure it out, Shi just lay there motionless. Her eyes were dull and unfocused, and even if she wanted to move, she couldn't. When the younger Shi fell down the slope, she had hit the back of her head badly and lost a lot of blood. After being carried all the way here without proper care, her body had become extremely weak. She couldn't even move a finger. Her mouth felt dry and bitter. She wanted water to wash away the taste. But her body was limp, with almost no strength left. She was barely breathing, close to death. She didn't know if she could survive this. All she could do was hope that her new husband, whom she had never met, would take pity on her and save her. If he did, she would remember his kindness and find a way to repay him someday. Suddenly, she felt something soft touch her dry lips. Then, warm water slowly flowed into her mouth and down her throat. She eagerly swallowed the life-giving water. After drinking it, she felt a little better, though she still had no strength to move. She wanted to drink a little more hot water, but the shadow in front of her disappeared. A strong, serious-looking man's face appeared before her. When she saw him put down the bowl and wipe his mouth with his hand, a wave of nausea rose in her stomach. She hadn't expected that the hot water she had just drunk had been given to her in such a way. Song, she felt sick and wanted to vomit, but there was nothing in her stomach. She was completely empty. She didn't know how many days she had been lying there, only that during this time, Zhou had been feeding her water and medicine like this. Each time before feeding her, Zhou would brush his teeth, wash up, and make sure he was clean, afraid that his young wife would dislike him once she recovered. But seeing her frown and look so upset, Zhou knew she already disliked him. He thought he was just an ordinary-looking man, not as fair or refined as the men from the city, and that was why he couldn't find a wife. Their village was deep in the mountains with little farmland and few resources, so most people were poor. Few women were willing to marry into such a place. There were many bachelors in the village, until the village chief wisely allowed everyone to borrow money from the village fund to get married. Zhou borrowed money and married his wife, but unexpectedly, she fell ill before even entering their home. He called the village doctor, but the man wasn't skilled and said she wouldn't survive without even checking carefully. Zhou was furious. He borrowed more money and used an ox cart to take his wife to the hospital in the commune. After examining her, the doctor told him that his wife wasn't sick. She had hit her head and lost too much blood. Zhou realized he had been misled, but he refused to give up on her. Since she had married him, she was his wife, and he would protect her no matter what. Even if it cost him everything, he would save her. The hospital said they couldn't treat her. One elderly doctor, perhaps moved by pity, told him to find an old traditional healer. There might still be a small chance. So Zhou took his wife to see the old healer. The healer didn't want to treat her at first, afraid of being blamed if she didn't survive. But Zhou promised to give him 2 ginseng roots if he would try. Moved by the offer, the old healer agreed and prescribed medicine to help strengthen Song's body. So now, Zhou still owed the old doctor 2 ginseng roots. But these past few days, he had been taking care of Song and hadn't had time to go up the mountain to find them. He didn't know much about herbs, but he could recognize ginseng. However, neither Zhou nor the old doctor knew that the reason Song survived was because, right after the original Song passed away, the real Song's soul arrived. She had been too weak to wake up at first. It wasn't because the old doctor's medical skills were extraordinary. When Zhou saw Song frowning in displeasure, he wasn't angry at all. He was actually very happy. Why was he happy? Because it meant his young wife's body was slowly recovering, and she wouldn't leave him anymore. Being stared at so openly by a stranger made Song feel both awkward and uncomfortable. She didn't want to meet his eyes, so she closed hers. She couldn't accept the fact that she had just woken up and already had a husband. Although this husband was quite handsome, she didn't know him at all. 2 strangers suddenly living together. How awkward. Just as Song closed her eyes, her stomach made a loud growling sound. Embarrassed, she opened her eyes again and looked at Zhou with a hint of longing. She couldn't move yet, so she had to rely on him for everything. From the moment the original Song fell down the slope and she arrived in this world, until now when she woke up, she had no idea how many days had passed. All she knew was that she was starving. Maybe that earlier feeling of discomfort wasn't dislike, it was just hunger. Wait here, Zhou said, glancing at her before leaving with an empty bowl. Soon, he came back with a bowl full of meat soup. There were no seasonings, of course. In a time when even oil and salt were hard to find, how could there be any spices? There were no spoons at home, so feeding her was difficult. Now that Song was awake, feeding her directly wasn't appropriate anymore. Zhou carefully placed the bowl on the table beside her, then gently helped her sit up. He brought the bowl to her so she could lower her head and drink slowly. But as soon as he helped her up, she gasped in pain. He must have touched the wound on the back of her head, so Zhou quickly apologized. I'm sorry, dear. I touched your injury. Hearing his words, Song wanted to roll her eyes. She really wanted to argue. Who was his dear, anyway? But right now, she was too weak to even do that. She felt like a fish on a chopping board, completely helpless. Afraid she might be hungry, Zhou-yi quickly brought the bowl to her lips. A faint smell of meat drifted into her nose. Immediately, her stomach turned, and she felt like throwing up. But she was too hungry, so she held her breath and took a small sip. It was bland and tasteless, even worse than plain water, really hard to drink. She had heard the elders say that life in this time was truly difficult. Now that she could drink meat soup, she didn't know how much effort Zhou-yi had put in to get it. If she still complained, that would be unfair. Holding back her nausea, she slowly finished the bowl of soup, sip by sip. Her body was so weak that after drinking it, she broke out in a sweat. She leaned weakly against Zhou-yi's chest. She felt awkward and wanted to move away, but she couldn't. Seeing that she had finished the soup, Zhou-yi finally relaxed. He set the empty bowl on the table beside them, but instead of letting her go, he continued to hold her. Looking at the young woman in his arms, her head wrapped in layers of white bandages, he felt his heart fill with warmth. When she had been lying on the bed before, all she could see was the thatched roof above her. Now, leaning against Zhou-yi, her view was much wider. She could clearly see the house she would be living in from now on. The room was quite large, about the size of a modern living room. Aside from a cabinet for clothes and bedding and a bed, there was nothing else. The whole place felt empty and lonely. The bed she was sitting on looked new, probably just made. The walls were built from mud bricks, mixed with straw. From the floor up to about a meter high, the walls were covered with newspapers and pages, some looking like they came from old textbooks. They were probably bought from a recycling station. After looking around the whole room, she had only one thought. It was poor. Life in the countryside during this time was very poor. People didn't have enough to eat or wear, and their homes were not safe. Only by becoming a worker or studying hard could someone hope for a better future. Unfortunately, the original girl lost her chance to study. She had been able to go to school not because the Song family kindly paid for her, but because she borrowed small amounts of money from a few boys who were her friends. A few cents from one, a little from another. She kept a small notebook where she carefully recorded how much each person lent her. She planned to repay them double once she started working and earning money. After all, it's easy to help someone who is already doing well, but much harder to help someone in real need. She was truly grateful to those boys who had willingly helped her. Her grades were quite good. In such a difficult time, when food and clothing were scarce and life was hard, being admitted to the best high school in the county was no small achievement. If she had continued her studies, she might have gone to university and secured a stable job for life. But that chance was gone. Thinking of all this, she felt a deep sadness. Anxiety filled her heart. Could she really survive well in this era? Could she earn enough money to repay the kindness she had received? She let out a quiet sigh. For now, the most important thing was to recover her health. Then she would learn more about this time and figure out which ways of making money could actually work here. Before long, she drifted off to sleep. Zhou-yi gently laid her down, went to the kitchen to fetch a basin of warm water, and carefully wiped her hands and face before leaving the room. He walked to the well, lifted a piece of wild boar meat soaking in a wooden bucket, and headed out. A few minutes later, he reached a fenced yard a bit farther away and called out, "Dad." He called twice before a middle-aged man with darker skin came out of the house. His face showed no emotion. "What is it?" This man was Zhou-yi's father, Zhou Zhonghua. He liked peace and quiet and didn't live with his son. When Zhou-yi became an adult, his father helped him apply for land to build his own house. In their village, land for building and materials like mud bricks were all provided for free. As long as they were given a meal, the helpers were happy to lend a hand. How could he possibly miss such a good opportunity? Their family owned 3 houses, one for Zhou Zhonghua, one for his eldest son, and one for his younger son, Zhou-yi. However, the eldest son had been away for many years, with no news of whether he was alive or not. Now, only Zhou Zhonghua and Zhou-yi lived in the village. When Zhou Zhonghua walked to the fence, Zhou-yi handed him a piece of wild boar meat. "Dad, please trade this for an old hen." When she drank the meat soup earlier, Zhou noticed that she didn't like the wild boar soup. He couldn't understand it. How could anyone dislike such delicious soup? Since she didn't like wild boar soup, he decided to get her some chicken soup instead. Surely, she wouldn't dislike that. Song, she is awake? Zhou Zhenghua asked as he took the meat. Without waiting for Zhou Yi's reply, he turned and went to the chicken coop to catch a hen. If Zhou Yi had come over, that meant Song, she must be awake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had time to leave the house. Hurry up and go. Don't disturb my nap. Now that you're married and have your own household, you can apply to raise chickens at the village office. See how many they'll approve for you. Zhou Zhenghua handed the old hen, which he had been keeping for eggs, to Zhou Yi and went back inside. The summer harvest and autumn planting had just finished, so there wasn't much work to do. The village head wouldn't call for labor unless necessary, and if he did, he would announce it through the loudspeaker. When Song Shi woke up, she felt as if she had just been pulled out of water. From the memories of the body's original owner, she realized it was the hot summer season, right after the busy harvest period. Before Song Shi got married, she had worked for 7 days straight during the harvest. All the work points had been credited to her grandmother's account, and she hadn't been allowed to take anything with her. She only brought a few old, worn-out clothes. After drinking a big bowl of soup earlier, Song Shi now felt the need to use the toilet. She tried moving her legs and felt a bit of strength returning, so she slowly shifted toward the edge of the bed. When her feet touched the ground, she confidently tried to stand up, but suddenly lost her balance and fell forward. Her knees hit the muddy floor hard, and her upper body landed flat on the ground. Song Shi felt both angry and embarrassed. She couldn't believe that at her age, she could still fall just trying to get out of bed. She finally understood why people who are sick or unable to move often become so irritable. After something like this happens, who could calmly face their family? Zhou Yi was in the kitchen making chicken soup, unaware of what was happening in the bedroom. When he thought the soup was almost ready, he went to check on Song Shi. Seeing her lying on the floor, his heart tightened, and he quickly rushed over. "Are you okay?" Zhou Yi lifted Song Shi from the floor and placed her back on the bed. When he noticed the 2 red marks on her pale knees, his face darkened with anger. He wanted to scold her for not calling him for help, but then remembered she probably couldn't speak yet. So he held back his anger and quietly sulked. Song Shi looked at the red marks on her knees, feeling very embarrassed. She hadn't expected this body to be so delicate. Just a small bump had left such marks. Carefully, she looked up at Zhou Yi and met his complicated gaze. There was anger, worry, and something she couldn't quite understand. After all, she had only just fully woken up today, and this was their first real interaction. Surely, he didn't care about her that much yet, did he? "Where's the bathroom?" "I need to go." Song Shi tried to speak, and to her surprise, her voice came out. If there had been a hole in the ground, she would have wanted to hide in it from embarrassment. How awkward. "Next time, call me if you need something. Don't move around on your own," Zhou Yi said helplessly, then gently picked her up and carried her outside. It was past the hottest time of the day, but the sunlight was still bright, making Song Shi feel as if she were in another world. Realizing what was happening, her face turned red, and she quickly protested. "Put me down. I can walk by myself." "Are you sure you can walk, not crawl?" Zhou Yi looked down and saw her red ears. "You're my wife now. There's no need to be shy. Besides, I've been taking care of you these past few days, helping you clean up and making sure you're comfortable. It's a bit late to feel embarrassed now." In the end, Zhou Yi carried Song Shi to the bathroom and then brought her back to the room again. As soon as Song Shi lay down on the bed, she grabbed an old piece of clothing nearby and covered her face, as if trying to hide from reality. Zhou Yi sat down beside her, pulled the cloth away from her face, and smiled teasingly. "It's hot today. Don't cover yourself like that, or you'll get heat stroke. I've already spent everything I have to marry you, and even owe a pile of debt. If you get sick again, I'll have to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Those creatures are fierce, with long tusks that can break trees. If one attacks a person, it's over. Would you really want me to take such a risk? If something happened to me, You'd be left all alone.
How sad would that be? Ah.
Song, she screamed in her heart. Why could this man talk so much? Husband and wife. Did she ever agree to that? She looked at him helplessly. Fine, I won't hide anymore, okay? Can you stop talking now? He was so noisy, just like an old lady. All right, my dear, you rest for a bit. I'll get you some chicken soup. Old hen soup, Zhou Yi said, touching her forehead as if he actually knew how to check her health. Under her exasperated gaze, he went to the kitchen. Soon, he came back with a bowl of steaming chicken soup. It smelled wonderful. Even though most of the oil had been skimmed off, it was clear that the soup came from a well-raised old hen. He really was generous. Such a chicken was precious. In those days, many women couldn't even drink such good soup after giving birth. Song, she was truly being treated like a guest of honor. She had regained a bit of strength and could now sit up slowly without Zhou Yi's help. But she still didn't have the energy to hold the big bowl, so Zhou Yi brought it close enough for her to drink easily. Watching her sip the soup he had made, Zhou Yi felt deeply content. My dear, I'll go to the commune in a few days to buy what we need. Is there anything you'd like me to get for you? Can you take me with you? Song, she looked up from the bowl, her bright eyes fixed on him. Zhou Yi felt his heart melt. His little wife was just too adorable. Of course I'll take you. You need to go for your checkup anyway. He cared deeply about his young wife's health. After all, it hadn't been easy for him to marry her, and of course, he hoped she could stay by his side for a lifetime. Do you still need another checkup? But, do we have money for that? Didn't you say we've already spent everything? In those days, getting married wasn't expensive, but people didn't earn much either. That's why marriage was still difficult, and many men in the countryside remained single. Zhou Yi looked at his confused young wife and simply smiled without explaining further. After Song, she finished her chicken soup, Zhou Yi took out a biscuit tin, opened the lid, and handed it to her. Under his bright, eager gaze, Song, she slowly lifted a piece of cloth. Inside was a neat stack of paper money, 1 cent, 2 cent, 5 cent notes, and some coins as well. Song, she looked surprised and met Zhou Yi's smiling eyes. Didn't you say? My dear, you're still a high school student. Don't you know it's best not to show your money? If people in the village found out I had this much, do you think I'd have any peace? Borrowers and thieves would be lining up at our door. I don't want others using my money. I only want to spend it on you. When we go to the commune, I'll buy you some meat buns from the big restaurant, all right? Zhou Yi gently tapped her nose, clearly very fond of his young wife. He was willing to do anything for her. Then, right in front of her, he carefully counted the money again. There was a total of 232 yuan and 65 cents. In a time when most families saved only 10 or 20 yuan a year, it was rare for one man to have so much. Zhou Yi took out 2 yuan and 65 cents, then solemnly handed the remaining 230 yuan to Song Shi. From now on, I'll give you all the money I earn. You can decide how to use it. Song, she felt uneasy. You should keep it. You're healthy and can go out often. I might not be able to for a while. She knew her own condition well. It would take a long time for her to fully recover. When I need money, I'll just ask you for it. If you're keeping it safe, I'll feel more motivated to work hard. Zhou Yi patted his chest proudly as he spoke. Song, she could hardly believe that behind this serious-looking man was someone so warm and thoughtful. How should she put it? He was much better than most of the men she had known before. Among her relatives, few of the younger men were willing to let their wives manage their wages. Then please find a place to hide it, so no one steals it when we're not home. Song, she handed the cookie tin full of money back to Zhou Yi, silently agreeing to his request to let her manage the money. Because of poverty, she had always felt a bit anxious. She didn't expect this man to give her such a pleasant surprise. Now that they had more than 200 yuan, she didn't have to worry too much for the time being. She could start planning for the future. When Zhou Yi was about to hide the cookie tin in a secret spot under the bed, he suddenly remembered that his young wife hadn't received any new clothes when she hurriedly married into the Song family. He thought about taking out 20 yuan but then gave up on the idea. That money was now in his wife's care, which meant it belonged to her. If he wanted to buy her new clothes, He should use his own money to show his sincerity. Besides, the next time he took her to the commune, the main reason was for her medical checkup. How could he leave her alone at the hospital while he went shopping? What if someone led her away? So, he decided to wait until he went to the commune alone to buy her new clothes. That way, he could surprise her. She had no idea what Zhou was thinking. Before long, she fell asleep again. When she woke up, the whole room was dark. Feeling a little scared, she called out, "Is anyone there?" "Hello?" She didn't even know her new husband's name. She hadn't thought to ask during the day. Now, she didn't know what to call him. After hesitating for a while, she tried again. "Comrade? Sir? Husband? Where are you? Why is it so dark in here?" Since no one answered, she tried several different ways to call him.
"Dear.
"Where's the light?" "The light?" She patted the bedboard, making some noise. After a moment, a faint light appeared at the door. Zhou stood there holding a kerosene lamp, looking a bit nervous. "What's wrong, my wife? It's so dark in here. How do I turn on the light?" She felt so shy that she wanted to cover her face. She had actually called a stranger husband. Luckily, Zhou didn't ask too many questions, or she really wouldn't have known how to explain it. When she saw the kerosene lamp in his hand, she finally realized there was no electricity in this time period. Coming from the future, she really didn't like living without power. Zhou placed the lamp on the table beside the bed, sat down next to her, and gently held her soft hand. "Wife, what did you just call me? Does that mean you've accepted me?" So, he had heard everything. He had been waiting for her to say that word before showing up. What a sly man. She pulled her hand back. Accept him? Not a chance. They had only known each other for a day. How could she agree so easily? As someone from the future, she should be careful when choosing a husband. "In public, you can call me Zhou or Brother he said with a smile. "At home, just call me husband." He gently took her hand again, patting it softly, his heart full of excitement. "It's hot." She glared at him and pulled her hand away once more. It was midsummer, and holding hands made her palms sweaty. So embarrassing. "You must be hungry. Let's go have dinner," Zhou said, lifting her up and carrying her to the courtyard under the osmanthus tree. He set her down on a chair, then went back to the kitchen and brought out the meal. For Shi, there was chicken soup and tender stew drumsticks with no bones. For himself, Zhou had chicken soup with necks and feet, plus 2 steamed potatoes. Seeing her staring blankly, he urged, "Wife, what are you looking at? Eat up. I cooked half a chicken today, and the other half is cooling in the well for tomorrow. I'll make whatever you like. Don't worry about me. You're my wife, and it's my duty to take care of you." "Why do you keep saying that?" She asked, feeling a little embarrassed under his gaze. She quickly lowered her head and sipped her soup. She hadn't expected a man from this time to think that way. But he repeated it so often that her ears were starting to get tired of hearing it. After they finished eating, Zhou didn't rush to clean up. Instead, he sat with Shi under the osmanthus tree, enjoying the cool evening air together. The kerosene lamp on the table flickered gently in the hot summer breeze. Shi noticed the rough-looking man across from her staring deeply at her. Her heart began to race. She felt both nervous and afraid. In her current weak state, if someone wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. How could she not be scared? Although the man in front of her was her husband in name, and he treated her well, taking care of her with patience, she still couldn't accept this situation. Not yet. "Wife, I'll wash the dishes later. Let me take you back to your room first. There are too many mosquitoes outside," Zhou said. He stood up, walked over, and gently lifted Shi from the chair, just like a scene from a romantic drama. But to Shi, it didn't feel romantic at all. The better Zhou treated her, the more pressure she felt. What if, one day, when she wanted to repay his kindness, he didn't want money, but wanted her instead? What would she do then? With Zhou's help, Shi shyly and awkwardly finished washing up. He then placed her on the bed and went out to clean the dishes. Before long, Shi drifted into sleep. She dreamed that her small-town supermarket had been emptied by her employees after her sudden disappearance. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, breathing heavily under the dim light of the kerosene lamp. Her heart ached with worry. That supermarket had been built from nothing through years of hard work. Could it really have been emptied out? That was her life's effort. Perhaps because she kept thinking about the supermarket, something strange happened. She suddenly vanished from the bed. If anyone had seen it, they would have been terrified. At that moment, she found herself standing inside her own supermarket, surrounded by familiar shelves and goods. She was so shocked she could hardly breathe. She stood in the seafood section, staring at the fish lying still at the bottom of the tanks and the prawns in the next one, completely amazed by what she saw. On the counter beside the shrimp tank, frozen fish and shrimp were neatly arranged side by side. Farther ahead was the deli section, filled with all kinds of cooked dishes, both meat and vegetarian. The delicious smell made She's mouth water. During the days she was unconscious, Zhou-Yi had been feeding her water and medicine. Today was the first time she had managed to drink a little soup. Her mouth still tasted bitter and dry, making her feel very uncomfortable. Now, smelling the tempting aroma, she felt as if she could eat a whole cow. But she knew her body was still weak. She hadn't fully recovered yet, so she couldn't eat anything too heavy. She would have to wait until she got better. Still, she wasn't sure if the supermarket would still be here by then. To gain something suddenly, and then lose it again, she knew that would make her feel hopeless. With her heart beating fast, she slowly walked around the quiet supermarket. There wasn't another person in sight. The only sound she could hear was her own footsteps. She walked to the entrance, planning to see if she could find a familiar street or view outside. But there was nothing, just endless darkness, eerie and cold. The glass door in front of her seemed locked by some invisible force. No matter how hard she pushed, it wouldn't open. She couldn't get out. That meant she could only move around inside the supermarket and nowhere else. Feeling weak, she stepped back to the cashier's counter. She sat down on a chair and looked through the glass door into the darkness outside, her mood sinking. To be honest, she missed her old world of technology. Back there, she owned a supermarket, had money, looks, a car, and a house. When she wasn't busy, she would invite a few friends for afternoon tea, take photos, or watch movies. Life had been so comfortable. Why did she have to stay in this time when even food was hard to find? Her mouth filled with bitterness again. She reached for a pack of gum from the shelf beside the counter. She unwrapped a piece, and just as the mint flavor spread in her mouth, she heard footsteps coming from far away. Thinking of Zhou-Yi cleaning up the dishes, she suddenly felt a wave of panic. If he came back and found her missing, what would happen? She didn't know what to do. After all, she had entered the supermarket by accident and had no idea how to get out. She, feeling completely lost, kept shouting in her mind, "I want to get out. I want to go back." Before Zhou-Yi came in, she quickly returned to bed, lying in the same position as before, not moving an inch. Zhou-Yi, who had just washed up with well water, walked over feeling refreshed. He lay down beside her, turned to look at her, and asked softly, "Wife, are you asleep? Do you need to use the bathroom?" When there was no reply, he closed his eyes and soon his breathing became steady. She quietly let out a breath, planning to move a little to the side, but Zhou-Yi suddenly sat up again, sounding a bit anxious. "Wife, do you need to go to the bathroom?" She was startled. Had this man been a soldier before? Otherwise, how could he be so alert? He had clearly fallen asleep, yet the moment she exhaled, he woke up instantly. This man was definitely not as simple as he looked.
"No."
She started to speak, then realized there was chewing gum in her mouth and more clenched in her hand. When she discovered that the gum could be brought out from the supermarket, she was thrilled. If she could bring out gum, that meant other things could come out too. As long as she found the right chance, she could take out rice, flour, and oil to improve their lives. Realizing this wasn't a dream, she was so excited, she wanted to jump up. But her body wouldn't allow it. So she just lay there quietly, though her heart was racing with joy. Her convenience store had actually traveled through time with her. That meant her stepmother and her stepmother's children would get nothing, and just thinking about it made her happy. She was truly overjoyed. Still, she didn't forget to quickly put the gum back into the supermarket. She didn't want Zhou-Yi to report her and have people come to study her. After all, money could tempt anyone. She didn't know Zhou-Yi well and couldn't be sure he wouldn't betray her for profit. She wanted to go into the supermarket to figure things out, but with Zhou-Yi beside her, it wasn't convenient. She would have to wait until he went out tomorrow to take a proper look. She didn't want to end up celebrating too soon. "Brother Yi, thank you," she said sincerely, thinking of how he had taken care of her these past few days. As a husband, he truly fulfilled his duties. Zhou-Yi reached out and touched Song-Shi's forehead. "Silly wife, what nonsense are you saying? Isn't it natural for family to take care of each other? Or are you saying that if I get sick one day, you won't look after me? Brother Yi, don't worry. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely take good care of you," Song-Shi said seriously. Even if they were no longer together by then, as long as he needed help, she would never refuse. A small favor should be repaid generously. And this was not just a favor, it was a life-saving grace. Offering herself in gratitude would not be too much. However, what she wanted was a marriage built on love, not one where two people simply lived together without feelings. Don't overthink it.
Get some rest.
Recovering well is the best way to thank me, Zhou-Yi said, gently kissing her forehead. When he had helped her clean up earlier, he had only used warm well water. No soap or anything else. So the faint fragrance on her body was completely natural, something that fascinated Zhou-Yi deeply. He felt truly grateful. Without even meeting her before, he had married such a wonderful wife, beautiful, educated, and the most learned woman in their village. When Zhou-Yi kissed her forehead, Song-Shi's heart was filled with mixed feelings and resistance. Fortunately, he smelled clean and fresh, otherwise, she might have been too uncomfortable to bear it. Of course, that was only a thought. She could barely move now. Just walking a few steps in the store yesterday had left her completely exhausted. The next morning, Song-Shi slowly opened her eyes, drawn by the smell of breakfast. Seeing her awake, Zhou-Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had been worried that she might not wake up. Before, he had cared for her out of duty as a husband. But after spending the day together, his feelings had changed. His sense of responsibility had turned into affection. "Wife, you're awake. Do you want to go out to wash up, or should I bring water in for you?" Zhou-Yi asked gently. "Brother Yi, please help me go out to wash up," she replied. If she didn't start moving around soon, her legs might weaken, and that would be a real problem. She felt that her body was a little better than yesterday, and she thought she could probably walk a few steps. After all, she had walked a bit last night when she went to the space supermarket. Zhou-Yi quickly stood up and helped her to her feet, supporting her as they walked outside. It was a cool summer morning, and as soon as they stepped out the door, the gentle breeze made Song-Shi instantly feel refreshed. In the distance, the mountains overlapped, wrapped in morning mist, looking as beautiful as a fairyland. The air carried a faint scent of grass and trees, fresh and pleasant. She lifted her head, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, enjoying the clean, sweet air. It had been such a long time since she had breathed air this fresh. After a while, feeling relaxed and comfortable, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Zhou-Yi staring at her without blinking, she couldn't help but blush. She quickly looked away and then noticed the courtyard of Zhou-Yi's house. It was a simple farmhouse yard, fenced with short wooden posts. The posts weren't even as tall as she was, and they didn't seem very secure. A thief could easily jump over them. Good for honest people, but not much protection otherwise. The yard was quite large, but much of it wasn't being used well. Especially the vegetable patch. It had only a few scattered green plants that looked more like weeds. She glanced helplessly at Zhou-Yi. If she had such a yard, she would definitely keep a couple of dogs, plant some flowers, and grow her favorite fruits and vegetables. She would never waste such good land. Noticing her expression, Zhou-Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose. Then he helped Song-Shi to the well and let her sit on a bamboo chair. He handed her a tea mug and a toothbrush. "Wife, can you brush your teeth by yourself? If not, I can help you." "I'll try first," Song-Shi said with an embarrassed smile, quickly taking the mug and toothbrush. The toothbrushes and toothpaste of this time were not as good as modern ones. The toothpaste had a strange taste, and the toothbrush felt rough and uncomfortable in her mouth. But that was just how things were in this era. There was no point in being picky. By the time Song-Shi finished brushing her teeth slowly, her forehead was already covered with tiny beads of sweat. It was clear that even such a small task had become very difficult for her now. When she noticed the twig in Zhou-Yi's hand, she looked surprised. "Brother Yi, why are you brushing your teeth with a twig? Can a twig really clean your teeth?" As soon as she said that, Song-Shi froze. From the memories of the original Song-Shi, she knew that in this time period, most people in the countryside brushed their teeth with willow twigs. Hardly anyone was willing to spend 50 cents on a toothbrush and toothpaste. Looking at the brand new toothbrush and toothpaste in her hands, Song-Shi couldn't bring herself to complain anymore. The things she had disliked so much were actually things most people couldn't even afford. "Brother Yi." Song-Shi felt a little sad. Zhou-Yi had more than 200 yuan saved up, yet he still couldn't bring himself to buy an extra set of toiletries that cost only a few cents. He took the toiletries from her hands and placed them neatly on a flat stone nearby. Then he brought over half a basin of hot water, mixed it with some well water to make it warm, wet a towel, and handed it to her. Song-Shi wanted to thank him, but she was afraid he might lecture her again, so she stayed quiet. Still, she remembered his care in her heart and decided she would repay him later. Her breakfast was chicken noodle soup, though there were only a few noodles in the bowl. It wasn't that Zhou-Yi was being stingy. Her body was still recovering, so she needed to eat small portions more often. Zhou-Yi's own meal was just wild vegetable soup with a bit of chicken broth. No wonder he was so thin. He clearly had money, yet he refused to spend it on himself. Feeling sorry for him, Song-Shi picked out some chicken from her bowl and placed it in his. "Brother Yi, your health is important too. If you get too tired, I might really be in trouble. You need to take care of yourself. Better days are still ahead." If it had been someone else, they probably would have given up on her right away and demanded the bride price and food back. But Zhou-Yi had done everything he could to save her and take care of her in every possible way. "Yes, better days are still ahead. Thank you for caring about me, wife. I'll be fine. Now, eat up." Zhou-Yi looked at the chicken in his bowl, his face full of happiness and contentment. He finally had a wife who cared about him. "Zhou-Yi, your wife can go out now." A stranger's voice suddenly called out as they were eating breakfast. Song-Shi turned her head and saw a kind-looking middle-aged woman standing outside the wooden fence. Zhou-Yi stood up and smiled at her. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Li. I can't go out yet, but I'll be able to soon. I won't bother you two while you're having breakfast then. When your wife is fully recovered, I'll come by properly to get to know her," Aunt Li said with a cheerful smile. She gave Song-Shi a friendly glance before turning to leave. Her look carried no judgment or ill will, just the warm curiosity of an elder meeting someone younger. Because of that, Song-Shi didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After Aunt Li left, Zhou-Yi explained, "That was Aunt Li from next door. She's a good person. If you ever have questions about anything, you can ask her." Song-Shi nodded thoughtfully. Zhou-Yi had grown up here, so he must have known Aunt Li for a long time. If he said she was kind, then she probably was. Everyone has small flaws, but that's normal. After breakfast, Zhou-Yi helped Song-Shi back to her room and reminded her gently, "Rest at home. All right? I'll go see if there's any work to do. Don't be afraid while I'm gone. I'll be back soon. I've put some tea on the table, so you can reach it easily if you get thirsty." "I know," Song-Shi said, turning her back shyly. He was treating her like a child. Even though this body was 17, her real age inside was almost 30. After Zhou-Yi left, Song-Shi lay in bed for about 10 minutes. When she was sure he wouldn't return soon, She got up and quietly dragged a bamboo chair behind the door. She sat there, close to the courtyard gate, so she could hear any sounds outside and quickly come out of her hidden space if needed. She didn't want anyone to discover her secret or be frightened by her sudden appearance. Once everything was ready, she entered her special space again to explore her supermarket. She was the owner of this place and knew every corner of it by heart. Even with her eyes closed, she could find anything she wanted. As for why this supermarket had traveled through time with her and become her special ability, she had no idea. But does that really matter? It doesn't. What matters is that from now on, her living conditions could almost match what she had in her original world. In her previous world, the supermarket she used to shop at was located between the city and the countryside. Many of the products there were actually meant for nearby farmers, cheap, practical, and well-loved by them. She gathered some items suitable for this era. Clothes, shoes, candles, flashlights, scissors, kitchen knives, cutting boards, bowls, chopsticks, spoons, rice, flour, grains, oil, and seasonings. She placed them where she could easily reach them. She planned to take them out after Zhou accompanied her to the commune hospital for a checkup. By then, she would just say she bought them herself, and Zhou probably wouldn't question it. She also took a few watches without any brand names. Then she used the supermarket's clear plastic bags to pack 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of millet, and 20 pounds of peanuts. She also took 20 packs of brown sugar and 20 packs of white sugar, planning to see if she could sell them for some money when she went to the commune. Although she didn't know much about this era, she had read many stories and watched dramas set in it. She knew there were night markets where people could quietly trade, as long as they were careful. Without those markets, many people might have gone hungry. The entire supermarket belonged to her, so she could take whatever she wanted without asking anyone. Even though exchanging the goods for money in this era might not seem very profitable, she still needed to do it. She couldn't always rely on Zhou. He worked hard to earn money. Even though they weren't truly husband and wife yet, Zhou treated her very well, and she wanted to help ease his burden. Later, she also took a bunch of fruit and vegetable seeds, 10 packs of each kind. She went to the fishing section and grabbed a lobster trap, a collapsible round fish cage, and some fishing bait. After leaving the space, she quickly wrapped the seed packets in her old clothes and hid them in the wardrobe. Once her body recovered, she planned to plant them according to the season. The main reason she took all these things was that she was afraid the supermarket might suddenly disappear. With seeds for fruits and vegetables and modern fishing tools, she was sure she could live well even in this difficult time. After working for a while, she felt tired and hot. She used a towel to wipe herself quickly, then lay down to rest. Soon she fell into a deep sleep, a smile still on her lips. Even though she no longer had her house, car, or money from the modern world, and the supermarket's goods were limited and might run out one day, she was still happy. It was like receiving help in a desperate moment. How could she not be? At least her life, for the next few years, was secure. Besides, she and Zhou would keep working hard to build a better life. They weren't the kind of people to just sit and wait for things to run out, so there was nothing to fear. The sudden appearance of the supermarket gave she great courage and confidence. The future would surely be better. Pingan village was surrounded by mountains, with more dry land than rice fields. After finishing the busy harvest season, there wasn't much to do in the rice fields, so everyone was working in the hills. Zhou was carefully pulling weeds when someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw his childhood friend, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was still single. He wasn't in a hurry to marry, and his parents, who favored his siblings, didn't worry about him either. "What is it?" Zhou asked calmly. "It's the best time for catching frogs," Zhou Ping said. "How about we go to the fields or the river tonight to catch some? Frog porridge tastes great and would be good for your wife's health." As he spoke, he wiped his mouth, already imagining the taste. Everyone was poor and rarely had meat to eat, so frogs were a good option. Cooked into porridge with a little salt, they tasted delicious. But Zhou Ping's family had no rice left. They had to wait until autumn to get their share of grain. However, their village didn't keep any rice because it all had to be handed over as public grain. Later, they would have to trade coarse grains with people from other villages to get a little rice. Even then, it wouldn't be much, and after removing the husks, there would be even less. Many families saved their rice for special times, when someone was sick or when a new baby was born. "I'm not going," Zhou said. "My wife doesn't like eating strange things." He had already noticed that his young wife didn't like wild boar meat, so she probably wouldn't enjoy other wild foods either. Things like frogs and snakes might taste good, but he knew his young wife would never eat them. He decided he wouldn't eat them anymore either, so she wouldn't dislike him for it. Hey, Zhou Ping teased with a grin. "It's only been a few days, and you're already calling her your wife so sweetly. Looks like you really care about her. No wonder you went through so much trouble to marry her." But about her health, everyone in Pingan village knew about Zhou Yi's wife. They all knew that the Song family had sent their badly injured granddaughter to him, and many people felt sorry for Zhou Yi. They thought he would give up, but he didn't. He stayed by her side, showing true loyalty and kindness. Everyone had seen how tired he was during those days. If Song Shi recovered and then left Zhou Yi, people would say she was heartless and ungrateful. "My wife's health is none of your concern. Go to your work before someone scolds you," Zhou Yi said, giving Zhou Ping a sharp look before continuing his task. A single man had no right to comment on his married life. So, what if his wife wasn't healthy? He was happy to take care of her. Days passed, and soon it was the day before they were to go to the commune hospital for a checkup. When Song Shi was half asleep, she heard voices outside. She opened her eyes in confusion and rubbed them gently. Reaching for the cup of water on the table, she wanted to take a sip to wake herself up. But her hand slipped, and the cup fell to the floor.
"Zoiru sedin, worried."
"Wife, are you okay?" Song Shi felt embarrassed and gave a shy smile.
"I'm fine."
"I just woke up and didn't have enough strength to hold the cup." "It's okay, I'll take care of it," Zhou Yi said, bending down to pick up the cup before leaving the room. Soon, he came back with a fresh cup of cool boiled water. He usually drank straight from the well, but the boiled water was always prepared especially for Song Shi. Zhou Yi handed her the cup. When Song Shi looked up, she noticed a middle-aged man standing behind him. She didn't recognize him, but his face looked a bit like Zhou Yi's, older and more mature, so he was probably one of Zhou Yi's relatives. Zhou Yi noticed Song Shi's gaze and quickly moved aside a little. He introduced Xiao Shi. "This is my father. He brought us rice and eggs. I'll make rice porridge for you tonight, so you can get better faster." Seeing his second son acting so eager to please his wife, Zhou Zongwu couldn't help but look away. Still, with his son's looks, being able to marry such a gentle and lovely woman was truly a stroke of luck. He probably used up all his good fortune on this marriage. But it was also because the Song family had treated her unfairly. Otherwise, even with good luck, Zhou Yi wouldn't have been able to marry such a wife. Looking at Song Shi's pale face and colorless lips, Zhou Zongwu felt a bit sorry for her. She was indeed beautiful, with a quiet grace that was hard to describe. He worried that a simple farming family like theirs might not be able to keep such a daughter-in-law. When Song Shi saw that her father-in-law didn't seem to dislike her, she knew he had accepted her in his heart. She smiled softly and said, "Thank you, Dad. You can take the rice and eggs back. We still have food here." Through the memories of the body's original owner, she knew that in this time period, especially in the countryside, life was very hard. So, even though she had some savings, she didn't want to take food from her father-in-law. "Just live well with Zhou Yi," Zhou Zhongwu said simply before turning to leave. As a father-in-law, it wasn't proper for him to stay too long in his daughter-in-law's room. Most parents only hope their children live well, and Zhou Zhongwu was no different. He wasn't good at raising children and wasn't very close to his two sons, but he still wanted them to have a good life. Now that his son was married, he hoped they would get along and not argue often, since that would only hurt both their relationship and their household. Families like the Song family, who would abandon an educated granddaughter, were rare. There must have been some hidden reason behind it. From what he could see, the problem wasn't with Song Shi, it was likely with the Song family. But since Zhou Yi had made them sign a letter cutting ties, there shouldn't be much trouble in the future. After Zhou Zhonghua left, she smiled. Your dad seems like a good person. Why doesn't he live with you? Although it was her first time meeting him, she could tell that Zhou Zhonghua was much kinder than her own father. Her father from the Song family had never truly cared about her. Her grandmother hit her mother hit her, and her father from the Song family said nothing, as if she were an outsider. Even Zhou Zhonghua was better than her father in the modern world. Her modern father had an affair when she was little, then divorced her mother. After that, he took her brother with him and soon started a new family with the woman he had the affair with. She stayed with her mother, but their relationship was distant and not very close. After she started earning money, she bought her mother health and retirement insurance early on. That way, her mother could receive a few thousand yuan in pension every month after retirement. If she got sick, the insurance would cover the costs, so she didn't worry much about her mother now. Her family life wasn't very peaceful, but her supermarket business was doing well, and the income made her satisfied. Now that she had come to this new world, she didn't know what had happened to her modern self. Was she dead, or had she just mysteriously disappeared? She also wondered if her parents were fighting over her inheritance. Even though she wasn't very close to them, she really wanted to appear in their dreams. She wanted to tell them that she was living well in another world, so they wouldn't worry or fight over money, making her brother feel torn between them. After all, they were both doing fine now, and even without her money, they could still live comfortably. Her husband, Zhou Yi, was very happy that his young wife could get along easily with his father. He had been worried that she might not get along with him, which would make things difficult for him. But since she had come to his home alone, he would naturally put her first. My father is a quiet man, Zhou Yi said, gently touching She's hair. He likes peace and doesn't enjoy living with others. You should rest first. I'll go make some rice porridge. After Zhou Yi left, She leaned against the bed, looking lost in thought, but in truth, her mind had entered the supermarket. She wanted to take some salted duck eggs and pickled vegetables, but she didn't dare. She had been resting at home all this time and hadn't gone out, so how could she explain where those things came from? So she decided to hold back for now. Once she recovered, she could eat whatever she wanted. That evening, the two of them sat under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, having dinner. She had a bowl of thick chicken and rice porridge. The rich aroma of chicken mixed with the gentle scent of rice, making her stomach growl with hunger. She picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat, but when she glanced at the bowl of wild vegetable soup in front of Zhou Yi, her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that a grown man like him would eat so little for dinner. Did he plan to drink well water in the middle of the night to fill his stomach? Thinking about the fact that she carried a whole supermarket with her, filled with all kinds of delicious food, she suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. If this had been a few days ago, when she didn't have the supermarket, she could have eaten her good food without feeling bad. But now, she really couldn't do that anymore. After all, the food Zhou Yi and Zhou Zhonghua had was saved through hard work and frugality. So, while Zhou Yi wasn't paying attention, she quickly picked up her still-hot bowl and poured half of her chicken and rice porridge into his. Zhou Yi noticed and hurried to stop her. Dear, I don't really like rice porridge. Don't argue. Just eat it, she said, pouting slightly. She didn't believe for a second that he didn't like rice porridge. He was just reluctant to eat it. If he could be satisfied with bitter wild vegetable soup, how could he possibly dislike rice porridge? All right, I'll eat, Zhou Yi said with a smile. His young wife was clearly worried about him. He had eaten wild vegetable soup since childhood and was used to it. As long as it filled his stomach, he didn't care about the taste. But now that he had a wife, he couldn't be so careless about food anymore. He could go without, but he couldn't let her suffer. After dinner, the two of them sat under the osmanthus tree for a while to enjoy the cool evening air. Then Zhou Yi took she to the bathing room. She had regained some strength, so she no longer needed him to help her wash. He only needed to help her into the large wooden tub. She could handle the rest herself. As he gently placed her into the warm water, Zhou Yi said reluctantly, Dear, call me when you're done. Don't move around too much or you might slip. The half-meter-high wooden tub was indeed a challenge for Song Shi in her current condition. It was impossible for her to climb out on her own, and if she tried, she might fall and hurt herself again. "I know," Song Shi replied, quickly looking away, too shy to meet his eyes. Even though she was mentally almost 30 and more open-minded than the modest girls of this era, she still couldn't help feeling embarrassed in such a situation. After Zhou Yi left, Song Shi soaked in the warm water, feeling completely relaxed. She closed her eyes in enjoyment and soon focused her mind on the supermarket, where she took a bottle of body wash from the shelf. She pressed the pump, squeezed out a few drops, and gently rubbed it on her skin. Luckily, this body wash didn't make too much foam, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain a tub full of bubbles later. She actually wanted to wash her hair too. It was summer, and after a few days without washing, her scalp felt itchy and uncomfortable. But there was a wound on the back of her head, wrapped in bandages. Fortunately, Zhou Yi helped her change the medicine and bandages every day. Otherwise, the wound might have gotten infected. Just for that, she felt she should repay Zhou Yi somehow. Even her mother in the modern world wouldn't have taken care of her so carefully. She would have told her to handle it herself. After finishing her bath, Song Shi felt too shy to call Zhou Yi in, but she was also afraid of slipping and causing more trouble. In the end, she called him. Zhou Yi wrapped her in a towel and carried her back to the room. Life in this time was very simple. There wasn't much to do at night except go to bed early. Song Shi could tell it was dark outside, but she didn't know the exact time. She had brought some watches to sell, but the time on them didn't match this world, so they were useless for now. She decided to check the correct time at the commune tomorrow and set one watch to keep track from then on. Lying on the bed under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, she stared at the thatched roof above and missed her starry sky theater back home. Every night before sleeping, she would sip a little wine, watch a movie or a show, or play a holographic game. That life had been so full of comfort and style. Now, she could only lie quietly, listening to the croaking frogs and the chirping of unknown insects outside the window. When she felt the bed sink slightly beside her, she knew Zhou Yi had finished his bath and come to bed. Her heart immediately tensed. The only time she had ever shared a bed with a man was when she was a child, sleeping beside her father or brother. Since growing up, she had never done so again. Now, with a man lying next to her, she felt both nervous and uneasy. Her health wasn't good right now, so Zhou Yi wouldn't do anything inappropriate. But once she recovered, she wasn't sure what would happen. After all, what man would spend so much to marry someone and expect nothing in return? Although Zhou Yi's bride price of 100 yuan, 20 jin of fine grain, and 80 jin of coarse grain didn't seem like much, it was already a large amount for that time. Most people couldn't afford it. Wife, go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to the commune hospital for a checkup. Otherwise, we won't make it back in one day, Zhou Yi said, glancing at Song Shi, who was still awake. When Song Shi finally closed her eyes, he blew out the kerosene lamp. For people in the mountains, kerosene lamps were a luxury. Kerosene required ration tickets, and since mountain folks had no jobs, they had no tickets. So, every drop of kerosene had to be saved. In the darkness, Song Shi thought about how she could sell some things and earn a bit of money. Thinking about it, she slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, Zhou Yi woke her up. After breakfast, he carried Song Shi on his back and headed to the village entrance to catch the ox cart. He also planned to buy some supplies at the commune, so he carried a basket in front while Song Shi was on his back. Song Shi felt cheerful because she could finally go out and experience life in this era. But she knew clearly that she could only do so with Zhou Yi's help. On her own, it would be impossible for now. Several women were already sitting on the ox cart at the village entrance. After the busy farming season, they finally had time to go out and shop a little. Even though they didn't have much money, they still needed to buy daily necessities. When they saw Zhou Yi carrying his new wife, they quickly moved aside to give them the best seats. After all, everyone knew his wife was recovering from an illness, The bandages on her head and the smell of medicine made it impossible to ignore.
Hello, aunties. Zoe greeted politely.
He hadn't planned to talk much since he didn't know them well, but since they had shown kindness first, he couldn't ignore it. He took a small cushion from his basket and placed it on the cart before gently setting Song-shi down so she wouldn't be uncomfortable. Then he put a new straw hat on her head and sat beside her, waiting for the cart to leave. Because it was summer and the journey was long, the ox cart always departed early, around 6:30. After more than 3 hours of travel, they would reach the commune before 10 o'clock, avoiding the scorching midday sun. The mountain road twisted and turned so much that she felt her breakfast almost coming back up. Watching the village grow smaller in the distance, she couldn't help but admire the Song family's determination. They had actually found her such a faraway husband. What amazed her even more was that, despite taking a large bride price, the Song family was so stingy that they wouldn't even let her ride a cart. From the Song family's home to Pingan village, she had to walk the entire way. Just reaching the foot of the mountain took several hours, and climbing through the mountain paths would take several more. The whole trip must have taken 7 or 8 hours. It seemed the Song family had wanted to make her life miserable. And indeed, the original Song-shi had been pushed to her limit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up here. But now that she was here, with her modern survival skills and her life supermarket, even in this poor and backward time, she was determined to live a life others would envy. When that day came, if the Song family tried to bother her again, she would show them no mercy. Zhou-yi kept glancing at Song-shi, worried she might feel unwell. The morning light fell softly on her pale face, even the fine hairs on her skin visible. The longer he looked, the more dazed he became, his heart beating wildly as if it might leap out of his chest. His wife was so beautiful. He could never get enough of looking at her. The ox cart moved slowly along the rough mountain road, bumping so much that no one could sit still. Though it was still early morning, the rocking made Song-shi sleepy. Her eyelids grew heavy, and Zhou-yi gently pulled her into his arms. She leaned against him, her head resting sideways because the back of it still ached faintly. Breathing in the faint scent of wood from Zhou-yi's clothes, she soon drifted into sleep. When the cart finally stopped near the commune's meeting point, Song-shi woke up groggily. The way she rubbed her eyes in confusion looked so adorable to Zhou-yi that his heart melted. He carried her off the cart, picked up the basket, and after saying a few words to the cart driver, he headed toward the commune hospital with her on his back. The commune was large, with more than one hospital. Zhou-yi chose a different one this time. The last hospital had refused to treat Song-shi, wasting precious time. He still held a grudge against them and had no desire to go back. Zhou-yi carried Song-shi on his back along the main road of the commune. Many people saw them, but no one said anything because they noticed the woman on his back had a bandage on her head, clearly a patient. No one would be foolish enough to report them. When they entered the hospital, it was crowded, just like hospitals in any era. Zhou-yi gently placed Song-shi on a chair to rest and said with concern, "Wife, stay here and rest. I'll go line up. If anyone talks to you, don't believe them easily, in case they're trying to trick you, all right?" "I understand," Song-shi replied seriously. After Zhou-yi went to queue, she looked around the hospital. The commune in this time period was like a small modern town, so the commune hospital was similar to a town hospital. She hadn't expected it to be so simple and poorly equipped. It made her feel sad. Zhou-yi wasn't sure which department to register for, so he told the nurse that she had a head injury. The nurse registered her for surgery. Then Zhou-yi helped she wait outside the consultation room. There were a few people ahead of them, so they had to wait. Fortunately, the line moved quickly, and soon it was Song-shi's turn. Zhou-yi helped her into the doctor's office and said respectfully, "Doctor, my wife hit her head before and lost a lot of blood. Please check how well she's recovering." The doctor, a middle-aged man in a white coat, looked well-fed and comfortable, clearly someone living a good life. After hearing Zhou-yi's words, the doctor asked Song-shi to turn around. She did so, showing the back of her head. When the doctor removed the bandage and saw the wound, he gasped softly. "Comrade, Do you need me to report this to the police? Song-shi froze, not understanding why he asked that. Then she noticed the way the doctor was looking at Zhou-yi and realized he had misunderstood. He thought Zhou-yi had hurt her. Song-shi quickly explained, "Doctor, this injury has nothing to do with my husband. It was caused by my family. My husband has been very kind to me. He didn't look down on me, and he's been paying for my treatment and taking care of me. Without him, I might not be alive today." Maybe she would have recovered even without Zhou-yi's help, since she arrived right after the original person had passed away. But without his help, her recovery probably wouldn't have been this fast. The doctor looked at Song-shi, then at Zhou-yi. Seeing the genuine worry on his face, he believed their story. After a brief examination, he wrote a list of tests for them to complete. He could only check the surface wounds himself. Any internal issues would need machines or other tests. More than an hour later, they returned to the doctor's office with all the test results. After reading them, the doctor smiled and said, "Congratulations, the young lady's health is mostly fine now, but..." Song-shi and Zhou-yi exchanged a glance. Before they could smile, the doctor's sudden pause made them nervous. Seeing their worried faces, the doctor coughed awkwardly and continued, "Her condition is stable, but there are still some minor problems. The main issue is weakness and low energy, which sometimes causes dizziness. For now, it's not suitable for her to have a baby, as it could be risky. But once her body recovers fully, there should be no problem in the future. We're not planning to have children yet," Zhou-yi said sincerely. His main concern was helping his wife regain her health so they could live a long and happy life together. As for children, that could wait. Even if they never had any, it wouldn't matter. Song-shi lowered her head, feeling shy and uncertain. Once she recovered, would she really want to have a child with Zhou-yi? She was a little afraid. Back in the modern world, she had always been anxious about childbirth. "Please prescribe some medicine to help her recover," Zhou-yi said respectfully, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. That morning, he had taken 50 yuan from the cookie tin before leaving home, hoping it would be enough for the medicine. He planned to earn more money soon and return it to his wife, since the household funds were hers. For now, he was only borrowing it. The doctor wrote the prescription, reminded them of a few precautions, and told them to pay and collect the medicine. By the time they left the hospital, it was already afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Worried that the sun might be too harsh for his wife, Zhou-yi carried her on his back and quickly ran toward the shade, searching for a cooler place under the bright sunlight. "I was about to go to a state-run restaurant when I heard Song-shi say, 'I've never stayed at a guest house before. Iga. Let's stay there for one night. Since I was returning this afternoon, I wondered how I could sell the things I planned to sell. So, I needed to stay at the commune for one more day, or maybe two if possible.' Okay, let's stay at the guest house," I agreed. Luckily, there was a guest house nearby. Zhou-yi hurried over with Song-shi on his back. Inside, only a young girl was dozing at the counter. She heard the footsteps and groggily opened her eyes. When she saw a man carrying a woman, she shivered and immediately woke up completely. "Comrades, do you need anything?" the young girl asked politely. She wasn't arrogant or rude, unlike some stories from that era. Of course, everyone is different. Not everyone who has a steady job looks down on rural folks. Most people are kind and simple. Zhou-yi showed her a letter of introduction and a marriage certificate. When she learned they wanted separate rooms, Zhou-yi quickly pleaded, "Comrade, please help us. Let us stay in the same room. My wife has a head injury and needs care. I can pay a little extra." To prove his sincerity, Zhou-yi turned Song-shi around so she could show her head injury to the staff. The young girl didn't expect the girl to be so badly hurt, especially on the head. Head injuries are very dangerous and could be life-threatening if not treated carefully. Seeing their marriage certificate, she believed they were genuine. If anything happened to the girl, she would feel guilty. So, she decided to arrange a room for them without charging extra. "Thank you, beautiful sister," Song-shi said sweetly to the staff after Zhou-yi successfully got the room key. The staff felt a strange warmth from her. She had worked here for many years, but had never seen such a beautiful girl with such a lovely voice. However, The couple didn't seem very compatible, probably arranged by their parents. Watching them leave, the staff shook her head sadly, feeling a bit sorry for the girl. She wondered if the injury was caused by a man. In the room, Zhou-yi gently laid Song-shi on the bed. He then drew the curtains to block out the bright light outside. The dim room suddenly felt a bit cooler. Whether it was truly cooler or just a mental comfort, she wasn't sure. Zhou-yi brought a basin of warm water to help Song-shi wipe her face, hands, and neck, making her feel a little cooler. "Honey, you rest for a while. I'll go to the state-run restaurant to see if there's anything to eat," Zhou-yi said softly, noticing her eyelids starting to flutter. He was worried she might fall asleep and wake up in this unfamiliar place, feeling scared if she saw him gone. Song-shi reached out and grabbed Zhou-yi's wrist. "What's the deal with the marriage certificate? Doesn't it require both spouses to be present to get a marriage certificate in this era? Can he get it alone?"
Zhou-yi similet gente.
"You don't need to know about the marriage certificate. Just know that we have one, and we are legally married." He would keep the certificate safe and wouldn't give it to her. Maybe that's a man's way of feeling secure. Song-shi couldn't believe it. What kind of time was this? Why could she get a marriage license at just 17? Zhou-yi didn't give her time to think because he needed to buy lunch. His stomach was growling, and she probably was hungry too. She hadn't eaten as much as he had this morning. Zhou-yi gently placed something under Song-shi's neck to protect her injury from pressing on her pillow, then turned to leave. Song-shi lay on the bed for a while, regained some strength, and then sat up. She went to the supermarket, picked out a beautiful, wordless watch, and grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies. Then she opened the door and went downstairs to find the staff at the guest house. The staff was dozing off but woke up when they heard her. Seeing the weak girl slowly coming down the stairs, leaning on the wall, they thought she was trying to escape while the man was away. They hurried over and said, "Little girl, if you need any help, just tell us. We'll do our best to help." From their attitude, it was clear they misunderstood her injury as caused by Zhou-yi, just like the hospital doctors. After all, Zhou-yi looked very serious and intimidating. "Thank you, pretty sister. You misunderstood. My husband is very kind and wouldn't hurt me," Song-shi said, stuffing a white rabbit candy into the staff's pocket. She knew that in this era, white rabbit milk candies were the best way to make friends and ask for help because they were the most expensive milk candies. The white rabbit candies in her modern supermarket might not taste as pure or rich as those from this time, but they should still be good to eat. Seeing a bag of white rabbit candies, the staff's face lit up with a bright smile. They quickly helped Song-shi to her workstation to rest. After sitting down, Song-shi took out her watch, held it in her palm, and looked worried. She said, "Pretty sister, I came to see you because I really need your help. I want to ask if you know where I can buy food without needing a ration book or tickets. My husband spent almost all our money trying to treat my illness. Now we both have less than 2 yuan together." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and her voice choked with emotion. "My illness, my medicine, and our life. I really don't know how to keep going. Now, I only have this watch I bought when we got married. I just got it a few days ago, and I haven't even worn it yet. I want to sell it to get some food." Song-shi silently praised her acting skills. Her performance was so good it felt like she was acting in a play. Why didn't she become an actress in modern times? The staff member, Li Qingqing, was a 22-year-old girl who was still single. Hearing Song-shi's story, she felt the bit of sympathy. When she saw the watch in Song-shi's hand, her eyes widened in surprise. It was so beautiful and high-end. She often went to the supply and marketing cooperative, but had never seen such a beautiful watch. "Young girl, are you really going to sell this watch? Are you really willing to sell it?" Li Qingqing asked in disbelief. If it were her, she wouldn't want to sell such a nice watch. Of course, she hadn't faced the same difficult situation as the young girl in front of her. If she had, she might have made the same decision. After all, filling your stomach is the most important thing. A watch can't be eaten. "Yes," Song-shi nodded gently, wiping her tears. "Please keep this a secret, pretty sister. Don't let my husband know. This watch was a gift from him. If he finds out I want to sell it, he will be very sad." In Song Zena's tearful eyes, there was a mix of reluctance and helplessness, which made Li Qingqing feel very sad. Young girl, I really like this watch of yours. My watch has been used for many years and is old. I want to buy a new one. Would you sell it to me? How about 100 yuan? I can also give you 2 cloth tickets. Is that okay? I only have cloth tickets left. I've used up all the other vouchers. Beautiful sister, are you really willing to buy my watch? She wiped her tears and looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief. She was such a kind person, a really good person. Next time, she should bring her some gifts, or she might feel a little guilty. Worried that she might change her mind, Li Qingqing quickly took out the money. After counting, she handed a stack of cash and some cloth tickets to Shi. Then she took the watch, checked the time, and put it on her wrist, happily admiring it. Beautiful sister, thank you for helping me out of this urgent problem. When I get better, I'll come back to bring you some mountain products, Shi said, holding a thick stack of money, feeling very happy. It seemed that crafts and jewelry were quite valuable in this era. A simple watch worth a few dozen yuan could sell for over 100. Maybe she could become rich just by selling watches. Young girl, you have to keep your promise. I'm waiting for your mountain products, Li Qingqing said, drawing a simple map of the night market and the schedule and location of the nearby big market on a piece of paper, then handed it to Shi. You can buy food here without tickets, but it's a bit more expensive than in the grocery stores. Also, only before dawn and after sunset will there be people. Don't go during the day, no one will be there. Thank you, beautiful sister. Shi happily took the map of the night market. She was so excited she almost wanted to hug and kiss Li Qingqing. With her help, she wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly anymore. To show her gratitude, Shi pretended to take a hairpin and a hair tie from her pocket and handed them to Li Qingqing. She chose simple styles that wouldn't cause trouble or unnecessary problems. Don't call me beautiful sister anymore. My name is Li Qingqing. I can tell you're younger than me. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Qingqing. When you come to the commune, remember to visit me at the guest house. I probably won't change jobs, Li Qingqing said happily but shyly, feeling pleased that the young girl kept calling her beautiful sister. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingqing. I will go back to my room now so I won't disturb your work. Shi carefully folded the circuit diagram and stored it away. She waved goodbye to Li Qingqing and slowly turned to leave. She wanted to cheer and jump with joy, but her body wouldn't allow it, so she could only walk back slowly. Back in her room, Shi avoided the injury on the back of her head. She gently lay on the bed and thought about how to avoid Zhou Yi when going to the night market to sell things. She wouldn't tell Zhou Yi about the supermarket. She didn't dare to test people's hearts. When she earned some money, she would share it with Zhou Yi. She would also bring him delicious food. There was no need to tell him everything. She took out 2 simple watches from the supermarket, one for men and one for women. She checked the time and hid them away, planning to give the men's watch to Zhou Yi at the right moment. She heard footsteps outside the door. Knowing Zhou Yi had returned, she quickly opened the curtains a little to let more light into the room. Zhou Yi pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Shi standing by the window, he looked a bit surprised. Wife, are you not resting? I rested for a little while. She turned to look at him. Her bright eyes met his. This man, besides his tough-looking face that made her a little nervous, seemed pretty good in other ways. Sorry, wife. I was late and didn't buy anything tasty. I only got a few steamed buns. Then I went to the supply store and bought a can of malted milk. You can eat the buns with the malted milk first. In the evening, we can go early and see if we can buy some meat soup or noodles, Zhou Yi apologized. He walked to the table, put the things down, brewed a cup of malted milk for Shi, and handed her a steamed bun. Although Shi had never drunk malted milk before, she knew it was a luxury item in this era. Most people couldn't afford it. Zhou Yi buying it for her showed he truly cared about her. At that moment, Shi felt a bit confused. She didn't know how to face Zhou Yi. She wasn't that good. She might disappoint him and let him down. She suppressed that strange feeling in her heart, took a sip of the malted milk, which had a milky aroma and was very sweet. It also had a strange fragrance like modern milk tea powder. She could drink it occasionally, but not every day. She wasn't being picky. She just couldn't accept things that were too sweet. So she pushed the teacup in front of Zhou and said, "Brother Yi, this malted milk is too sweet. I can't drink it now. You can have it. I'll just drink warm water. Wife, are you caring for me?" Zhou looked at Shi with a smile, seeming very happy. Shi's eyes flickered, afraid to meet Zhou's gaze. Her concern might not be the same as what he wanted. He probably wanted sweet, loving care from a partner, but her concern was just ordinary. Seeing her shy and awkward look, Zhou stopped teasing her. After pouring her a cup of warm water, he drank the malted milk she offered. He had never tasted such a precious drink before. She just drank warm water and ate a steamed bun. The buns from the state-run restaurant were pure white flour, soft and fluffy, with a good chew. They tasted quite nice. She thought Zhou probably bought her the expensive, good-quality buns. Cheaper buns were hard and rough, making her throat sore. She hadn't eaten them herself, but she remembered the feeling from her past life. Definitely not good. "Brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Shi asked, confused, seeing him only drinking the malted milk and not the bun. They had eaten the same thing in the morning, and now it's already afternoon. She didn't believe he wasn't hungry, unless he was reluctant to eat. Just as Shi was about to give him a bun, Zhou suddenly leaned over and bit off most of the bun in her hand, smiling as he said, "It's very sweet." "Brother Yi," Shi's cheeks instantly turned red. He had bitten the bun she was eating. That was unhygienic. Seeing the large bite mark on her bun, she didn't know what to do. If she threw it away, Zhou might think she was disgusted with him. If she ate it, she couldn't accept it because it was probably covered with saliva. Although Zhou had often fed her water and medicine with his mouth during the days she was unconscious after she arrived, she could pretend she didn't notice then. But now she was awake, and she couldn't pretend she didn't see. She was truly caught in a difficult situation. Seeing her confused and shy look, Zhou found her adorable. His pure, masculine heart almost melted. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her, but he was afraid to scare her. Fearing he might lose control and explode, Zhou quickly shifted his focus. He took out 2 new clothes from a bag on the table. "My wife, our wedding came so suddenly. The Song family didn't even give a heads up before sending you here. I wasn't prepared at all, and didn't even buy you new clothes. Today, I bought you 2 new outfits. Take a look and see if you like them. I will keep working hard to earn more money so I can buy you pretty clothes in the future." Little she might not understand why the Song family hurriedly sent her to the mountains, but after reviewing her memories over the past few days, she thought she understood the reason. Since high school was about to start, the Chi family might be worried that she would cause trouble at school because she really wants to study. The Song family was afraid she would make a fuss, so they hurriedly sent her away to keep her from causing trouble and losing the money they had. In Zhou's hopeful eyes, Shi reached out and took the clothes from his hand. There was a blue short-sleeved top and a pair of black pants that looked a bit like modern cropped pants. Together, these 2 clothes probably cost around 20 yuan, which is a whole year's income for a mountain family. In a time when pork costs 9 cents a pound and eggs 7 cents a dozen, and ordinary workers earn 10 to 30 yuan a month, no one would want to spend so much on a set of clothes. Many families patched and mended old clothes for years. Of course, besides the wealthy, there are always some people at the top of the social pyramid in any era. So, Zhou was truly willing to spend on Shi. She looked into the bag and saw there were no men's clothes. He always did this, neglecting himself for her, making Shi feel very touched. "Why don't you buy something for yourself? You work so hard every day. You should reward yourself with a new outfit. Going up and down the mountain every day wearing new clothes is a waste." "It's enough if my wife wears them," Zhou said honestly. Most of his time was spent working in the fields. New clothes might get torn on branches or scratches, so he preferred worn-out ones. As long as his wife looked clean and pretty, he was happy. Wife, do you want to try them on and see if they fit? The new clothes have been touched by many people, so they're not clean. I need to wash them before wearing. But don't worry, they fit perfectly. In this era, everyone was very thin and clothes were almost one size fits all, so they could be worn by most people. She finally ate the steamed bun that Zhou-Yi had bitten into, bit by bit. She didn't realize that something deep inside her was quietly beginning to change. On a summer evening, the sun was setting, no longer shining directly on the house, so the light was softer and less harsh. She moved to the window and looked outside at the small, simple houses. She was used to seeing luxurious villas and tall apartments in modern times, so these humble homes didn't feel special to her. But she had to admit that the communal houses were much better than their mountain mud brick house. At least, the communal houses were made of blue bricks and black tiles, and they were safe in wind and rain. Suddenly, she felt a pressure on her shoulder. Surprised, She slightly turned her head and almost bumped into Zhou-Yi's face. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe peach, making it hard to look away. Honey, if we save a little more money by the end of the year, we can build a house like this, Zhou-Yi said, resting his head on She's shoulder. He pointed at the outside house with a confident gesture, as if he was giving a grand speech. In modern times, She had seen videos where someone pointed far away and jokingly said to their loved one, "Look, this is the kingdom I built for you." Zhou-Yi's words made her feel the same way now. She couldn't help but laugh softly. "Why are you laughing, wife?" Zhou-Yi moved a little closer and his lips almost touched her cheek, but he didn't. He didn't want to rush. He wanted their relationship to grow naturally, slowly, and steadily. "Nothing, I just think the house can be a little smaller and the yard a little bigger. Then we can grow more vegetables, so we won't have to eat wild greens anymore. If they built a big house with many rooms, the village chief would probably arrange for young, educated people to live with them. That would be dangerous for her, because she had a big treasure hidden inside her." "Okay, I'll listen to you, wife," Zhou-Yi said, tentatively wrapping his arms around her. Seeing that she didn't resist, he held her a little tighter. His little wife was planning their future, which meant she wouldn't leave him. That was a good start. After a while, Zhou-Yi turned She around and held her hands, looking into her eyes with bright confidence. "Wife, do you believe I can build a house by the end of the year? If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it. But brother Yi, I absolutely believe in you. You're not the kind to make big promises. Since you said it, I know you can do it." She did not understand Zhou-Yi, but she trusted him. She had a feeling that Zhou-Yi could definitely do it. Her trust made Zhou-Yi feel very comforted. He silently promised himself to work hard and earn enough money so that his little wife could live better than city women. After eating and drinking enough, they both felt sleepy. They took a nap together. She was very interested in the so-called marriage certificate. She wanted to see how it differed from the modern bright red marriage certificate. Even though her body was exhausted and very sleepy, she refused to close her eyes. She only relaxed when she heard Zhou-Yi's steady, even breathing, confirming he was truly asleep. Carefully, she reached out and probed toward Zhou-Yi. First, she touched the pockets on his pants. There was no paper inside. Then she checked his shirt pockets, but they were empty too. Thinking that some clothes have hidden pockets, she believed Zhou-Yi might have one. She reached for his shirt pocket again, but before she could touch his clothes, her hand was grabbed. Zhou-Yi, with his eyes closed, slightly smiled and said, "Wife, you're playing with fire." His commanding tone surprised She. She stared wide-eyed at Zhou-Yi, who was still with his eyes shut. Just by his expression, she knew he recognized her. It showed how sharp his senses were. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Zhou-Yi was too strong. She was too weak to free herself. Reluctantly, she lay down to rest. Forget it, she thought. It's just a handwritten marriage certificate, with no photos. What's so interesting about it? When She woke up, everything was dark. She felt around and pulled the lamp cord. The room lit up with warm yellow light. Zhou-Yi was not in the room, probably gone to the state-run restaurant to buy dinner. In this era, private businesses were not allowed. Eating, staying, and bathing were all managed by the government. She took out her hidden watch from her clothes. It was already 9:30 p.m. Now that it was late, the state-run restaurant should be closed. She wondered if Yi could buy dinner. Thinking of what Li Qingqing said, the night market starts after dark and ends before dawn. That meant the night market was already open. She needed to take advantage of Yi's absence to sell some things, earn some money and tickets, so she could live normally. Worried that Yi might come back and not find her, she would feel nervous, anxious, and hurried to look for her. Before leaving, she wrote a simple note and placed it on her pillow, saying she was going out for a walk and to exercise, and that she would return soon. Although her body hadn't fully recovered, she could still walk a few steps. She had already packed her belongings and placed them in a corner of the supermarket. When she got close to her destination, she planned to take them out quietly. She leaned on the wall and slowly went downstairs. Li Qingqing had finished work. The current staff member was an old man. She approached him and handed him a big white rabbit candy. "Sir, I need to go out for a while. When my husband comes back, please tell him for me." Seeing the white rabbit candy, the old man remembered his grandson's greedy look. He smiled and nodded. Seeing that the girl in front of him had a wound on her head, looked pale, and appeared fragile, the old man was a bit worried. "Young lady, where are you going? Do you need my help?" He was mainly worried that she might be thinking of doing something dangerous. Otherwise, why would she go out while her husband was away? It was clear she was a woman trying to escape from her husband. She didn't realize that the old man was overthinking. She also imagined that she looked badly beaten, but Yi was serious-looking, not a bad person. Did she really look like someone who had been abused? But faced with the old man's concern, she didn't know what to say. She nodded and smiled at him, then slowly walked outside. When she reached a dark corner, she quickly entered the supermarket, put on a men's wig, and used a tattoo sticker to create a very realistic scar on her face. After finishing her disguise, she left the supermarket and started following the route map Li Qingqing had drawn, heading toward the so-called night market. As she neared her destination on the map, she took out the things she had prepared earlier. 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of millet, 20 pounds of peanuts, 20 packs of brown sugar, 20 packs of white sugar, and 10 watches. Over 100 pounds of stuff. She really couldn't carry it all. So she took out a big white rabbit candy and asked a male staff member standing at the door to help carry her things inside. She explained she was looking for the person in charge here, so the man directly carried her basket of items into a room. Inside, there were 2 other men. A young man, probably in his early 20s, and a middle-aged man, around 40, were present. Luckily, they only dealt in money and didn't harm anyone. Otherwise, given how many good things she brought out, there could have been danger. The young man, Wen Chong, took the items from the box and laid them out on the table. He checked each one and found they were of good quality. He looked at Shi with surprise, noticing her cold and fierce expression. He guessed she had someone backing her. Wen Chong didn't want to cheat her. As long as he made money, that was enough. He wouldn't do anything harmful for profit. In the end, they traded rice, millet, peanuts, and sugar, both brown and white, at
50 yuan per gin.
The watches were worth 100 yuan each. So, the basket she carried earned her about 1,150 yuan. However, she only took 900 yuan in cash. The rest was exchanged for various essential ration tickets, like cloth tickets, grain tickets, meat tickets, cotton tickets, coal tickets, industrial tickets, kerosene tickets, and vegetable oil tickets. With just over 200 yuan, they didn't get many tickets, but it was enough for both of them to live for a while. When she was leaving, Wen Chong called out, "Brother, if you find more good stuff in the future, don't forget us." "Okay, next time I have good things, only you guys." The first deal went smoothly without any problems. She thought they were decent people and was willing to build a good relationship with them. That way, she could live a better life in this restrictive era. After leaving the night market, she was covered in sweat, as if she had been swimming. Her weak body was exhausted from just a little activity. She wondered how long it would take to recover. No one followed her on the way back. It seemed they were honest traders, and working with such people was quite safe. Satisfied, Song-shi took off her wig, tore off the fake scars on her face, and returned to her original appearance. She slowly headed toward the guest house. In the darkness near the guest house, she took out the items she had prepared earlier from the supermarket. She saw someone moving in front of the guest house and tentatively called out, Brother E, is that you?" Standing anxiously by the door, Zhou-yi heard a familiar voice. He quickly borrowed a flashlight from the old man and headed toward the sound in the darkness. Song-shi knew she would get scolded today. She couldn't avoid it. But she didn't want to be yelled at, so the moment Zhou-yi arrived, she leaned into his embrace and closed her eyes weakly. Even if Zhou-yi was angry, he probably wouldn't scold her harshly at this moment. She knew she was being stubborn today, but she couldn't help it. Without some money or things to bring back, she felt uneasy inside. It seemed like the supermarket was drifting away from her, leaving her disappointed. "Wife," Zhou-yi exclaimed in surprise. He hurriedly carried Song-shi horizontally. The old man at the guest house heard the noise and came over to help, lifting the basket from the ground. Wow, it was quite heavy, at least 20 or 30 pounds. He didn't expect this weak girl to bring back so many things. After helping them move the items to the room, he turned to leave. Earlier, Song-shi had given him a big white rabbit candy, which was enough. Seeing how nervous the man looked, he didn't seem like someone who would hit his wife. He had even worried that the woman might try to hurt herself at night, but now he realized he was mistaken. She was not like that at all. Zhou-yi carefully set Song-shi down. He was angry inside but saw how exhausted she was and couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Instead, he resigned himself and went to prepare warm water to help her clean up briefly. Song-shi wasn't really a child. She had some sense. Zhou-yi's nearly uncontrollable anger was obvious to her. Afraid it might explode, she slowly moved onto the bed. But when she tugged at her wound, the pain made her gasp.
Zhou-yi hurriedly satt beside her.
"Wife, how are you? Should we go to the hospital? There should be a doctor on duty tonight." "I'm fine, it's nothing. I just need to rest. By the way, there's food in the basket. Please take it out and eat before it spoils," Song-shi said, then closed her eyes. She guessed Zhou-yi might not have bought dinner, so she took 10 pieces of white sugar osmanthus cake for boiled tender corns and 40 eggs from the supermarket's breakfast section. It should be enough for both of them for dinner. If it's not enough, isn't there the malted milk powder Zhou-yi bought during the day? Later, each of them can make a cup. Now she has food stamps and meat coupons, so tomorrow she can invite Zhou-yi to a state-run restaurant for a good meal. Zhou-yi looked at Song-shi with deep eyes for a moment before taking out the items from the basket. There were about 10 white candles, 2 flashlights, 2 pieces of pork weighing about a pound each, 2 fat, oily ducks, 5 heads of cabbage, and a bunch of water bamboo. There were also scissors, a kitchen knife, a cutting board, bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. There was a small bag of rice, millet, noodles, and flour, probably about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. Most importantly, there were 2 pairs of liberated shoes just a size and some personal toiletries, clearly for men, probably bought for him. Tears welled up in Zhou-yi's eyes. His little wife was also thinking about him. "Wife." Zhou-yi felt his heart move. He leaned in and kissed her lips. He wished he could merge her into his bones and blood, so they could be together forever. God knows how scared he was before. When the old man came to remind him, it didn't ease his suffocating worries. If something happened to his wife, he might destroy everything. But he didn't have that power. The only thing that would be destroyed was himself. Suddenly, Song-shi, feeling like she couldn't breathe, struggled chaotically. Her weak hands waved helplessly until she finally breathed in fresh air. She quickly opened her eyes, meeting the deep black eyes close to her. She awkwardly swallowed and looked away. "Wife, how did you get so many good things?" Zhou-yi was afraid she would blame him for sneaking up on her, so he quickly looked away. But these things she brought back were really hard for ordinary people to buy, especially the scissors and kitchen knife. Not only did they require coupons, but they were also very expensive. His own kitchen knife had many chips, and he hadn't even dared to replace it. Seeing Song-shi was about to get up, Zhou-yi quickly reached out to help her. Song-shi leaned against the head of the bed and casually made an excuse. "I just wanted to go out for some fresh air. I had just come out of the guest house when I saw that beautiful sister from earlier sneaking off somewhere. I was curious, so I followed her a few steps. I didn't expect to hear her talking about missing out on good things if she was late. I just went after her. Later that evening, I found out there was a market with many people selling things. I bought some items we needed, like the liberated shoes. After the start of autumn, you can wear them. That way, when you work in the fields, you won't have to worry about injuring your feet. But in the morning, I didn't see you with any money. I only took 50 yuan from the box," Zhou-yi said, feeling full of questions that needed answers. "Actually, this money is from when I was studying before. I hid it in my old clothes. The Song family didn't find it. Luckily, they didn't throw away my old clothes but instead threw me and the clothes into your house. Otherwise, my secret savings would have been gone long ago," Song-shi said happily, then winked at Zhou-yi with a playful smile, looking very charming. "My wife is amazing. She managed to save so much money while studying. You have to know, people in the mountains often can't save that much even after several years." Zhou-yi still found it hard to believe his young wife's story, but he trusted her character, so he chose to believe her. "Wife, the place you went tonight was probably the night market. Private trading there is risky and illegal, and the market can be dangerous. So, in the future, don't do such things. Leave everything to me," he said. His duty was to ensure his wife lived a good life. "Okay," she replied. After avoiding a scolding, Song-shi felt in a good mood and became nicer to Zhou-yi. She took out the dinner she brought back. They ate together. Since it was summer and the nights were warm, they couldn't keep the food overnight, so they had to finish it tonight. Song-shi ate a boiled corn cob, a tea egg, and a piece of sweet osmanthus cake, and felt full. Zhou-yi ate the rest. The osmanthus cake was soft, sticky, sweet, and very delicious. Zhou-yi also ate a lot, feeling like it was the most satisfying meal he had ever had since he was a child. After eating and drinking enough, they sat in the room, staring at each other awkwardly. For Song-shi, it was a little embarrassing. In this era, there weren't many entertainment activities, and most people went to bed after dark. Song-shi decided that once she was feeling better, she would go out to buy some books or newspapers so she wouldn't be bored sitting there awkwardly. Seeing Zhou-yi staring at her constantly, Song-shi felt very embarrassed. She kept avoiding his gaze, looking at the wall, the cabinet, or the ceiling light instead of making eye contact. "Wife," Zhou-yi called out, unable to hide his curiosity about her nervousness. He wondered if he was that intimidating. When Song-shi ignored him, Zhou-yi called again, "Wife." Finally, on the third call of "wife," Song-shi responded a little. "What is it? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" "Wife, I just want to hear your voice," Zhou-yi said, gently taking her small hand and kissing the back of it. His eyes lit up at how soft and fragrant her hand was, and he was captivated. Boring. Song-shi quickly pulled her hand back, as if he was a wild beast. Their feelings grew warmer. Zhou-yi couldn't sleep and kept watching his little wife. He kept thinking, "Wife, you really opened my eyes today. I've never seen so many good things. How do you do it? Maybe because I look pretty, so I have better luck," Song-shi said, holding her chin with both hands and making a flower shape with her fingers, acting proud. She wouldn't tell him her secret treasure trove. But when Song-shi smiled slightly, her smile was even more beautiful than a flower. "Wife, in the future, don't use your beauty tricks outside. If you want to charm someone, do it only in front of me," Zhou-yi said, overwhelmed by her beauty. Impulsively, he leaned in, pinched her chin, and kissed her lips. Because he had fed her medicine and water earlier, Zhou-yi had developed the habit of brushing his teeth 3 times a day. Even after eating, he would rinse his mouth, so Song-shi didn't smell anything strange. She was a bit stunned by the sudden kiss. When she reacted, she felt a little shy. Embarrassed, Song-shi struggled slightly against Zhou-yi's hands, which were holding her on either side of the pillow. Her body was still recovering, so she didn't have much strength. Her struggling was like a sign of affection and invitation to Zhou. He knew her condition well and didn't dare to do anything too much. He didn't want to upset his wife, especially since they would be together for a lifetime. He certainly didn't want to make her angry at this moment. Song, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. At this moment, she felt a mix of emotions, confusion and nervousness. In her modern life, she had never been in a serious relationship. When she was a junior in college, she went to the art building to practice martial arts with her roommate. There, she met Wang Minga, who was running a company there. Wang Minga was very handsome, strong, and muscular. When he pursued her, Song, she felt proud and a little proud of herself. However, before she could fully fall in love, she found out that Wang Minga was not only a flirt but also a domestic abuser. Of course, at that time, Song, she was not very close to him, so she was not the one being abused. Instead, Wang Minga had hurt his 2 previous girlfriends, who left him after suffering abuse. Wang Minga was also very good at managing his time. He dated different girls at different times, and even went out with a roommate who practiced martial arts with Song Shi. Although people were more relaxed about relationships then, Song Shi couldn't accept this, so she blocked him. But in the age of big data, privacy was limited. Blocking him didn't work. Wang Minga always found a way to contact her. The reason Wang Minga kept bothering her was probably because she was pretty. He didn't succeed, so he was frustrated. He had never failed before, except with her. In the end, Song, she ignored him. Over time, Wang Minga gave up. After all, he was a flirt and had many women around him. Not getting what he wanted, he didn't want to waste time or money. Since then, Song, she had no interest in dating. But unexpectedly, in this parallel world, Zhou made her feel upset and confused. Just as Song, she was about to feel overwhelmed, Zhou let go of her early. He pressed his forehead against hers. In the quiet room, under the dim light, both of their breathing was heavy. "Wife, tomorrow I plan to go back and give Dad some cured meat and a duck," he said. Respecting elders was his duty, but now he wanted to buy things with his wife's money to show respect. He didn't believe that men were always better than women or that women had to obey men. He wouldn't force his ideas on his wife. "Just decide what you think is best," Song, she replied softly, feeling tired. Her eyelids fluttered as she responded quietly to Zhou. "These things were brought back with a lot of effort by my wife, so it's better to get her approval first." Before Zhou finished speaking, he saw Song, she close her eyes completely. He turned to look at her from the side. After a while, he pulled the lamp cord and turned off the room's light. Life in the city is really good. At night, it can be so bright. I don't know when they will be able to live like this in the mountains. I need to work hard so that my little wife can enjoy this kind of life soon. The next morning, Song, she slowly opened her eyes. Through the gap in the curtains, she saw the bright sunlight outside. She was so surprised that she sat up quickly. Seeing that Zhou was not in the room, she quietly took out her watch to check the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. Just after she finished washing up, she saw Zhou come back. Song, she looked unhappy. "Brother why didn't you wake me? It's already past 9. How can we go back now?" The ox cart left the village in the morning to go to the commune. It will leave the commune at 4 in the afternoon to return to the village. This way, they avoid the hot midday and afternoon sun. Pingan village is very far from the commune. Going out is not easy. It takes about 6 or 7 hours round trip. Villagers who drive the ox cart and take everyone to the commune and back find it too tiring. So, he left early in the morning and only returned in the afternoon. During the day, he found a cool place to rest. Of course, only during the farming off-season do people have ox carts to ride. At other times, they have to walk or apply to the village for the use of an ox cart if they have urgent matters. Zhou woke up early in the morning. Seeing that Song, she was sleeping soundly, he didn't wake her. Her health was not good, and enough sleep could help her recover faster. So, he went alone to the state-run restaurant to buy a pack of egg noodles. When Zhou opened the aluminum lunchbox, a faint aroma of oil wafted into his nose. Song she couldn't help but swallow.
Zoe handed her chopsticks.
Are you hungry? Come and eat the noodles. Let's see how good the chef at the state-run restaurant is. We have 5 gene of flour. When we go back, I will make noodles for you. Brother E, you can make noodles too. Song she was surprised and raised her eyebrows. Her eyes sparkled. She didn't expect that making noodles was so complicated, and he could do it. Yes, I can. Not only can your husband make noodles, but I can also do many other things. I will show you slowly in the future. Zhou-yi gently brushed the hair that Song she had hanging over her chest. Because of a head injury, she couldn't wash or comb her hair, so her long hair looked wild and messy, like a small lion's mane. Hearing Zhou-yi's words, Song Shi's face instantly turned red. But inside, she felt a faint, sweet feeling she had never experienced before. She didn't expect this person to be a little charming. Song Shi picked up some noodles and ate slowly. She preferred stronger flavors, so she didn't like these light noodles much. But during this time, oil and salt were scarce, and she couldn't find greasy, salty food anywhere unless she cooked herself. Even then, she didn't have enough ingredients. Luckily, the supermarket came with her, so she wasn't short of supplies. Once her injury healed and she recovered, she wouldn't have to hold back her taste buds and stomach anymore. Seeing Zhou-yi keep looking at her, Song she felt a little awkward. She wondered if this person was just eating some hard, tough bread to save money. She quickly took a few more bites of noodles and sipped some soup, then put down her chopsticks. Brother E, these noodles are quite filling. I ate just a few bites and am full. What should I do with the rest? Wasting food is shameful, that's right. State-run restaurants never skimp on portions, Zhou-yi said with a smile, holding out his lunchbox and digging in happily. Song she opened her mouth to say something, but gave up. It seemed this person didn't even want to eat the bread. He had so much savings in the village, he was quite wealthy, yet he couldn't even spare a breakfast? Does taking care of her really cost a lot? After finishing the noodles, Zhou-yi went to the water room to wash and pack the lunchbox. Seeing that it was still early, the two of them chatted casually. Although they had shared a bed and kissed before, just having a proper conversation made both of them blush. Overall, this trip to the commune brought their hearts closer. At 11 in the morning, they went down to check out. This time, Song she didn't ask Zhou-yi to carry her. She planned to walk slowly, since there was still plenty of time before 4 p.m., and walking slowly wouldn't make her late. Beautiful sister, goodbye. When I come back to the commune next time, I'll visit you again. Song she waved to Li Qingqing after checking out. Zhou-yi thought to himself, the little wife's words were so sweet. She said she was the prettiest, but she called someone else beautiful sister, making her heart bloom with happiness. Get well soon. Li Qingqing reached the door and handed a paper-wrapped package to Song Shi. She said goodbye with a sad look. She didn't expect this young girl to be married at such a young age, while she herself didn't even have a partner. She has high standards for a partner, good family background and good looks, otherwise, she wouldn't accept anyone. Thank you, beautiful sister. We're going home now. Goodbye. Song she waved to Li Qingqing. She had traveled to a parallel universe where she could start her life over. Meeting such a friend was a lucky thing. Goodbye, Song Shi. Li Qingqing also waved, hoping to see the healthy Song Shi next time. She looked pale and fragile, making people feel sorry for her. Song Shi thought that since she and Li Qingqing had just met, Li Qingqing probably wouldn't give her very expensive gifts. So, she put the paper package Li Qingqing gave her into her basket. On the way to the state-run restaurant, Zhou-yi wanted to carry Song Shi, but she refused. She wasn't hurt badly, just a head injury, not a broken leg, so she could still walk. She was just weak and tired easily, so she couldn't walk for long. Besides, Zhou-yi was carrying dozens of pounds of things. He cared about her, and she didn't want to add to his burden. The state-run restaurant wasn't far from the guest house. There were several such restaurants in the commune, so they walked slowly and soon arrived at the restaurant's door. It wasn't yet dinner time, so there weren't many people inside, just a few scattered customers. There was no long line at the counter either. As soon as Zhou-yi and Song Shi entered, They drew some attention from the customers, mainly because Song-shi had a bandage wrapped around her head, giving her a fragile, delicate look. Zhou-yi helped Song-shi sit at a table in the main hall. He then went to buy food at the window with money and tickets. Song-shi couldn't eat greasy food yet, so he ordered 2 bowls of noodles, one with shredded meat for her and a vegetarian one with cabbage for himself. Song-shi sat at the table, looking at the things at her feet. She occasionally looked up at Zhou-yi. He looked strong and upright. Being with someone like him, she thought, couldn't be bad. During this time, state-run restaurants lacked good service. Customers had to carry their own food. Although Song-shi had read many books, she didn't know the details. She only understood after watching Zhou-yi bring back 2 bowls of noodles. "Brother E, you eat first. I'll go get a glass of water," Song-shi said as she stood up and headed to the window. When she saw Zhou-yi about to stand up and help her, she reached out and patted his shoulder. "I can do it myself, and I also need to exercise. Otherwise, my leg muscles might weaken and I might not be able to walk later. You wouldn't want me to become disabled, right?" Seeing Song-shi walk forward bravely, Zhou-yi wanted to say that even if she became disabled, she was his wife, and he wouldn't leave her. At the window, Song-shi paid and ordered a dish of braised pork. Maybe because it was mealtime and busy, there were already many prepared dishes. She didn't wait long before a full plate of braised pork arrived. The state-run restaurant was surprisingly generous, big portions and plenty of oil. The braised pork looked delicious, fragrant, and tempting. Song-shi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, she knew she could only eat light food now and avoid greasy dishes, as her stomach might not handle it well. Even if she needed to recover, it had to be gradual. "Brother E, please try some braised pork." Song-shi carefully carried the dish and slowly placed it in front of Zhou-yi. Zhou-yi looked a bit jealous. "Wife, eat quickly. We still need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative later. Don't waste time," Song-shi said as she sat back down, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating her noodles without even wiping the sweat from her forehead. Sigh. Doing such small tasks made her so exhausted. She didn't know when she could regain her healthy, modern body. Zhou-yi picked up a piece of braised pork, rinsed it in his noodle soup, then put it into Song-shi's bowl. "Wife, try this. Just a little, it should be fine." The braised pork was very tender. With a gentle pinch of chopsticks, it broke apart easily. Song-shi ate the lean meat and skin, leaving the greasy fat in the middle. People in this era lacked oil and water, so they loved fatty meat. As a modern person, she couldn't accept such large pieces of fat, so she didn't want Zhou-yi to help her with more meat, or it would just be wasted. Seeing the situation, Zhou-yi carefully took some of Song-shi's fatty meat and ate it. Then, he carefully served her a few pieces of meat and lean meat, but not too much. He knew that restoring health takes time and should be done step by step. Looking at the braised pork and the noodles, Song-shi felt warm inside but also a bit upset. In this era, most couples meet through matchmaking, decide to marry quickly, or even marry without meeting in person. She and Zhou-yi had never met before. She didn't understand why Zhou-yi was so kind to her. Was he afraid he would end up with nothing? Would she let him down? For now, she didn't know. Although she was considered educated in this era and had a small convenience store, with her wealth, she might be able to match with anyone, even someone better. But would that person be as sincere as Zhou-yi? Or would they only be interested in her background? Zhou-yi originally wanted to pack the braised pork to take home for dinner, but since it was so hot outside, he thought it would spoil if packed. So, he ate a plate of braised pork, a bowl of plain noodles, and half a bowl of shredded meat noodles. She had a small appetite and only ate half of her portion. Zhou-yi finished the rest. She didn't eat much and finished quickly. After eating, she rested her chin on her hands and watched Zhou-yi eat. Watching someone eat can be very soothing, which is why modern food shows are so popular. Zhou-yi naturally noticed the gaze of his little wife on him. As he lowered his head to eat, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He also hoped that his wife would gradually like him, and someday they could be a loving couple. In their village, most couples had no feelings for each other. They rarely talked. His parents were the same. His mother even abandoned her husband and children for her first love. In this day and age, sons are very precious. Every family with 3 sons would do everything to care for them. But she, for some reason, abandoned her husband and children and even sold her youngest son. Even if his wife didn't like him, he would still treat her well because he had already decided to be good to her. But he also had hopes. He hoped they could love each other and live happily together. Soon it was mealtime. The state-run restaurant was busy with many people waiting in line. After Song Shi and Zhou Yi finished eating, they left without staying at the restaurant. Soon, the two arrived in front of the supply and marketing cooperative. If it had been Song Shi's own choice, she might have been curious about the cooperative. However, in her childhood memories, she had seen the cooperative and knew what was inside, so she wasn't very interested. But since it was still early, waiting at the ox cart gathering point was not only hot but also boring. It would be better to go inside the cooperative and take a look. Coincidentally, Song Shi had received many tickets from the night market. She decided to buy some small items, especially candies and pastries. As a new wife, she thought it wouldn't hurt to have some treats ready in case visitors came. People in the mountains didn't have many entertainment options. Naturally, they talked about each other. She didn't want to be the subject of gossip, but what she didn't know was that, just before she fainted and nearly died, the villagers had already gossiping about her. Even Zhou Yi couldn't escape their talk. Many thought Zhou Yi was too foolish. Even a dead person was needed. According to their view, they should just send the young Song Shi back to the Song family, get back the bride price, and marry a healthy wife instead. Others believed Zhou Yi was loyal and caring. Despite the situation, he didn't abandon his wife and was still willing to spend money to treat her, even though it seemed like an endless expense. Song Shi bought a pound of white rabbit milk candies, a pound of walnut pastries, and a pound of glutinous rice strips. She mainly chose these because she could find similar items in her supermarket. Later, she planned to mix in some supermarket products to confuse others, thinking Zhou Yi probably wouldn't notice. After buying the items, she tucked them into Zhou Yi's arms. Then she went on to buy fabric, needles, and thread. Zhou Yi was willing to spend so much money on her new clothes, but he wouldn't buy himself a new one. Song Shi felt sorry for him and decided to buy some fabric to make him a few new outfits. In her university days, she studied fashion design. She loved Hanfu and its accessories. While running a supermarket, she also managed a Hanfu studio, making traditional clothes and headpieces. Although she later became a hands-off boss and her skills became rusty, she still knew how to make simple clothes. She used all her fabric vouchers, buying cloth in navy blue, dark blue, black, and gray. She thought that a handsome man like Zhou Yi, dressed in these mature colors, would look even more attractive. Zhou Yi followed his young wife, helping her carry things. Watching her carefully choose fabric, he felt warm inside. He knew she was picking it for him. Since the Song family had been so cold to her, she probably no longer cared about them. Song Shi didn't like drinking raw water directly. Luckily, she had an industrial ticket, so she bought a hot water kettle. This way, she could always have hot water without rushing to boil it when she was thirsty. Later, she also bought laundry soap and shampoo. She planned to mix them with similar products from the supermarket when she used them. When her shopping was almost done, Song Shi tentatively asked the staff, "Hello, do you have any packaging bags here?" Although her supermarket had clear plastic bags, she was worried they might run out someday. So she wanted to buy some from this era to use around the new year for packaging sunflower seeds, peanuts, red dates, candies, and to earn some extra money. Jiang Jai, the staff at the supply and marketing cooperative, saw how much Song Shi was buying. It cost her 2 months' salary. She was very envious. But envy didn't help. She didn't have that much money herself. When Song Shi asked, Jiang Jai showed her 2 types of bags. One was an oil paper bag, similar to those used for traditional Chinese medicine. The other was a thin, transparent bag sealed with a candle and a steel saw. It was a little tricky to use, but very cheap. 1 mao could buy 100. So, Song Shi bought 500 of each, costing only a yuan in total. When she received the bags, a strange light shone in Song Shi's eyes. Zhou-yi didn't understand, but he thought she looked especially beautiful. Her smile was like a warm winter sun that could melt anyone's heart. "Brother Yi, let's go." Song Shi's main goal was to buy fabric and packaging bags. Everything else was just extras. Now that she had everything, she wasn't in the mood to browse anymore. Zhou-yi was surprised by his young wife's shopping skills. But it also strengthened his resolve to earn more money, so she could enjoy shopping whenever she wanted. He also wanted to ask if Song Shi still needed to buy anything else. But he remembered he didn't have much money himself, so he didn't ask. If she still needed something, they could come back next time. Although the young wife's health has improved, he still decided to wait a while before taking her to the hospital for a checkup. This way, he can feel more at ease, since someone who nearly lost all their blood can't recover quickly. The two arrived at the ox cart meeting point outside the commune before 4 o'clock. The villagers who were herding cattle were already waiting there. When they saw Zhou-yi and Song Shi walking together, they looked surprised. One asked, "Zhou-yi, is your wife better now?" "Not yet," Zhou-yi replied. He helped Song Shi onto the ox cart and covered her belongings with a cloth bag. The doctor said she has recovered a bit, but it will take more time to get back to normal. "That's good." The villager nodded happily for Zhou-yi. He felt genuinely glad for him. This young man had finally come through a tough time. As time approached, villagers from the commune started to gather. They saw the cloth bag covering Zhou-yi's basket and became curious. Some even wanted to peek inside to see what good things he had, but when Zhou-yi glared at them fiercely, they quickly withdrew their hands. At exactly 4 o'clock, the ox cart slowly started back. It didn't matter if anyone was late. The cart had been here since morning. No matter how busy they were, they wouldn't be still here at this time if they weren't leaving the village. Song Shi felt a bit uncomfortable from the bumpy ride. Zhou-yi put his arm around her and let her lean on his shoulder. An aunt who had wanted to see what was in Zhou-yi's basket looked a little jealous. She asked, "Zhou-yi, did you pay off the money you borrowed to marry your wife so quickly?" The implication was that he still owed money and hadn't bought anything yet. "I haven't paid it off yet," Zhou-yi replied bluntly. "Auntie, you're so concerned about us. Do you want to help us pay it back? If so, we'll be very grateful." Hearing this, the aunt worried Zhou-yi might really come after her, so she quickly shut her mouth and didn't say another word. She was afraid Zhou-yi would cling to her family and ask for money. What does Zhou-yi's marriage have to do with her family? His wife isn't married for her family, and her family wouldn't want a sickly girl like her. It would cost a lot to treat her, and there's no guarantee she'll get better. If they spent all that money and she still didn't recover, they might lose everything. Only Zhou-yi, the foolish young man, would be willing to spend so much. I hope Zhou-yi doesn't borrow money from her family again, or she might use a broom to chase him away. Although Song Shi felt uncomfortable, she could still hear the sounds from the ox cart. When she heard that Zhou-yi hadn't repaid the money he borrowed for his bride, she realized he was pretending to be poor. If others found out he only had over 200 yuan, they would doubt where the money came from. Some might even ask him to teach them how to make money. Close friends might help him, but strangers? Probably not. Not everyone is worth helping. Some people are like snakes. Helping them could harm oneself. It was still quite late in summer. When the ox cart reached the village entrance of Ping'an, it was just getting dark, but not yet night. Zhou-yi carried the basket on his back and helped Song Shi down from the cart. He asked kindly, "Wife, how do you feel? Should I carry you home?" Although she had a lot of things, she was light, and with him helping, he could manage. Song Shi quickly stopped Zhou-yi from carrying her. It was only about 10 minutes on foot to his house, and she could manage. Besides, in this era, men and women are very cautious. If Zhou-yi carried her home, someone might cause trouble. The village had many families and people. There were good and bad folks. She didn't want to be the center of gossip again. Zhou-yi smiled gently and decided not to carry her anymore. He helped her walk home. When they arrived, he took Song Shi to rest in her room. Instead of immediately organizing the things they bought, he went to the kitchen to boil water for her bath. She lay on the bed for a while. When she felt less heavy, she sat up and took off her top. She had been outside all day, and her clothes were soaked. Although the evening breeze had dried her, the smell of sweat still made her uncomfortable. In this era, there were no comfortable, pretty underwear like today. Most people didn't wear underwear. Even wealthier families only prepared plain cotton vests for their daughters, similar to men's big vests but shorter. The Song family didn't consider She a real person, so they wouldn't prepare such things for her. Yi obviously didn't know about these, so he wouldn't have thought to prepare them either. She couldn't find a suitable outfit for this era, so when she took off her top, her spring-like beauty was fully revealed, creating a charming scene. As She reached for clean clothes, she caught a glimpse of Yi standing by the door, holding a wooden basin. She froze in place, then quickly grabbed an old shirt and tightly covered her chest. "Dear, I help you bathe every day, 2 or 3 times a day." Seeing her blush deeply, Yi felt eager. He knew the weather was hot, and he worried she might feel uncomfortable. He cared for her sincerely, helping her several times a day. There was nothing he hadn't seen before. However, when caring for her, he was very respectful. He never crossed any boundaries. First, her body wasn't fully recovered, and second, he wanted her to willingly accept his help before doing anything more. "I'm now able to do some things myself, so starting today, I want to handle small matters on my own," she said, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. Before, he helped her because she was unconscious and couldn't take care of herself. But now she could manage herself, and she felt resistant and shy about him helping her again. Yi placed a basin of hot water on the floor beside the bed. The white linen cloth draped over the basin's edge, and he sat next to She. "Wife, are you betraying me? Brother Yi, I think you really like playing the role of a caretaker." She looked up in surprise, meeting Yi's teasing eyes. She was speechless. Not letting him care for her made her feel more relaxed and gave her more time for herself. Yet, he accused her of betraying him. Was she really betraying him? Yi gently placed his hand on She's thin back. The weather was hot, and her body temperature was high. His hand was warm too, so when he touched her, she felt as if her skin was burning. "I don't like being a caretaker for others, and I won't serve anyone. But if the person is you, I am willing to try anything," Yi whispered, leaning in and gently biting her ear. His voice was deep, magnetic, and full of temptation. After Yi finished speaking, he moved his lips to She's and began to explore her sweetness. She had only been in one modern relationship, which was not serious, so she had no experience with kissing and didn't know what to do. She tried to push him away, but he thought she was responding and kissed her more deeply, becoming more eager and unable to stop. However, I must say, men have really improved a lot in this area. When he first kissed her, it was just a gentle touch, and he didn't dare to move. Now he was starting to try different techniques. Do men naturally know how to do this? Her clothes, which were blocking her chest, accidentally fell aside. She hurriedly reached out to grab them, but Yi held her hand tightly. She felt both shy and angry, her heart pounding wildly. In the end, she closed her eyes. She knew Yi wouldn't really hurt her. He was just trying to get some affection from her. "Sweetheart, you rest at home. I'll go deliver some things to Dad and come back soon," Yi said, holding She. After he calmed down and finished tidying her up, he took some cured meat and duck and left. He didn't lock the house door, but locked the courtyard gate. He felt uneasy leaving his wife alone, so locking the door was safer, preventing any strange people from disturbing her rest. After Yi left with the things, She sat up. Her face was still red, but despite Yi being a rough man from the mountains, his advances made her, a modern independent woman, a little overwhelmed. She wondered why she was so useless. Could it be that she missed love too much in the modern world? Feeling annoyed, She bit her lip. After a moment, she patted her face with her hands and then drank the cooled boiled water on the table, calming her racing heart. Then she got out of bed to organize the things she had bought. The first thing she picked up was the oil paper bag given to her by the guest house staff. When she opened it and saw a piece of fresh pork belly inside, she was stunned. In this era, pork was very hard to buy. There was a shortage of supply, and you needed a meat ticket. City people could probably only eat pork once a month. But Li Qingqing generously gave her a piece of plum pork belly. Such meat was very popular and hard to find in this time. Li Qingqing gave her some pork, probably because she saw that she was badly hurt and wanted to help her recover. She couldn't help feeling very grateful to Li Qingqing. People say it's easy to add beauty to something, but hard to help in times of need. Although she and Li Qingqing had just met and weren't even friends, Li Qingqing still gave her such a big gift. She decided that next time she went to the commune, she would bring some things to Li Qingqing. Thinking about the hot weather, the pork had been in the oil paper bag for most of the day. She wasn't sure if it had gone bad, so she quickly brought the pork close to her nose to smell it. The greasy smell of pork was there, but no strange odor, so the meat was still good. She hurried into the supermarket, placed the pork in the meat and poultry display cabinet, and then turned around to see the handmade dumpling area across from her. There were several freezers filled with handmade dumplings. The staff made them fresh, and each dumpling looked round and shiny, like gold ingots. On the table where the staff made the dumplings, many unboxed dumplings were neatly arranged. She immediately had an idea. She quickly left the supermarket, went back to her house, and brought rice, flour, cooking oil, seasonings, and other supplies to the kitchen. Seeing what was inside, she couldn't help but feel sad. People in the mountains and rural areas in this era were really poor. Zhou Yi's kitchen didn't have much, just a pile of firewood, an old table, 2 large jars, one for storing grain and one for water, and a few small jars for pickles. Now, only the water jar had some water, and one small jar contained dried wild vegetables, with large leaves that looked a bit like purslane. The jar for storing grain had some coarse rice and a few eggs, all sent by Zhou Yi's father earlier. She found Zhou Yi a bit hard to understand. He had over 200 yuan saved, plus 100 yuan in bride price, totaling more than 300 yuan. Yet, she wondered why he didn't go to the night market to buy some things to make life better. Her nose felt a little sore, but she knew it wasn't the time to complain. She quickly sprinkled a little flour on the old table, then cut some cabbage and pork, and bought 50 dumplings filled with pork and cabbage from the supermarket, pretending she had made dumplings herself. She feels sorry for Zhou Yi. She eats plain vegetable soup with no salt or oil, which has almost no nutrition, and she leaves the good food for him. His body is already very thin, and if he continues like this, he will become very weak over time. Zhou Yi is her savior. She doesn't know how to thank him, so she plans to gradually improve their meals when possible to help him stay healthy and live a long life. She hopes one day to see China grow strong and prosperous, and to witness the happiness of its people. Just thinking about this makes she almost tear up with emotion. She feels so touched. She washes the new cutting board thoroughly. After drying it, she places 50 plump, white dumplings on it. Just as she finishes, she hears a noise outside the door. Soon, Zhou Yi's tall figure enters, then turns to close the door smoothly. Since having a wife, Zhou Yi feels eager to return home. He hates to be away even for a short while. But soon, the cotton and corn in the fields will be harvested, and he will have less time to spend with his wife. That makes him unhappy. "Wife, I'm coming." Zhou Yi hears a soft sound from the kitchen and quickly walks over. "Wife, did you make the dumplings?" Seeing the delicate dumplings on the cutting board, Zhou Yi looks a bit surprised. He only went to his father's place for a little while, not even half an hour, and she managed to make so many dumplings? Making dumplings is quite complicated. It involves kneading dough, chopping filling, and wrapping them, which takes time. The Song family doesn't like me. I've never had a single dumpling in my life. Now that we have flour, pork, and vegetables at home, To ease Zhou Yi's doubts, she immediately shows a look of slight grievance. However, young she truly never ate dumplings in the Song family. Even during New Year's, when they made dumplings, she never got to taste even a sip of the soup. Seeing her situation, Song-shi realizes how lucky she is to live in the modern world. She never drank the soup with her dumplings before. Now she thinks about it, it's really a waste. Wife, don't worry here. You can eat whatever you want in the future. If there's something you want that we don't have, just tell me, Zhou-yi says, gazing into Song-shi's bright, black eyes, unable to help himself from falling deeper. He reached out and gently wiped the white flour on Song-shi's forehead and hair. At home, she could eat whatever was available, and if there was something she wanted that wasn't there, he would find a way to get it for her. Zhou-yi's actions made Song-shi feel a bit confused. She felt shy and wanted to avoid his help in fixing her hair, but he had already taken a step ahead and used one hand to hold her waist, making it impossible for her to step back. Zhou-yi naturally noticed that his little wife was a bit nervous. The more she was nervous, the happier he was, because it showed she was starting to care about him, even if slowly. That was a good sign. Wife, sit down and rest first. I'll cook some dumplings, Zhou-yi said as he helped Song-shi onto a small bench. Then he started boiling water. When it was hot enough, he added some salt. Once the water boiled, he put the dumplings in. Song-shi watched nearby. She didn't expect Zhou-yi to be so serious and good-looking when cooking. She knew that in this era, even men in the countryside thought doing housework was embarrassing and believed it was a woman's job. Even today, some men still hold on to old ideas and are unwilling to help their wives with chores. So Zhou-yi was really quite good. The dumplings were ready quickly. Zhou-yi used a bowl to serve them. Song-shi hurriedly said, Brother E, I only want 10 dumplings with more soup. She wanted to taste the soup to see if it was good. The two sat under the osmanthus tree eating dumplings. After taking a bite, Zhou-yi could tell that the pork in the dumplings was fresh, not cured meat. But he clearly remembered they hadn't bought fresh pork. Wife, this pork. Knowing what Zhou-yi wanted to ask, Song-shi quickly explained, it was given to me by the pretty sister at the guest house. I didn't expect it to stay fresh for so long, especially in this weather. I hurried to make the dumplings.
How are they?
Are they tasty? Tasty. Wife, your cooking skills are good, Zhou-yi said with a smile, eating and praising. The flavor of the filling was indeed good. At least he could make such a filling himself. Brother E, it's because you control the heat well, so the dumplings are so delicious, Song-shi said modestly. She didn't want to take all the credit. These dumplings were handmade by the staff at the supermarket, not made by her. She was just paying the staff their wages. Now, the supermarket is coming to her, but she doesn't know if it still exists in modern times or what happened to the employees. Could it be that she mysteriously arrived here, and all traces of her life in the modern world have been erased?
Does no one remember she ever existed?
If that's the case, it might be for the best. At least, the people who truly care about her and are kind to her won't be hurt by her sudden disappearance. Song-shi's appetite isn't good right now. She can't eat much. Out of 10 dumplings, she ate 6 and took a few sips of soup, then couldn't eat anymore. Just as she was about to give some dumplings to Zhou-yi, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sweetheart, take your time eating. I'll go see who it is, Zhou-yi said, gently touching Song-shi's hair and smiling at her. He then headed toward the door. If it was an unfamiliar person, he wouldn't even let them in. His wife needs rest now, and he wouldn't let any unnecessary visitors disturb her. Zhou-yi quickly walked over and opened the door just a crack. Outside, he saw 2 ragged children standing there. When they saw Zhou-yi, they looked a bit nervous. Most children in the village are like that, dirty and messy, because they are playful and restless. No matter how clean they are dressed, they quickly become muddy. Zhou-yi didn't pay much attention to the village children. But now that visitors had come, he couldn't just chase them away. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you have something to say? The little boy's face turned slightly red. Facing the serious Uncle Zhou-yi, he looked a bit unsure. He raised his hands and said, Uncle Zhou-yi, we found some wild berries on the mountain. They're sour and sweet and very tasty. We wanted to bring some to the little wife. Actually, these 2 children were from the family next door. The 2 families are a bit apart, about a 1 or 2 minute walk. They saw Zhou-yi and Song-shi returning home that evening. Seeing Song-shi walking on her own, they wanted to come over and meet her. "That's thoughtful of you," Zhou-yi said, stepping aside to let the children in. Since his wife was lying at home all day, she might be bored. It would be nice for the children to keep her company and cheer her up. Although Zhou-yi wasn't very familiar with these children, he knew they were well-behaved. With proper guidance, they probably wouldn't go astray in the future. "Sweetheart, these are Little Tree and Little Flower from next door. They brought you some wild berries." Zhou-yi brought back a boy, a girl, and 2 children. He took the wild berries from the little boy's hand and washed them by the well. "Hello, kids." Song-shi smiled and greeted the 2 children. Both children were very thin and fragile, with no flesh on their faces, only large, prominent eyes that looked like they belonged to aliens. Their clothes were patched and worn, and there was a strange smell in the air. The girl's hair looked like it hadn't been washed for a long time, tangled and clumped together. Song-shi's hair was kept tidy by Zhou-yi's help, otherwise, it wouldn't be much better than the girl's. Since she fell down the hill, she hadn't washed her hair at all. "Auntie, you're so pretty. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you," the girl said nervously, clutching her dress. After saying this, she shyly lowered her head. "How old are you, little one?" She thought the girl was adorable. She looked a few years old but said, "I've grown so big," as if she was very grown up. Song-shi's sweet smile and gentle tone made the children relax. They weren't afraid or self-conscious anymore. Since their mother ran away after their father hit her, the village children had teased them as wild children without a mother. But Auntie Song, she never looked down on them. The girl looked up at Song-shi and said, "Auntie, I'm 8 years old. My brother is 10. Song-shi nodded thoughtfully. It seemed these 2 children were malnourished and hadn't grown properly. They looked about 2 years younger than their real ages. Zhou-yi quickly washed the wild berries and put them in a large bowl. He placed the bowl in front of Song-shi. Under the children's watchful eyes, Song-shi picked one berry, put it in her mouth, and tasted it. It was sour and sweet, quite tasty. The berries looked like raspberries or spring berries, but those are usually found in spring. These berries were from summer, so they might be a different kind. Wild berries are very tasty. "Thank you, Little Trees and Little Flowers," said Song-shi. Then she looked at Zhou-yi and asked, "Brother Yi, could you help me get 2 bowls of sugar water? I want to thank the little trees and flowers for bringing me the berries." When the children heard sugar water, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. They have never drunk sugar water before because their family couldn't afford it. Even if they had a little money, it was used to buy food, not sugar. Little Auntie, we're not thirsty. "You should keep the sugar water for your health," Little Tree, who hadn't spoken before, finally said. He waved his hands. Even though his mouth was watering, he didn't want to take the patient's sugar water. The thoughtful behavior of the 2 children made Song-shi feel touched. Modern children don't know how lucky they are. At their age, they have hundreds or thousands of yuan in pocket money each day. Unlike children in this era, who can't even drink sugar water. Today, Little Auntie went to the hospital for a checkup and bought some sugar. "I saved some for you to make 2 bowls. Little Auntie still has some left, so don't feel embarrassed. Besides, you brought such delicious mountain berries for Little Auntie. Think of it as exchanging the berries for sugar water. How about that?" Song-shi thought these 2 children were good and could be nurtured well, maybe even brought into her circle in the future. Although she was not feeling well now and couldn't do much, what about in the future? As a modern, independent woman living in the mountains her whole life, she knew she couldn't stay like this forever.
She wanted to achieve something, but the times didn't allow it now.
She had to wait until the right time. Soon, Zhou-yi brought 2 bowls of sugar water. The 2 children hesitated to accept them. Finally, under Song-shi's threat, they took the bowls with both hands and sipped slowly. It got dark. The children didn't stay long. After finishing the sugar water, they said goodbye. Song-shi gave each of them 2 big white rabbit candies and told them to come play whenever they had free time. The children happily agreed. After washing up, Song-shi and Zhou-yi sat on the bed. Zhou-yi carefully introduced the children to Song-shi. The boy was named Zhou Xiaoshu, 10 years old. The girl was his younger sister, Zhou Xiaohua, 8 years old. Their father was somewhat violent and had driven their mother away, leaving only the two children. They had to live under the same roof as their aggressive father, making life difficult. Fortunately, their father couldn't find a stepmother, or life might have been even worse for them. Hearing this, Song-shi sighed softly. Her life was even harder than theirs. "Wife, what's wrong?" Seeing that Song-shi didn't respond, Zhou-yi moved closer. The room was lit by a candle Song-shi bought, much brighter than an oil lamp. Song-shi has long eyelashes, and the shadow of her lashes falls like small fans. Zhou-yi finds her very charming. "I just believe that even if we're poor, we shouldn't let education suffer, and even if life is hard, we shouldn't make the children suffer. After all, children are the hope and future of a family. Most people are poor, and there's nothing they can do about it. She is just an ordinary person and can't change the situation. Honey, trust me." Zhou-yi took Song-shi's hand and held it in his palm. "Trust me, I won't let you suffer, and I won't let our future children suffer either." Song-shi didn't understand what he meant. She looked at him helplessly and then lay down to rest. She was turned to the side, with her back to Zhou-yi. Although her eyes were closed, her mind was thinking about what to do next. If the development of this parallel world follows the same path as the history she learned in modern times, then the next period will be a special era. During this time, staying in the mountains or countryside might be safer. This special era is hard to judge as good or bad. It has falsely accused many good people, but also caught many bad ones. People in modern times also have mixed opinions about this era. She once saw on the internet, "Human history rarely has happiness. It is mostly a journey through suffering, and, in the long river of history, turmoil is the norm, and peace is just an accident." Suddenly, she felt an arm resting on her shoulder. Song-shi's heart fluttered. "Brother E, it's summer and he's so close. It's hot. And he's still so fiery. Honey, let me hold you for a while, just a little while." Zhou-yi leaned behind her, smelling her faint scent, and spoke in a deep voice. Surrounded by warmth, Song-shi quickly felt sleepy. She didn't say anything and closed her eyes. If Zhou-yi really wanted to do something to her, her small body couldn't resist. But she believed Zhou-yi wasn't that kind of inhumane person who would take advantage of her weakness. Although the temperature drops a bit at night, Song-shi still sweats heavily in her sleep. She often feels a cool breeze, but she doesn't know why. Anyway, she was in a daze. When she finally woke up, it was already bright outside. Seeing no one in the room, Song-shi took out her watch and looked at the time. It's already past 10. She had slept for a very long time. But eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well are necessary to recover her damaged body. Song-shi sat drowsily on the edge of the bed. Just as she was about to put on her shoes, she suddenly heard voices outside. From Zhou-yi's words, it seemed he needed 2 ginseng roots and was quite urgent. Thinking about the health supplements area in her supermarket, Song-shi decided to find a chance to check if there were any ginsengs left. She guessed there probably weren't any 100-year-old ginsengs, but 20 or 30-year-old ones should be available. If not, there were Western ginseng slices too. Song-shi put on her shoes and was about to go close the door and enter the supermarket. Just as she reached the door, Zhou-yi noticed her and quickly came over. "Wife, you're awake. Breakfast is warm in the pot. Wash up and come eat." "I know, brother E. You go ahead and do your things," she replied. Zhou-yi was very alert. He seemed to notice every move she made, which made Song-shi too afraid to act rashly. If she wanted to go into the supermarket, she could only do so when he was not at home. Song-shi smiled at Zhou-yi, rubbed her eyes, and went to the kitchen. As she stepped outside, she saw the man who had just been talking to Zhou-yi in the yard. She nodded slightly in greeting, and then went to wash up at the water barrel. Zhou Ping strode over to Zhou-yi, placing his hand on Zhou-yi's shoulder with a look of envy. "You're lucky, kid. Your wife is so beautiful. I bet Zhou-yin must be kicking himself when he sees her. Everyone would feel sorry for her fragile, delicate, and pitiful appearance." If Zhou-yi didn't know she was his wife, Zhou Ping might have fallen in love with her at first sight. Hearing Zhou Yun's name, a dark flicker crossed Zhou Yi's eyes. He then pulled Zhou Ping away. Song, she is my wife. Whether Zhou Yun regrets it or not has nothing to do with me. Don't mention that name in front of me or Song Shi again. After washing up, Song Shi spread out her towel and hung it on the face basin rack. She then opened the pot lid. Inside was a large bowl of thick millet porridge and a boiled egg. It seemed Zhou Yi was just eating casually, leaving the better portions for her. Now that the family had so much food, why was Zhou Yi still so frugal? She took a small bowl and poured only a little millet porridge, then took a boiled egg. She left the rest for Zhou Yi. After finishing her breakfast and washing her dishes, Song Shi returned to her room. She closed and locked the door before sneaking into the supermarket. She went straight to the supplement section. Since her body was currently weak and couldn't be nourished, she didn't take any supplements for herself. Finally, Song Shi took a 30-year-old ginseng and a 50-year-old ginseng, planning to put them in Zhou Yi's wardrobe after she left. If Zhou Yi didn't notice when he came back at night to get his clothes and take a shower, he would find them soon enough. She had been helping him, so it was only right that she helped him in return. Smelling the delicious aroma of the marinated dishes, Song Shi couldn't help but walk over to the prepared food area. She reached out and grabbed a spicy chicken wing tip, but as soon as she picked it up, she froze in place. The chicken wing tip was still hot. She had been in the supermarket several times, which meant several days had passed since her first visit. Why was the chicken wing still hot? And it looked just like it did when it was freshly cooked? Song Shi was shocked. She quickly looked up at the smart clock on the wall. The time displayed was August 2nd, 2030, at 8:30 in the morning, which was her birthday. So, she had traveled here on her birthday. And now, so many days had passed, but the time in the supermarket hadn't changed at all. Could this mean that the time inside the supermarket is frozen? Nothing inside changes, expires, or goes bad. Song Shi couldn't believe it. She reached out and touched the buns and steamed bread. They were still warm, just like fresh out of the oven. She was so excited she almost jumped. This supermarket was a frozen space. Nothing expires or spoils. That meant she could take her time eating everything. Standing in front of her breakfast, Song Shi burst into happy laughter. She didn't know why the supermarket came with her, but everything inside was bought with her own money. All the items belonged to her, so she didn't have to worry about using them or feel guilty about anyone. Next, she planned to use the supplies in the supermarket to help Zhou Yi recover his health. Other matters could wait until later. In her excitement, Song Shi lost track of time. It wasn't until Zhou Yi called out, "Wife," repeatedly in the yard that she hurriedly came out of the supermarket. She quickly threw the ginseng into Zhou Yi's wardrobe and then opened the door to leave. When Zhou Yi saw Song Shi, he carried a basket over. He lifted the top layer of grass to reveal a large, fat grass carp. He looked at Song Shi as if asking for praise, saying, "Wife, I'll cook fish soup for you tonight. Brother Yi, you're amazing. You caught such a big fish. It must weigh about 10 jin, right? But this fish is so huge. Let's cut it in half and send it to Dad. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep it." Song Shi crouched in front of Zhou Yi, looking at the big grass carp in the basket. She was full of admiration, and her big, grape-sized eyes sparkled. Actually, in the seafood section of the supermarket, there are many kinds of fish quietly sitting in tanks. She didn't check them carefully, but if she wanted to catch one, it should be quite easy. She was thinking of going out in a few days to find a chance to take one. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yi caught a big fish first. Song Shi's admiring look made Zhou Yi feel very pleased. He leaned over and kissed her bright, clear, and pretty eyes like grapes. Song Shi was surprised and widened her eyes, instinctively leaning back, but she sat down on the muddy ground. Luckily, it didn't hurt. Zhou Yi quickly helped Song Shi up, brushed the mud off her back, and she blushed. This was so embarrassing. He took her to sit by the kitchen stove, then went to the well. With a quick knife, he started preparing the fish. He cut the fish in half from the middle, keeping the upper half with the head, and left the tail half for his father, Zhou Zhonghua. Seeing this, Song Shi teased with a smile, "Brother Yi, you're a bit naughty." He could have split the fish along the backbone so both the head and tail could be kept, but he chose to cut it in the middle, leaving the part with many bones for his father. Fortunately, his father wasn't old, or else eating so many bones wouldn't be safe. Really? You think that's naughty? Zhou Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He understood what Song Shi meant, but he was just annoyed by the fish's tailbones. He didn't think about who he was doing this for. Don't worry, this is a big fish. It has big bones, but no small bones that can hurt people. Zhou Yi first stewed the fish. After adding some firewood under the stove, he went to deliver the fish to Zhou Zhenghua. Thinking of Song Shi, he invited her. Wife, do you want to go for a walk together? Sure. It's a good chance to exercise. Song Shi stood up and walked toward Zhou Yi, naturally reaching out her hand to him, without even realizing it. Zhou Yi happily took her hand, a big smile spreading across his face. The two of them went together to deliver the fish to Zhou Zhenghua. Zhou Yi placed the fish in the basket and covered it with some grass, mainly to avoid being seen by the villagers and causing trouble. Ping'an village is surrounded by mountains on all sides. There isn't much here, just lots of mountains. Due to natural disasters in recent years, many mountains are now just bare rocks, weeds, and shrubs. There are no large, healthy trees. Song Shi walks slowly, looking up at the distant scenery. In the hot summer sun, the bright sunlight makes it hard to open her eyes, let alone see the distant view clearly. So, Song Shi plans to wait until she feels better before exploring the mountains properly and learning more about the area. Right now, she only has a middle school education, and her body isn't fully recovered. She can't afford to take the college entrance exam early because there is still over a year before it happens. After that, the government will start sending young people to the countryside to support rural development. Young people without jobs in the city will be sent to the countryside. If she has no work, she will have to stay in the mountains. Jobs are very rare and hard to find these days. Without connections, she can't find a job. So, she might end up staying in the mountains for more than 10 years. Since she might be there that long, she wants to make her life better. She plans to rely on the mountains for food and water, but first, she needs to understand the mountains well enough to carry out her plans. Zhou Yi doesn't know what his young wife is thinking, but he doesn't ask too many questions. When they arrive at the wooden door, Zhou Yi knocks. Soon, Zhou Zhenghua comes out of the house and runs to open the yard gate. He initially wanted to ask Zhou Yi why he came, but when he saw Song Shi standing next to Zhou Yi, he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Instead, he just gestured for them to come inside. The sun outside is very strong. Xiao Shi, how are you feeling now? Zhou Zhenghua doesn't sit in the usual high position but sits beside Zhou Yi. Here, there are no complicated rules. Dad, I feel much better, lighter than before. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Brother Yi. Once I recover, I will definitely repay both of you. Having such a kind father-in-law really touches Song Shi's heart. They didn't give up on her when she was close to death. They pulled her back from the brink. Whatever they need in the future, as long as she can help, she will never refuse. Since you married into our Zhou family, you're part of the family now. I hope that, whether in poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, you and Zhou Yi will love and cherish each other. Don't abandon each other easily. Zhou Yi's hardships are not known to others, but Zhou Zhenghua, as a father, understands clearly. When Zhou Yi was 4 years old, his mother ran away. Zhou Zhenghua, being a man, didn't know how to raise children. As long as his son was alive, that was enough. So, the two brothers were left to fend for themselves from a young age. Now that Zhou Yi is married, he naturally hopes that Zhou Yi will have a good life in the future. As for the older brother, who has been out of contact, Zhou Zhenghua doesn't know what happened to him outside. He fears falsely accusing him, so he doesn't hold any resentment. Whatever the truth is, it will be revealed when he returns. Seeing Zhou Yi and Zhou Zhenghua both looking at her with hope, waiting for her response, Song Shi struggled and hesitated for a moment. Then she looked up at Zhou Yi, meeting his serious eyes. Her heart, which had been single for over 20 years in modern times, wavered in this parallel world. Actually, Zhou Yi looks good, works hard, and can earn money. If others knew he was carrying a large sum of money, many women would eagerly want to marry him. even if he lived in a remote mountain area. Plus, his family is simple, just him and his father. They haven't seen anyone else. It's likely that his mother is either gone or remarried, so it probably doesn't affect their life. Zhou care for her recently made her realize he is a responsible person. She also hasn't noticed any bad temper or bad personality traits. Such a person would make a very good husband. As for the love everyone pursues, it's not always about grand, passionate feelings. Gentle, steady love, like a calm breeze and flowing water, is also love. Song-shi took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Dad, don't worry. Brother E and I will work hard to make a good life. They say that after surviving a great hardship, good fortune will follow. Maybe her good fortune is the Zhou family father and son. Neither in modern times, nor here has she received complete fatherly love or perfect love. Perhaps here, she can have both. Hearing Song-shi's words, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly brightened, shining brighter than the moon in the night sky. Has his little wife accepted him? Zhou Zhonghua also let out a small sigh of relief. Although he had only recently met Song-shi and didn't yet like her very much, he didn't want his son's efforts to go to waste. During the days when Song-shi was in danger, Zhou Yi was so worried he could see it. He cared deeply for his son and felt heartache for him. He took on responsibility and quickly grew up. Thinking about the fish soup at home, the two of them sat for a while with Zhou Zhonghua, then went back home. When they arrived, Zhou Yi didn't rush to check the fish soup in the pot. Instead, he held Song-shi tightly. Wife, I am really so happy. Thank you. He smiled broadly, looking like a big fool. Brother E, I am very hot, Song-shi said, feeling both warm and uncomfortable from being held so tightly. It was August, the height of summer. She reached out to push Zhou Yi, but her body wasn't very strong. Wife, I'm sorry. I got too excited, Zhou Yi said, then gently let go of Song-shi. He took her hands instead, as if he wouldn't be happy without touching her. Wife, I will work hard to earn money so you can live a good life. She was so kind and beautiful. It was unfair to her to be with him, but he wouldn't give up. He promised to work even harder so she could live better than city folks. No, even better than city people. Song-shi knew that once she nodded, she would face certain things. Thinking about what was coming, she felt a little shy. Brother E, my body still. Wife, I am not a beast, Zhou Yi said with a smile when he looked into her moist eyes. Did he usually act like a beast? It didn't seem so. He just liked to be sweet sometimes. He had never done anything inappropriate to her. Zhou Yi's words surprised Song-shi, making her eyes widen. She wanted to say that her body wasn't fully recovered yet, and he wouldn't want to fulfill their marital duties so soon, right? But before she finished speaking, he seemed to understand her meaning. Was he a mind reader? Zhou Yi didn't know what Song-shi was thinking, nor did he try to figure it out. He quickly went to the kitchen to check the fish soup. When it was almost done, he took out the firewood from under the pot and placed it aside, preparing to cook rice. It was clear he only used a little rice, showing he was preparing for Song-shi. Song-shi hurriedly said, Brother E, cook a little more. Let's eat together. Only if we're healthy can we work hard for the future. Otherwise, no matter how nice words are, they are just empty talk. With her there, their family wouldn't lack food. There was really no need to be so frugal. Brother E, trust me. Our days will get better and better. A hint of hesitation flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. Song-shi blinked, her bright black eyes seeming to have a magical charm that made it hard for anyone to refuse her. In the end, Zhou Yi ate a whole bowl of rice after hearing Song-shi's words. Once the fish soup was ready, Zhou Yi stir-fried some wild vegetables. Although it was summer, everyone didn't have good vegetable seeds. To fill their stomachs, they grew things like sweet potatoes and corn in their small plots and yards. Zhou Yi's yard had 2 rows of sweet potatoes. It wasn't time to harvest them yet, but the land was poor and dry, looking like white, hard soil. The sweet potatoes didn't grow well, and probably next month, there wouldn't be many to harvest. However, Song-shi had access to a supermarket, so she could buy some sweet potatoes later and mix them in. The slightly late lunch was served. Song-shi looked at the milky white fish head soup in front of her, feeling a bit hesitant because it lacked seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic. The soup was a little fishy, but not as strong as the smell of feed fish. To not disappoint Zhou Yi's kind efforts, Song-shi held her breath and quickly scooped the soup into her mouth with a spoon. She wanted to eat more and recover her health quickly. Later, when she cooked, she could add seasonings freely and make flavorful dishes. Song-shi finished the fish soup quickly. Zhou Yi also scooped a lot of white fish meat onto her plate. "Wife, eat more," he said. Looking at the tasteless fish, Song-shi missed dishes like braised fish, pickled fish, sweet and sour fish, steamed fish, and grilled fish on a hot iron plate. Thinking of these, her mouth involuntarily watered. She was determined to recover her health soon and cook many delicious meals to treat herself. Her stomach had really been suffering lately. What do people do after dinner in summer? Naturally, take a nap. As soon as Song-shi put down her chopsticks, she felt drowsy. She covered her mouth and yawned widely, washed her face with warm water, and went back to her room to rest. As she drifted into sleep, she felt a gentle breeze blowing toward her. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a figure sitting on the bed's edge, gently fanning himself with a palm leaf. So that's it. Song-shi felt that her current treatment was better than that of a newborn baby. She slept for several hours. When she woke up, the sunset was already low in the sky. Some rooftops had begun to smoke with cooking fumes. Song-shi felt much lighter and stretched comfortably. She patted her cheeks with both hands to wake herself up completely, then got up and went outside. The house and yard were very quiet, showing that Zhou Yi was not at home. Seeing leaves all over the area where people usually move in the yard, Song-shi went to the corner and picked up a bamboo broom to sweep the yard slowly. The bamboo broom was heavy. Song-shi, with her thin arms, tried hard to hold it and sweep the ground. When she heard a knocking at the door, she put down the broom and went to open it. However, she couldn't open the door because Zhou Yi had locked it from the outside. "Who is outside?" Song-shi asked from behind the door since she couldn't go out. "Little auntie, it's us. We picked some wild berries again today. We thought you might like them, so we're bringing some over," came Zhou Xiaoshu's voice outside. The two children were well-behaved and wanted to repay the kindness of those who treated them well. "Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, thank you. I can't go out right now. Could you please leave them outside the door?" Song-shi took out 4 big white rabbit candies and threw them out. "I have a few more candies here. You two can share them. Don't fight over them." "Thank you, little auntie," the children said cheerfully. They picked up the candies and carefully placed the wild berries in the corner by the door before quickly running away. Although they were still young, they had to work. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have wild vegetable soup to eat. Song-shi thought these two children were quite nice. She actually wanted to get to know them better. Kids run around everywhere and hear many things. They're almost like walking encyclopedias. She could use these children to learn more about Pingan Village. If Pingan Village was a good place, she wouldn't mind helping everyone. But if it wasn't, she would just shut the door and live her own small life. After sweeping the yard, Song-shi put the broom back in the corner. She was already sweating from a heat, her hair soaked with sweat, looking as if she had just washed it. She poured a glass of cold boiled water and sat under the osmanthus tree to rest. While drinking tea and adjusting her mood, she looked around Zhou Yi's yard. She saw the sweet potato vines and remembered that the sweet potato stems under the leaves could also be eaten. Stir-fried, they had a fresh, sweet taste. She went to pick a few, then sat under the osmanthus tree, slowly tearing the stems into small pieces. When Zhou Yi returned and saw Song-shi sitting under the osmanthus tree preparing vegetables, he hurriedly said, "Wife, leave it to me. You rest. I am feeling much better now and can do some simple tasks," Song-shi said softly with a gentle smile. Zhou Yi only had one thought. In the hot summer, having you is so sweet. Zhou Yi was feeling very hot, so he didn't say much to Song-shi. He placed a basket of wild berries by the door in front of her and took a bucket of well water into the house. Usually, he would go to the well at night to wash, but now he was worried about scaring his little wife, so he went back inside to handle things. When he was grabbing clothes, he caught a glimpse of 2 ginseng plants and was a bit surprised. Recently, whenever he had free time, he went up the mountain mainly to look for ginseng. When he asked the old traditional doctor to help save Song-shi, he promised to find 2 ginseng plants for him. But he hadn't found any yet. The mountain had very few wild vegetables, let alone ginseng. If a ginseng appeared, it would have been snatched long ago. How could he possibly find one? He wondered why there were suddenly 2 ready-to-use ginseng plants at home, drying in the sun. Through the window, Zhou-yi looked at Song-shi under the osmanthus tree. He couldn't understand it, so he decided not to think about it for now. He needed to solve the urgent problem first. After all, his little wife was really getting better. A person should keep their promises, otherwise, it would be hard to ask for help in the future. Days passed, and Song-shi's health improved day by day. Now, she no longer got out of breath after walking a few steps. That night, just as Song-shi fell asleep, she heard a loud thunderclap in the pitch-dark night where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She was startled awake. Looking out the window at the lightning illuminating the whole world, Song-shi felt very anxious inside. She was a visitor from another world. Was she going to be struck by lightning and have her soul scattered? Are you scared? Zhou-yi's deep, sexy voice suddenly came through the thunder and lightning. Outside the window, the lightning flashed, making Zhou-yi's face flicker in and out of view. Song-shi, feeling helpless, said, "A little." She wasn't sure whether she was more afraid or her little self, Song-shi. In modern times, she had faced even scarier thunderstorms that felt like divine tribulations, but she had never been this afraid before. Zhou-yi reached out and held Song-shi in his arms, giving her a gentle kiss on her forehead. His tone was very tender. "Don't be afraid. Your husband is here." Song-shi's ear was pressed against his chest, clearly hearing his strong, steady heartbeat. Somehow, she felt at ease and didn't argue with what he said. He was right, he really was her husband. While she was unconscious, they quietly completed the marriage registration. Just as Zhou-yi finished speaking, Song-shi hadn't yet had time to enjoy this intimate moment. Outside, heavy rain was pouring down loudly, hitting the roof and the ground with loud sounds. Song-shi, feeling a bit anxious again, asked, "Brother Yi, do you think our roof can hold up? I don't know about others, but ours definitely can. When the matchmaker told me there was a girl who could marry me, I fixed the roof a bit. So don't worry," Zhou-yi said, holding Song-shi. It felt like he was holding his whole world. His heart was always full of happiness. "Matchmaker? Can you tell me more about her?" The family had secretly arranged for Song-shi to go to high school, without her knowing. She also didn't know they had looked for a suitor for her behind her back. One day, a matchmaker came to our village. She said she had a girl of marriage age, but the bride price was high. She asked if I was interested. I didn't expect that they didn't even notify us. They just sent you over. I wasn't prepared at all. If I had known, our family wouldn't be so poor, Zhou-yi said happily. He was glad he didn't refuse like Zhou-yin did, or he might never have had the chance to meet Song-shi. Really? People get married so casually, Song-shi exclaimed in surprise. But then she understood. Since ancient times, girls' marriages were often decided by their parents and matchmakers. They didn't have the right to choose. Many couples only met for the first time on their wedding day. Although marriage law in the early 1950s emphasized free marriage, no one could force marriage on others. Still, true love and free choice in marriage were rare. Even today, parents often don't allow their children to date freely. If a girl has a boyfriend, her parents might still insist she marry someone they approve of, or someone from a good family background. In short, where is true freedom in this world? Looking at Song-shi's slightly confused expression, Zhou-yi hesitated to speak. Actually, he was quite grateful for this casual marriage. Otherwise, she might not have known who the Song family would have sent her to. Clatter, clatter. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour from the dark sky. Amid the thunder and wind, Song-shi slowly closed her heavy eyelids. She felt the person in her arms relax completely. Zhou-yi opened his eyes, and in the flash of lightning, He gently kissed her forehead before happily closing his eyes again. In the morning, sunlight broke through the clouds, shining like golden streaks, spectacular and beautiful. A faint mist still lingered on the mountaintop, making it look like a fairyland. Song-shi woke up in Zhou-yi's arms. She blinked drowsily and looked into his deep, dark eyes. She suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and swallowed hard. Had she just been acting silly in front of Zhou-yi? Wake up, wife. Do you want to get up and have breakfast? Seeing her avoid him, Zhou-yi felt very happy, just like the sunshine outside. Brother Yi has already prepared breakfast? Song-shi was a little surprised. She mainly thought he was too hardworking, taking care of her, doing laundry, cooking, and housework. He was like a super husband. Yes, it's ready. You can eat when you get up. Zhou-yi took the chance to kiss her cheek quickly before jumping out of bed. He was worried that if he took too many small advantages, his wife might get annoyed. Maybe because of the heavy rain last night, the morning air was especially fresh. Breathing it in made her feel very comfortable. Song-shi stood by the door, looked up, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed the fresh air for a while before going to wash up and have breakfast. After breakfast, Zhou-yi untied the bandage on Song-shi's head and applied medicine to her wound at the back of her head. The wound has scabbed over, so no need to keep the bandage. Wife, we won't wrap it anymore. Okay, Song-shi nodded. She reached out to touch her wound but hesitated, then withdrew her hand. Brother Yi, is the wound big? Am I bald now? It's not big, about the size of a quarter coin. Don't worry, your hair will grow back, Zhou-yi said, picking up a horn comb and gently helping her comb her messy hair. Regarding Zhou-yi's opinion, Song-shi does not believe it. If the wound was really only the size of a coin, little Song-shi wouldn't have died. So, the wound must be at least the size of 2 coins, but since it is on the back of her head, she can cover it with her hair, so it won't affect her appearance. Moreover, she doesn't look bad. When she was in the supermarket, she looked exactly like her modern self at 17. The only difference is that in this time she is too thin, so she doesn't look as beautiful as in modern times. As long as she takes good care of her health and recovers, her looks will come back naturally. When Zhou-yi helped her comb her hair, he was very gentle and careful. Song-shi didn't feel any pulling on her scalp, which shows Zhou-yi is very patient. She gathered her hair in front of her, measured the length, and found that her hair reached below her belly button. Wow, her hair is so long. But it is also very thin, yellowish, and frizzy, looking unhealthy. In this era, most girls are undernourished, and even many boys in the countryside are too. Everyone is lacking enough food, so where would they get proper nutrition? Honey, last night there was a heavy rain. There should be many mushrooms growing on the mountain. I will go pick some later, and we can make mushroom soup. Are there really mushrooms so quickly? Song-shi finds it hard to believe. In modern times, she had tried growing mushrooms from mushroom kits, and they took time to sprout. Mushrooms grow fast in the mountains. They can appear in just one morning. If we don't pick them early, they'll grow bigger and won't taste good anymore. Zhou-yi gently stroked Song-shi's hair and then went to the storage room to get a basket. Song-shi quickly said, Brother Yi, there's no need to lock the door anymore. I don't have anything to do now. She knows Zhou-yi always locks the door when he goes out because he's worried about her. But now she is almost fully recovered, and there's really no need to be so cautious. Okay. Zhou-yi turned back and smiled at Song-shi. His obedient look made him seem very simple and honest. Seeing Zhou-yi leave, Song-shi hurriedly called out, Brother Yi. Zhou-yi looked back when he saw Song-shi hesitating, and his heart almost melted. Honey, do you want to go pick mushrooms too? Don't worry. Different kinds of mushrooms grow on the mountain in each season. When you're feeling better, I will definitely take you up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Seeing that Zhou-yi misunderstood her meaning, Song-shi felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly said, Be careful of the poisonous snake, then hurried back to her room, closed the door, and leaned against it. Why did she have to force him to say what he meant? Some things are better left unsaid once understood, don't you think? Zhou-yi looked at the closed door and smiled faintly. He felt so cared for by his young wife. He had never felt this sweet before. Since she came into his life, He felt like he was soaking in honey every day, and his heart was always full of happiness. Zhou closed the courtyard door, took his basket, and left. This time, he didn't lock the door. When Song-shi heard the door close in the yard, she knew Zhou had gone out. She waited a few more minutes, then slipped into the supermarket. She hadn't gone out before, so she couldn't take other things with her. But their home wasn't lacking anything for now, except winter clothes and blankets. She planned to wait a couple of months, and then find a way to get similar items from her space. Song-shi took a mirror and a black hair tie. Based on her memory as the young Song-shi, she braided 2 traditional plaits, which were unique to this era. She also cut her bangs simply, making them level with her eyebrows to reveal her bright, big eyes. She looked like a pure schoolgirl. Who would think she was already married? Thinking about winter clothes and blankets, Song-shi decided to act quickly. She searched Zhou Yi's wardrobe and found some blankets. But they were really hard to look at. Many years old, with the cotton inside darkened. She couldn't accept such a blanket. So, she planned to replace the old cotton with new from the supermarket later. She carried out 2 darkened blankets and hung them on the wooden rack in the yard to dry. The clothesline was too high for her to hang the blankets herself. Zhou didn't have much warm clothing either, just 2 old, tattered cotton-padded jackets. She decided to visit the supply and marketing cooperative later and then buy similar items from the supermarket. Fashion is cyclical. Every 20 years, trends come back. The clothes from this era could become popular again in 20 years. So, she believed she could find similar clothes in the supermarket. While tidying the wardrobe, Song-shi didn't see the 2 ginseng plants. She guessed Zhou Yi's troubles had already been resolved. Song-shi hung all her clothes outside in the yard, leaving only a few old clothes she brought with her. Inside, she kept her middle school graduation certificate and her small notebook. She planned to wait until she felt better to return the money to those little boys. Being able to gather money for Song-shi to go to school shows that these boys are really kind. Even though life is hard and they are struggling, they still try to help her. Even if Song-shi is gone now, she wants to repay their kindness because she has inherited everything from her, good and bad. After finishing all this, Song-shi was very tired. She went straight back to bed and fell asleep quickly. However, she didn't sleep long before she heard a knock on the door. She groggily opened her eyes and lay in bed for a few seconds before fully waking up. She poured some cool water from her teacup onto her hand and patted her face before going to open the door. When she opened it, she saw 2 children, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, standing outside. Song-shi smiled softly and said, "Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, you're here. Come in and sit." She was also quite bored. There was no one she knew in the village. Talking to children could help her learn some news. Plus, these 2 kids seemed honest and easy to get along with. "Little auntie, look at this," Zhou Xiaoshu said, opening his hand to show her. In his palm were a few small purple fruits. Song-shi recognized them as plums, but a late-ripening variety. In many modern neighborhoods and along roadsides, these plums are used as decorative trees in parks. In spring, the trees bloom with pink flowers, very beautiful. In summer, they are full of fruit. The fruit isn't very popular because few people eat it, so most of it rots on the ground and becomes fertilizer for the tree. "Little auntie, try one. If you like it, next time I'll pick some for you," Zhou Xiaoshu said eagerly, looking at her with hope. Maybe because they don't have a mother, they feel very close to Song-shi. They don't like the strange looks from the village women, which make them uncomfortable. This fruit needs to be fully ripe before you eat it. If it's not ripe, it will be very sour and not tasty. Remember that. Song-shi took the few plums from Zhou Xiaoshu's palm and went to the kitchen to wash them with water. Then she poured 2 bowls of cool boiled water for the children. It wasn't that she wouldn't give them sweet drinks, but she couldn't give them too much sugar water to protect their teeth. Just a little now and then was enough. "Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, what do you usually do in the village?" While Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua drank their water, Song-shi sat nearby eating the plums. They were sweet, so they must be ripe. Xiaohua shyly raised her hand and spoke softly, trembling a little. We gather pig grass, cut cow grass, and also dig wild vegetables and pick mushrooms. Children in this era are expected to do chores from a young age. Some families with fewer workers have children go to the fields with adults to earn work points. Thinking about how she would also have to work in the fields once she was healthy made Song-shi a bit worried. Little Song-shi can do it, but she can't. Having memories is one thing, but she has no real experience. She felt a headache coming on.
So, Song-shi really admired children from this time.
Looking at the two kids in front of her, she felt a bit sorry for them. Then her eyes lit up. Xiaoshu, do you know about river snails? It's summer now, the season for drinking beer, eating crayfish, and slurping snails. Thinking of this, Song-shi couldn't help but start to drool. She really wanted to eat. Her supermarket's seafood section also has snails, clams, crayfish, and other seafood. But she couldn't eat such strong flavors right now. Still, that didn't stop her from helping these two children within her ability. Little Andy, that tastes bad, Xiaoshu quickly said, thinking Song-shi wanted to eat river snails. Xiaoshu, I pay for river snails. 5 Jin for 1 penny. You pick as many as you can and I'll buy them. But you need to wash off the mud and drain the water, okay? She couldn't eat them now, but she could wait until her body was better. Although her supermarket had some, the stock wasn't endless. One day, it would run out. She couldn't buy from modern sources, but if she could find a supplier in this era, that would be pretty good too. Thinking of this, Song-shi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She was so clever. This way, she could help Xiaoshu and Xiaohua improve their lives and buy what she wanted at the lowest price. It was simply perfect. Hearing the words, 5 cents for 5 Jin, Zhou Xiaoshu was so surprised that he stood up quickly and looked at Song-shi in disbelief. Although children in the village rarely had the chance to handle money, everyone was very sensitive about it because they knew that only money could buy food, clothes, and necessities. Little Andy, there are plenty of freshwater snails in the rice fields, and no one is eating them. If you want to eat some, I can help pick a basket for you. 5 cents for 5 Jin is too expensive. Outside, coarse grains only cost a few cents per Jin. Food is so precious, yet outside, freshwater snails are so abundant that no one eats them, and yet this little auntie is asking for 5 cents for 5 Jin? Is the little auntie a bit slow, or just doesn't understand? Song-shi reached out and gently held Zhou Xiaoshu's arm, who was a little excited. Xiaoshu, if you're not willing to help with such a small task, then don't come to see me anymore. If you come, I won't pay attention to you. Hearing this, Xiaohuahua's eyes turned red with fear. She had no friends and no one liked her. The new auntie in the village didn't dislike her. She even gave her candy and sweet drinks. She felt very fond of this little auntie and was really afraid that she would stop caring about her. Little auntie, I want to help, but I'm worried you might get hurt, Zhou Xiaoshu quickly explained, misunderstanding Song-shi's words. Although he couldn't afford to go to school at 10 years old, he was starting to understand some things. Little auntie doesn't think she's getting hurt. Not only can she eat freshwater snails, but she also makes friends with you two kids. She feels like she's gained something, Song-shi said, gently rubbing Xiaohuahua's head. Let's agree then. In the future, when you have free time, help me pick freshwater snails, wash them clean, and drain the water. Then, at dusk, bring them over. Don't tell anyone, understand? Xiaohua, can you keep this a secret? Yes, the two children answered softly. Having money means they can buy food and fill their stomachs. They are young but not stupid. How could they tell others? If they did, it might hurt the little auntie. The freshwater snails are in the rice fields, where the water is only ankle deep, so she's comfortable letting the children pick them. As for crayfish and snails from the river, most are in the water, and she doesn't dare let the children go there. If something happened, she would feel guilty forever. So, for now, she'll put off catching crayfish and river snails. Once she's healthier, she'll use a net to catch them in the river. Anyway, crayfish can be eaten until October, after which crabs become available again. Snails are available all year round. Pond snails are different. In winter, they hide in the mud and are hard to find. Thank you so much, little Annie, Song-shi said, giving each of the two children 2 big, white rabbit candies. Most families favor boys over girls. Boys are spoiled and spoiled, getting everything they want, while girls often miss out on good things. But these two children are not fighting or arguing. It's clear they share a very close bond. After sitting under the osmanthus tree for a while, the children left. They had many things to do at home, or their father, who liked to hit them, would be unkind. Even though their father was harsh, they had nowhere else to go. They didn't know where their mother was, or if she would come to take them away. Probably not. Even if she remarried, life would be hard, and her new family wouldn't agree to her taking the children. Now, their little auntie has given them a way out, and they want to hold on to it. Zhou-yi carried a basket of mushrooms back. When he entered the yard and saw Song, she lying under the osmanthus tree, he panicked. He hurried over, worried, and gently shook her shoulder. Wife. Brother E, you're back. Song-shi, still sleepy, opened her eyes. Seeing his worried face, she covered her mouth and yawned heavily. Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy. If you're sleepy, why don't you go back to your room to rest? Zhou-yi carefully picked her up from the bamboo chair and carried her back to her room. He was so scared. He thought she had fainted there. After putting her in the room, Zhou-yi went outside to sort the mushrooms. He prepared dinner for the evening, and the rest he placed in a basket to dry into mushrooms for future eating. The sun was very strong now. As long as they dried the mushrooms for a few hours, they could keep them for several months. Wife, are you hungry? If you are, come and eat. Zhou-yi's voice reached her as Song. She just woke up and sat on the bed to clear her mind. She turned her head toward the door and saw his sincere, caring eyes, feeling very warm inside. Okay, I'll come later. Song, she gently brushed her two braided pigtails and tidied her clothes before going out for dinner. Zhou-yi had already set the meal on the table under the osmanthus tree. He not only served her food but also prepared a glass of malted milk, knowing she didn't like it too sweet, so he added just half a spoonful of malted milk, probably for nutrition. The dinner included 2 dishes, mushroom and egg soup and cured meat stir-fried with sweet potato stems. That day, under Song-shi's guidance, Zhou-yi found the sweet potato stems tender and tasty, so tonight, he cooked a little more of them. They were delicious, but preparing them was quite troublesome because he had to peel each stem individually. In the village, no one usually eats these. They only harvest the sweet potatoes later, and the vines and stems are used as livestock feed. The mushroom and egg soup was a healthy mix of meat and vegetables, with a fresh, fragrant, smooth, and refreshing taste. Song, she liked it more and more. She suddenly wanted to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms, but considering her health, she could only wait a bit longer. If she went now, she would definitely hold Zhou-yi back. Noticing Zhou-yi's intense gaze, Song, she quickly finished her soup and asked curiously, Brother E, why are you looking at me like that? Will just looking at me fill your stomach? Will it help you feel less tired today? He still had a lot of rice and soup in his bowl, which meant he had been watching her since she picked up her chopsticks. Was it really necessary to be so dramatic? Wife, you look so good today. Zhou-yi gestured to her 2 braids hanging in front of her, his heart pounding with excitement. You look especially beautiful. Although her skin wasn't very fair, her features were delicate and charming. The more Zhou-yi looked at her, the more captivated he became. He felt lucky. Most men wouldn't get to see such a wonderful wife before marriage. Brother E, do you mean I look good today? Did I not look good before? Song, she suddenly puffed up her chest proudly, acting a bit spoiled. Of course you look good. My wife is beautiful all the time. Zhou-yi hurriedly raised his hand, almost swearing to the sky. He knew if he said the wrong thing, he wouldn't get any favor. That's more like it. Song, she playfully rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head to continue eating. For some reason, Zhou-yi's words made her feel happy and sweet inside, maybe because he brought her a different kind of feeling. My wife, actually, when I was picking mushrooms, I also caught a wild chicken. It was too thin, mostly skin and bones, so I left it with my dad to raise for a while. Once it gets fat enough, I'll cook it for you to enjoy. Zhou-yi was drinking soup, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Song-shi. Song-shi was very surprised. Brother E, you're amazing. A wild chicken can fly, and you caught it alive. I really admire you. Seeing how impressed his wife was, Zhou-yi felt very happy. He stood up, crossed the table, and leaned close to Song-shi's ear, whispering, "Wife, I'll show you an even more impressive side of your husband in the future." The weather was already hot, and Zhou-yi's breath was even warmer, making Song-shi blush. Although she was a modern person, she didn't have much experience in love. Just a little flirtation made her shy. Compared to girls in this era, she was a bit more confident. Most girls back then would blush when talking to boys, and they wouldn't be so shy. Of course, those who had something to gain from boys wouldn't blush at all. Feeling embarrassed, Song-shi pushed Joey back and said, "Eat your food quickly. Don't you see the quilt is still outside drying? You need to put it away soon." Zhou-yi quickly kissed her on the lips before sitting back down and continuing to eat. Song-shi touched her lips, pouting playfully. "You're so greasy." He had just finished eating and drinking soup without even wiping his mouth, and then he did this. Seeing her cheeks flushed, Zhou-yi smiled happily. "It's sweet." Song-shi looked down and completely ignored him. After dinner, Song-shi went to wash her clothes. She didn't need Zhou-yi's help anymore. Zhou-yi went to gather the old quilts and clothes. That night, Song-shi sat on the bed, using the candlelight to read the newspaper pasted on the wall. The paper had poetry, stories, and current political news from this era. It was good to read more. Although young Song-shi had only finished middle school, she knew nothing about the outside world. Even though she was a talented student and knew history well, she realized that just talking about theory wasn't enough in this time. If she said the wrong thing or wrote the wrong characters, what would happen? A special era was coming, so she needed to be careful and low-key. As for going to the city to find a job, that is even more impossible. If there were jobs in the city, many young educated people wouldn't keep going to the countryside to work. Because there aren't enough jobs in the city, and even if there are, as a rural person, she wouldn't have a chance. So, going to the city for work might not be possible unless some opportunity arises. However, if she has money and a supermarket, life is the same anywhere. Why bother squeezing into the city? Besides, at that time, the city was full of red armbands and many things happened. Everywhere she went, she would be questioned by people. It might not be better than the mountains. After Zhou-yi finished his shower and returned to his room, he saw his young wife sitting on the bed, staring at the newspaper in a daze. He got into bed, sat beside Song-shi, and asked in a low voice, "Wife, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing much, just looking around," she replied. Even though she knew Zhou-yi wouldn't hurt her, she still felt a little nervous at night. When she heard his voice, she quickly lay down to rest. Seeing how cute his wife looked, Zhou-yi couldn't help but reach out and pinch her delicate nose. He said, "Sleep well," then blew out the candle and closed his eyes. In the afternoon, Song-shi took a short nap and wasn't sleepy now. She listened to Zhou-yi's steady, deep breathing, knowing he was fully asleep. She then used her mind to enter the supermarket in her imagination. She started opening the biscuit packages, putting the biscuits into the transparent bags she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, which needed to be sealed with a saw blade. Later, she would just use a small sealing machine to close them. There were also sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies. During this material-scarce era, everything was in demand, especially before the new year. Song-shi wanted to make a big profit before the new year, so she planned to exchange more tickets for supplies. Suddenly, she felt her stomach cramp, like a meat grinder twisting inside her. The pain was so intense that she felt there was no good place inside her stomach. At first, she didn't understand what was happening, but then she felt the warm, wet sensation and realized she was having menstrual cramps. But, damn, this pain was too much. In her modern life, she had never experienced such pain before. Song-shi quickly went to the hygiene supplies area, tore open a pack of tissues, took out many sheets, then opened a pack of sanitary pads and took 2 pieces. Only then did she regain her awareness. She endured the pain in her stomach and groped in the dark to find a flashlight. Just as she got up, Zhou-yi woke up and saw Song-shi sweating heavily. He was very worried. "Wife, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I need to go to the bathroom. In this era, people can't even afford to read books, let alone know about such things. Knowing Zhou Yi wouldn't understand, She didn't want to say more about it. Moreover, the tissues and sanitary pads in her hand were not from this era. She couldn't let Zhou Yi see them. In this time, most girls use menstrual belts when they have their period. Some who can't use even that use dry straw. Young She used this method before. She was in poor health, and coming to this place was a hardship. Giving birth in the future would be even more difficult. But in this era, everyone pursues having many children. Many women keep giving birth until they can't anymore. Thinking about it, it's both scary and sad. Zhou Yi took the flashlight from Shi and then reached out to support her. "I'll go with you." It was too dark outside, and he was afraid she might be scared. Okay. Shi didn't pretend to be strong because she was worried she might fall outside. Zhou Yi accompanied her, so if anything really happened, he could know immediately. She didn't understand why she, in her modern self, had traveled here, but since she was made young again, she wanted to live well and have a wonderful life. On a hot summer night, a cool breeze blew repeatedly, feeling like ice cream on the skin, refreshing. Frogs and cicadas chirped from nearby, their sounds drifting into the ears. She instinctively looked up at the sky. The deep blue sky was dotted with stars like diamonds, shining with silver-gray light. The moonlight was bright, like a piece of white jade, clear and translucent, embedded in the endless night sky. It was so beautiful. She was stunned. She had never seen such a beautiful starry sky in her modern life. In the modern world, city lights often blocked out the stars. Although she could see images of stars through high-tech devices, nothing compared to the real, breathtaking sight she was witnessing now. The pain in her stomach made she lose her desire to enjoy the beautiful scenery. She quickly went to the bathroom, put on a sanitary pad, and hurried back to her room. After drinking a cup of hot water, she felt a bit better and lay down to rest. Zhou Yi didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't say anything, which made him very worried. Only after she fell into a deep sleep did he finally close his eyes. The next morning, she woke up to find Zhou Yi was not at home. He must have gone out to work. After washing up, she went to the kitchen to get breakfast. In her eyes, simple white rice porridge, eggs, and small salted vegetables were the best food of this time. After finishing her meal, she washed the dishes and put them away. She also secretly added some rice, flour, oil, and seasonings. She didn't want Zhou Yi to eat wild vegetable dumplings again because she now had better living conditions and wanted to improve their life. She returned to her room, locked the door, and slipped into the supermarket. She went to the health products section to find supplements or nutritional products to help her body. She couldn't keep suffering from menstrual pain every month. She really couldn't bear it anymore. The supermarket had a reading area where customers often stayed for hours reading books. She found it boring to spend every day doing nothing but resting, so she went over to pick out a book to read. The reading area had many kinds of books: children's books, world classics, various novels, inspirational literature, as well as cookbooks, medicinal recipes, brewing, farming, and planting books. There were even books like the Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Cold Damage, and Shinong's Herbal Classic. In short, all kinds of books were there, making her eyes dizzy from the variety. For now, she didn't want to read novels because they were too long. If she couldn't finish them quickly, she'd get restless and keep thinking about her pain.
So she chose a book about planting.
Worried that someone might come looking for her in the supermarket and she wouldn't know, she left the store and sat by the window in her room to read. The book she picked was about planting, with methods for growing various fruits and vegetables. If she could learn this well, she wouldn't have to worry about the supermarket running out of produce. The thought made her very excited. Despite the pain in her abdomen, she took some draft paper and a pencil from the supermarket and began copying the information slowly. After all, modern books are different from those in this era. She couldn't keep the planting book outside. It was safer to keep it in the supermarket. Although the hottest dry season has passed, summer is not over yet. The sun is still very fierce. Zhou Yi wears a straw hat and carries a bucket of water on his shoulder to water the sweet potato fields. He has money, but he still pretends to work hard to earn some work points. Otherwise, how will the grain be divided at the end of the year? Zhou Ping wipes the sweat from his face with a towel draped over his shoulder. When he sees Zhou Yi returning with the water, he quickly goes over, carrying water and asking, "Zhou Yi, why are you carrying so many sweet potato vines in your basket? If we have no food, we could go catch frogs at night. Frogs are meat too. You should think about your wife. If we don't eat enough, how can we stay healthy?" Zhou Yi takes another bucket of water to the sweet potato field. He pours water onto the roots, one scoop at a time. He doesn't want to explain much. If everyone knew that tearing the skin off the sweet potato vines and stir-frying them tastes pretty good, they might all pull the vines. Removing a little wouldn't affect the sweet potatoes underground, but he doesn't know if pulling all the vines would harm the plants. Seeing Zhou Yi ignore him, Zhou Ping sighs and says, "Zhou Yi, are you listening? If your wife's health doesn't improve, it will be hard for her to have children in the future. Come to my house tonight, and you'll see what I do with the sweet potato vines. But don't go talking about it outside." Zhou Yi interrupts him, not wanting to hear Zhou Ping's nagging. As for children, as long as Song Shi is with him, it doesn't matter if they have children or not. He hasn't looked into it carefully, but he understands many things in the village. Women go through a dangerous ordeal to give birth. Some succeed, some fail. Even those who succeed often suffer a lot physically. If Song Shi had to endure 3 days and nights of pain like other women in the village to give birth, he would be heartbroken. Such a delicate girl should be cherished and kept safe. How could he let her go through that pain? While Zhou Yi was thinking about how to avoid pregnancy after he and Song Shi officially become husband and wife, he suddenly heard a frightened child's voice calling him, "Uncle Zhou Yi, Uncle Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi stopped watering and looked up at Zhou Xiaoshu running toward him. He asked confusedly, "Xiaoshu, why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong? Uncle Zhou Yi, your house is on fire." Zhou Xiaoshu was running too quickly, feeling hot and tired, and his throat was almost on fire. Zhou Yi looked down and glanced toward his home. Sure enough, he saw dark smoke rising into the sky. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly put down what he was holding and ran downhill. Seeing this, Zhou Ping picked up Zhou Yi's basket and followed him. Zhou Yi hurried home as fast as he could. He ran into the kitchen and saw Song Shi coughing hard while using a gourd ladle to pour water on the fire. He stepped forward, gently carried Song Shi horizontally, and took her outside to the yard before setting her down. Then he went to the well to fetch water and put out the fire in the kitchen. Zhou Ping put down his basket and quickly helped. Zhou Yi's 2 childhood friends, Sheng Jia and Mo Jiaxiang, also came to help. Since the land was higher, they worked on the dry land and could see the village below. They immediately noticed the fire at Zhou Yi's house. They didn't care much about their work and ran over to help. Even Zhou Zhongwu came. Although he didn't care much for his son, he was still his son. When he got old and couldn't work, he wanted his son to take care of him. Within a minute, everyone had put out the fire in the kitchen. Then they all worked together to move all the combustible materials like firewood and leaves outside, under the eaves of the house. Even if it rained and got everything wet, it was better than risking the house burning down. Seeing everyone running back and forth, Song Shi felt very guilty. It was her first time cooking on a rural clay stove, and she almost burned down the house. If she had known this would happen, she would have just gone to the staff lounge at the supermarket, used the good kitchenware, and served the food there. Zhou Yi handed over the task of repairing the roof to others, and then came to Song Shi. He took her to the well to help her wash her face. Song Shi, feeling guilty, suddenly pulled away from Zhou Yi's hand and turned back to her room, locking the door. Zhou Yi hurriedly followed and gently knocked on the door. He softly said, "Wife, it's just a small matter. The house isn't burned down. Don't worry. Open the door and let me see if you're hurt anywhere, okay? Wife, I am really worried about you. I can't even look at you, and my heart stays tense. I can't focus on anything else. If I try to fix the roof, I might get distracted and fall. You wouldn't want to see that happen to me." As expected, before he could finish his emotional plea, Song-shi opened the door with a guilty look on her face. She looked at Zhou-yi and said, "Brother Yi, I'm sorry for causing trouble. I just wanted to do something within my ability." Zhou-yi was working to earn points and also taking care of her. Seeing her, he felt sad. She was recovering well, maybe a little anemic, which caused occasional dizziness, but no other discomfort. So she wanted to do small chores to help lighten Zhou-yi's load. Wife, Zhou-yi saw Song-shi's red nose and eyes and thought she was scared. His heart ached deeply. He stepped into the room, gently kicked the door shut with his heel, then cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. She felt Zhou-yi trembling and scared. At that moment, she saw the fire start and felt panicked and frightened, but she quickly calmed down and tried to fix things. However, the dry, flammable firewood in summer made her efforts too slow to stop the fire from spreading. Zhou-yi passionately and fiercely kissed Song-shi, taking her shallow breaths inch by inch. When she was about to run out of air, she shyly reached out and gently pushed Zhou-yi away. Only then did he let go of her tempting lips and hold her in his arms, as if only this could calm his frightened heart. Song-shi leaned into Zhou-yi's chest, catching her breath. After a moment, she managed to steady her breathing. Listening to his strong heartbeat, her cheeks grew warm. Zhou-yi looked down at Song-shi. Her cheeks were red, her lips slightly swollen, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her nose. Her charming appearance made Zhou-yi's heart race. "Cooking isn't really your job, you know?" Brother Yi, Song-shi was suddenly speechless because of Zhou-yi's words. Most men believe women should stay at home to raise children, do laundry, and cook. But Zhou-yi said cooking wasn't her responsibility, which showed his remarkable understanding and attitude. Previously, Song-shi mostly felt grateful toward Zhou-yi. Now, she also felt a little fondness for him, thinking he was quite different from others. Zhou-yi didn't give Song-shi a chance to refuse. He turned and went to the well to fetch water. After heating it slightly, he brought it into the room for Song-shi to wash her face. At first, she didn't understand why Zhou-yi wanted her to wash her face. When she saw her face covered in dirt and ash in the mirror, she couldn't help but think that Zhou-yi's taste was quite strong. How could he be willing to kiss her with her face so dirty? After cleaning herself, she went out to get water. As soon as she stepped outside, Zhou-yi took the basin from her hands. He poured the water used for washing her face onto the sweet potato field in the yard, then pulled her over to a group of people who were peeling sweet potato stems. "Wife, these are my good friends. We grew up together, climbing mountains to find bird eggs and swimming in the river. This is Zhou Ping, Sheng Jiahe, and Mo Xiang." Zhou-yi introduced each of them to her. The young men all looked quite handsome. They say that being close to good people makes you better, and Zhou-yi is a good person. So his friends should be good too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be friends, and Zhou-yi wouldn't call them good friends. Song-shi smiled and nodded at them. "Hello, I am Song-shi. Hello, little sister-in-law. Hello," the young men said as they stood awkwardly, their hands stained with juice from peeling sweet potato stems. They felt a bit shy and uncomfortable meeting her for the first time, especially since they came empty-handed. It was a bit awkward for everyone. Sheng Jiahe said, "We finally see the real little sister-in-law." Just after he finished speaking, Zhou Ping clapped his hand and said, "Are you forgetful? When she first arrived, didn't we already see her? But at that time, she was badly injured and critically ill. They came to help Zhou-yi. By God's grace, with Zhou-yi's insistence, she managed to survive. Her body was weak, but being alive was the most important thing." "Oh, I see," Sheng Jiahe suddenly realized after Zhou Ping's reminder. However, seeing the lively Song-shi today, he was still a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Such a girl could easily marry into the city and live a good life. But unexpectedly, her family arranged for her to come here. Zhou-yi is also good. Aside from not having a job, he's no worse than men in the city. Just call me Song-shi or Xiao-shi if you like. Being called sister-in-law by a group of older gay men feels really awkward. I prefer just to be called by my name. Song-shi is polite, gentle, friendly, and easy to get along with. Unlike city intellectuals who often look down on rural people, her demeanor immediately puts a few young men at ease. "Sorry for the trouble today. I've delayed your work and earning points," Song she said, turning to the main house. She grabbed some bamboo cups and poured sugar water for everyone, thanking them for their help. If there weren't so many people working together, Zhou Yi's kitchen might have been destroyed. Zhou Ping, Sheng Jiahe, and Mo Jiaxiang all put down their sweet potato stems and took the cups from Song Shi. They thought it was just water from the well, not realizing it was sugar water. They drank it all in one sip, and the sweetness warmed their hearts. Sheng Jiahe quickly said, "Little sister-in-law." "Oh no, Song Shi, you're too kind. It's not even noon yet, taking a break is fine. It's just to prepare for the busy farming later." Hearing Sheng Jiahe, Song Shi was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to be so good at talking. If he had a chance to go to school, he might be quite talented. But in this era, not everyone has the chance to study. Song Shi decided to observe Zhou Yi's brothers more carefully. If they seemed suitable, she wouldn't mind inviting them into her team. Building a business can't rely on just one person. When forming a team, it's best to choose people gradually. She might as well start observing now and reserve the right to select the right people early. Zhou Yi saw that his little wife's eyes looked like they belonged to Sheng Jiahe. An instinctive sense of danger rose in his heart. He reached out and held Song Shi's hand, warning her, "Everyone will come over for dinner tonight. This afternoon, I'll go up the mountain to see if I can pick some mushrooms or find other things. You stay at home and rest. Don't go into the kitchen again, understand? It's only right to invite everyone for a meal." Song Shi nodded in agreement. They helped so much today, so it's proper to invite them. Giving and receiving keeps relationships strong. But seeing everyone's teasing looks, Song Shi felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Yi's words just now made it sound like she doesn't know how to cook. Was he trying to make fun of her? She can cook, but modern kitchen tools are mostly automatic. She is still not very skilled with the traditional stove. Once she becomes more experienced, her cooking will definitely be very delicious. However, she rarely cooked herself during the more than 20 years she spent in the modern world. Usually, she either explored delicious food with friends outside or ate staff meals with supermarket employees. The staff meals were prepared by professional chefs and included Chinese and Western dishes, fruits, and pastries. Thinking of this, Song Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. She had been to the supermarket several times but had never been to the warehouse or staff dining area. Maybe there were some surprises inside. Song Shi decided that after Zhou Yi went up the mountain in the afternoon, she would check the warehouse and staff restaurant. She didn't expect much, maybe just a little, but even that would be enough to support her for a while. Zhou Yi watched as his little wife's eyes suddenly brightened, not knowing what she was thinking. It made his breath catch, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. As long as he was with her, his heart would beat faster. Zhou Yi's 3 friends finished their tea, peeled the sweet potato stems, broke the crispy stems into small pieces, and then left Zhou Yi's house to go home for lunch. These days, everyone was short on food, so no one stayed to eat without an invitation. Even if invited, they would bring some food along. No one could eat for free. Zhou Yi told them to come over for dinner on their own in the evening, so he wouldn't have to go and fetch them. It was getting late, and there was no time to prepare a complicated lunch. Zhou Yi cooked some porridge and steamed egg custard. Actually, Song Shi could eat plain rice and regular food now, but Zhou Yi was worried she might have trouble digesting, so he mainly prepared soft foods. During the meal, Zhou Yi still asked his usual question, "Wife, why did you go into the kitchen today? Did I not leave enough breakfast for you?" When Song Shi took a bite of the egg custard, she almost spat it out. She quickly swallowed and shyly said, "I haven't washed my hair in a long time, so it smells strong and it itches. I was worried about lice, so I wanted to boil some water and wash my hair. I didn't expect the firewood to fall out and ignite the leaves. It's summer now. Not washing her hair for a day makes her feel uncomfortable, let alone since she injured her back of the head." She hadn't washed her hair for many days. Zhou Yi was probably used to the smell and couldn't smell it anymore. She really couldn't accept herself like this anymore. Also, Her wound had already scabbed over. If she was careful when washing her hair, it should be fine. Sorry, brother E. It's all my fault for being careless and causing you this trouble. No matter the era, a house is the foundation of stability. She almost burned Zhou Yi's house. She decided to make it up to him in other ways to lessen the damage she caused. Honey, if you need to do anything in the future, let me handle it, okay? If you keep doing things on your own without asking, I'll be upset. He is her husband, and she has things she wants to do, but refuses to let him help. That means she doesn't see him as her husband. You are my wife, and I am your husband. We are a family. Doing things for you is my pleasure. Please don't see me as a stranger, all right? She felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect Zhou Yi to be so good at imagining things. She just wanted to boil water and wash her hair, with no other intentions. Under Zhou Yi's unmissable gaze, she swallowed hard and nodded gently. I understand. I will tell Brother Yi if I need anything in the future. Having received the answer she wanted, Zhou Yi's expression softened. She might not like him, but she shouldn't treat him as a stranger. Whether she likes him or not, they are husband and wife. That's an unchangeable fact.
Then,
Brother E, can you help me pick some wild berries on the mountain this afternoon? The more, the better. She knew wild berries could be used to make wine. She hadn't tried it herself, but she had books about it in the supermarket. She could follow the steps in the book, step by step. If she wanted to live with dignity in this poor era, she needed to have the skills to support herself. The items in the supermarket wouldn't last her a lifetime. So, she had to start working hard. Besides, with her intelligence and cleverness, could this small task be difficult for her? Of course not. Wild berries have many medicinal values. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that wild berries can strengthen the kidneys, consolidate essence, and improve eyesight. Modern research shows that wild berries are rich in vitamins A and C, calcium, potassium, magnesium, and a lot of fiber. Wild berries contain a good amount of salicylic acid, which has pain-relieving, fever-reducing, and blood-thinning effects, helping to prevent blood clots. Eating a moderate amount of wild berry wine can help protect the heart and prevent high blood pressure, hardening of the arteries, and other cardiovascular diseases. It can also help treat some bone pain, rheumatism, headaches, and eye strain. It is suitable for older people to take. If she can successfully make wild berry wine, she won't have to worry about earning money in the future. Great, seeing she suddenly looked confident. Zhou Yi smiled faintly. She was becoming more lively and energetic. After lunch, Zhou Yi sent she back to her room early for a rest. He didn't even let her do small chores like washing dishes. Just as she was feeling sleepy, she heard Zhou Yi call her. She had to get up and go out, seeing Zhou Yi standing under the osmanthus tree waving at her. She rubbed her eyes and walked over confused. Brother Yi, do you need something? Didn't you want to wash your hair? Sit down, I'll help you wash it. I'll be careful and avoid your wounds so they don't get infected, Zhou Yi said, pulling her to sit and lowering her head. He carefully washed her hair, and she didn't dare move. She just kept her head down, feeling the warm water and his fingers moving through her hair, which was very relaxing. She closed her eyes comfortably. Soon her chin rested on her knees, and she fell asleep. She didn't know what was happening behind her. Zhou Yi saw this and smiled gently. After washing her hair, he used a soft cloth towel to gently dry her wet hair. When her hair was half dry, he picked her up from the chair and carried her back to her room. He laid her sideways on the bed, with her hair hanging just along the edge. Zhou Yi sat on the bed's edge, looking at she with bright eyes. His lips unconsciously curled into a small smile. She really looked like a little child, so cute and adorable. Several hours later, when she woke up, she smelled a faint fragrance from her hair and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Yi was truly thoughtful and good at taking care of her at home. She didn't know how he was working outside because she hadn't been out, but she knew he was good at doing laundry and cooking. The house was also very clean and tidy, not like a man living alone. From a modern perspective, this man was really good. He was someone she could trust for life. If she could be loved by such a man, she would be very happy. She locked the door and quickly went into the supermarket. She sat in front of a mirror to fix her hair. First, she applied some hair oil to make her hair softer, so it wouldn't tangle or hurt her scalp when she combed it. After fixing herself up, she hurried to check the staff cafeteria. The cafeteria wasn't big because there weren't many employees, fewer than 30 working in 2 shifts, so a large space wasn't needed. The small cafeteria, less than 30 square meters, had 10 long tables about a meter long. In the corner, there were many bottles of condiments for employees to add as they liked. Smelling the tasty aromas, she looked inside the ordering window. She saw lots of delicious food, making her drool. She really wanted to eat, but she had to wait a bit longer to avoid any health issues. That would be better. Hearing knocking outside, she didn't check the storage room. She simply left the supermarket. She looked at her reflection in a small mirror again and saw she looked fine, so she went to open the door. It was Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, 2 children. They were dirty all over, but their faces were bright with big smiles. It seemed they had found a lot of freshwater snails today. Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, coming quickly, she hurriedly called them in to avoid unnecessary trouble. When both children carried their baskets inside, she quickly closed the door and locked it, just in case someone came in without permission. Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, sit under the osmanthus tree and rest for a while. I'll get you some water, she told them. Then she rushed to the main room to pour water for the children and brought some cookies. She saw them standing shyly in the yard and felt a bit helpless. Aren't I supposed to let you sit and rest? Why are you just standing there? Little auntie, our clothes are all muddy, so we won't sit, Xiaoshu said, with muddy hands hanging by his sides and a shy look. He was worried that she might dislike their dirty clothes. Go wash your hands by the well first. After washing, come back for water and some cookies, she said, placing a bamboo cup and cookies on the table under the osmanthus tree. She then carried the 2 baskets back into the house, one at a time, because they were too heavy to carry both at once. Returning to the house, she lifted the layer of grass covering the basket and saw inside some snail shells about the size of eggs. They were washed very clean, with no dirt left. Thinking about the delicious stir-fried snails, she couldn't help but swallow saliva. She put the snails from both baskets into the supermarket and weighed them with the electronic scale. Together, the 2 baskets weighed about 50 jin. She found a storage box for cloves, poured the snails into it, and then took the empty basket outside. Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua had already washed their hands and faces. They were sitting under the osmanthus tree, drinking water and eating cookies. Their faces looked happy and satisfied. When they saw she come out, a hint of awkwardness crossed their faces. They had never eaten such tasty cookies before, so they ate quickly and eagerly, not knowing if she would laugh at them. Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, I just weighed the snails. They are 50 jin in total. We agreed that 1 penny per 5 jin. Seeing how small your bodies are to carry such a heavy load, I feel a bit guilty. So, I think it's fair to exchange the snails for 1 penny per jin. Is that okay? She knew how unfair the price was, so she felt a little sorry. She thought she might have been too harsh on these honest children. Moreover, collecting snails could only be done for a limited time, and she couldn't keep doing it forever. Buying the snails didn't cost her much anyway. Little auntie this. Zhou Xiaoshu stood up in surprise, looking incredulous. Little auntie, you're losing out like this. There are plenty of snails in the fields, and they're not worth much. Xiaoshu, if you don't agree, I won't take your snails anymore. She handed a stack of money to Zhou Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, count it. If everything's okay, you can keep collecting snails for me in the future. Zhou Xiaoshu hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out and took the money, but he didn't count it. No matter how much the little auntie gave him, he accepted it, because he knew he was the one getting a good deal. The snails weren't worth much at all. Little auntie, thank you. If you need help with anything in the future, just ask. We won't refuse. Xiaoshu, split this money with your sister, then give some to your family. Save the rest for yourself. When you go to school, learn knowledge. Only knowledge can change your fate. Knowledge can help you live a better life. Since their father was able to chase their mother away, It shows that he is not a good person. If they give all the money to him, he might use it for himself or to marry a stepmother. Song-shi just wants to help these two children, not those unimportant people. Little auntie, we understand. Thank you, little auntie. The two children were very excited and bowed to thank Song-shi. This was the first time they received so much money. Even if they had to give some to their father, they could still keep a lot. Song-shi quickly stopped them and said, "Little tree, little flower, don't tell anyone about this, okay? Otherwise, all three of us will be in big trouble. When I say it's okay to tell others, then you can. Do you understand? Kids are not good at keeping secrets and might tell others easily. If that happens, everyone will find out. No matter how sensible they seem, she must teach them a lesson." Seeing the children nod repeatedly, Song-shi continued, "And about this pond snail, I want all of them except the very small ones." After drinking water and eating cookies, the children happily left with their empty baskets. How they divide the money is their own matter. She, as an outsider, will not interfere. Song-shi went to the well, lowered the wooden bucket tied with a hemp rope, and drew half a bucket of water. She carried the well water into the supermarket and poured it into a storage box filled with pond snails. Although the supermarket is a static place where nothing changes and the snails won't die, she still feels that using well water makes the snails cleaner. She also moved 2 large white plastic buckets that could hold 2,000 gallons of water and placed them in a convenient spot. Whenever she has free time, she plans to slowly draw water from the well and fill the buckets, so it will be easier to use later. Although the supermarket has many bottles of mineral water and large containers, those are drinkable, and she wouldn't waste that water. In the evening, Zhou Yimin returned with a full load. He brought back a basket of wild strawberries, a wild chicken, a big grass carp, and a snake. When she saw the snake, Song-shi was startled, her face turning pale. Zhou Yimin quickly took the snake away. "Wife, I'm sorry. Many people came to dinner tonight." He wanted to add an extra meal in the evening, but he didn't expect to scare his wife. It's okay. You can go ahead," she said. Song-shi calmed herself down, carried some wild berries, and went back to her room. But her heart was still pounding, showing her lingering fear. She didn't dare to put all the berries into the supermarket, worried that Zhou-yi would ask difficult questions. So she kept 2/3 and left 1/3 outside. She thought Zhou-yi would assume she ate some and wouldn't ask too much. If she wanted to make wine with the berries, there was no rush, since they wouldn't spoil in the supermarket. Just as Song-shi left the supermarket and returned to her room, she heard a knock and Zhou-yi's worried voice. "Wife, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Song-shi gently patted her chest and opened the door. "Brother Yi, let me help you. Otherwise, how long will you be able to do everything alone?" They had to prepare food for 5 or 6 people with many dishes. Zhou-yi didn't know how long he would be busy, so she wanted to do small tasks she could manage. Sure, Zhou-yi was very happy, a bright smile on his face. He was very pleased that his wife could join his life. Knowing that Song-shi was afraid of snakes, Zhou-yi had already prepared snake soup and put it in the cupboard. This way, she wouldn't see it. He cooked sweet potato stalks with cured meat, braised fishtail, steamed egg custard, and made fish head soup and wild chicken soup. The meal was simple, just coarse rice. Their family only had a few pounds of rice, not enough for everyone even if cooked all at once. So they added a handful of rice to the coarse rice to let everyone taste the flavor of rice. "Brother Yi, let me make the potatoes," Song-shi suggested when she saw Zhou-yi about to cut potatoes to add to the wild chicken soup. "Please help me light the fire. I want to try a new way to cook potatoes today." In this era, there was no fertilizer. Farming relied on farm manure. But farm manure wasn't enough even for rice paddies, and it couldn't be used on dry land. They could only water the crops manually by carrying water, so the yield of coarse grains was very low, at most 200 or 300 gallons per acre. Because of this, people didn't peel potatoes. They believed the skin was edible. Afterward, Zhou-yi was responsible for controlling the heat, while Song-shi showcased her skills with potatoes. She prepared a dish of sweet and sour shredded potatoes and spicy diced potatoes. Because Song-shi was generous with the seasonings, Both the shredded and diced potatoes looked very colorful and appetizing. Zhou Yi sat behind the stove, cooking, and the strong aroma made him swallow hard. Just smelling this makes me really hungry. Wife, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. The dishes he used to make before were barely edible, almost like pig feed. It was unfair to make his wife eat such food for so long. Seeing Zhou Yi's eager expression, Songshi took a bite of the sweet and sour shredded potatoes and fed him. Brother Yi, as long as you're willing to add oil and salt, you can also cook delicious meals. He wanted to push the cooking task onto her, but she was only willing to cook occasionally. Zhou Yi enjoyed the shredded potatoes that his little wife fed him, feeling very happy. The shredded potatoes were crispy, refreshing, and a little tangy, making them especially tasty. He opened his mouth, waiting for his wife to feed him again, but Songshi ignored him. He was an adult, yet still so childish and petty. At 7:30 p.m., Zhou Yi's three good friends, Zhou Ping, Sheng Jiahe, and Mo Jiaxiang, brought food to share for dinner. Zhou Ping brought about 5 jin of potatoes. Sheng Jiahe carried a basket of sweet potato vines. Mo Jiaxiang brought wild honey collected from the mountain, stored in a can, weighing about a jin. Soon after, Zhou Yi's father, Zhou Zhonghua, also arrived, bringing along neighbors Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua. If Zhou Xiaoshu hadn't run over to report the danger at home, Zhou Yi wouldn't have known immediately. So it was right to invite them to eat. Everyone sat under the osmanthus tree, looking at the many dishes, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Songshi filled a big bowl of coarse grain rice for Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, worried they might feel shy about taking food, so she also served them many dishes and softly said, "Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, eat up." "Thank you, little aunt." The two children politely thanked Songshi, feeling a bit shy. Luckily, Songshi was sitting next to them, or they might have been even more nervous. Especially Zhou Xiaoshu, who thought he had only done a small, ordinary thing. He didn't expect Uncle Zhou Yi to invite them over for dinner and prepare so many delicious dishes, wild chicken, fish, and cured meat, more than what is usually served at New Year's dinner. Knowing that Songshi was afraid of snakes, Zhou Yi placed snake soup far away from Songshi, near Sheng Jiahe. Songshi only ate egg custard, stir-fried cured meat with sweet potatoes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and fish head soup. She didn't touch the other dishes. Zhou Zhongwu didn't like being around young people, finding the noise annoying and feeling they had nothing in common. So he quickly finished his meal and left. Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, being younger and with smaller appetites, finished quickly and went home. At the dinner table, only the 5 of them remained. Zhou Ping ate while sighing, "Zhou Yi, I didn't expect your cooking skills to improve so much. This shredded potato is crispy and tasty. The diced potatoes are spicy and soft, really delicious. These 2 dishes weren't made by me," Zhou Yi honestly said, then looked at Songshi with gentle affection and playfully fed the single men at the table some dog food, meaning he teased them. "They're really good, even better than the dishes from the state-run restaurant," Sheng Jiahe said. Sometimes they went to the state-run restaurant for a big meal, but today they were eating something even better here. He was quite envious of Zhou Yi. Luckily, he met Songshi. "It's not that I'm such a good cook," Songshi said modestly. "It's just that potatoes are easy to cook and taste good no matter what." She didn't dare admit she was a good cook, or else these people might come over every day. She didn't want to be a chef. After the meal, Songshi felt that Zhou Yi and his friends were genuinely good people. They didn't talk about inappropriate topics, unlike most men who love to gossip about women, which can be quite vulgar. Here, they behaved kindly, with honest and pure eyes, showing they were good-hearted. Songshi also didn't want to associate with scheming people. Being friends with good neighbors was always a safe choice, especially since she had no close relatives. Her family members were quite evil. "Take your time eating. I'm full," she said. Songshi returned the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, then quickly brought over a few cups of green tea. Drinking green tea in summer helps cool the body and reduce heat. As Songshi handed the tea to everyone, she overheard them talking about frogs. She handed the bamboo cup to a few people and sat next to Zhou Yi, curious, and asked, "You were just talking about frogs. What's wrong with frogs? Is there a problem?" "We plan to go catch some frogs tonight to eat," Zhou Ping explained. She knew that during hard times, people ate anything, especially in the past 2 years, grassroots, leaves, grasshoppers, insects, so eating mouse or frog meat was quite normal. The old version of she was okay with this because everyone was just trying to survive. But now, as a modern person, she couldn't accept eating wild animals. However, she wouldn't look down on others because she understood that everyone was struggling. Due to shortages, supplies at city grocery stores were very limited. It was hard for city people to buy rice and fresh vegetables. Even if they had money and tickets, it didn't help because supplies were limited each day. Since they were good at catching frogs, why not try to negotiate with the grocery stores for cooperation? Frogs are also a type of meat dish. Or they could try the market or collection stations in the commune. They might earn some extra money. If it weren't for their good relationship with Zhou Yi, she wouldn't have reminded them. Now, private trading was considered speculation and undermined socialism, but there were still authorized markets where farmers could trade some farm products. Without these, farmers would starve. Who would grow food then? The authorities had their reasons. Some things weren't as strict as they seemed. But in a year or two, these markets might disappear. If the markets are gone, that's okay, there are still night markets. City people need to eat. If they can't get enough food, they'll find other ways. So, night markets will continue to exist. They didn't know that the commune still allowed some markets, probably because news was too limited, and they had no way of knowing what was happening outside. Little she also didn't know about this, but as a modern person who had studied history, she was aware of some facts. She had already asked Li Qingqing about the situation last time. In the future, if she had more questions, she could ask Li Qingqing again. Zhou Ping frowned so hard that he could have squashed a fly. "We tried selling frogs before, but it didn't work. They're too hard to handle. The city folks all have jobs and don't want to spend time dealing with this." He once thought frogs tasted good, so he went near a factory in the city to try selling them to workers. But no matter how cheap he sold, no one wanted to buy. "Are city people just too lazy to handle them?" She asked, pursing her lips and frowning. After a moment, her eyes lit up, as if she had a good idea. "Then, tonight, go catch some frogs. Tomorrow morning, wash, clean, and cut them. I have a plan. We can try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. Okay?" Zhou Ping, Sheng Jiahe, and Mo Jiaxiang looked at each other, clearly excited. She was educated and probably knew more than they did. Maybe she really had a good idea. She thought for a moment and said, "You should come here around 4 or 5 o'clock. If you come too early and people see you in the morning, it might cause trouble." "All right." Zhou Ping eagerly rubbed his hands, feeling excited. Who doesn't want to make money, build a house, and get married? He also wanted that, especially after seeing Zhou Yi marry such a good wife. He was eager too. But he knew he was too poor. No girl would want to marry him. So now, making money was the most important thing. Once he had money, he could think about the rest. Thinking this, Zhou Ping's head was spinning. "Shi, do you have any single, unmarried girls in your family? Can you introduce us to some? We haven't married yet." Hearing this, Shi's face stiffened awkwardly. Her hand instinctively clenched the teacup. "Sorry, I don't want any more ties with the Song family." Bringing the Song family here meant living under their watch. Any small mistake would be reported back to the Song family. When she became successful, they might come to cause trouble. She's not stupid. At this moment, she didn't know that when the Song family sent her here, Zhou Yi had them sign a document cutting ties. But did it help? Even the law couldn't do much against troublemakers, let alone a simple document ending their relationship. "Sorry, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll go back to my room to rest. You all can continue talking." She forced a weak smile and said, "Sorry, I'm a little tired. I'll rest in my room now." She stood up and left. Zhou Yi glanced helplessly at Zhou Ping and quickly followed. "Wife, are you okay?" He speaks without thinking. "Don't take it to heart. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought about what the Song family has done to me, and it made me a bit sad. I'll feel better after resting." Song Shi closed the door to prevent Zhou Yi from coming in and told him to go back and entertain his friends. Sheng family members, annoyed, patted Zhou Ping. Can you not always bring up the wrong topics? The Song family has done this to Song Shi. Do you think she still wants to see them? And you even want her to introduce you to her sisters. I really want to open your head and see what's inside. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Zhou Ping hurriedly looked at Zhou Yi. Brother Yi, big brother, I was wrong. Please help me apologize to Song Shi.
I didn't mean to.
I was just impulsive. Stop talking nonsense in the future. And keep your mouth shut outside. Don't say everything you think, or we won't take you out to play anymore, Zhou Yi said coldly, glancing at Zhou Ping. If he kept talking like this, with no control over his words, they wouldn't be able to bring him along when earning money. If it got out, none of them would have a good future. He has a wife and can't afford any mistakes. Zhou Ping quickly covered his mouth, knowing he was wrong. If someone mentioned his enemies or the people he hated in front of him, he would get angry. So he understood why Song Shi was upset. All right. Hurry up and help clean the dishes. Once you're done, you can go back, Zhou Yi urged. He still wanted to spend time with his wife. She must have been upset earlier. Zhou Ping said something inappropriate and touched her sore spot. His wife had suffered a lot in the Song family before. She wouldn't want any connection with them. Zhou Yi deeply understood Song Shi. Like him, she didn't want to have anything to do with her abandoning mother. If it weren't for filial duty weighing on her, she wouldn't even admit that person was her mother. After the three people left, Zhou Yi's home became quiet. Zhou Yi pushed open the door and saw Song Shi sitting on the bed's edge. Under the candlelight, she was sewing a piece of cloth carefully. The candlelight shone on her, illuminating her. Her hair was in loose braids with gentle waves, falling in a waterfall-like cascade over her shoulders. Her small, delicate face looked even more charming in the soft glow. Zhou Yi couldn't take his eyes off her, watching her every move closely. When he married her, he didn't think much about it. He just felt happy to have a wife. He never expected to marry someone like her. She was perfect in every way, making him like her more and more. He silently promised himself to work hard. First, he wanted to build a house and get electricity so they could enjoy a bright, comfortable life. In summer, they could buy a fan to stay cool and avoid the heat. Song Shi caught a glimpse of Zhou Yi staring at her. Because of his attention, her finger was pricked by the needle. The pain made her tear up. She often got pricked when making traditional clothes and jewelry, but after she became the shopkeeper, she hadn't been pricked for many years. Suddenly being hurt made her feel a bit lost. Hubby. Zhou Yi's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and checked it. There was a small red blood spot on her finger. He was about to put it in his mouth to clean it, but Song Shi shyly pulled her hand back. You just finished dinner. Your mouth is greasy, which isn't good for the wound. Besides, a tiny needle prick like this is no big deal. Hubby, Zhou Yi's feelings suddenly surged. He pulled Song Shi into his arms. She leaned against him, feeling very nervous. Her body was recovering well, but she was worried Zhou Yi might want to fulfill their marital duties. Her life was saved by Zhou Yi. If he really wanted that, she had no reason to refuse. Honestly, she was willing to be with such a man. He looked good, was kind and honest, hardworking, and had no bad habits. But she wasn't mentally prepared. She felt both scared and anxious. Zhou Yi looked down at the girl in his arms. Her pale face showed a faint pink, her clear and bright eyes, her curved eyebrows and long, trembling eyelashes made her look so lovely that it stirred gentle feelings in him. Feeling the atmosphere suddenly turn intimate, Song Shi hurriedly pushed Zhou Yi. It's so hot. I need to go take a shower. This man seems fearless of the heat. He hugs her tightly and refuses to let go. It's not winter, but if it were, they could keep warm together. All right, wife, I'll go get you some water, Zhou Yisong said, releasing Song Shi and turning to leave. Soon after, he called her to take a bath. While she was bathing, Zhou Yi stood by the well, splashing water on himself. He wasn't sure if this would clean him properly. When Song Shi finished her bath and felt refreshed, She came out to see Zhou Yi sitting under the eaves of the main hall, gently fanning himself with a straw fan. He wore a white tank top and gray knee-length shorts, looking clean and fresh. Also, he clearly had good clothes, so why did he always wear such torn and ragged clothes? Thinking of this, She walked over to Zhou Yi. Brother Yi, if you usually dress like this, you probably would have gotten married already and wouldn't still be waiting. Other people's clothes are patched repeatedly, but his clothes, if torn, have just one hole. Over time, the fabric becomes worn out and frayed, like corn silk. Zhou Yi reached out and pulled She closer. She wasn't paying attention and fell onto him. His long, strong arms wrapped around her, making it impossible for her to break free. Brother Yi, you're pretty skilled. Did you used to be a martial artist? She had wanted to ask this for a while. With fish, wild chicken, and snake involved, it showed he was quite capable. Having such skills and saving up a few hundred yuan makes sense.
But
if he had hundreds of yuan, why did he need to borrow money to get married? First, wife, I'll answer your first question. As for why I usually don't dress like this, it's because when working outside, clothes get easily torn by branches and weeds. Wearing good clothes would be a waste. Another reason is that everyone else wears torn clothes. If I dressed nicely outside, people might look down on me. What they do can't be shared with outsiders. Or, who knows what might happen to them. Zhou Yi's forehead pressed against She's forehead, their breathing intertwined, feeling a bit warm. She felt very embarrassed. Wife, regarding your second question, I can honestly tell you that I am not from a martial arts family. As for my skills, I just trained in the fields and mountains. While speaking, Zhou Yi rubbed her forehead against her nose, and soon the mood changed. He gasped and leaned in to tease her lips. His intentions were obvious. She's heart pounded quickly. She wanted to step back, but Zhou Yi reached out and held the back of her head, leaving her no way to escape. Wife, I won't do anything to you. Don't be afraid. He just wanted to get a little sweetness from her. It was late at night, but the small mountain village was not quiet. Outside, frogs croaked and insects chirped, and the evening breeze brought a cool touch. Zhou Yi carried She back to their room. Didn't they say they would come early in the morning, around 4 or 5? Then we should sleep quickly. She's wound on her head had scabbed over and hardly hurt anymore. Now she didn't have to be so careful when sleeping. She could turn over as she pleased. However, just as she turned, she suddenly felt an arm around her waist, making her freeze in place, afraid to move. She knew that men in summer could be very passionate, so it was better not to provoke them. The next morning, around 4 o'clock, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, someone was moving outside Zhou Yi's house. Hearing the knocking, Zhou Yi went out to open the door and invited them in. She yawned and came over. Seeing several men holding wooden buckets, she covered her mouth and yawned before asking, "Have you washed everything? Did you use well water?" "Yes, everything is clean." Zhou Ping nodded repeatedly, his excitement visible in his eyes. "Go to the kitchen," She said, and led the way. Zhou Yi followed. When they reached the kitchen, Zhou Yi lit a candle and, at She's reminder, sat behind the stove to start the fire. Together, they cooked a dish of stir-fried frogs. She served the stir-fried frogs onto a plate and brought it to the table, saying, "Try it and see how it tastes." Actually, when the aroma first wafted out, the 3 men working in the fields all couldn't help but drool. They didn't expect that ordinary field frogs could smell so good after being cooked by She. So when She brought out the stir-fried frogs and called them to eat, they quickly grabbed chopsticks from the basket on Zhou Yi's cabinet and started eating. The food was so delicious that they couldn't stop. In no time, the 3 of them finished a plate of stir-fried frogs. She and Zhou Yi looked at each other, feeling it was a bit too much. "Is it tasty?" Seeing the 3 men still wanting more, She smiled. Modern cooking methods really amazed them. With this kind of processing, it should sell well, right? "It's really delicious." Shang Jiahe's eyes changed when he looked at She. He truly admired She's cooking skills. Zhou Yi was so lucky to marry such a capable wife. He felt very envious. Tasty, tasty, Zhou Ping, who isn't good with spicy food and was feeling the heat, fanned himself with his hand and gasped. He wondered why they hadn't thought of processing the frogs like this before. Thinking about all the money they missed out on before made him regret it. Mo Jiaxiang said, Song Shi, please help us prepare the remaining frogs. We want to try selling them. If they sell well, we'll share the profit with you. Okay, let's work together. Song Shi prepared the rest of the frogs. The cooked frogs were packed into 2 clean wooden buckets, about 30 jin in total. She recommended they first test the market near the factory's residential area because the people there are wealthier and willing to buy. Also, those people start work early so they won't delay, and those interested in buying will do so quickly, while those not interested won't waste their time. You can start by offering samples to see if they want to buy, she said. As for the price, you can decide. I've never sold anything before, so I don't know. There were no ox carts at this time, so they had to walk. If they walked quickly, it would take just over 2 hours, less than using a cart. But the ox carts only returned in the evening. If they didn't wait for the carts to come back, it would take 5 or 6 hours round trip, which was very tiring. So she didn't feel right about sharing the profits much. She hadn't done much, just added some seasoning and processed the frogs. The hardest work was done by the 3 men. 3 people discussed and decided who would go to the commune. They carried heavy wooden buckets and left, hoping for a good start. If they succeeded, they would earn more money. Brother Yi, I saved this for you. Try it, Shi said, quietly bringing a small bowl of stir-fried frogs to Zhou Yi after he closed the courtyard door and returned to the kitchen. At first, a plate of the stir-fried frogs was quickly eaten by Zhou Ping, Sheng Jiahe, and Mo Jiaxiang. Zhou Yi, who was in charge of firewood, didn't get any. So, when the plate was being served, Shi secretly kept a small bowl for Zhou Yi to thank him for waking up early to help with the fire. Zhou Yi gently held Shi's head and kissed her on the forehead. He softly said, Thank you, wife, for thinking of me. You've worked hard all this time. You should go back to your room and rest. I will come later, okay? Shi yawned widely, covering her mouth, then turned to go back to her room. She had been woken up around 4 o'clock, worked for over an hour, and by 5, she was exhausted. She hoped Sheng Jiahe and the others could sell the stir-fried frogs, or all their hard work would be wasted. At noon, just as Shi and Zhou Yi were about to eat, Sheng Jiahe and Mo Jiaxiang hurried back in a rush. They looked flushed and sweaty, with damp hair sticking tightly to their skin, as if they had just come out of the water. Zhou Yi quickly fetched cool well water for them to wash, while Shi hurried to pour them some cold boiled water. Shi also had tea leaves in her supermarket, but she hadn't had a chance to bring them out yet. Next time she went to the commune, she would be able to take some. Seeing the 2 empty buckets with nothing left inside, Shi gave Mo Jiaxiang and Sheng Jiahe a thumbs up. You did great. Everything sold out on the first day. How did you sell it? 1 yuan per jean or per box. Mo Jiaxiang and Sheng Jiahe washed their hair and faces, then drank a large glass of cold water. Once their body temperature cooled down, they looked more like themselves. Sheng Jiahe excitedly said, We made 32 yuan this morning. Wow, there are really a lot of rich people in the city. We said 1 yuan per jean and the city folks didn't even bargain. She was very surprised. The wild frogs in the fields, which no one ate, could sell for a yuan per jean. It really shows that city people are rich and generous. They could earn over 30 yuan in just 1 day. Over a month, that could add up to more than 900 or even over 1,000 yuan. When divided among 4 people, each person could get more than 200 yuan. That's a good way to make money. But you all have to work during the day, then go out at night to catch frogs, and also go to the city to sell them. That's too tiring. Soon your bodies will be exhausted. It's not worth it. I think you can find honest, hard-working people in the village to help catch frogs. They can be paid 10 jin or 5 jin per yuan. Then, you can rest properly at night. Just arrange for someone to sell in the city in the morning. Seeing their excited faces, Shi had to pour cold water on them. Without good health, earning more money doesn't mean much. Mo Jiaxiang and Sheng Jiahe had been very energetic before, not feeling tired at all. But after what Shi said, they suddenly felt very exhausted. Mo Jiaxiang put a stack of small bills into Song Shi's hand. Song Shi, please hold on to this money for me. When we earn a bit more, we'll come back to split it. Okay, I'll keep a record for you so there are no mistakes later, Song Shi said seriously as she counted the money in front of them. It was exactly 32 yuan, no more, no less. She handed 1 yuan to Mo Jiaxiang. Take this first in case you need anything. Mo Jiaxiang looked at Song Shi deeply, then took the money. He and Sheng Jiahe each carried an empty wooden bucket and went home. They really needed to rest well, or their bodies wouldn't hold up. So, Song Shi's idea of finding help to catch frogs was a good one. The two decided to find people first, make arrangements, then go home to rest. That way, they could sleep well at night. They just needed to wake up around 4, get ready, and then go to Zhou Yi's house. Time kept passing quickly. In the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Song Shi ate well and took good care of herself, and her health improved a lot. She no longer felt dizzy or weak all the time. On her first day, Zhou Xiaoshu brought her 50 jin of freshwater snails. Every day afterward, he delivered about 100 jin. Now, Song Shi's supermarket has nearly 1,000 jin of snails. Zhou Xiaoshu and his sister also earned almost 10 yuan from Song Shi. If they kept collecting snails, they could earn 40 yuan a month, which is more than what factory workers in the city make. Their enthusiasm for collecting snails grew each day. However, the larger snails became fewer because they had already collected most of the big ones. Song Shi sorted the snails by size and looked at the big white buckets in the staff restaurant, full of snails. She felt very happy because these snails meant money. That evening, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua came again to deliver snails, but only about 30 jin this time. There aren't many water fields in Pingan village. After collecting for so long, they were almost out of snails. The smallest ones wouldn't grow much in a few days, so they had to wait until next year to collect more. Song Shi moved the snails into the supermarket to weigh them. She gave Zhou Xiaoshu 3 mao, 0.3 yuan, and said, Xiaoshu, there probably aren't many snails left in Pingan village's water fields. Do you know any friends in other villages? You can ask them to help find snails. You could pay them half a yuan for 5 jin so you can make a profit without working so hard. There aren't many water fields in Pingan village. Since they could collect so many snails here, imagine how many they could find in villages with more water fields. The large number of snails made Zhou Xiaoshu feel almost breathless, just thinking about it. So, he decided to follow Song Shi's advice and ask hungry children in other villages to help collect snails. Not just half a yuan for 5 jin, even 10 jin for half a yuan would be enough for someone to help. He took the money from Song Shi and thanked her with his sister. Then, they left with their baskets. Soon after, Zhou Xiaohua ran back, looking worried and nervous as she looked at Song Shi. Xiaohua, what's wrong? Song Shi asked softly. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then took out a clam she had been hiding in her clothes. She looked at Song Shi carefully and asked, Annie, do you want this? It's a clam. I want it. Just like the snails, as long as I wash off the mud, I want as many as I can get. She was surprised to find that there were clams in Pingan village. Although the clam shells are mostly meatless and not very tasty, she was willing to spend her own money on them because she enjoyed helping these two obedient and sensible children. Besides, since they cost a penny per pound, she knew she wouldn't lose money. Little Annie, are you really going to buy it? This thing has no meat and doesn't taste good. Zhou Xiaohua wants to earn money, but she's also worried about little Auntie losing out. Because little Auntie is the kindest person in the world to them, better than their previous family. Of course I am. When have I ever lied to you, little Auntie? Song Shi gently pinched Zhou Xiaohua's cheek with a big smile. Go back quickly, don't make your brother worry. Okay, thank you, little Annie. Zhou Xiaohua said goodbye to Song Shi and turned to run outside. She almost bumped into Zhou Yi, who was coming back. She apologized to Zhou Yi and hurriedly ran away. Because little Auntie said this matter couldn't be told to anyone, and they still haven't told Uncle Zhou Yi. So, when facing Uncle Zhou Yi, Zhou Xiaohua felt a little scared, which is why she ran away in a hurry. Seeing Zhou Yi come in, Song Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect him to come back so early today. Luckily, she always took the freshwater snails into the supermarket for weighing, so there were no traces outside. Otherwise, Zhou Yi would definitely ask about it. Little Hua hurried over to see you just now. Is there something wrong? Zhou Yi approached Song Shi worriedly. It's nothing. Little Hua just brought me a small toy. Song Shi raised the clam shell in her hand. She didn't have time to put it in the supermarket. This is the only one for now. She plans to wait until Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua bring her more, then put them all in the supermarket to raise. Since my wife likes it, I'll go find some for her another day. Whatever she wants, I can find it for her, Zhou Yi said, gently scratching Song Shi's small nose. His expression and eyes were full of affection. Brother Yi, we're all grown-ups now. Let's not fight over this little toy with the kids, Song Shi said playfully, taking the clam shell into the kitchen. She placed it in a wooden basin, then scooped a bucket of water from the water tank and poured it in. Maybe because the clam had been heated for too long, as soon as she poured the water in, it immediately opened its shell, moving in and out in a cute way. Song Shi looked up at Zhou Yi. Brother Yi, do you think there might be a pearl inside this clam? Zhou Yi said this and was about to go get a knife, but Song Shi quickly grabbed his arm. This man really believes everything he hears. Even if she wanted to know if there were pearls, she wouldn't break open the fruit now. She would wait until she decided to eat it. When Song Shi reached out to grab his arm, a faint, fresh scent hit her face. Even in the hot summer, Zhou Yi could feel a sweet feeling. He really wanted to hold his little wife in his arms, but he had just come back outside, sweaty, but not stinky. If he had been stinky, she wouldn't want to get close. Song Shi felt the scent on his neck was a bit too strong, so she quickly let go of his arm and slightly stepped back. Brother Yi, you should rest for a while too. Only then did Zhou Yi realize he had just come back, covered in dirt. He went to the well, drew a bucket of water, and poured it over himself. The cool water made him feel refreshed and happy, so comfortable. Song Shi was surprised by his actions. Could he be bathing like this every day? Could he really wash himself clean this way? Realizing she was overthinking, Song Shi quickly turned back to her room. She pressed her hand to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. She picked up her teacup, about to drink the cool water inside when Zhou Yi arrived. He was busy packing things, mostly essentials, as if he was planning to leave home. Brother Yi, are you going camping tonight? Song Shi's heart skipped a beat. She felt a little nervous. If he left her alone at night, she would be scared. She missed the bright, modern world with its shining lights. But no matter how much she longed for that modern life, she had to endure it because she couldn't go back. Wife, I'm taking you somewhere nice tonight. I'm packing what we need, Zhou Yi said while busy. He turned to look at Song Shi and showed her a big, bright smile. Only then did Song Shi feel relieved. With him here, she wasn't afraid anymore. She was very excited about the camping tonight. When she was in college, she went camping in high-altitude areas with her friends. Lying in a tent, she could see the night sky. She wondered what camping would be like in this era. She thought they would leave right after dinner, but it was past 10 o'clock at night when Zhou Yi finally took her out. Zhou Yi initially wanted to carry her on his back, but she refused. She was no longer the fragile person who couldn't take care of herself after just waking up. Now she could lift things weighing dozens of pounds, and climbing mountains was just a small task for her. However, after walking for an hour on the mountain trail in the dark, Song Shi regretted not letting Zhou Yi carry her. She had been overconfident and didn't expect it would take so long or be so tiring. Brother Yi, I can't walk anymore. Let me rest for a while, Song Shi said, casually holding onto a tree about the width of a bowl, leaning her shoulder against the trunk and panting slightly. Although the evening breeze was gentle, she was already hot after walking so long, wishing she could pour a bucket of well water over her head like Zhou Yi. Honey, we can't delay any longer. If they come with the frogs and can't find us, it will be bad, Zhou Yi said, freeing one hand to hug her waist. He continued walking up the mountain with her in his arms. The Sheng family brought frogs to their house every day around 4:30 a.m., so they had to be home before 4 o'clock. Their fried frog business was booming, and there were no counterfeit products yet. They wanted to make the most money while they could. If other villages started making fried frogs, they would lose their market. What could they do? Zhou Yi looked slim, but his strength was surprising. He could hold her with one arm while walking. Still, She was very scared and tightly hugged Zhou Yi's neck, afraid he might drop her. Even if Zhou Yi fell, he wouldn't drop her. After another half-hour of walking, Zhou Yi finally stopped. He didn't blush, sweat, or gasp for air as he gently set Shi down against a tree. His performance made Shi suspicious. She thought this man must have received some kind of training, or he wouldn't be so strong. Zhou Yi put the things he was carrying on the ground, bit the flashlight with his teeth, then reached out to move aside a bunch of thorny bushes. Behind them was a cave, about half a person tall, but it was very dark inside, and she couldn't see anything. "Honey, wait outside for me. I'll go in and tidy up," Zhou Yi said, turning back to reassure Shi. Then he carried the things he brought, bent over, and entered the cave. Shi also had a flashlight. She used it to shine from behind Zhou Yi into the cave, wanting to see what was inside. After entering the cave, Zhou Yi took out a candle and lit it in several corners of the cave. The cave was then filled with a warm yellow light. It wasn't as bright as daytime, but it was no longer dark. Zhou Yi arranged all his belongings, then hung the flashlight on his head, shining directly onto a small pool below. The pool was round, looking like a well opening, but wider and shallower. The water was hot, natural hot spring water. "Sweetheart, everything is ready. Come in quickly," Zhou Yi said, finishing his preparations and coming out to call Shi. He excitedly took her hand and led her into the cave. Bending over, Shi entered the cave and discovered a special scene inside. The inside of the cave was about 2 meters high. Once inside, she no longer had to bend and could move freely, jump, and stretch. The cave, lit by Zhou Yi's candle, strangely gave Shi a feeling of a romantic wedding night. Could Zhou Yi be planning something special tonight? Thinking of this, Shi felt nervous. She knew they would eventually get to this point, but she still felt like it was happening too fast. It reminded her of a modern quick marriage, and she thought some things shouldn't happen so quickly. Zhou Yi used a metal lunchbox to scoop a full bowl of water. He took a sip first. The water was sweet and better than well water. After drinking half the bowl, he nodded, indicating it was fine, and handed the bowl to Shi. "Darling, try this. The water is sweet and better than well water." Shi knew that farmers often drank water directly from fields or streams. Since there was no industrial pollution or waste, no pesticides or plastics, the water from the fields was safe to drink. Naturally, mountain spring water was even better. So, Shi didn't refuse Zhou Yi's kindness. She reached out and took the bowl from him. She took a small sip and found the water indeed very sweet. It was tastier than boiled well water and even better than the mountain or mineral water she bought at the supermarket. She couldn't help but gulp down water loudly. Then, as if out of control, she kept drinking until she finished 6 lunchboxes, and her belly was round from drinking so much. Only then did she stop. This water. She felt faintly that this water made her internal organs feel warm and very comfortable. Her body felt light, with no heaviness at all. It seemed like this water was good for her health. Could this be a spiritual spring that only the main characters in ancient stories have? A spring that can beautify, improve health, and extend life? But isn't that a spiritual spring space? Why would there be just a single spiritual spring here? "Darling, are you so thirsty?" Seeing she drink so much water, Zhou Yi looked worried and gently poked her belly, afraid she might be overfilled. Actually, he had just reminded her, but she was so focused on drinking that she seemed not to hear him. Faced with Zhou Yi's strange gaze, she suddenly felt very embarrassed and helpless. She didn't expect her self-control to be so poor. When she saw such tasty water, she couldn't help but drink so much at once. But Zhou Yi's self-control was so good that he could resist such temptation. Was it because Zhou-Yi had a habit of drinking such good water, so he didn't feel anything special? Brother Yi, there are mosquitoes in the cave. Could you please go out and find 2 plants to repel mosquitoes? Songshi decided to send Zhou-Yi out first, then collect some mountain spring water to study whether this spring was a special spiritual spring with unique effects. Zhou-Yi was a mountain dweller and knew well which plants could repel mosquitoes. He took the flashlight from Songshi and went out. Seeing the light from the flashlight gradually move farther away, Songshi hurried to the supermarket to get 2 large white buckets with a capacity of 2,000 jin, along with a red plastic bucket. She poured the mountain spring water into the large white buckets one by one. She didn't know if Zhou-Yi had trouble finding the mosquito-repelling plants or what, but she had already filled 2 large white buckets with spring water, yet Zhou-Yi still hadn't come back. Songshi stored the 2 buckets of spring water in the staff dining room of the supermarket, covered them, and then came out. Just as she was about to go look for Zhou-Yi, she saw a faint flashlight beam moving slowly in her direction. Her tense heart finally relaxed. It's good that nothing happened. Darling, how are you? Is there anything uncomfortable with your body? Zhou-Yi hurried back to the cave, holding Songshi's hand, and looked her over with concern. Songshi wanted to speak, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Could this be a side effect of this spiritual spring? Why did she react more slowly than Zhou-Yi despite drinking more? Maybe this spiritual spring first helped her recover her weak body and then detoxified her. Thinking this way, it made sense. Brother E, I want to. The words, go to the bathroom, were hard for Songshi to say. In this wild mountain, there's no bathroom, so she had to find a place to handle it. It was very embarrassing. Zhou-Yi, who had just been through a lot, understood what Songshi meant. He quickly took a piece of tissue from his pocket and handed it to her, then pulled her outside the cave. Fortunately, he was prepared. He thought they might encounter some situation after being out for a few hours, so he had packed tissue in his pocket. Since he didn't have much, he hadn't used it earlier. People in the mountains are poor and can't buy tissue, so most use leaves. Only those who go to great lengths can get tissue. Zhou-Yi bought tissue only after Songshi came to his home. He wouldn't let his delicate wife use rough leaves. Brother E, I can go alone. You wait for me in the cave. Songshi pushed Zhou-Yi away, holding her stomach with one hand and holding a flashlight with the other, walking between the trees. She didn't want anyone to see her in such an embarrassing situation. She wasn't afraid of the smell, but she was worried about bothering him. After walking for several minutes, she found a small bush for cover. She squatted behind it, put down the flashlight, and quickly ran into the supermarket's restroom. This spiritual spring water was like a top-quality laxative. She had to go 10 times before it stopped, but it felt better than a full-body spa. Soon, Songshi came out of the supermarket, found her flashlight, and hurried back to the cave to meet Zhou-Yi. Seeing her return, Zhou-Yi quickly stepped forward and held her hand, worriedly asking, "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Songshi gently patted his hand, offering a comforting gesture. This man cared for her so much that she couldn't ignore it. In her modern life, she had never met someone who valued her so deeply. Even her parents, who divorced early, never showed her such importance. Of course, after arriving here, they might care more about her because of the inheritance dispute. Then let's hurry and enjoy the hot spring. Later, I have to go home and catch frogs. Seeing that Songshi was fine and didn't seem worried, Zhou-Yi finally relaxed and pulled her to the natural hot spring pool. The hot spring water wasn't deep, at most about 1.5 meters. The water was very clear, and she could see smooth, shiny pebbles at the bottom. If she leaned in a little, she could feel the warm steam rising from the spring. But it didn't feel hot. Instead, it was quite cool. Thinking it might really be a spiritual spring, Songshi hesitated to get in. If she bathed in it, the spring water would be wasted and couldn't be drunk. However, she remembered that spiritual spring water usually has a self-purifying function. It should recover to its original state after a few hours. So, she could find a chance to come back and collect more of the spring water. Song Shi took off her cloth shoes and placed them beside the pool. She carefully lowered herself into the water, leaning on the edge of the spring. But the pebbles under her feet were too slippery, and she slipped backward. The warm water covered her entire body and flowed over her scarred scalp. It also covered her head, and her long hair floated in the water like seaweed swaying in the breeze. Zhou-Yi heard the splashing sounds from the water and immediately jumped into the pool. He pulled Song Shi out of the water. "Wife, are you okay? Did you fall anywhere?" Song Shi raised her hand and wiped the water from her face. Then she pushed her hair back from her face, revealing a delicate, small face about the size of a palm. When she was first sent to Zhou's family by the Song family, she was very thin, almost skin and bones. And she was near death, with her eyes closed tightly. Even Zhou-Yi didn't know what kind of eyes she would have. Later, when she woke up, she opened her eyes and looked around with confusion. He finally realized that in this world, people's eyes can be so beautiful and captivating. Song Shi is not short, about 165 centimeters tall. After nearly a month of careful care, her face has become rounder, and she looks more lively. Her eyes are like gemstones, shining brightly. Seeing Song Shi's clear, innocent eyes looking at him, Zhou-Yi felt his heart flutter and his breathing quicken. Because Zhou-Yi kept staring at her passionate gaze, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Zhou-Yi is just over 20 years old, full of youthful energy. It's normal for him to have feelings for her. Moreover, she is not just anyone. She is his wife. A husband who has no feelings for his wife. Either he has someone else in his heart or he simply doesn't want to share his life with her. Zhou-Yi's character is something Song Shi has understood. If he were another man, who would take on this hot potato of hers? Who would care about her life or death? If it were another man, he might have taken action when she woke up. Who else would care for her so sincerely? Song Shi also knows that being together requires mutual effort. One person can't do all the giving. If one enjoys while the other only gives without return, the relationship will eventually fail. During this time, Zhou-Yi's care for her has been clear, and she has been paying close attention. She increasingly feels that Zhou-Yi is someone trustworthy. Summer clothes are already thin, and when wet, they cling tightly to the body, revealing delicate curves. The beautiful scenery inside is faintly visible. Song Shi feels nervous and shy, her face turning bright red. She avoids Zhou-Yi's deep, affectionate gaze, but then the burning breath gets closer and closer to her neck. Finally, it lingers on her neck. Song Shi can't avoid it and feels her body being heated, as if the warmth is seeping into her skin. She instinctively reaches out to push him away and touches his abs. Song Shi is surprised. She didn't expect this seemingly thin man to have at least six-pack abs. That's incredibly strong. Just when Song Shi thought she couldn't run anymore today, Zhou-Yi surprisingly regained his senses and stopped his actions. I really admire Zhou-Yi's self-control. They were almost about to break through the last barrier, yet he managed to stop with a single step. Is it because she isn't attractive enough, or does he just not like her? If Zhou-Yi wanted to go all the way, Song Shi wouldn't be able to refuse. Because her mind couldn't control her body. She didn't expect him to stop, which surprised her a lot. She also greatly admired his self-control. As a modern woman who has received higher education and seen many big scenes, she thought she would be stronger in self-control. But it turned out she couldn't compare to an ordinary man of this era. Zhou-Yi suddenly hugged Song Shi, holding her in his arms. He buried his head in her neck and took a deep breath. His breath brushed her ear, making her feel ticklish, and she instinctively moved her ear. She wanted to escape. Soon, she felt sleepy and had no energy left to think about whether it was ticklish or not. Later, Song Shi fell asleep leaning on Zhou-Yi's shoulder. Zhou-Yi reached out and gently touched her hair, smiling. That moment was very beautiful. Song Shi didn't know how she got home. When she woke up to the sound of knocking on the door, she found herself lying on her bed at home. It was probably Zhou-Yi who carried her back. He was so considerate, carrying things and carrying her on his back. Truly hardworking. Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, Sheng Jia, and the three of them now made a new rest plan. Each person takes 2 days off in turn. Today was Mo Jiaxiang's turn to rest. So only Zhou Ping, Sheng Jia, and the two others came. One carried semi-finished frog meat, and the other carried semi-finished snake meat. Yes, snake meat. They had tried before and found that cooked snake meat could also be sold. So they added a new project. She was afraid of snakes, so she only handled stir-fried frog. Zhou Yi was responsible for braised snake meat. Although Zhou Yi's cooking skills were average, now that he had all the seasonings, his snake meat tasted better than that of chefs at state-run restaurants. The dishes of fried frog and braised snake meat are now quite popular in the city. At least every day, all prepared portions are sold out, and there's a feeling of high demand. Because Song Shi and Zhou Yi took a bath in the hot spring inside the cave at night, Song Shi's overall aura has improved. Even her originally dull, rough hair has become shiny and black. It now hangs smoothly down her back, looking like a beautiful ink wash painting. This made Zhou Ping and Sheng Jia, along with the two young men, blush with envy. They truly admired Zhou Yi. His luck is unmatched. They also hope that one day they will have such good luck as Zhou Yi. Now, Song Shi's hair is very silky. When she lowers her head, her hair slips down, resting on her face, which makes her feel uncomfortable. Just as she's about to lift her hand to fix it, suddenly a pair of hands appear behind her. Gently, they grab her hair and tie it with a red thread. It's not very pretty, but at least it won't get in the way anymore, right? Thank you. Song Shi turns to look at Zhou Yi. She didn't expect him to braid her hair. Although it's not very neat, he did it with care. Sheng Jia, sitting behind the stove and responsible for lighting the fire, saw this scene and felt it was hard to watch. He never thought Zhou Yi would become so tender and gentle. He never expected that getting married would bring such a big change to him. After the fried frog and braised snake meat are cooked and packed into buckets, Zhou Ping and Sheng Jia are about to leave. Song Shi suddenly speaks up. Tonight, calls Zhou Ping over. We'll split the money. Everyone has worked hard for a while. After dividing the earnings, we can all treat ourselves. Although they don't have tickets for money, not everything in the supply and marketing cooperative requires one. Plus, there's the night market to visit. If not, they can go to the market fair. Buying some coarse grains to fill their stomachs is also a good idea. Okay, we'll come over on time tonight. Zhou Ping, Sheng Jia, and the others wave goodbye to Zhou Yi and Song Shi, then leave carrying large wooden buckets. Yes, large wooden buckets. Initially, they used small ones, but they were too small to hold much. Later, they ordered some big buckets from a carpenter. Two grown men carry heavy wooden buckets every day, traveling between the city and the countryside, following a routine. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Song Shi are only responsible for logistics and processing. Song Shi yawned while covering her mouth, glanced at Zhou Yi, and then went to her room. Zhou Yi awkwardly touched his nose, feeling that the young wife's eyes seemed a bit sad. Was she upset that he didn't show enough care for her? He also wanted to take good care of her, but some things weren't ready yet. When Song Shi returned to her room, she didn't lie down immediately to rest, but sat on the edge of the bed. When Zhou Yi came in, she said, "Brother Yi, after we split the money tonight, we'll have some. Why don't we go to the commune tomorrow?" She still remembered the kindness of Li Qingqing from the guest house, who gave her a piece of pork. She didn't want to lose this gift and kept thinking about it. She actually wanted to go alone, so she could sell some things along the way. But she knew Zhou Yi wouldn't let her go alone to the commune. When the time comes that she really needs to sell something, she'll have to find a way to distract Zhou Yi. She didn't want anyone else to know about the supermarket situation, not because she didn't trust him, but to protect him, since ignorance is bliss. If something really happened in the future, she could handle it alone. Okay, I also plan to go to the commune soon. Since you want to go, let's go tomorrow. Zhou Yi agreed. They made the plan, and Song Shi lay back down to sleep again. She only got up early every morning at around 4 to cook, but she didn't expect it to be so tiring. She wondered how Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, and Sheng Jia managed to keep going. Maybe because of money. Everyone wants money and a full stomach. Most people in this era are quite simple. They just want to eat well and stay warm without many complicated thoughts. Of course, there are some bad people, but generally people are straightforward. Song, she wanted to test whether the hot spring water was truly spiritual water. After Zhou Yi finished breakfast and left, she started her experiment. She found a small patch of land in the yard, took a tiny shovel from the supermarket, and cleared away the weeds. Then she dug a hole, planted winter cabbage seeds, and covered them with soil, 1 seed per hole. She used up a 5-gram packet of seeds to plant them all. If the sprouting rate is high, I can pick a few plants to give to Zhou Zhonghua and Zhou Yi's friends, as well as Zhou Xiaoshu next door. Winter cold vegetables are very resistant to cold and dislike high temperatures. They can be planted from mid-August to November. Winter cold vegetables produce a high yield and are easy to grow, with modern yields reaching up to 3,000 kilograms per acre. They are also nutritious, tasty, sticky, soft, and smooth. They can be used to make soup, stir-fry, or porridge. Once grown, we won't have to eat only radishes in winter anymore. From my memory, I remember that when I was at the Song family, we couldn't even eat radishes in winter. The most we ate was wild vegetables boiled in water, which had no nutrition. After planting the seeds, Song, she took a 2-liter garden spray bottle from the supermarket. She filled it with well water, added 2 drops of hot spring water, mixed well, and sprayed the small vegetable patch. Whether this hot spring water is truly a special spring will be seen tomorrow. If the seeds sprout within a day, then it is a special spring. In the future, she plans to collect more hot spring water and store it, then use her skills in this mountain. She wants to transform this mountain village into a place she is happy with. Song, she knows that reselling items from the supermarket is not a long-term plan. She has no strong connections, and the source of the supplies is unclear. If she had a lot of money, it wouldn't withstand others' investigation. So, she still needs a legitimate source of income.
It's almost September now.
If this parallel world develops similarly to the modern world, then the era she is worried about is getting closer. She needs to save enough money before that era arrives to support herself and her family. She is just an ordinary person and cannot change history. She can only get used to it and watch history unfold. If humans interfere artificially, will there still be a peaceful and prosperous future? So, it's best for her not to do anything. She wants to avoid causing irreversible damage to herself or this parallel world. Song, she returned all the gardening tools she took from the supermarket and looked happily at her small vegetable patch she had started. Yes, now she just has to wait for the morning's lottery. Zhou Yi went home at noon to cook and clearly noticed that his young wife was in a good mood. Could it be that she was no longer upset about what happened last night? Such a lovely and tempting young wife. He had long wanted to enjoy her fully. But he had his own plans. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let her down. Wife, Zhou Yi said as he approached Song Shi, wanting to hold her in his arms. Just seeing her when he got home made all his heat, tiredness, and hardships disappear. The best decision he had ever made in his life was to sell everything he had to marry her. Brother Yi, try on this piece of clothing, Song Shi said. It was so hot that Zhou Yi looked like a blazing fire. She instinctively avoided him and handed him a short-sleeved shirt she had sewn herself. His clothes were so old that they were frayed, and she couldn't stand it anymore. It was okay to wear old clothes while working, but not when going out, right? Otherwise, he might be looked down upon by city folks. Wife, did you make this shirt for me? Zhou Yi was so excited he couldn't believe it. His young wife had made clothes for him herself. Although the shirt looked a little different from others, it was especially nice. Hurry and try it on. If it doesn't fit, we can modify it, Song Shi urged. Seeing the simple-minded look on the man's face, her eyes ached a little.
Okay, Zhou Yi no dedekçi tedli.
Right in front of Song Shi, he took off his old shirt. He put on the new one without any shyness. Song Shi felt a bit embarrassed. Not bad. Wearing this shirt makes Brother Yi look more mature and steady. I guess the young women in the city would be captivated by you. Zhou Yi had a handsome face with strong features, and his dark blue clothes made him look mature and steady. He had an indescribable aura, almost like a walking model, giving off a sense of being perfect for showing off. Wife, are you captivated by me? Zhou reached out and gently pulled Song Shi's waist, looking at her with intense eyes. He didn't want to impress others. He only wanted to impress her. Seeing that Song Shi didn't answer, Zhou also stayed silent, quietly staring at her with his head lowered. His body temperature seemed to rise even more, and he could only blame this damn summer heat. Song Shi felt her heart flutter under his gaze, and her face flushed hot. Was she enchanted by him? She wasn't sure. At that moment, the door suddenly was knocked on. Zhou nudged Song Shi's head with his chin, then turned to open the door. It was Aunt Li, the neighbor from the other side, holding a small basket and standing outside. She looked at Zhou, then curiously glanced into the yard. Zhou, how is your wife doing? She's fine. Zhou nodded at Aunt Li. He usually didn't talk much, unless it was to his family or friends. To outsiders, he didn't show much warmth. But since Aunt Li was concerned about his wife, he couldn't refuse. After all, she was kind. Moreover, Aunt Li's family was good people, and they could be friends. I've saved a few eggs to help your wife regain her strength. In the eyes of the villagers in Pinyin village, Zhou had borrowed a lot of money to marry and to treat his wife. They thought he was already very poor, and life would be hard to sustain. Aunt Li also thought so. So she wanted to help this newlywed couple. Her family wasn't well off, but they could get by. Zhou initially wanted to refuse, knowing Aunt Li's family was struggling too. Plus, in this hot summer, chickens didn't lay many eggs. These 5 eggs probably took Aunt Li a long time to save. But seeing her hopeful eyes, Zhou couldn't refuse, so he thanked her. He reached out and took the eggs from the basket. At worst, he could save one for when he cooked braised snake meat next time. Then I won't bother you. When your wife gets better, have her come visit us. Aunt Li smiled as she turned to leave after Zhou accepted the eggs. Actually, Zhou had helped their family before, but he was young then. Now, after so many years, he probably forgot. It didn't matter if Zhou forgot. She remembered. Although she was over 50, she was a person who remembered kindness. What's wrong? Song Shi asked with concern when Zhou returned. Neighbor Aunt Li brought 5 eggs. It's too hot outside, so you shouldn't come out. I'll go cook. During the hot summer, no matter how busy work is, there is always time for a midday rest because heat stroke can be deadly. Moreover, the busiest time of the year, the double harvest, has already passed, so there isn't much to do for now. There are no strict rules about working hours, so everyone can rest a little longer at noon. Zhou has enough time to go home and cook. After lunch, Zhou rested with Song Shi for a while, then changed into his old clothes and went out. Song Shi isn't a child. She doesn't need someone to keep her company during her rest. Clearly, Zhou just wanted to lie with her and found an excuse to stay nearby. In the evening, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua came over together. They struggled to carry a large round bamboo basket. Inside, it was full of large freshwater clams, bigger than a man's hand, and no one knew where the children had found them. Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, please help me carry this to the main hall to weigh it. Although she didn't know the exact weight, she knew she couldn't move it alone, so the 3 of them carried it together. They brought the clams into the main hall. While Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua went to get some snails, Song Shi quickly stored the clams in her space, weighed them, then transferred them into a large white bucket and took the basket back outside. Today, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua brought 80 jin of clams and 50 jin of snails. The total was 1 yuan and 3 mao. 1 yuan and 3 mao could only buy a piece of candy in modern times, but in this era, it could buy dozens of jin of coarse grains. In the poor mountain village of Pinyin, a strong worker's daily wage was about 8 to 10 cents. This means Zhou worked hard all day and earned only about 8 to 10 cents in modern currency. So, if Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua spent a few hours each day collecting clams and snails, they could earn this much money, which made others envious. Around 8 p.m., Song Shi and Zhou finished their baths and sat outside in the yard to enjoy the cool breeze. Zhou gently fanned himself with a palm leaf, and both of them could feel the breeze. After so many days, Song Shi was used to going to bed early, so she soon started to doze off. Suddenly, she was awakened by a knocking at the door. It was Zhou Ping, Mo Jixiang, and Sheng coming over to share the money. She returned to her room to get the account book and a pen. The few of them sat in the main hall, using candlelight to start counting the money. On the first day, they only tried selling and earned 32 yuan. From the second day onward, they made about 80 yuan each day. By the fifth day, after adding braised snake meat, their total was around 150 yuan. After careful calculation, the five of them earned a total of 722 yuan over 7 days. As for the money earned from helping catch frogs and snakes, they settled that immediately. They mainly wanted to avoid forgetting the amounts. Total is 722 yuan. Each of you forgets 180 yuan and 5 cents. Do you have any objections? If not, we'll split it like this. She took out a cloth bag for the money, took the cash out, and started counting seriously. Since the first day they brought money back, the men had been putting their earnings with her. They were afraid of accidentally losing the money. Also, they didn't know how to count, worried about making mistakes and losing out on their share. I have an objection, Sheng suddenly said very seriously. Shi, since this money also includes your part, it should be divided into 5 shares. I think I and brother E can share 1 part. Besides, I didn't do much, just cooked some dishes. If you want to talk about hard work, it's you guys who worked hard, traveling back and forth to the commune for hours every day. They appreciated her effort, and she was truly touched. At least they remembered her contribution and didn't turn against her over money. She had big dreams, but she had no one to support her. So, she planned to carefully select and slowly gather people. For now, these men seemed okay. As long as they don't change in unacceptable ways after getting married and having children. When the era of freedom and openness arrived, she was willing to develop with them. Shi very seriously had them sign papers to receive their money, then handed the cash to them. Somewhat awkwardly, she spoke up, I just want to say something. Now that you have money, don't just spend it on eating and having fun. You should start saving little by little because there will be many times in the future when you'll need money. Especially after marriage and having children, clothes and skincare for your wife, milk powder, clothes and shoes for the kids, and school fees. All these things cost money. She was speaking as a friend, so she didn't want to interfere too much.
She is right.
We all agree with her, Sheng said cheerfully. He didn't go to school and didn't understand many things. Someone took the time to teach him, and he was very happy. Zhou Ping and Mo Jixiang were the same. They didn't have educated parents. No one taught them how to behave or how to deal with others. They learned everything on their own from a young age. Fortunately, they didn't make many mistakes over the years, or they wouldn't know where they would be now. Their trusting actions moved Shi deeply. She shyly smiled and said, By the way, tomorrow morning I need to go to the commune with brother E. We probably won't be back until evening. So, you can keep your payments for now, and when I come back late at night, I'll collect them. Everyone agreed with Shi's plan. Now that they had the money, they didn't want to delay their rest here, so they all got up to leave. Suddenly, Shi remembered something and called out, Sheng can you catch cicada monkeys? Do you want a cicada monkey? Sheng turned to look at Shi, serious and focused. I can also make cicada monkeys. If you can catch some, we can try out a new product. After all, no one minds having more money, right? Shi smiled. Earlier, Zhou Yi had mentioned planning to build a brick house at the end of the year. She didn't know how much money it would take, but she wanted to help out. Okay, I understand. I will arrange this, Sheng said, waving to Shi and Zhou Yi. He then linked arms with Zhou Ping and Mo Jixiang and left Zhou Yi's small yard. Zhou Yi locked the gate and returned to Shi. He bent down, pinched her chin, and kissed her lips. There was also a hint of anger in his expression. Shi was confused. Did she say something wrong? Did she do something wrong? Otherwise, how could Zhou Yi treat her so well? Actually, Zhou Yi wasn't really angry, just a little jealous. Because his wife had just smiled at Sheng and the others. If that young man dared to have other thoughts about her, Zhou Yi would definitely teach him a lesson. His wife could only belong to him, No one else was allowed to think about her. The next morning, Sheng Jiahe and the others set off with fried frogs, braised snake meat, and some crispy fried cicadas to test the water. She also started preparing things to go to the commune with Zhou Yi. There wasn't much to prepare, just empty baskets and cloth bags for carrying things. She even packed 10 jin of dried mushrooms in a cloth bag, planning to give them to Li Qingqing. After washing up, it was about 6 o'clock, time to gather at the ox cart meeting point. Suddenly, She remembered the winter cold vegetables she planted yesterday and looked over there. Then she opened her eyes wide in shock. In just one night, the winter cold vegetables had not only sprouted but also grown to about 10 centimeters tall. Those 2 crisp, tender leaves looked incredibly tempting. This proved that the hot spring water was truly a magical spring. This discovery made She excited and full of energy, eager to share her joy with someone. The only person in this world she could share her happiness with was Zhou Yi. Brother Yi. She ran over to Zhou Yi, who was about to open the door, and then tiptoed to kiss his face. Having read some novels about spiritual springs in modern times, she naturally knew that such springs usually existed in a special spiritual spring space. Inside, there was not only a spiritual spring but also black fertile land, things usually reserved for the main characters. She never expected Zhou Yi to encounter a spiritual spring. So, was she married to a chosen one by chance? The Song family thought that throwing her into a poor mountain would make her suffer and despair forever, but they didn't expect this to be her great opportunity. Being flirted with so early in the morning was hard for anyone to bear, especially since it was her own wife. Zhou Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He casually threw away what he was holding and pushed She against the door. In the early morning light, in the cool morning breeze, he lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers, gently nibbling and savoring her sweet lips. After a while, Zhou Yi slowly released She. Looking at her slightly red lips and the beads of sweat on her forehead, Zhou Yi tried to hide his body's reactions. "Wife, you seem especially excited today. Are you so happy about going to the commune?" Zhou Yi thought her happiness was because they were going to the commune, but he didn't realize she was actually so happy because she had confirmed the matter of the spiritual spring. She wanted to tell Zhou Yi, but since he was a man from the mountains and didn't understand these things, she decided not to tell him. Anyway, with her there, she would make good use of the spiritual spring and let Zhou Yi profit from it. She leaned against the doorframe, her chest rising and falling as she took gentle breaths. Her bright eyes looked at Zhou Yi. "Brother Yi, take me to soak in the hot spring again in a few days." The hot spring was hidden in a mountain cave, and they went there late at night. If She went alone, she definitely wouldn't find the place. If Zhou Yi took her a few times and remembered the route, she could go there herself to collect spiritual spring water later. Okay. Zhou Yi planted a warm kiss on her forehead, not caring about the glistening sweat there. Next time they went to soak in the hot spring, he promised not to let her down. He would definitely take good care of her. The two of them washed their faces again, then packed up and set out. Last time they went to the commune, She was dizzy and didn't pay attention to her surroundings. But this time, she was finally alert and could observe everything carefully. Zhou Yi's home was on a hillside, just a few meters from a downhill path. On both sides of the path was a patch of bamboo forest, but these bamboos were thick and tall with large, sturdy stalks. Further down, there was a small stream less than a meter wide. The water in the stream was shallow, probably only ankle deep, definitely not reaching the knees. The water was very clear, and the stones at the bottom could be seen clearly. Long, slender fish swam back and forth in the water. There were also many tiny snails in the stream, perfect for making spicy snail dishes. With beer, it would be really exciting. Thinking of this, She couldn't help but swallow. She really wanted to eat spicy snail dishes and all kinds of small lobsters. The banks of the small stream are also lined with bright green water celery, which looks very pleasing. There are no signs of human trimming. It's unclear whether the people of Pingan village don't know that this plant is edible or if they simply don't like to eat it. The taste of the celery is actually quite fragrant. Well, okay. Above the stream, There is a small bridge made of two round, smooth logs. The logs look quite new, so it seems the small bridge was built recently. Zhou-Yi held Song-Shi's hand, and they crossed the bridge. After walking a little further on the other side, they reached the cattle gathering point. After getting on the ox cart, Song-Shi couldn't help but look back. It turns out Zhou-Yi's house is on a higher piece of land, and behind his house, there are even taller areas with other homes. That makes sense. In Ping'an Village, there aren't many good water or dry fields for farming, so the best land is used for growing crops. Houses are naturally built in places where farming isn't possible, but that's actually quite good. The houses are spaced far apart, so it's less likely to smell cooking food. She cooks braised pork every day, so she probably won't be noticed for her cooking smell, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, she might have to hide in the supermarket and use appliances to make delicious food. The ox cart jostled along the mountain road, and Zhou-Yi carefully protected her the whole way. Song-Shi looked back at the only main road leading in and out, and couldn't help but sigh. If only this road had been built a little straighter, it would have saved at least an hour to go to the commune. The road is paved with small stones and sand. It was probably built by people carrying stones and sand one by one. Wife, you know about this? Zhou-Yi held Song-Shi's hand and gently squeezed it in a place others couldn't see. He didn't expect that after getting married, he would be so lucky to have such a good wife. He felt more and more that he didn't deserve her, but he also believed no one else could treat her as well as he does. No matter how rich, handsome, or high-status other men are, can they love her with all their heart like he does? Can they respect, care for, and cherish her as he does? So he feels that only he is qualified to have such a wonderful wife. He isn't jealous or insecure. The more capable his wife is, the happier he feels. Song-Shi proudly gave her a sidelong look. Of course, I used to be among the top students in my grade. If it weren't for the trouble caused by the Song family, young Song, she would soon be sitting in her high school classroom. Although she isn't in the top tier at her current university, the school she attends is still quite reputable. Neither Song-Shi nor Zhou-Yi noticed the villager driving the ox cart in front, who looked at them with admiration. After 3 hours under the hot sun, the ox cart finally reached the gathering point of the commune. Everyone got off the cart and went to do their own things. Song-Shi and Zhou-Yi headed into the commune. The first place she wanted to visit was the guest house. She needed to give her prepared gift to Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing had helped her during her difficult time by giving her a piece of pork, a kind act she would never forget. Although she had applied sunscreen from the supermarket, the hot sun still made her feel uncomfortable. So, Song-Shi sewed a cloth curtain onto her straw hat. When she wore the hat, the curtain could cover her face and neck. The only downside was that it felt a bit stuffy, but it provided good sun protection. Actually, her supermarket had advanced sun protection hats and other gear, but she couldn't take them out. Brother-y, wait for me here. I'll give the gift to that pretty sister and come back quickly. She mainly wanted to sneak some more items out of the supermarket. If Zhou-Yi followed her, she wouldn't be able to do her little tricks. Okay, go ahead, Zhou-Yi said, not fond of dealing with women, and went to wait under a tree. When Song-Shi reached the guest house entrance, she looked inside the counter. She saw Li Qingqing sitting inside, looking down at something. Song-Shi stepped inside and called out, "Sister Qingqing." Li Qingqing heard a familiar voice and looked up. She saw the refreshed Song-Shi, who immediately brightened her face with a big smile. "Xiao-Shi, you're here?" "Yes." Song-Shi nodded and walked to Li Qingqing, placing the heavy cloth bag on the table in front of her. "Sister Qingqing, these are some local products from our countryside. Please don't mind them. Thank you for helping me during my tough times. When I have time, I'll bring you more local products from the countryside. Xiao-Shi, you are really too polite." She only gave her a piece of pork just to help her regain strength. Unexpectedly, Song-Shi brought her such a big bag of things. Even wild vegetables need time to dig and prepare. "Qingqing, take a look at it when you get home. I have to go to the hospital now, so I'll leave first. See you next time." Song-Shi waved goodbye to Li Qingqing. As she turned to leave, Li Qingqing came out from behind the counter and grabbed Song-Shi's hand. She looked her over carefully and then said, "Xiaoxi, if you need any help, just come to me. Few rough men from the countryside know how to care for their wives." Li Qingqing still worries that Song Shi, a delicate girl, might be bullied in the countryside. "Thank you, Qingqing. I'll go now." "Goodbye, Qingqing." After saying goodbye to Li Qingqing, Song Shi quickly walked toward Zhou Yi, and the two went to the hospital together. Zhou Yi had already arranged with Song Shi last night to come to the commune today for a checkup, especially after all she had been through. After Song Shi left, Li Qingqing planned to put the cloth bag under the counter and pick it up after work. But she couldn't lift it with one hand because it was too heavy. Curious, she slightly opened the bag and smelled the aroma of cured meat.
Li Qingqing instinctively sua lluva.
No wonder Song Shi told her to open it at home. If she opened it outside, someone might steal it. Someone starving to the limit would do anything. Li Qingqing hurried home at lunchtime, carrying the bag. Once home, she checked the contents with her family. Inside were about 10 pounds of dried mushrooms, 2 pieces of cured meat weighing a pound each, and a cured duck weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Such heavy things. She couldn't imagine how Song Shi managed to carry them. Thinking about Song Shi's weak body carrying such heavy loads, Li Qingqing felt a warm feeling in her heart. None of her friends could do what she did. Now, Song Shi, who could carry 50 pounds, thought 20 pounds was just a small snack. The smell of cured meat and duck made Li's mother almost drool, but she kept her composure. "Qingqing, where did you get these?" "You weren't outside." "Mom." Li Qingqing looked helplessly at Li's mother. "This is a friend I just met who brought me a gift. She's a very good girl, not anything messy like you might think." Okay, I understand. She's so kind to you, so you should also be kind to her. After all, you've never had such a true friend before." Li's mother was very happy that her daughter had made a sincere friend. Nearby, girls around Li Qingqing's age spent their days comparing themselves to others. Li Qingqing didn't like it, and she liked it even less. After Song Shi finished her checkup, she couldn't help but feel happy when the doctor said she only needed to come back if she felt unwell. She had finally recovered and was free to go anywhere she wanted. But when she thought about going back to work now that she was healthy, her joy disappeared and she felt gloomy. She had money, tickets, and a big supermarket. Did she really need to work hard to earn points? In this era, jobs were often passed down, and few people were willing to sell their work. Also, the original Song Shi was just a middle school graduate, not registered in the city, and had no special skills. She couldn't find a job easily. Moreover, she carried the supermarket with her. If she found a job in the city, it might be easy to get caught or cause trouble. For Song Shi, staying in the mountains was safer. Thinking of this, she sighed. Now she could only wait and see if she needed to work. She wasn't short of money. "Wife, you sit here and rest for a while. I'll be back soon." Zhou Yi helped Song Shi sit on a chair in a quiet corner of the hospital before rushing back to the main building. He chose this shady spot behind the hospital, where even at noon in the heat, there was a cool breeze. It was a good place to rest, but Song Shi didn't feel like relaxing now. Seeing Zhou Yi's figure disappear into the hospital, she also got up and headed in that direction. She went to the nurse's station. The nurse was probably on break for lunch, so only one nurse was sitting there. Song Shi took a handful of white rabbit candies and handed them over quietly. "Comrade, may I ask where the director's office is? I need to consult the director about something." The young nurse saw a big white rabbit milk candy and immediately brightened her eyes. Since her family didn't have many tickets, even though she had a salary, it was hard for her to buy the white rabbit milk candy. She quickly grabbed the candy and hid it in her pocket. "The director's office is on the 3rd floor and there's a sign on the door." "Okay, I understand." "Thank you, comrade," Song Shi said, then hurried toward the staircase. She wanted to finish her task quickly, or else Zhou Yi might get worried if she wasn't there when he came back. Song Shi arrived outside the director's office on the 3rd floor. She tidied up her clothes and touched her hair to make sure she looked proper, then gently knocked on the door. When she heard A come in from inside, she pushed the door open quietly and went in. "Who are you?" The director was a man in his 50s or 60s, but he looked very energetic. He had neat short hair and a calm, confident air. Since he had risen from a doctor to the director, he was clearly not an ordinary person. Looking at the young girl in front of him, he didn't give her a sharp or intimidating look, as if he was afraid to scare her. "Hello, director. I am a patient here for a checkup. I came today because I have something I want to ask you." She took out a 50-year-old ginseng from her bag and placed it on the desk, pretending to be reluctant. "My family has spent all our savings on my treatment recently. This ginseng was left to me by my grandfather before he passed away. I want to ask if you could help me see how much this ginseng is worth. I don't understand these things and am afraid of being cheated." Of course, the grandfather she mentioned wasn't her real grandfather. She was still young, and her real grandfather was very much alive. But whether she had a grandfather or not, it was the same. She was still vulnerable to being bullied. The grandfather she spoke of was, of course, her kind and caring grandfather for modern times. After she finished speaking, she rubbed her eyes, and her eyes and nose suddenly turned red. That pitiful look made anyone feel sorry for her. Actually, selling ginseng was a sudden idea. "After all, I came with Zhou Yi to the commune. I can't go to the night market and I can't reveal the supermarket. But since I came all this way, I can't just go back empty-handed, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of the trip?" "Young girl, do you mean you want to exchange ginseng for money tickets?" The director felt a wave of pity upon hearing her words. He couldn't believe it and asked for confirmation again. "Yes, my family is about to run out of food. We're all starving. If I weren't sick, we wouldn't be in this situation." She nodded gently, then took out a 100-year-old ginseng from her cloth bag. "I also have this ginseng. If your friends want to trade for it, that's fine. That way, I won't have to wander around like a headless fly looking for someone. If I meet a scammer, I would lose more than I gain." Actually, she just hoped the director would buy the ginseng. Ginseng is the best gift to repair relationships. If the director really bought it and used it to build connections later, he might not get into trouble. The director was surprised. He didn't expect this young girl to have such a life-saving treasure. It seemed someone in her family knew about herbs. Otherwise, how could this ginseng be so well prepared? "Young girl, are you sure you want to exchange it for money tickets? This item could save lives in the future. It was a bit sad to trade it for money." "I'm very sure. Please, director, help me appraise it so I can be prepared. She still has quite a few in the supermarket. Selling two wouldn't be a big loss." "Young girl, I want to trade with you. Are you willing?" The director eagerly picked up the 100-year-old ginseng and examined it carefully. He decided to keep this ginseng as a treasure. The 50-year-old one could be used to give as a gift or for social connections. "If you're serious about trading, I'm willing to exchange with you. It's better to trade with someone you trust. Trading with outsiders might lead to being cheated. As the head of a hospital, he probably wouldn't cheat a young girl." "All right, I'll take it. 50-year-old ginseng for 150 yuan, 100-year-old for 300 yuan, plus 10 jin of grain tickets and a jin of meat tickets. Can you accept that?" This was the most sincere offer the director could make. After all, workers only earn 30 or 40 yuan a month. Who would be willing to spend several months' salary to buy a single ginseng root? She wasn't very satisfied with the price, but she also knew that prices were like this in those days. The director wasn't trying to take advantage of her, so she nodded in agreement. "All right, director, I'll make the trade with you." "Miss, please wait a moment. I'll go get the money." The director smiled and stood up to leave. He didn't have that much cash or coupons with him, so he went to borrow some from his colleagues. He planned to return the money to them the next day. 5 minutes later, the director came back with a stack of money and coupons. Handing them to Shi with a kind smile, he said, "Miss, please count them to make sure everything's correct." Shi politely accepted the money, counted it carefully, and after confirming it was all there, nodded to the director and said goodbye. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Director, if I ever find more ginseng in the future, can I come to you again?" No one could be sure they'd never need money later, so it was wise to keep a good connection. If the director agreed, she could come to him again when she needed money. After receiving his clear answer, Song-shi smiled and left. Earning 450 yuan in just a few minutes was already quite good. Making money couldn't be rushed. It had to be done step by step. Song-shi kept 50 yuan and some food coupons with her, then stored the rest in her hidden space. It was summer, and her clothes were thin. Carrying that much money on her would only tempt thieves. She definitely didn't want to make things easy for them. When Song-shi returned to the shady spot where she had been resting earlier, she saw Zhou-yi anxiously talking to the medical staff, clearly asking about her. Her heart warmed, and she couldn't help calling out, "Brother Yi." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou-yi looked up and quickly ran toward her. If they hadn't been in public, he would have hugged her right away. "Where did you go?" he asked worriedly. "An old lady said she had a stomachache and couldn't hold it, so I helped her to the restroom. That's why it took a bit longer." Song-shi blinked playfully. "It was an emergency, so I didn't have time to tell you. Sorry for making you worry. From now on, I'll let you know before I do anything, okay? Sweetheart, these words are what you said yourself. If you ever break your promise in the future, don't blame me for being harsh. Do you understand?" Song-shi's flexible attitude made him feel very warm inside. Because she cared about him, she wanted to explain herself. A string of question marks appeared above Song-shi's head. When did she make a promise? It was just a light-hearted remark, yet he took it as her promise? He didn't realize that promises and vows are actually meaningless. They're nothing special. "Let's go eat," he said, rubbing her head helplessly as he looked at her confused face. In the hospital, with so many people around, he didn't hold her hand to avoid some elders criticizing her unfairly. Many people like to judge others based on their own opinions. Even though it was a matter between two people, they unfairly blamed the woman. He didn't want his wife to suffer such unfair treatment. They arrived at a state-run restaurant, which was already past mealtime. There was no one inside. The waiter behind the ordering window looked sleepy until he heard footsteps and opened his eyes. "Hello, comrade. We want 3 plates of water dumplings and 1 serving of braised pork," Song-shi said, stepping forward with Zhou-yi, handing over the money and the order slip. Zhou-yi was a bit surprised, but didn't ask too many questions. Couples don't need to worry about everything. As long as she was happy, that was enough. But he knew her health was important, so he paid attention to her diet. Zhou-yi knew she didn't eat fatty meat, so when the braised pork was served, he immediately picked out the pork skin and lean meat for her. But she stopped him after a few pieces, saying, "That's enough. That's enough. Brother Yi, you eat the rest." She ordered the braised pork to help him regain strength. He worked hard outside every day, so he needed good food to stay healthy. Besides, they were just the two of them now. They could afford to eat meat every day, so there was no need to save it for her. She took a sip of the free boiled water provided by the restaurant, and then started eating the dumplings. The pork and cabbage dumplings had a dough that wasn't pure white. It was mixed with other flour, so the texture was a bit rough. Compared to the handmade dumplings from the supermarket, the wrapper wasn't as good, but the filling was tastier. Each had its own advantages. "Brother Yi, does the commune have a place like a flea market?" She asked softly while eating dumplings. She didn't dream of getting rich by finding bargains. She just wanted to go see. Besides, the ox cart only returns at 4 in the afternoon. If she didn't go now, where would they be all this time? The sun in late August is still very hot. "Yes, if your wife wants to go, we'll go after we finish eating." She didn't expect Zhou-yi to understand her hidden meaning. She happily nodded and gave him a sweet smile. "Great. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Yi." After eating, the two left the state-run restaurant and headed toward the flea market. It took about half an hour to reach the closest one. In front of the market, under a tree, an old man was lying in a recliner with his eyes closed, gently fanning himself. From afar, you could see piles of old goods inside the market. There were scrap items and things that could be recycled, all jumbled together chaotically. Song-shi and Zhou-yi exchanged glances and then approached the old man. "Grandpa, can we go in and look around?" "Go ahead. Just don't touch things randomly. If you see something you need, pick it up, weigh it, and pay." The old man waved casually. Many items inside were usable, so he hoped someone would buy them. preventing waste. He had been working here for a long time and, when no one was looking, secretly hid many good things. Seeing usable items exposed to the sun and wind made him feel sad. "Thank you, Grandpa." She grabbed a handful of white rabbit candies, placed them on the table in front of the old man, and then she and Joe went inside. The flea market actually has a less nice name: garbage dump. The smell is bad, and there are many mosquitoes and flies. As soon as you enter, you hear the buzzing of insects. Right at the entrance, the yard is full of all kinds of messy things, even more complete than a supply and marketing cooperative. There are all sorts of old, broken furniture, pots and pans, bottles and jars, clothes and shoes. Farmers rarely buy new clothes all year round. Most are patched up old clothes with patches on patches. The old goods market was filled with many clothes that were about 50% new, with no patches at all. This shows that there are really many wealthy people in this city. Looking at the pile of old clothes, she felt a little sad. She endured the bad smell and reached in to look through them. Joe quickly grabbed She's hand, full of concern. "Wife, we shouldn't wear other people's old clothes. I will buy you new clothes." Her wife probably had a hard past, but now with him, he would never let her wear patched clothes again. "I'm not going to wear them. I have other uses. You help me pick good sealed bottles and canned jars. I have other plans." Joey's kindness moved she deeply. But with him here, she couldn't fully focus, so she sent him aside. "Actually, most of these clothes can be worn again after cleaning and disinfecting. Some fabrics are really good. But in this city, people are rich and love beauty. After wearing a piece of clothing for a while, they don't want it anymore and just throw it away." In modern times, she also changes clothes quickly. Sometimes, she buys a new outfit, takes some photos, and then puts it away in storage. But she doesn't throw clothes away like that. Instead, she sells them on second-hand websites. Although she has money, she wouldn't waste it like that. She really wanted to take all these old clothes with her, but Joey was here, so it wasn't convenient. She couldn't pay and just put the clothes directly into the supermarket. They also couldn't carry so many clothes back. It seems she can only wait for the next time. Next time, she will come alone and take all the useful old clothes to recycle and reuse. Moreover, some waste is actually resources placed in the wrong place. They can be recycled and reused. In the end, she picked 10 tops, 10 pairs of pants, and 10 pairs of shoes, including adult and children's sizes. She first took the clothes and shoes to her grandfather, then went to Joe to pick glass bottles. She selected 30 good wine bottles and 7 canned jars. Actually, canned jars could be exchanged for money at the supply store, but it seemed no one cared about a few cents, so they just threw the bottles away. She and Joe took the items to the old man for payment. The old man simply glanced, took 50 cents, and let them go. She was very happy. After thanking the old man, she and Joe started putting things into the basket. The prices at the second-hand market were really tempting. A piece of clothing that cost over 10 yuan elsewhere was only 2 cents here. Glass bottles that cost a few cents each were just 1 cent here. For these prices felt like finding money. Even in today's wealthy and busy times, some people still sell old clothes. So, why couldn't she do it too? Besides, she wasn't really making money from these old clothes. She just wanted to be a helper who moves old clothes around, helping them be used properly. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt like she had something to do. Since the return trip by ox cart was still a long way off, the two of them went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things that didn't require tickets. For example, glutinous rice strips and fruit candies. She didn't buy anything else. She mainly looked at what was available there and checked if the supermarket had similar items. If they did, she could just buy from the supermarket in the future. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they got on the return ox cart. It wasn't until after 7 that they arrived at Pingan village. Walking on the wooden bridge over the small stream, she saw Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua standing under the peach tree outside the neighboring house. The children finally relaxed when they saw her return. After all, she was their sponsor. Without her, They wouldn't know who to sell the snails and river clams they collected. It seemed Song. She went out today to sell their snails and river clams. Thinking of this, both children felt very grateful to Song Shi. Without her, they wouldn't know how they would live. Song Shi shook her head at them, telling them not to come over for now. She didn't want Zhou Yi to know she was buying snails and river clams. The children weren't fools. They looked at Zhou Yi beside Song Shi, then turned and went home. Back at home, Song Shi slumped into a chair. Riding the ox cart was really tiring. Unfortunately, in this village, you could only go out by ox cart or on foot. There were no bicycles in the countryside back then. Bicycles were like luxury cars, like Mercedes-Benz. If someone in the village bought a bicycle, everyone would be excited. After resting a bit, Song Shi took out the old clothes, bottles, and cans and placed them in the corner under the eaves. I plan to handle this when I have more time. Today, I just don't have the energy. Song Shi took out half of the glutinous rice strips, wrapped them up, and saw Zhou Yi busy, so she said, "Brother Yi, Aunt Li next door used to give us eggs before. I want to give her some rice strips as a thank you gift. Go ahead, wife," Zhou Yi replied, glancing back at Song Shi. Because Aunt Li's family is kind, and they live just a few meters away, he was happy for Song Shi to visit and exchange with her. They are a young couple and still have many things they don't understand. In the future, they will likely need to ask Aunt Li for help. Song Shi carried half a kilogram of rice strips and went to the neighbor's house a few meters away. The gate was still open, but no one was inside. Song Shi didn't go straight in but knocked on the wooden door. The knocking startled the people inside. Soon, Aunt Li came out. Seeing Song Shi, she smiled happily. "Xiao Shi, why are you here? Have you eaten dinner?" "Yes, Aunt Li," Song Shi lied, worried that Aunt Li might invite her to stay for dinner. "I have something to ask you. Could you come out for a moment?" "It won't take more than a few minutes." Aunt Li stepped in front of Song Shi, looking at her with a kind smile. She didn't expect Song Shi to be so pretty, especially those bright, clear eyes, like stars shining in the night. Zhou Yi was really lucky to marry such a good wife by chance. "Aunt Li, it's like this. Today, Zhou Yi and I went to the hospital in the commune for a checkup and ran into my middle school classmate. Their family has many members, and because supplies in the city are short, even with money, they can't buy much food. Life is really hard for them. She wanted to exchange money for edible things from the mountains, but I can't do much with my health. I just want to help, but I can't. So I wanted to ask if Aunt Li is interested in this money-making opportunity." As she spoke, Song Shi deliberately pressed her fist to her lips and coughed softly a few times. She couldn't let her delicate, sickly persona break. Aunt Li was a bit excited. Of course, she wanted a chance to make money. Everyone in the village wanted to earn money, but they had no opportunity. Most people hadn't gone to school, and they didn't have urban household registration, so they had no way to earn money. They could only work in the fields to survive. However, in recent years, luck hasn't been on our side, and life has become very hard for everyone. Although private buying and selling are officially not allowed now, talking about exchanging goods is still okay. "Little Shi, what should I do? What do I need to do?" Aunt Li nervously clenched her hands, eager to seize this chance to make money. Even earning a little could slowly improve her family's living conditions. Song Shi pointed to the small stream below the slope. "Aunt Li, the green water celery growing along the stream's edge, which also smells nice. My classmates can sell it for 1 cent per 2 jin. The small snails in the stream can also be sold for 1 cent per jin. But my classmates have a requirement. The water celery must be neat, tied in bundles of 1 jin, with no yellow leaves or mud, and the snails must be cleaned thoroughly." Song Shi is a grateful girl. Aunt Li has helped her, so she wants to help Aunt Li in return. She and Zhou Yi are both very poor and can't give Aunt Li money directly, so helping her this way feels good. Moreover, doing small things like this can help them understand Aunt Li better. Whether they can continue this in the future depends on whether Aunt Li keeps her promises. Aunt Li was so excited she almost couldn't breathe. No one eats the water celery, yet 2 jin can be sold for 1 cent. People in the city are really rich. If she spends a little time each day collecting 20 jin, she can earn 1 dime. In a month, that adds up to 3 yuan. The more she collects, the more she earns. Also, the water celery regrows quickly after being harvested, so she can keep collecting it. Aunt Lee felt her mind was spinning. She couldn't even do the math properly. All she knew was that water celery and small snails could help her make a lot of money. If you trust me, Aunt Lee, go pick some every day and give it to me. I'll take it to my classmates. She didn't rush her, but let her decide on her own. She didn't want Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua to get too tired, especially since they already had 2 projects, river snails and freshwater clams. Plus, the stream is very close to her home, so it won't interfere with Aunt Lee's household chores. Little Shi, I believe you. Thank you for giving me such a good opportunity. Thank you. Aunt Lee held Shi's small, tender hand excitedly and said, Xiaoxi, don't worry. I will take this seriously and make sure your classmates are not disappointed. I won't damage your relationship with your friends. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Please also don't tell anyone about this, or my classmates might get upset. She put half a bag of rice sticks into Aunt Lee's arms and quickly turned to leave. She didn't want Aunt Lee's family to know too much for now. She knew Aunt Lee was a good person but wasn't sure about her family. She planned to understand more later before sharing anything. Seeing Shi's back as she left, Aunt Lee's eyes filled with gratitude and turned red. This family is really unfair. They abandoned such a good daughter, like Shi in the mountains. The family will definitely regret it someday. At home, Shi placed bottles of wine and can jars into a wooden basin and soaked them with well water. She quietly added some disinfectant to the water and soaked everything. She also soaked old clothes and shoes with special disinfectant for textiles. After finishing these chores, Zhou Yi had prepared dinner. It was mung bean porridge. In summer, the heat causes the body to lose a lot of water, which can disturb the body's electrolyte balance. Drinking some mung bean soup can help stop coughing, promote urination, and clear heat and summer heat. It helps replenish body water, inorganic salts, and maintain electrolyte balance. Zhou Yi didn't know all this, but since he saw Shi cook mung bean porridge a few times and found it tasty, he cooked some himself. Besides, it's so hot that eating heavy meals is hard. Once the mung bean porridge cooled, they had a simple dinner. Afterward, Shi went to take a shower. When she finished, she sat on a chair to enjoy the cool breeze. When Zhou Yi went into the bathroom, she grabbed a flashlight and hurried out. First, she went to find Zhou Xiaoshu and asked him to bring today's snails and freshwater clams into the yard, then waved her hand and put them into the staff cafeteria of the supermarket. As for weighing and payment, they would settle it together tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua knew Shi wouldn't cheat them, so they happily agreed. Feeling playful, Shi took the flashlight and went to the small stream. She shined the flashlight into the water, and the illuminated area was filled with tiny, wild fish she couldn't name. Thinking about the small fish snacks in the supermarket, she couldn't help but lick her lips, craving spicy small fish. Zhou Yi finished a shower and came out, but didn't see Shi. He felt nervous and hurried outside to look for her. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a bright light near the small stream below. He recognized that the light was from his flashlight, and only then did he relax. He grabbed another flashlight and went over. He saw She crouched on a rock by the stream. The flashlight's beam shone on the shallow water, moving back and forth. She still had a sweet smile on her face, so lovely it made people feel happy. Sweetheart, what are you looking at? Zhou Yi knelt beside Shi and shined his flashlight into the water. He didn't see anything special, just some small fish, loaches, and tiny snails. She sucked in her cheeks and said, Brother Yi, look. There's so many small fish here. This long one is called diaozi fish, and it has lots of spines. The flat fish is called bangpao fish, with red and blue scales that look beautiful in the sunlight. And this one is called wheat ear fish, and this round, scaleless fish, I don't know its name. Even though these fish are small and won't grow big, if you marinate, coat with flour and egg batter, and fry them, they become very crispy. You can even eat the fish bones directly, no need to worry about choking on them. The more she talked, the more tempting it sounded, and Song, she couldn't help but start to drool. Drying them into small fish snacks or baking them into dried fish isn't just tasty, but also helps preserve them for a long time. Song, she was saying this to prepare for her plan about the small fish snacks in the supermarket. She planned to take some out in a few days and tell Zhou-Yi that she caught and dried them herself. She didn't think Zhou-Yi would doubt her story. Oh, so these seemingly insignificant little things can be so delicious. Seeing Song, she's bright, hopeful eyes, Zhou-Yi felt his heart flutter. It turned out his little wife was a foodie, but a picky one. She didn't eat many things. So far, Zhou-Yi had noticed she didn't eat fatty meat, snake meat, frogs, wild boar. Things others would love to try. She simply didn't like them. But that was okay. He could always find things she liked to eat. Let's go home. There are many mosquitoes outside, Zhou-Yi said, pulling Song-Shi up and holding her hand as they headed home. In the early morning, around 4 o'clock, there was a knocking on the door. Song-Shi, feeling sleepy, woke up. Seeing that Zhou-Yi was not nearby, she was suddenly fully alert. But the knocking outside continued. Song-Shi quickly got up and opened the door, only to see the Sheng family standing outside. They had brought some things and were waiting for Song-Shi to finish her work. Go to the kitchen first. I'll be there soon. Song-Shi yawned and closed the door. After changing her clothes, she came out again and saw Zhou-Yi sitting in the yard. Curious, she walked over. Brother Yi, why are you sitting here? What time did you get up? In front of Zhou-Yi was a bamboo container. Song-Shi thought for a moment and recognized it as a bamboo drying basket. She curiously lifted the lid and saw a bunch of small fish that were almost dried. She looked at Zhou-Yi. So many small fish. She wondered how many hours he had spent catching and processing them. Could he have gone out to catch fish right after she fell asleep? She felt grateful. She didn't expect that her casual remark would be remembered by him. Seeing Song-Shi lift the lid, Zhou-Yi wanted to stop her, but was too late. When Song-Shi discovered his surprise, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wife, you go to the kitchen first. I'll come later. No need. I asked those two to start the fire. You can do your thing, she said, turning to go to the kitchen. She instructed Sheng Jia and the others to start the fire, then began processing the fish. Sheng Jia and the others had asked villagers for help catching frogs, so everyone's workload had increased. Of course, their income was proportional to the effort, so despite being tired, everyone was happy. Sitting behind the stove, Sheng Jia said while tending the fire, Yesterday, when we were selling these things, some people asked where we were from and how we made them. I just gave a quick answer to brush them off. We can't just tell everyone our business. You're pretty clever, she replied. Song-Shi looked at Sheng Jia and Wang and said, Anyway, be careful outside. Not everyone has bad intentions, but not everyone is kind either. Bad people's faces don't have the words I am bad written on them, so it's better to be cautious. After all, what we do isn't something we can show openly. If someone finds out, all of us will be in trouble. Next time you go to sell things, try to disguise yourselves so others can't recognize you immediately. Song-Shi isn't afraid because she has a supermarket to hide in, but the others are locals and don't have special powers. If something happens, it could really be bad. Song-Shi, what if someone copies us? What should we do? Zhou-Ping helps her by handing her things she needs. He's worried and thinks about it. This will happen sooner or later. No matter what, there are always people who copy trends. If you're worried about others copying us and cutting off our business, just take over the whole area and buy everything. If others want to copy, they won't have anything to learn from. Song-Shi isn't afraid of others copying because they don't have modern seasonings, so they can't make her special taste. Even if they steal some of their business a few times, once people taste her food, they won't buy it again out of foolishness. Business will come back naturally. When the season ends and these things are gone, what will we do? Sheng Jia sighed like an old man. Song-Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Our Pinyin village is surrounded by mountains, with big mountains inside. Do we really need to worry about finding good things? Worrying too much is just old-fashioned thinking, you know? Even if all the obvious things are gone, she can still use freshwater snails and river clams to support herself for a while. She bought so many freshwater snails and river clams not just to display in the supermarket, but to make money. Plus, these things are available every year in rice fields and streams everywhere. If she stocks up enough to do business, her supermarket won't have enough space, right? Anyway, everything is for making money. Does it really matter in the end? And in winter, who knows what's on the mountain? It feels like there are many treasures in the mountains, and it all depends on whether you have the eyes to find them. Song-shi, you are our big sister. From now on, we will listen to you in everything. Zhou Ping excitedly clapped his hands, drawing the attention of Song-shi, Sheng Jiahe, and Zhou Yi outside the house. Sheng Jiahe thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Yes, there are so many mountains in Pingan Village. What is there to worry about? If they finish collecting everything from Pingan Village, they can go somewhere else. After Zhou Yi finished making braised snake meat in the kitchen, Zhou Ping and Sheng Jiahe set out carrying wooden buckets. They have long legs and walk quickly, reaching the commune faster than a cart. Song-shi and Zhou Yi tidied up the kitchen together, then went to check the small dried fish in the yard. The small fish were already dried and crispy in their hands. Zhou Yi took a clean pickled vegetable jar, about to store the small fish, when Song-shi said, "Brother Yi, don't rush to pack them. Let them dry in the sun all day, then pack them. Now the small fish are almost dry, and there's no need to worry about flies." Okay. Zhou Yi spread the small fish out in a woven bamboo basket and placed it in the middle of the yard. When the sun rises, it will directly dry here. Back in the room, Song-shi didn't lie down to rest immediately, but looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He scratched his head and tentatively asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Or maybe you can teach me how to cook stir-fried frogs and cicada monkeys, so you won't have to get up early in the future." Seeing his wife getting up every morning at the same time as him, around 4 o'clock, and working for over an hour, he felt distressed. He had wanted to tell her about this for a long time, but every time he saw her enjoying herself, he knew she probably wouldn't agree if he said anything. "Brother Yi, those small fish weighed at least 5 jin. Catching fish takes time, cleaning takes time, and processing the internal organs of so many small fish takes a long time. So, were you busy with this all night?" Song-shi felt a bit worried for him. He's grown up, but he doesn't seem to care much about his health. Zhou Yi took her hand and held it tightly, his eyes serious and full of deep affection. "Wife, as long as it's something you want, I will do my best to find it for you." Zhou Yi's clear eyes were full of sincerity and love. This pure, unselfish love, free of any selfish interests, made Song-shi's already somewhat chaotic heart feel even more overwhelmed. "Brother Yi," Song-xia looked at Zhou Yi. Her pure and beautiful eyes made Zhou Yi feel that everything he did was worth it. "Wife," Zhou Yi hugged Song-shi into his arms, gently stroking her head, instinctively avoiding her wound. "Trust me, I will make your life better in the future." Song-shi's nose was just resting on Zhou Yi's shoulder, and she could clearly smell his scent. She didn't know what the smell was, but she couldn't help sniffing a few more times. As a result, her nose accidentally touched Zhou Yi's neck. Her warm breath brushed against Zhou Yi's neck, making his body stiffen instantly. He didn't dare to move. With his beloved wife in his arms, asking if he wanted to care for her, of course he did. But he had no experience and was afraid of acting badly and disappointing his wife, so he decided to wait for the right moment. In the morning, Song-shi took advantage of Zhou Yi not being home to wash some old clothes and hang them on the clothesline. In this era, it seemed there were no hangers. Clothes were either hung on hemp ropes or sticks. She didn't dare to use the nice hangers she had. Later, she washed bottles and canned jars, then placed them under the eaves. These were glass items, and she didn't dare to expose them to the sun, worried they might burst. She bought them all for use, and not a single one could be wasted. Song-shi also went to check the small dried fish Zhou Yi had dried. They had only been drying for a short time, but they were already crispy and slightly burnt, with a faint fishy smell. She was very satisfied. She decided to give Li Qingqing a pound of them later. Now she truly approved of Li Qingqing as a friend. After finishing these chores, she went to check on her winter vegetables. Thanks to the magic spring water, the winter vegetables had grown about 20 centimeters, and the top two large leaves could be plucked and eaten. The yield of winter vegetables was really high. A few plants would be enough for her and Zhou-yi to eat for a long time. So she quickly pulled up 60 winter vegetables. She planned to give 10 each to Zhou Zhonghua, Zhou Xiaoshu, and the neighbors, Aunt Li, Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, Sheng Jia, and his family. Although the number wasn't large, it was enough to eat. The magic spring water was really good. She also found seeds for vine vegetables and red amaranth. Because these two vegetables also produced a high yield and could be harvested many times, she could enjoy many harvests. Although it wasn't the season for planting, she had the magic spring water. Planting now means I can enjoy fresh vegetables for a few more months before winter arrives. So, she dug a hole to plant some vegetables. The seeds of the vine vegetables are quite large. She put 2 seeds in each hole. The seeds of red amaranth are very tiny, almost impossible to count, so she grabbed them randomly. Since she planned to share some seedlings after they sprouted, planting extra was no problem. When people are busy, time passes very quickly. She didn't notice, and it was already noon. Zhou-yi was working outside, so she was supposed to cook, but she lost track of time. When Zhou-yi came back to cook, she realized that the whole morning had gone by so fast. Quickly, she plucked some winter cold vegetables and handed them to Zhou-yi. Zhou-yi raised an eyebrow. Can we eat this? This is winter cold vegetables, very tasty. Just boil some water, cook them briefly, add a bit of oil and salt, and they're ready. After saying that, she poured water, washed her hands and face. She was really hot, feeling like she was on fire. Actually, summer in this era isn't very hot. The temperature is usually just over 30 degrees Celsius. But without fans or air conditioning, it was a bit hard for Shi, who traveled here. Local people are used to it and find it okay. After drinking a glass of cool water with spiritual spring water, Shi finally felt refreshed. She quickly poured another glass for Zhou-yi, but he was busy washing vegetables and couldn't hold a cup. So, she held the cup and fed him the water. Zhou-yi discovered this spiritual spring, and of course, he wouldn't keep it all to himself. Water you feed me tastes sweet, even better than sugar water. Wife, please keep feeding me like this in the future. Zhou-yi leaned over, kissed Shi on the cheek, and felt very happy. No matter how hard or tiring outside, coming home to see his wife smile made everything feel wonderful. Don't you have hands? Shi blushed and turned away. This person really takes an inch and asks her to feed him often. Does he think he's a little baby? When the meal was served, Zhou-yi took the first bite of the winter cold vegetables. The leaves were very soft and tender. Wife, this winter cold vegetable is really delicious. Very soft and smooth, Shi nodded in agreement. I pulled out 10 seedlings. You can take them to Dad this afternoon when you go to work. Tell him that the leaves can be eaten until next summer. You can also save some seeds to plant yourself. Thank you, wife, Zhou-yi said as he gently took Shi's small hand and gave her a greasy kiss. Seeing how Shi treated his family like her own made him feel very warm inside. He had never felt this way before, not since he was young. Her presence made him experience feelings he had never known. Brother Yi, could you please speak nicely in the future and avoid touching or bothering me? She withdrew her hand and shyly lowered her head to eat. Zhou-yi couldn't help but laugh, his voice full of amusement. He only kissed her lightly. Was that really touching or bothering? It seems he needs to make her understand what truly counts as inappropriate touching. When Zhou-yi went to work in the afternoon, he took the 10 winter cold vegetables she prepared. Passing by Zhou Zhonghua's gate, he handed the seedlings to Zhou Zhonghua, who frowned and looked a bit speechless. Can these vegetables survive in such hot weather? But since their daughter-in-law is in charge now, they have to plant them even if they might not survive. In the afternoon, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua brought over some freshwater snails and river clams. She was a bit surprised. Xiaoshu, why are your freshwater snails getting bigger? Little Andy, The big freshwater snails in Ping'an village have mostly been collected by me. Others helped me gather some from other places, Zhou Xiaoshu explained. He didn't understand why little auntie wanted so many snails, but he didn't ask. He knew some things were better left unsaid. You're thinking ahead and developing a good plan. Very clever, Song, she said, pinching Zhou Xiaoshu's cheek and praising him. Not everything needs to be done personally. Look at modern big bosses. Do they do everything themselves? No, they just give orders to their staff. The three of them carried the snails and clams into the main room. Today and yesterday's catch totaled 300 jin, which is about 3 yuan. After giving the money to Zhou Xiaoshu, Song Shi also gave him 10 winter cold vegetables. She explained how to plant and eat them so their family could have another dish. She added a few drops of spiritual spring water to the water where they were raising the snails and clams. The meat of the snails and clams would taste even better then. Every era has clever people. She knew that snails and clams could be eaten so others would know too. When she cooked them, others would surely try to do the same. So, she needed to stand out by having a better taste than others. Not long after Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua left, Aunt Li from next door came over. She carried a basket on her back and also held a bamboo basket. The basket on her back was filled with bunches of water celery, and the bamboo basket contained small snails from the stream, all washed very clean. Aunt Li was very careful and responsible, which made Song Shi feel that choosing Aunt Li was the right decision. Aunt Li was worried about bothering Song Shi, so she weighed the items at home. She thought a small difference in weight was normal and didn't mind these small details. Aunt Li, thank you so much. I will deliver these to my classmate in the next couple of days, and I will send the money to you as soon as I can, Song Shi said with a smile, looking at the items as if they were money. Of course, she had a way to turn these items into cash. Don't worry, Xiaoxi. Take your time, Aunt Li said happily. 40 jin of water celery cost 2 mao, and 40 jin of small snails cost 4 mao, totaling 6 mao. 6 mao a day, which adds up to 6 yuan in 10 days. Over a month, that's more than what temporary workers in the city earn. Their life will get better and better in the future. Aunt Li, take this winter cold vegetable home to plant. You can eat the leaves for a long time. Song Shi handed her 10 winter cold plants she had pulled earlier. As long as they grow well, your whole family won't run out of food. That's great. I'll plant them carefully and try to grow all of them. Xiaoxi, you rest at home. I'll go back now, Aunt Li said, holding the winter cold plants and hurriedly went home to plant them. She was afraid that if she delayed too long, the winter cold plants would die. Song Shi stored the water celery and small snails in the supermarket. She kept the small snails in a big bucket, adding a drop of spiritual spring water inside. This made the snails taste even better. The summer sun was very strong. The dried small fish, which had already been dried in the sun, became scorched and crispy after a day. Song Shi put the small fish into a clean salted vegetable jar, mixing in 10 jin of small fish from the supermarket. Most of the small fish looked similar, so Zhou Yi probably couldn't tell them apart with the naked eye. The effect of the spiritual spring water was amazing. In less than 3 days, the water spinach and red amaranth grew to over 20 centimeters. So, Song Shi used her old tricks again. She gave 10 pieces of food to Zhou Zhonghua, Zhou Xiaoshu, Aunt Li next door, and the 3 brothers Zhou Yi. Everyone shared the good fortune together. That night, Zhou Yi sat on his bed with his eyes closed but couldn't sleep. He could feel his young wife moving quietly beside him, but he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he wanted to see what she was trying to do. Soon, he felt her finger poke his shoulder. Her fingers seemed to be on fire, and each poke made his body tremble uncontrollably. Brother Yi, I know you're not asleep. Song Shi hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes and looked at Song Shi beside him. She looked shy and hesitant, clearly asking for something. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. Then, he gently stroked her face, focusing on her expression. Wife, do you need something? Song Shi awkwardly shifted, trying to pull away. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they might bleed. Is everything okay? Joey whispered into her ear, breathing heavily. His deep voice sounded very tender. She pressed her lips tightly and took a long time to speak. Brother E, I want to ask you for a favor. Is that okay? Tell me, Joey said, deciding not to scare her for the sake of their future happiness. Didn't her face look as red as a watermelon? But no matter what she asked, even if it was dangerous, he would do it. Well, you see, when I was studying before, some kind-hearted people lent me money so I could continue. Now that I have money, I want to pay back what I owe. Everyone has had a hard time. The place is too close to the Song family, and I don't want to go there. Could you help me by going instead? I've prepared the money and drawn the route map. After saying this, she bit her lip and looked at Joey with a pitiful expression. If you ask Joey what he finds hardest to resist, it would definitely be She's big, bright eyes. After hearing She's words, Joey nodded thoughtfully, then raised his hand to touch his lips. You know how far the Song family is. It takes a day round trip. I helped you so much. Maybe you could give me a little reward. Although she had almost no dating experience, she had watched many modern idol dramas. She naturally understood that Joey was hinting at a kiss, and she genuinely appreciated him from the bottom of her heart. So she leaned in, planning to give him a gentle kiss on the lips. Unexpectedly, Joey quickly reached out and held the back of her head, leaving her with no way to retreat. She was so overwhelmed by the kiss that she was breathless, her eyes misty. Then Joey pulled she into his arms, feeling happy inside because his little wife was so sweet. The next morning, as Zhou Ping and Mo Jiaxiang set out carrying some things, she handed Joey a cloth bag. Inside were 50 yuan a letter and 20 each of donghan vegetables, tung vegetables, and red amaranth. Since she had sprayed water mixed with spiritual spring water when planting, she wasn't worried about their future growth. Donghan vegetables could be eaten until next year when they aged, and tung vegetables and red amaranth could be eaten until winter. She also gave Joey a hand-drawn map, feeling a bit shy. Brother E, sorry to trouble you. Be careful and don't let the Song family see. She was being escorted by the Song family, who had met Joey that day. They probably wouldn't forget his face so easily. Joey gently kissed her forehead, then took the bag and went after Zhou Ping and Mo Jiaxiang, who had just left. With his long legs, Joey quickly caught up. Zhou Ping looked surprised. Joey, are you going to the commune too? No, I'm going somewhere else to deliver some things. Joey didn't explain much. After walking with them for a while, he parted ways. She went back to tidy up and prepare to leave. Yes, she deliberately sent Joey away to carry out her next plan. It was already late August, and high school was about to start. She needed to meet with her classmate Qian Duo, who had taken her high school spot. She didn't know how much money the Qian family paid to take her place. Since that is the case, she decided to visit Qian Duo and make the Qian family contribute a little. Also, Aunt Lee next door had been bringing her water celery and small snails for 3 or 4 days. If she didn't go out soon, Aunt Lee might think she was lying. Just before the ox cart was about to leave, she took 2 baskets, one large and one small, stacked together, and headed to the gathering point. The uncle driving the ox cart smiled and asked, Joey Jia, are you going alone today? Yes, I am going to the hospital to get some medicine, she nodded with a smile. Although she didn't know the person well, she knew they were from the same village. Besides, since the person showed her kindness, she couldn't be rude. Sit still and hold on tight so you don't fall off. We're leaving now, the uncle warned, then started the ox cart. She held tightly to the wooden board on the cart and closed her eyes to rest. A gentle breeze brought a cool feeling and the fresh scent of mountain trees, making her feel very comfortable, as if she were in a beautiful sea of flowers. After more than 3 hours, the ox cart reached the village's meeting point. She got off the cart, thanked the uncle, and then carried her baskets and set off. Her first stop was the second-hand market, where she searched through old clothes without patches. She found 120 wearable pieces, including men's, women's, and children's clothes. She also found many shoes, 52 pairs for adults and children. There were 27 usable glass bottles and 13 canned food jars. She found 32 usable kitchen items, including pots, bowls, plates, and salt jars. It wasn't that she couldn't afford new things, but she knew life was hard in this era. These usable items were still here, which she found very unfortunate. When she paid, the old man only asked for 2 yuan. Seeing that she was a young woman, the old man was worried she couldn't carry everything and wanted to help her, but Song-shi politely declined with a smile. She gave the old man a big white rabbit milk candy and told him to set aside good bottles and jars in the future so they wouldn't be broken. She said she would come back often. The old man smiled happily, showing his teeth. After leaving the second-hand market, Song-shi quickly put everything into the supermarket at the corner. She carried 2 empty baskets and left feeling refreshed. Honestly, Song-shi wanted to visit the second-hand markets in the county and provincial cities. There are more wealthy people over there, so there are also more good things, but she can't find a good reason to go there. Also, Zhou-yi would never agree to let her go alone. So, this plan is temporarily on hold. Song-shi went near the night market alley and found a quiet corner. She entered a supermarket, changed her clothes, put on a men's wig, and stuck on fake scars before heading to the night market. She knew the night market doesn't operate during the day, but she believed that the people there would be very interested in what she had. When she arrived at the door from their last business, Song-shi knocked. The door opened quickly, and the young man inside looked at the small, gay person outside and paused for a moment. "Comrade, do you need something?" When Chang asked. He was surprised that this person had such a bad memory and forgot him so quickly. But Song-shi didn't remind him. She nodded and said, "Yes, I need to talk to you. I have 1,000 jin of rice and millet each, and 2,000 jin of eggs and cured meat. Do you need them? If not, I will look for someone else." When Chang heard she might go elsewhere, he quickly reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her inside and closing the door. He wasn't interested in other things, but the supplies Song-shi had were very scarce. "Comrade, is what you're saying true?" When Chang looked at her urgently. "Of course. As long as your prices are fair, I will sell everything to you. That way, I won't have to keep running around, right?" Song-shi waved her hand confidently. "Comrade, we can give you 1.5 yuan per jin for rice and millet, 0.7 yuan per jin for eggs, and 2 yuan per jin for cured meat. Is that okay?" When Chang didn't try to cheat her, these prices were already quite high. But no matter how expensive these items are, some people still want them because they crave good food. Song-shi thought for a moment and found the prices acceptable, so she nodded in agreement. "Total is 8,600 yuan. You give me 7,000 yuan, and the rest will be exchanged for various tickets. Any kind of tickets will do. I'll wait for you in the small woods ahead. Bring the money and check the goods later." After saying that, Song-shi left. She needed to find a suitable spot in the small woods to hide the items from the supermarket. She arranged everything and then went to wait at the entrance of the small woods. Soon, 2 men hurried over, breathing heavily. "The items are inside. You can go in and check the goods first." Song-shi pointed inside, and the 2 men quickly ran in. Seeing the large pile of supplies and smelling the aroma of cured meat, the 2 young men couldn't help but drool a little. But since they were busy inspecting the goods, they had no time to think about food. After confirming everything was correct, when Chang, who was negotiating with Song-shi, asked another man to go back and bring a cart to transport the goods. He then handed a cloth bag to Song-shi. Inside were 7,000 yuan, and the remaining 1,600 yuan had been exchanged for tickets. Song-shi took a quick look. The collection was very diverse. There were all kinds of tickets, even tickets for bathing. Song-shi was genuinely surprised that in this era, people needed tickets to bathe at public baths. After paying and exchanging tickets, Song-shi noticed when Chang looking at him hesitantly and asked, "Comrade, do you have something else to say?" "Yes. When will you come next? Can you give us all your items?" "The prices are easy to discuss." When Chang rubbed his hands, looking eager. Someone who can bring such valuable items probably has powerful backing or is an important person himself. Building a relationship with him would be very beneficial. Actually, I really want to keep working with you, but these kinds of trades are too risky. Seeing Wen Chang look disappointed, Song-shi changed the subject and said, "Do you have any empty houses that no one is living in? Give me a key, and I'll deliver things to you later. You can store what I need there, and we can try to avoid meeting face to face. What do you think?" Wen Chang's eyes lit up after hearing this. That's a good idea. When they come to check and transport goods, it's risky to be seen. Yes, I'll write down the address for you now. I don't have the key on me right now, but I'll leave it under the stone in front of the door. Just take it when you come. Wen Chang wrote down the address and handed it to Song-shi. Comrade, my name is Wen Chang. May I ask your surname? Blue Sky. Looking forward to working with you. Song-shi took the address from Wen Chang and shook hands with him, officially making their acquaintance. Then he turned to leave, thinking about how he was about to become a millionaire. Song-shi couldn't stop feeling happy inside. That man named Wen Chang shook her hand and just stood there, with such soft and smooth little hands. Although this man doesn't look very impressive, his hands are surprisingly small and pretty. Wen Chang doesn't know that the Blue Sky comrade he knows is actually a woman disguised as a man. Although Song-shi isn't very familiar with Qian Duoduo's family, they were classmates in middle school, so she naturally knows where they live. But it's a bit too far, and Song-shi is too lazy to walk there, so she stops a man riding a bicycle on the road. She gives him $1 and asks him to take her there. Right now, she looks like a rough man, so she doesn't care about gender differences. Two men riding a bike together wouldn't attract much attention. The man, seeing that she is from Qian's family, happily agrees to take her. When Song-shi arrives near Qian Duoduo's house, she smells the aroma of food, indicating it's mealtime. At this time, everyone in the Qian family should be at home eating, and she plans to carry out her plan. So, she transfers the things she prepared earlier from the supermarket into her basket and heads toward Qian's house. Qian Duoduo's house is in a traditional apartment building just past the staircase on the second floor. Song-shi walks over and knocks on the door. Qian Duoduo's mother comes to open it. Seeing the man standing outside, she shows a hint of displeasure. Without saying anything, she tries to close the door. Song-shi quickly speaks up. "Sister, I have rice and noodles here. Would you like to take a look?" Even though Qian Duoduo's mother works at the supply and marketing cooperative and her father has a good job, their family isn't very wealthy. In this day and age, supplies are limited, so it's hard for them to eat good food every day. Rice and noodles are very tempting to them. Qian's mother glances at the clear rice in Song-shi's basket, and I can't help but swallow. She looks outside to make sure no one is around, then quickly pulls Song-shi inside and slams the door shut. Everyone in the Qian family, from old to young, gathers around. Song-shi leisurely takes out the rice, noodles, watch, slippers, hairpin, hair tie, underwear, and sanitary pads, showing them to everyone. Then she puts everything back into the basket, making it easier to run away later. Watch. Qian Duoduo's older brother had some food in his mouth and spoke unclearly. This watch is very unique and much more attractive than those in the department store. "Comrade, do you want a watch?" This watch is made by a big factory in the south. It costs 100 yuan. Song-shi took out the watch and handed it to Qian Duoduo's brother. His brother took the watch eagerly, looking at it from all sides, then turned to Qian's mother. "Mom, didn't you say you would give me a birthday gift? I don't want anything else. Just this watch." Almost 20 years old and still acting spoiled with his mother, Song-shi felt goosebumps all over. "Buy it," Qian's mother said affectionately. Since the family could afford it, she naturally agreed to her son's request. So, Qian's mother first bought the watch from Song-shi, then asked about the prices of rice and noodles. When she heard that rice and noodles cost 2 yuan per jean, she thought it was a bit expensive but still cheaper than the night market. She then spent another 100 yuan to buy all the rice and noodles from Song-shi. Qian's grandmother quickly took the rice and noodles away and hid them, as if afraid someone might steal them. Does the young girl like anything? Song-shi's gaze fell on Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo's grades were poor, so what was the point of buying her a spot in high school? If she couldn't keep up with school or get in, she would be the one suffering. Just as Song Shi took out a hair tie and some hairpins, Duo snatched them away. She had never seen such beautiful hair accessories in the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store. If she wore these to her new school, she would definitely become the envy of all the girls. Thinking of this, Duo's eyes became eager as she looked at Song Shi. "Uncle, how much are these hairpins and hair ties?" she asked sweetly, making Song Shi flinch. When she was in the same class as Duo before, she didn't sound like this. Could it be that she behaved differently in front of boys and girls? "The department store sells them for 6 yuan each. I only ask 5 yuan here. If you buy more, I can even give the girl a free one." In this era, some things were more expensive than today because of less advanced technology and lower production capacity. For example, hairpins are very cheap at wholesale prices today, but in this era, they can be sold at a good price. Also, these underwear and panties. Young girls wearing this kind of clothing won't affect their health development, and they won't feel embarrassed when running. Plus, these sanitary pads. Women in big cities use these during their periods. They are clean and hygienic, preventing bacterial infections. If menstrual cloths aren't washed or dried properly, they can harm health. These sanitary pads are also affordable, just 2 yuan per pack, enough for a month. Song Shi took out the underwear and sanitary pads early mainly because she hoped someone would produce them in this era. She wanted to promote them early to help women solve their problems. It would be great if sanitary pads could be mass-produced and popularized 20 years earlier. Finally, Duo and her mother bought a year's supply of sanitary pads, totaling 24 packs. The main reason was that menstrual cloths were really inconvenient, and these pads weren't expensive, something their family could afford. Song Shi's underwear and panties were not expensive, costing only 5 yuan for a set. The mother and daughter from the Qian family thought the quality was very good, and the fabric felt comfortable, so each bought 10 sets. Later, Duo chose 5 hairpins and 5 hairbands. Song Shi also gave her an extra hairpin. Young girls love to look pretty. When Duo shows off her new accessories, many other girls will want them, and she can make some money from it. In the end, Song Shi earned nearly 400 yuan from selling to Duo's family. It seems the Qian family is really wealthy. With money, they can do whatever they want, even taking away others' chances to study. In Song Shi's middle school class, there were only 25 students, mostly from the city. She visited the homes of classmates she knew the addresses of. Most of the sales were of grain. Some families bought 20 jin, others 50 jin. After all the effort, Song Shi earned nearly 3,000 yuan. She really admired the spending power of city people. She sold hundreds of sanitary pads. City women didn't want to compromise on comfort and eagerly bought these good sanitary pads. She also sold several hundred hairpins and hairbands. Indeed, no matter the era, women love to be beautiful. Of course, there are many food lovers. Song Shi took out some watermelon and grapes to try selling. Surprisingly, she sold 40 watermelons and 60 bunches of grapes. Today, Song Shi had a good harvest, so she didn't stay here any longer. She planned to catch another bicycle to go back to the commune. The man who had helped her earlier rode over again. "Comrade, are you heading back now?" At first, Song Shi was a bit surprised, but then she understood. "Yes, that would be helpful, thank you." She didn't expect this man to wait for her by the roadside. He seemed quite responsible. She gave him a yuan and sat on the back of his bicycle. On the way, she quietly took out a piece of dried meat from her shopping bag and hung it on the back of the bicycle. She thought this man was quite cute. If they met again someday, it would be nice to be friends. She wasn't someone who looked down on others for being poor, but she also didn't make friends easily. She chose friends based on how they got along. By the time the man noticed the extra piece of dried meat on the bike, Song Shi was already gone. The man looked at the dried meat with a bit of helplessness and guilt. He had already earned 2 yuan, and now there was an extra piece of dried meat. He couldn't return it, so he kept it. He hoped he would meet that comrade again someday. Before heading to the ox cart gathering point, Song Shi changed back into her usual clothes and went to the guest house. She saw Li Qingqing dozing off at the counter. Instead of waking her, she gently placed her cloth bag beside her. Despite her light movements, Li Qingqing woke up suddenly. Startled, she quickly sat up. When she saw that it was Song Shi in front of her, she was so excited she almost pounced on her. Song, she quickly took a few steps back. Qingqing, there's no time. I need to go back quickly. There are glass bottles in the bag, be careful. Xiaoxi, come find me next morning, Li Qingqing called out after Song Shi's back. Because Song Shi came so late, she didn't even have time to invite her home for a meal. As Song Shi walked away, she didn't hear what Li Qingqing was saying. She headed straight to the ox cart gathering point. Li Qingqing turned back to her seat and curiously opened the cloth bag. Inside, there are 4 cans, each with a label indicating what is inside. Fried frog legs, braised snake meat, and crispy fried insects. Touching the bottles, you can feel that the contents are still warm. Li Qingqing thought these were freshly made, but actually, Song Shi packed them in the morning and then took them to the supermarket. Whatever it looked like when packed is how it looks when taken out. The 4th bottle contains a golden yellow liquid labeled as rapeseed oil, used for cooking. There is also a small bag of dried fish, in a transparent package sealed with a candle, but Song Shi did not seal it. Li Qingqing never expected that her 1.5 pieces of pork would receive so many gifts. She thought Song Shi was very polite. She decided that next time, no matter what time Song Shi came, she would risk losing her salary and invite Song Shi to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Song Shi arrived at the cattle cart meeting point, greeted the uncle, and then sat down. When the time came, the uncle set off. Zhou Yi arrived in front of the earthen house around 10 a.m., following the route map Song Shi drew. The house is in a remote area, surrounded by distant neighbors. The house looks a bit old and broken but still provides shelter from wind and rain. Seeing the lock on the door, Zhou Yi didn't knock but squatted by the firewood pile and waited. It wasn't until after 11 a.m. that he heard footsteps. He stood up and looked over, seeing 2 boys standing by the door. The taller, thinner boy looked about 18 or 19. The shorter boy was around 12 or 13. Both boys were earning work points outside. The tall boy noticed Zhou Yi and immediately became alert, pushing his younger brother behind him with his arm. Who are you? What are you doing near my house? Are you gooming? Zhou Yi's tone was emotionless. This young boy must admire Song Shi, otherwise, why would he lend money to her for school? I am Gu Ming.
Who are you? What do you want?
The tall boy kept his eyes fixed on Zhou Yi, as if trying to see through his next move. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm delivering something for someone, Zhou Yi said, handing over a cloth bag. Song Shi, do you know her? I'm delivering something for her. Where is Song Shi? Hearing her name, Gu Ming immediately became very excited. Earlier, their grandmother was sick, and he took her to see a doctor. He didn't expect that just a few days later, he would never see Song Shi again. Do you know that the Song family wants Song Shi to die? Speak a little quieter.
Zhou Yi frone dun happile.
If this boy spread Song Shi's situation, he would strangle him. Thinking about what the Song family did to Song Shi, Gu Ming forced himself to stay calm, but his eyes turned red. Where is Song Shi? How is she now? I want to see her.
Zhou Yi sniret silently.
His wife isn't someone just anyone can see whenever they want. He urged, hurry up and look at the things. I'm in a hurry. Gu Ming suppressed his sadness and quickly opened the cloth bag. Inside, there were letters, money, tickets, and vegetables with roots. Gu Ming hurriedly opened the letter and read carefully. Comrade Gu Ming, hello. I am Song Shi. I am doing very well now, so don't worry about me. Thank you very much for your help all along. Your kindness will never be forgotten in my life. I've given you ration tickets for grain and meat. When you have time, take your family to a state-run restaurant to enjoy a good meal and strengthen your health. The vegetables in the bag include large-leafed winter vegetables, pointed-leafed vine vegetables, and red-leafed amaranth. These are all harvestable multiple times, so once you plant them well, you'll have endless vegetables to eat. By the way, I met someone who collects freshwater snails and river clams. If you wash off the mud, they cost 1 cent per jean. If you have time, you can take your brother to the rice fields or streams to look for them. Send them to Xianglin on the 5th day. Xianglin is a small forest because it contains a type of tree with a strange fragrance, hence the name. Through the original owner's memory, Song-shi discovered that this tree is actually a camphor tree. But the people here don't recognize this tree. Moreover, Xianglin is at the border of two places, so Guming doesn't have to travel far, and she doesn't either. Besides, sending something every 5 days only takes a few hours every 5 days. During such difficult times, Guming was willing to lend money to Song-shi for her studies, showing he is a good person. Because of this, Song-shi also wants to help him and take him along so he can live a better life. Guming finished reading the letter and was lost in thought for a long time. Hearing Zhou-yi urging him, Guming stubbornly said, "I want to see Song-shi. If you really care about Song-shi, don't mention her name again. The items have been delivered and my task is done. From now on, it's your own business." Zhou-yi glanced at Guming and quickly turned to leave. It was almost dinner time and few people were outside. If they delayed any longer, the Song family might see them. Guming, looking lost, carried a cloth bag into the house. He told Guliang, who was full of hope, "You don't need to go to work anymore. Just go pick up snails and river clams. Remember to wash them well." He knew how much money he could make in a day of collecting snails, even though the daily wage was only a few cents. If it weren't for needing work points to get food, he would also want to go pick snails. Oh, and when you're collecting snails, if someone asks, just say we're eating them ourselves. Don't say much else, understand? Afraid of losing this good way to make money, Guming couldn't help but remind him. After speaking, Guming placed the vegetable seedlings Song-shi gave him in the shade behind the water tank and poured some water on the roots. It was noon and very hot. If he planted them now, they'd probably die in the sun. He could only wait until nightfall to plant them. Today, the ox was grazing and defecating on the road, which caused some delay on the way back. By the time Song-shi reached home, it was almost 8 p.m., but it was not completely dark yet. At the small creek bridge, Song-shi transferred the prepared items from the supermarket basket into her backpack and then headed home. She saw Aunt Lee standing at the neighbor's door, looking anxiously in her direction. Thinking for a moment, Song-shi walked over to Aunt Lee and whispered, "Aunt Lee, this is 4 days' worth of food money, 2 yuan and 4 cents. Please count it carefully, okay?" "Thank you, Xiao-shi." Aunt Lee took the stack of paper money, her face full of excitement. She never expected that in just 4 days, she would earn 2 yuan and 4 cents. Song-shi's classmates in the city were really generous. "Xiao-shi, you've worked hard today. Go rest early. I'll deliver the money for today and the next 2 days to you tomorrow." Seeing how tired she looked, Aunt Lee was very touched. She knew that Song-shi's trip was probably for her. "Okay." Song-shi nodded and turned to leave. When she arrived at the courtyard gate and saw it was unlocked, she knew Zhou-yi had returned. She reached out and pushed the door open, walking inside. Zhou-yi was sitting in the dim daylight, far away, and his expression was hard to see. "Brother Yi, have you eaten dinner? I brought you some steamed buns." Song-shi closed the courtyard door and walked toward Zhou-yi. As she walked, she moved the basket on her back to in front of her and took out a paper bag from inside. The buns were large, fresh meat buns she just bought from the supermarket. One was enough to fill her up. "Didn't you say you would tell me everything you do from now on? How come you broke your promise so quickly?" Zhou-yi stood up and came over, taking the basket from Song-shi's hand. His tone carried a slight hint of anger. "I just had a sudden idea." Song-shi smiled a little, feeling a bit guilty, then changed the subject. "I'm so hot and sweaty. Is there hot water for a shower? Oh, and there's a chicken in the basket. Brother Yi, hurry and cook it before it goes bad." After saying that, Song-shi ran back to her room to get clothes, then went to the kitchen to fetch water for a shower. She knew Zhou-yi was probably upset, so she decided to hide for a while. Zhou-yi was indeed upset. He had run a long way and worked hard. He thought he would get her reward immediately after returning, but instead, he was met with a stern look. He felt angry, but didn't want to show it to her. She ran away feeling guilty, which meant she knew she had done wrong. Since she admitted her mistake, he wouldn't hold on to it. So Zhou-yi resigned himself and took the chicken out of the basket, a fat old hen. It still had eggs inside, perfect for making chicken and mushroom soup. It was already late, so Zhou didn't waste time. He chopped half of the chicken meat, took it to the stove, and started cooking the soup. The other half was salted and set aside to eat later. The bathroom and kitchen were separated by just one wall. While he was adding firewood behind the stove, he could clearly hear the water running from the shower next door. He suddenly felt very thirsty. His little wife was truly too tempting. After finishing her shower, she made a simple cucumber salad. Because the chicken soup was greasy, eating some vegetables to clear the oil was a good idea. As for the cucumber, she naturally bought it from the supermarket. Pork buns, old hen soup, and smashed cucumbers were their dinner tonight. They only started eating after 9 o'clock. She enjoyed each bite of chicken soup and bun, feeling very happy. Eating such greasy food so late didn't worry her about gaining weight. On the contrary, she hoped to gain another 10 pounds because she was still too thin. She had been carefully cared for by Zhou for almost a month and only weighed 82 pounds. After eating and drinking enough, she couldn't rest immediately. She tidied her basket and took everything out. Most of the items were from the supermarket. There were tomatoes, eggs, bitter melon, cucumbers, green peppers, and long beans. All seasonal vegetables, so there was no problem taking them out. She divided each type of vegetable in half, placing one part in the basket, planning to let Zhou give some to Zhou tomorrow to try. Because the weather was hot now, these vegetables needed to be used quickly. And things Zhou had already seen shouldn't be hidden in the supermarket again. Brother she finished organizing and walked up to Zhou with a sincere smile. Dear, are you here to reward me? Zhou sat on the bed, clearly implying something. She blushed and handed him her watch from behind her back. Brother I used some of our shared money to buy you a watch. You won't mind me spending money randomly, right? Actually, the watch was just a regular model from her supermarket, but she couldn't say she owned a supermarket, so she just said she bought it. Dear, why did you buy me a watch? Zhou was surprised and sat up straight, no longer looking lazy. I'm a grown man. Why do I need a watch? You should pick one you like for yourself. After saying that, he patted his forehead heavily. How come he didn't think of buying a watch for his wife? They say now in the city, when you marry a wife, you should buy her a watch. I also bought one. We each have one, and the 180 yuan we split just enough to cover both. She handed him the men's watch. Brother now you'll always know the time. Zhou took the woman's watch from She, pulled her small hand, and put the watch on her wrist. He put his own money into his pocket, saying, It's better to stay low outside, or those people might come to collect debts. Brother since we have money, let's pay off the external debts first. Otherwise, carrying debt will cause us stress. She couldn't understand why Zhou Yiming, who had hundreds of yuan, needed to borrow money to get married. We agreed to pay back the grain at the end of the year. If we pay earlier, people might suspect where the money came from, Zhou said, pulling She into his arms and kissing her. Can I go with you when you go out? Do you know how worried I was today? If someone hadn't said they saw you leaving in a cart, I would have gone looking for you everywhere. Every time Zhou spoke, he kissed her, as if punishing her for leaving without telling him. She's face quickly turned red, and her eyes welled up with tears. She looked like a little girl in need of comfort, making Zhou's heart soften completely. He also felt grateful that he accepted her when the matchmaker came to him. Otherwise, this delicate little wife might be somewhere else with another man. Just thinking about someone else holding her and kissing her made him feel uncomfortable. Luckily, she was his wife. Brother I was just out for a walk nearby. Nothing special. If I want to go to the county or provincial city in the future, I will definitely ask you to go with me. Is that okay? After saying this, She blinked her bright, lively eyes, which seemed to spark electricity, making Zhou feel numb all over. He glanced at her watch. It was almost 11 at night. That meant he would soon need to get up to prepare food, so he decided to rest simply. Of course, why not? Whatever my wife says goes. Our wife is the boss. Zhou kissed her palm and then held her to lie down and rest. He didn't dare kiss her lips again, afraid it might lead to something uncontrollable. The next afternoon, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua brought over 2 days' worth of snails and freshwater clams. Song Shi gave each of them a set of clean old clothes and shoes. After thanking her, the children happily took the money, clothes, and shoes and went back. They had never worn clothes without patches since they were young, so they didn't mind that these were other people's old clothes. These are other people's old clothes, which are things they never would have dreamed of having before. Not long after, Aunt Lee also brought over some water celery and small snails that she had collected over the past 2 days. Since Aunt Lee is an older woman, Song Shi didn't want to give her the old clothes directly, so she made up an excuse. Aunt Lee, my classmate, thanked me for giving her some food and gave me a bag of old clothes. My family only has me and Zhou Yi, so we can't use so many clothes. Would you like to pick out a few? Really? Aunt Lee rubbed her hands, feeling a bit shy. Song Shi's city friends are so generous. Such nice clothes are just given away like that. My classmate also said she will ask her relatives if they have any old clothes when she has time. If they do, they'll bring them to me, so I won't lack clothes to wear. Aunt Lee, don't be shy. Take whichever you like. You can take all of them if you want, since I have plenty of old clothes to wear in the future. Song Shi said cheerfully. Xiao Shi, I won't be polite then, Aunt Lee said as she started to look through the cleaned and disinfected old clothes. She liked every piece and wanted them all. But she wasn't greedy. She just wanted to pick one for her younger family members. Song Shi clearly saw Aunt Lee's hesitation and reluctance, so she packed all the clothes into a basket and handed it to her. Aunt Lee, you can take all of these this time. Next time, I won't let you choose, okay? Old clothes costing 2 cents each, Song Shi was willing to give away. They say that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. For someone like Song Shi, who has no distant relatives, building good relationships with neighbors is even more important. Besides, a kind neighbor is worth maintaining a good relationship with. Moreover, Aunt Lee is good at managing her household. Despite having a large family, there are no conflicts. She raised her children well, and her daughter-in-law is also sensible and obedient. This is something worth learning from. Song Shi has never been married in modern times and doesn't know much or have much experience. She still has a lot to learn in the future. Xiao Shi, thank you, and thank your classmate too. When you see her next time, please tell her thank you from me. Looking at the pile of clothes, Aunt Lee felt a bit shy. If your classmate wants anything else to eat, just tell me. I'll help her find it. Okay, I won't be polite to Aunt Lee then. After seeing Aunt Lee off, Song Shi went to the kitchen. She took 100 dumplings filled with tomatoes and eggs from the supermarket. Her home had flour, tomatoes, and eggs, so she planned to tell Zhou Yi that she made the dumplings herself. That evening, when Zhou Yi came back to cook, Song Shi had already prepared the tomato and egg dumplings. Since the dumplings were frozen from the supermarket, only after boiling could Zhou Yi not tell they were store-bought. Song Shi put 40 dumplings into a bowl, placed them in a bamboo basket, and handed it to Zhou Yi to deliver to Zhou Zhenghua. A few minutes later, Zhou Yi returned, and the two sat under the osmanthus tree to eat the dumplings. Zhou Yi rarely ate dumplings before, and had never tried ones with tomato and egg filling. He was surprised that the sweet and sour taste of the tomatoes combined with the aroma of eggs created a unique flavor, making the experience special. Wife, after we clean up later, we'll go to the mountain cave to soak in the hot springs, Zhou Yi said, looking at Song Shi with a hint of affection in his eyes. Tonight, he was going to be a real husband to his wife. Okay. Thinking about the spring water, Song Shi nodded happily. She wanted to collect several more buckets. Right now, she only had 2 large buckets and wasn't sure how long they would last. Seeing her happy face, Zhou Yi thought she was just as excited as he was, and a big smile spread across his face. If he knew Song Shi only wanted to collect spring water, he might have been shocked. Because they were going to soak in the hot springs tonight, they didn't take a bath at home. At 10 o'clock, they set out with their things. After more than an hour of travel, they finally reached the thorny bushes. Zhou Yi pushed aside the thorns, entered the cave, and lit a few candles left there last time. Wife, you soak first. I'll go find some mosquito-repelling herbs, Zhou Yi said, rubbing Song Shi's head before shining his flashlight out of the cave. Watching the flashlight move away, she quickly started collecting spring water. Soon, she had gathered 3 more buckets from the supermarket. Now, she had 5 buckets of spring water. A large white bucket could hold 2,000 jin, so 5 buckets total 10,000 jin. The spring water could be drunk directly without dilution, but for watering plants, it needed to be diluted first. So, these 5 barrels of spiritual spring water should last she a long time. Zhou-Yi quickly returned, lit some mosquito-repellent grass in the corner, and eagerly walked over to Song-Shi. She handed him the lunchbox. Brother Yi, thank you for your effort. Drink some water first. Since they needed to take care of their health, they should do it together. Moreover, this spiritual spring was discovered by Zhou-Yi, so she couldn't keep it all to herself. Zhou-Yi took the lunchbox, lowered his head, and drank the big gulp. Soon, he finished the entire container of spring water. He casually tossed the lunchbox aside, jumped into the hot spring, and embraced the soaking wet Song-Shi. Next, he was ready to enjoy the sweetness of his little wife. The two hugged tightly in the hot spring, kissing passionately. The atmosphere in the cave grew hotter. Even the candlelight flickered with a very romantic glow. During this time, their wet clothes flew to the nearby stones. Zhou-Yi reached out with one hand, fumbled through his clothes, looking for something he needed. After a long search, he found nothing. The items he prepared were gone. His plan had to be postponed. Song-Shi was quite speechless. She didn't expect this man to have such strong self-control. It seemed he looked down on her. She never thought a rough man from the mountains would have such high standards for a partner. She didn't even catch his eye. Maybe he had someone he loved but couldn't have. The reason he married her was probably out of necessity. And the way he took care of her might just be because he didn't want her to die. After all, if his new wife died in his house, it would be bad luck and might affect his future. On the way down the mountain, Zhou-Yi held Song-Shi's hand carefully and said softly, "Wife, let me carry you. The light isn't good and I don't want you to get scratched by the branches." "No need, I can do it myself." Song-Shi wasn't angry. Whether the man liked her or not didn't matter. Anyway, she had money, tickets, and a supermarket, she was confident. But she felt a bit embarrassed. Time slipped away day by day, and soon it was time for the second division of the money. This time, each person received 320 yuan. As for the change, Song-Shi handed it all over to Xingjia. Because he still needed to hire people to catch frogs, snakes, and cicadas, these were to pay for their labor. After dividing the money, everyone didn't seem as happy as expected. Song-Shi was a bit confused. "What's wrong with you all? You split so much money, but you're still feeling down? We went to the commune to sell things yesterday and found that others are doing the same business now, and they're even cheaper than us. So many regular customers chose the cheaper options." Zhou Ping nervously scratched his head. "Those people are really too much. They're stealing our business. How much are they selling per jean?" Song-Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. They had only split the money twice, and others had already started copying them. The speed was quite fast. "They sell for 80 cents a jean, and we sell for yuan. Since the same meat is more expensive here by 20 cents, the regular customers just chose the cheaper ones," Shang Jia said with a frown. "Song-Shi, do you think we should also lower our prices?" "No need. If we lower our prices, they will just do the same. If there's a price war, neither side will make money. They are willing to waste time, but we can't. If these regular customers choose others, then we just don't need them. Besides, the commune is so small, and we won't earn much even if we try to make more. I think we should expand to the county town. They mainly wanted to make money, so they couldn't waste time fighting over prices. Moreover, if they really lower the prices, they might never be able to raise them again. If that happens, their effort and reward won't match, and it would just be a waste of time. But the county town is really far away. No matter how fast we run, it might still spoil the meat." Every morning, they left around 5 o'clock, just in time to reach the commune before work started. "How about the 4 of us pooling money to buy 2 bicycles? Used ones are fine. Then we can ride back and forth to the county town. But we can't bring the bicycles back to the village, or life will become even more complicated. There isn't much rice paddy land or dry land in Pinyin village. It's quite poor. Most people can only barely get by. If bicycles appeared in the village, it would cause a big stir. They might even become targets. Sheng Jiahan nodded thoughtfully. Okay, let's keep an eye out for a few days. If we find any, we'll buy them. Don't worry, everyone knows how skilled I am. Others can't surpass us. They might try to steal our business once or twice, but they can't do it all the time. So relax, don't overthink, and stay happy to live a long life. Seeing that they still seemed a bit down, she couldn't help but make a joke to cheer them up. Spring water can make ingredients fresher and taste better. She can add a little spring water during processing. This way, their food will stand out among others. People who eat their food will naturally prefer it over others. After hearing She's joke, everyone chuckled. Their bad mood disappeared, and they felt energized. They wouldn't give up easily. Zhou Ping smiled for a while and suddenly asked, "Can I go to other villages to find help for catching animals? Our village is small and can't support us for long." "Yes, you can discuss it among yourselves. I only handle processing and sharing the profits," replied Shi. She secretly gave Zhou Ping a thumbs up. He's quite clever. This way, they can earn more money before winter comes. If they can't find a good way out by winter, they can take a break. On the day Shi agreed with Gu Ming, she left after Zhou Yi went to work and headed to Xianglin. She wasn't sure if Gu Ming agreed to her idea of collecting snails and clams in her letter, but she wanted to see for herself. Maybe Gu Ming agreed. It's hard to make money in the countryside, so this is a good opportunity. Near Xianglin, She sneaked into a supermarket, dressed up as Blue Sky, and then continued walking forward. Xianglin is about 3 hours from Pinyin village. When she arrived, she saw Gu Ming and Gu Liang sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree and catching their breath. In front of them were 10 burlap bags, all full. It looks like they've collected quite a few snails and clams these days. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. "Hello, are you Comrade Gu Ming?" Gu Ming, hearing the voice of a man, suddenly stood up quickly. He looked around nervously and then whispered, "I am Gu Ming. Are you the person who collects freshwater snails that She mentioned?" "Yes, that's me. I am Lantian. How many freshwater snails do you have now? Have you weighed them?" She imitated the man's voice and replied. This boy was willing to lend money to Shi for his studies even when he was in a difficult situation. It showed he had good character, and Shi was willing to help him as much as possible. There are over 500 gene of freshwater snails and over 500 gene of river clams. Comrade Lantian says to count it as 500 gene. Both the freshwater snails and river clams have been washed with water, so they are quite moist. Gu Ming knew this and didn't want to cheat. "All right, then let's count it as 1,000 gene. I won't weigh it." 1,000 gene equals 10 yuan. She took out 10 yuan and handed it to Gu Ming, then gave him a package. "This is a gift for our first cooperation. I hope we work well together in the future. I will deliver every 5 days. If the weather is unusual, we can delay by a day. You can go ahead now. I'll wait here for someone to come and transport the goods." Gu Ming and Gu Liang were very excited. They never expected they could actually sell the freshwater snails and river clams.
10 yuan.
In 5 days, they earned 10 yuan, which means 2 yuan a day. Far from Xianglin, Gu Ming finally opened the package that Lantian had given him. Inside, there were 4 sets of clothes of different sizes for pairs of shoes, a piece of cured meat, a bottle of rapeseed oil, and ration tickets for grain, meat, sugar, and kerosene each one. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt the package was incredibly heavy. This gift was too generous. He didn't know how to thank Comrade Lantian enough. Gu Ming reached out and put his arm around Gu Liang's shoulder. Liang, Comrade Lantian has been so kind to us. When we go back, we must not talk nonsense, or else Comrade Lantian might stop accepting our things. Then we won't make any money. Children like to show off their nice clothes, shoes, or money. Gu Ming was also worried that Gu Liang might go out and brag to the kids in the village. That would cause trouble for Comrade Lantian, and that wouldn't be good. "I understand, brother," Gu Liang nodded, swallowing hard. He definitely wouldn't foolishly go out and say anything. What should I do if others come to steal the cured meat and clothes? Song-shi waited half an hour after Gu Ming and Gu Liang left before putting the freshwater snails and clams into her space. She kept them in a big bucket to raise, then returned to her original makeup and went back home. On the way, she picked wild vegetables. Otherwise, Zhou Yi would definitely scold her for going out without telling him. There's no need to tell him when picking wild vegetables, right? By the time Song-shi arrived home, it was already afternoon. Zhou Yi wasn't there, but the food was still warm in the pot. There was rice, egg custard, and stir-fried vine vegetables. Yes, the vine vegetables and red amaranth she grew could be eaten now. Food supplies in the city are limited, and meat is hard to buy. It's even harder for us mountain folks. So, we eat more cured meat and eggs at home, but the cured meat is too salty, so Song-shi rarely eats it. She has meat in the supermarket, but she hasn't found a chance to take it out yet. She can only wait for the right moment. After eating, Song-shi washed her dishes and then carried a basket out. She wanted to find a water source and test her fishing net. It would be great if she could catch a net full of lively fish, just like in the videos from modern times. She also wanted to find a lobster net and see if there were really lobsters in the water. She didn't know how long she had been walking when she finally found a large river. The river was a few meters wide, with sun-bleached stones along the bank that looked a bit like the river of forgetfulness from a fantasy drama. But before she could enjoy the scenery, she heard a young girl calling out for help from the water. Her eyes searched the river and saw a little girl floating and sinking in the water. It looked like she was about to be swept away by the rushing current. Without hesitation, Song-shi threw down her basket and ran toward the river. The water was shallow near the bank, but got deeper the further she went, until she had to swim across. When she got close to the girl, Song-shi reached out and hugged her, then struggled to swim toward the shore against the water's resistance. People who are drowning struggle constantly and use a lot of energy. When Song-shi finally brought the girl to the shore, she was exhausted. But she didn't have time to rest. She immediately started first aid on the girl. Thanks to her efforts, the girl finally coughed out the water and woke up. However, she was still very confused. When Song-shi asked her which family she belonged to, she didn't answer. Song-shi didn't dare to delay. She quickly picked up the little girl and hurried back. Seeing Aunt Lee picking water celery in the creek, Song-shi anxiously shouted, Aunt Lee, please help me see whose child this is." The child just almost drowned. "We need to find a doctor quickly." Song-shi's voice was so urgent that Aunt Lee, who was just trying to earn money, didn't hesitate. She hurried over, ran in front of Song-shi, and recognized the child at a glance. "This is the village chief's granddaughter. Quickly, I'll take you there." Ping'an village is quite large, with houses spread out and spaced far apart. So, reaching the village chief's house took a few minutes. "Village chief, Juhua, are you at home? Your granddaughter fell into the river. Please come quickly and call the doctor." The gate of the village chief's house was open. Aunt Lee went inside and shouted loudly. Hearing the noise, the people inside immediately came out. The younger woman was probably the little girl's mother. Seeing the weak girl lying in Song-shi's arms, her legs went weak, and she almost fell. An older woman behind her caught her. "Our little Tao, what happened to her?" The village chief's wife, Wu Juhua, asked tremblingly. "The young girl fell into the river. I already gave her first aid. She's no longer in danger of dying, but we still need a doctor to check her, so there are no lasting problems," Song-shi explained. She was really exhausted now, and almost couldn't hold the little girl anymore. The girl weighed quite a lot, probably dozens of jin, and looked well-loved at home, eating well. "Thank you so much. We're a bit busy now and can't entertain you properly. Please forgive us. We will visit to thank you another day," Wu Juhua said, taking the girl from Song-shi. Then she told her daughter-in-law to call the village doctor. The village doctor was an old man. Usually, he only checked for headaches and colds. He wasn't good at treating complicated illnesses. Soon the old village doctor arrived. When he saw Song-shi, a flicker of awkwardness crossed his face. Because he had once sentenced Song-shi to death. He didn't expect that Zhou Izu would be persistent enough to send her to the commune hospital. that showed his medical skills were not very good. So, he didn't look very natural when he saw Song Shi. "Doctor, how is our little Tao?" Watching the senior doctor examine Xiao Tao's eyes and check her wrist, Wu Zhuhua asked anxiously from the side. The senior doctor, looking calm and confident, stroked his non-existent beard and said, "Xiao Tao is fine. She's just scared and has a slight fever. Go to the commune hospital and buy some fever medicine for her." When he was sure about something, the doctor was very confident. If he couldn't handle it, he would send someone to the commune hospital. "Doctor, do you have any fever medicine here?" Wu Zhuhua asked with worry. The commune hospital was far away. Even if they hurried, it would take 5 or 6 hours for a round trip. By then, no one knew how Xiao Tao would be. "I don't have any medicine here now. You should go to the commune hospital quickly," the doctor replied helplessly. The hospital didn't have enough medicine, so they couldn't give him any. The mountain was bare now, with hardly any wild grass or herbs. After the doctor left, Song Shi tentatively asked, "Annie, I have 1 dose of fever medicine left. Do you want it?" "Really? You really have fever medicine?" Wu Zhuhua looked at Song Shi in surprise, a little unsure if she believed it. But Wu Zhuhua also knew that Zhou Yi had taken Song Shi to the commune hospital, so she thought it was probably true. She then arranged for her daughter-in-law to go with Song Shi to get the medicine. Song Shi handed a cup of plain water mixed with spiritual spring water to Xiao Tao's mother. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Tao is sleeping now and can't take medicine. I've dissolved the fever medicine. Just give her this to drink when you go back." "Thank you. When Xiao Tao gets better, I'll return the teacup to you," Xiao Tao's mother said, her face pale but looking a little better after accepting the cup. She said goodbye to Song Shi and hurriedly ran off. Song Shi was worried she might spill the spiritual spring water. "Xiao Shi, you should take a hot bath quickly. Even though it's summer and it's less likely to catch a cold, your body is weaker than others. You need to be careful," Aunt Li advised kindly, watching Song Shi busy with everything.
"Thank you, Auntie.
"I understand. I'll go back now to boil water and take a bath." "Sorry for bothering you today, Auntie." "You should rest a bit too," Song Shi said, feeling a little guilty for taking up Aunt Li's time. It's okay. I'm leaving now." Aunt Li waved her hand casually and went to pick water celery at the stream below the slope. She hadn't gathered enough today. After Song Shi finished her bath, she planned to walk around the yard to let her hair dry naturally. She saw the hurried Zhou Yi and was a bit surprised. "Brother Yi, why are you back so early today? Are you alright, wife?" Zhou Yi came over and took her arm. He looked her over from head to toe, even turning around as if to check her from all angles. What could possibly be wrong with me? Song Shi felt a little speechless. But now, she didn't dare think much about Zhou Yi's concern, afraid she might be overthinking. "Everyone in the village is talking about your matter. Do you still want to lie to me? Can you stop taking such risks in the future? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Hearing the exciting stories others told while working, Zhou Yi was almost scared to death. There's no other choice. If someone faces such a situation, they wouldn't just stand there and watch, ignoring someone in danger, right? Song Shi doesn't regret what she did at all. If she truly ignored someone in danger, then she would regret it. Looking at this mischievous little wife, Zhou Yi felt helpless. But what could he do? He could only spoil her. Zhou Yi reached out to lift Song Shi's long hair, helping it dry faster. His fingers brushed through her hair, gently flicking it. When his fingertips touched her scalp, Song Shi felt so comfortable she almost wanted to fall asleep. Before long, her eyelids started to flutter. Seeing this, Zhou Yi embraced her, letting her lean on his chest, and continued to help her dry her hair. When her hair was nearly dry, he carried her horizontally back to the room. The next morning, while Song Shi and Zhou Yi were having breakfast in the yard, someone knocked on the door. Zhou Yi got up to open it and saw the village chief with his family standing outside, looking a bit surprised. "Village chief, Aunt Wu, is something wrong?" Zhou Yi asked. "Has your wife gotten up?" Wu Zhuhua asked happily and excitedly. "We came to see your wife." Zhou Yi moved aside to let them in. "Sister, Little Peach exclaimed happily when she saw the beautiful sister who saved her yesterday, rushing over to hug her. Little Peach's mother felt a bit embarrassed and softly scolded her. "Little Peach, be gentle. Don't hurt your sister." Everyone in the village knew that Song Shi had almost died before. People saw Song Shi as a weak, sick girl. If Little Peach was too rough and hurt her, it would be bad. "Older sister, it's okay. Little Peach is so light. She doesn't have that much strength," Song Shi said with a gentle smile. Then she reached out and pinched Little Peach's soft cheek. "Little Peach, can you tell your sister why you were alone in the river yesterday? Do you know you almost couldn't see your parents and grandparents again?" Little Peach knew she had done wrong and looked down shyly.
I
was looking for crabs under the rocks. I thought I could catch one, but I didn't expect to get lost in the middle. Thank you for saving me, sister. If not, Her eyes turned red, and tears started to fall. Fortunately, sister, she pulled her out of the water, or she might never see her family again. All right, don't cry anymore. Everything is fine now. But if you want something in the future, tell your dad or grandpa. Never go on your own to take risks, understand? Even at such a young age, she dared to go into the river to catch crabs. She was very brave. It's true, she was like a young calf that doesn't fear the tiger. Before learning to swim, Song Shi was afraid of water and felt dizzy whenever she saw it outside. She would avoid it from afar. But once she learned to swim, she wasn't so scared anymore. Xiao Shi, thank you for saving Little Peach and for giving us your medicine. Because of you, Little Peach recovered so quickly. If you ever need anything, just come to Annie. I will help you. If Zhou Yi dares to bully you, let the village chief make him do farm work like cleaning manure. The village chief and Wu Zhuhua sincerely thank Song Shi. Little Peach's father and mother even wanted to kneel and thank her, but they were stopped by the village chief. Otherwise, if others in the village saw, it might be hard for Song Shi to stay there. Seeing how sincere the village chief's family was, Song Shi felt very touched. She thought people in this era valued boys over girls, but she was glad to see there were exceptions. Little Peach was truly a lucky girl. Uncle Village Chief, Annie, and sister-in-law, you don't need to say anything. I saved Little Peach, and that is the bond between us. I was abandoned by the Song family, so now I have a lovely little sister like Little Peach. I consider it my good fortune. Besides, I am now a member of Pinyin Village, and I will probably cause some trouble for you, Uncle and Auntie. I hope you won't mind me bothering you in the future. Although the village chief isn't the head of the production team, he controls the entire Pinyin Village, which shows he has real power. Many of Song Shi's upcoming plans depend on the village chief's support. Building a good relationship with the village chief's family would be quite nice. No matter what, Xiao Shi, you are our Little Peach's savior. Without you, Little Peach wouldn't be here. From now on, you are part of our family. We will be your family, and you will be protected by your family. Wu Zhuhua held Little Peach and sincerely thanked Song Shi again. Zhou Yi cleared away the breakfast on the table and poured a few glasses of cool boiled water from a bamboo cup. Poor people should keep up appearances, so it's better to act a little poorer in front of outsiders. Maybe because she saw Song Shi when she was close to death. Little Peach sees Song Shi as her light in life and depends on her a lot. She is closer to Song Shi than to her mother and grandmother. But Wu Zhuhua and Little Peach's mother are not jealous. Their Little Peach is very mischievous, and it's good for her to learn more from Song Shi. The village chief's family of 5 sat down to drink tea. They felt that the tea had a faint sweet taste, even better than well water. That's because Song Shi added spiritual spring water to her own water jar, which helps improve health when drunk regularly. Zhou Yi, Song Shi, even though you two are officially married, you haven't had a wedding yet. In our village, the custom is that a marriage isn't considered official until there's a ceremony in front of family and friends. When do you plan to hold the wedding? In rural areas, almost no one registers their marriage because most people don't know about it. Even now that they know, everyone still thinks a wedding makes the marriage official. If they don't hold a wedding, some nosy villagers might gossip about Song Shi. He is the village chief, the most powerful person here, but he can't control what others say. After all, It was just a verbal remark and didn't cause any real harm, so there's no reason to find a reason to punish. Song, she frowned slightly, barely audible. Does having a marriage certificate mean you're truly married? In modern times, many young people find wedding ceremonies troublesome. They get the certificate and go on a honeymoon, often skipping the wedding itself. Zhou reached out and gently held Song Shi's hand, then said, "Once we've arranged everything, we'll definitely invite the village chief and his wife to celebrate with us." "Won't you invite me?" Little Tao winked playfully, shaking her head and bouncing happily. So adorable. "Everyone is invited, including everyone in Little Tao's family, okay?" Zhou put on a friendly smile, mainly because he didn't have much experience dealing with children. "Big sister, she must be the most beautiful bride," Little Tao said, holding Song Shi's little finger affectionately and swinging it gently. Seeing Little Tao's innocent face, Song Shi felt her heart soften. It seems the village chief's family gets along very well, full of love and harmony. Otherwise, Little Tao wouldn't be so innocent and pure. In the countryside, even children this age are already doing chores and growing up early, acting like little adults. You wouldn't see such a pure, innocent smile otherwise. "Okay, we'll definitely come and join the celebration." No one from Song Shi's family would be coming, so they would come to help add some lively atmosphere. The village chief's family of 5 sat at Zhou Yi's house for a while, then left after giving their gift. Because they had work to do soon, the village chief needed to make arrangements. Song Shi checked the gift from the village chief's family and saw it contained 20 eggs. In the hot summer, hens don't lay many eggs. The fact that the village chief's family could produce so many eggs at once probably meant they borrowed or exchanged with other villagers. This made Song Shi feel both touched and a bit helpless. But she couldn't accept it. She knew times were tough for every household. Moreover, she was now a rare wealthy person in this era, with a net worth of over 10,000 yuan. How could she take others' things? "Brother when you go out later, please take these back to the village chief's family." Song Shi packed the eggs into a small basket and handed it to Zhou. "If they give you something, just accept it. If you don't, they'll keep thinking about it. If you feel embarrassed, next time we can also send them some gifts." Zhou gently patted Song Shi's head, feeling affection for her. She risked her life to save little Peach, so she deserved a thank you gift. Earlier, the old traditional doctor in the commune gave Song Shi some medicine. Didn't he also give her 2 ginseng plants? However, he was the one who offered them voluntarily. Otherwise, he would have just asked for some money for the medicine. Song Shi thought for a moment and pulled 20 winter vegetables, 20 vine vegetables, and 20 red amaranth, then asked Zhou to take them to the village chief's house. When she first planted these vegetables, she sprayed them with spiritual spring water. As long as they were planted and occasionally watered, a family could eat from them. After Zhou went out to work, Song Shi went to the big river again. She found a calm spot by the river and threw in a long lobster trap. Then she tied the rope to a nearby tree, so she wouldn't lose the trap next time she came. She followed the riverbank downstream, placing 10 long lobster traps and 10 foldable round cage traps. If the water here is rich in resources, she could develop her aquaculture business greatly. In the future, even if the supermarket has nothing, she wouldn't worry too much. In the evening, Song Shi returned to the river again, planning to pull up the traps and see what was inside. But when she pulled up the first trap, she was frightened by how heavy it was. She had to quickly put the trap into the supermarket. After collecting all the heavy traps, Song Shi went inside to check them. Each trap was full of fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails. Song Shi was very happy. With such a big river nearby, she wouldn't be poor anymore. She poured all the fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails from the traps into storage boxes for now. Then she put some bait into the traps and placed them back in the river. Feeling excited, she headed home. Thinking about little Peach from the village chief's house, who fell into the water while catching crabs, it seemed she wanted to eat crabs. Song Shi put on thick gloves, grabbed 40 crabs from the storage box, and put them into a wooden bucket. Then she carried the bucket to the village chief's house. Seeing the door half open, Song Shi didn't push it rudely, but knocked instead. Soon, someone came to open the door. Wu Zhuhua saw Song Shi outside and smiled brightly. Xiaoxi, you're here. Come in and sit. No, Annie, I have to go back soon. I have things to do. Little Peach, didn't you want crabs? I brought some crabs for Little Peach. I washed them clean with a brush, then put them directly into boiling water with some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Once it boils, they are ready to eat, and they won't taste fishy. Song Shi handed the wooden bucket to Wu Zhuhua. In modern times, she usually boils or steams crabs directly like this. Farm-raised crabs are so tasty, and these wild ones must be especially fresh and delicious. Xiaoxi this. Wu Zhuhua hesitated, then shyly rubbed her hands before taking the bucket. I didn't expect you to remember Little Peach's situation. Thank you so much, Xiaoxi. I don't know how to thank you. Andy, I truly see Little Peach as my little sister, so you don't need to do anything or feel embarrassed. You can keep what I gave Little Peach. Besides, I can't give you anything valuable, so I hope you don't mind. After Wu Zhuhua returned the bucket, Song Shi said goodbye and went home. Wu Zhuhua watched Song Shi walk away, feeling both helpless and sad. Who exactly is the Song family? Such a good girl. But Zhou Yi is also nice. It's a fortunate coincidence that these two ended up together. It's a good match. When Song Shi got home, she went straight to her room. After locking the door, she slipped into the supermarket. She sorted the fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails by type. The land snails and river snails she previously raised were kept together. She put the black fish, white fish, crayfish, river shrimp, and crabs into new buckets. Inside, she poured well water mixed with spiritual spring water, which makes their flavor even fresher. Wild river shrimp from the river are small, only as big as her little finger, so they're not very satisfying to eat. Song Shi decided to raise them with spiritual spring water and wait until they grow bigger. She used a fishing net to catch 30 large mud crabs and 10 big crabs from the supermarket's crab tank. Tonight, she planned to cook braised mud crabs and steamed big crabs. She had already added spiritual spring water to the shrimp and crab tanks, so now, just cooking them simply without seasoning makes them very tasty. In the evening, Song Shi collected the land snails, river mussels, and water celery given by Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, as well as the small snails from Aunt Li. Then she went to the kitchen to prepare the crabs and shrimp. Now she is skilled at using the rural clay stove and no longer causes fires. While Song Shi was finishing cooking braised prawns, she heard Zhou Yi calling her outside. His tone sounded urgent, so Song Shi pushed the firewood aside and got up to go out, asking curiously, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" He was calling her so hurriedly, as if something had happened. "Sweetheart, look at this." Zhou Yi lifted the leaves covering a small basket, showing it to Song Shi like a treasure. "Are these grapes?" Song Shi's eyes widened with surprise. Inside, there was a bunch of shiny green grapes. They looked like the modern sunshine rose grapes. But they weren't as big, about the size of a 1-cent coin. Zhou Yi poured a bucket of water, put the bunch of grapes in, washed them, then picked one and fed it to Song Shi. He smiled and asked, "How is it? Is it tasty?" "Yes, very sweet and fragrant, not sour at all." After eating, Song Shi nodded repeatedly. Then, like a little glutton, she kept eating one grape after another, even eating the skins. Wild grapes from the mountain are really delicious, much better than the ones from the supermarket. As she was eating, Song Shi suddenly froze. Zhou Yi saw this and asked worriedly, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did you choke?" Song Shi quickly shook her head. "Brother Yi, are there more grapes?" Zhou Yi shook his head apologetically. "No, that's all. Maybe some ripe ones were picked before. I saw only a few bunches left. I remember there's a place where I can pick more next year. Brother Yi, go dig up the grapevines and bring them back. The mountain's ecosystem hasn't recovered and the soil isn't very fertile, so the grape yield isn't high." If he dug up the grapevines and cultivated them, the harvest could be enormous. But digging them now probably won't work. Maybe after the new year in spring, I can dig them up then. Is that okay? Although digging up the vines might seem selfish, as long as his little wife is happy, he doesn't mind being selfish. Besides, He's not a very great person anyway. In this era, just taking good care of his family is enough. No, I want to do it now, Song, she said, pulling Zhou Yi's arm and acting cute. She has spring water, so she's confident she can grow many grape seedlings. When that happens, it will benefit the entire Pinyin village. All right, tonight I will go dig up some for my wife, Zhou Yi said, reaching to hold Song Shi's back of the head. He took the bright green grapes from her mouth, smiling as he spoke. They're so sweet. Song Shi blushed and said, by the way, I want the raspberry trees and the plum trees too. I know where the small trees are. Once they're grown, they can be planted on the Bear Mountain. In the future, the people in the mountains won't have to worry about not having fruit to eat. She believes that with her help, everyone's living standards will improve next year. Then, they can buy bicycles and new clothes, and no one will be jealous or cause trouble. After all, everyone's life will get better. Wife, I've helped you so much. How do you plan to thank me? If you want the horse to run, you need to feed it grass. What do you plan to feed your husband? Zhou Yi looked at Song Shi with bright eyes, clearly meaning something. Song Shi picked a bright green grape and smiled at him. Can I feed you a grape? Zhou Yi shook his head gently. Absolutely not. Song Shi put the grape in her mouth, then leaned toward Zhou Yi, hooking her arm around his shoulder. She pressed her lips to his and pushed the grape into his mouth. Soon, the sweet aroma of the grape filled their mouths, and both of them couldn't help but feel enchanted. At dinner, Zhou Yi looked at the bright red crabs, feeling a little surprised. These are all shells, with no meat inside. He didn't expect his wife to be interested in these. Looks like tonight. Seeing his expression, Song Shi knew what he was thinking. Brother Yi, you don't need to catch them for me. If I want to eat, I can catch them myself. He shouldn't sneak out late at night to catch crabs. She has many cages and can catch as many crabs as she wants. This man, he doesn't like her, but he does so much for her. She just doesn't understand him. Zhou Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose, surprised that his little wife understood his thoughts. So, if she can see through his feelings, can she also understand his other thoughts? Brother Yi, try these river prawns. Dipping them in the sauce makes them taste even better. Song Shi picked 2 large river prawns for Zhou Yi. Since he didn't recognize them, she told him they were just big prawns. She peeled one for herself, dipped it in the sauce, and then ate it. The shrimp meat is tender and tasty, with a sour, spicy, crispy, and numbing sauce. When combined, it tastes very good. Zhou Yi brought over the whole plate of mud crabs. Song Shi thought he liked to eat it, so she didn't compete with him. She figured she could just make it herself next time. But she didn't expect Zhou Yi to help her peel the shrimp. He carefully placed each peeled mud crab into a bowl of sauce. Song Shi felt a little touched. He is so considerate and caring. Is he being trained or raised by someone? Is she benefiting from someone else's efforts now? Being able to make a man so excellent suggests that the person before was also very good. So, should she help him fight for the happiness he wants? Song Shi looked at Zhou Yi, feeling a bit stunned. If Zhou Yi can't afford the bride price, she could really help him. After all, she has quietly become quite wealthy. She can give him any amount of money he needs, just as a way to repay his kindness in saving her. But she didn't know how to bring it up, afraid of touching on Zhou Yi's sensitive feelings. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Seeing Song Shi sitting there in a daze, Zhou Yi waved his hand in front of her. He noticed that his little wife had been daydreaming a lot lately and didn't know what she was thinking. Song Shi shook her head and took half of the peeled mud crab to Zhou Yi. Brother Yi, you eat too. I want to leave some space to eat crabs later. Wild crab legs don't have much meat and aren't very tasty, so she mainly eats the crab roe and meat from the body, dipping it in sauce. The flavor is incredibly delicious. After dinner, Zhou Yi tidied up the kitchen, boiled some hot water, and went out to call Zhou Xiaoshu. The two went up the mountain together to dig the tree Song Shi wanted. Since Song Shi wanted it, there must be a good reason. After her shower, Song Shi hid in her room and went to the supermarket. Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. She planned to prepare some festive items for Wenqiang, especially mooncakes. In modern times, Foods like mungbean cakes, zongzi, and mooncakes are available all year round, so her supermarket stocks these items throughout the year. She changed the packaging in the supermarket, buying 1,000 pieces each of mooncakes, cookies, fruit candies, and vermicelli. She also bought 500 jin each of hand-cut noodles, buckwheat noodles, and thin noodles. Additionally, she took 100 packs each of oatmeal, honey, canned meat, and canned yellow peaches. After tearing off the label on top, nothing could be seen, so she sorted and stored everything properly. She is not a person who likes to eat snacks, so these items being sold cheaply in this era didn't bother her much. As long as she kept enough essentials for her family, that was enough. Moreover, she might not be able to sell all the items in the supermarket and warehouse, so there was really no need to worry. She was busy removing labels and changing packaging in the supermarket, which made her very tired. After she finished, she lay on the bed to rest. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when she heard some movement outside, she suddenly opened her eyes and then got up to put on her shoes and go out. "Honey, you rest first. We'll look into it in the morning," Zhou said, feeling very caring as he saw her squinting and looking confused. "Okay, thank you, Brother E." She was really sleepy, so after hearing him, she rubbed her eyes, turned around, and went back to her room. Zhou Yi and Zhou Xiaoshu moved the grapevines and seedlings to the corner of the yard wall, then poured some water at the roots. To show his thanks, Zhou Yi gave Zhou Xiaoshu $1 as a reward. After all, Zhou Xiaoshu had helped a lot tonight. Since Zhou Xiaoshu could get money from Shi every day, it wouldn't be right to ask Zhou Yi for money again, so he refused. "Xiaoshu, if you don't take it, then in the future, I won't come to you or your wife for anything. Don't be silly and refuse what you deserve, understand? Because others won't appreciate you. They'll think you're silly," Zhou Yi warned. Zhou Xiaoshu obediently accepted what he deserved. After taking a shower, Zhou Yi returned to his room, hugged his soft and fragrant wife, and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, the first thing she did after waking up was to check the seedlings. Zhou Yi had neatly wrapped the grapevines as if they were wires, making it look like they hadn't been broken at all. There were also 5 raspberry bushes and 3 plum trees, with some unripe plums still hanging on the branches. Seeing she circling the seedlings while brushing his teeth, Zhou Yi spoke. "Wife, just mark where you want to plant, and I'll help you dig the holes." "Great. I'll think about it first," she said. Since she needed to dig 6 holes for the 6 trees, she knew she shouldn't overestimate herself if she couldn't do it well. She wasn't intentionally showing weakness. She just knew her limits in this matter. Moreover, it is indeed important to let men do some things, or else they might become spoiled and unruly. After Zhou Yi dug the holes, she planted the fruit trees. She also helped Zhou Yi build a grape trellis, wrapping the original grapevines around it. Now, a cool spot has been created in one corner of the yard, where they can sit and eat or rest under the shade in the future. She watered all 6 fruit trees with spiritual spring water. Within 2 days, the 6 trees looked fresh and healthy again, growing very well. Zhou Yi was surprised to see this. He thought these trees might wither under the hot sun, especially since September sun can be very fierce. But unexpectedly, the trees grew even more vigorously than before. It seems that this yard is a lucky place. No, it's his little wife. She is a treasure. The Song family lost such a treasure, and they hope they won't regret it in the future. Since she started using the lobster cages and umbrella-shaped cages, she goes to the river twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. She collects the aquatic animals from the cages and takes them to the supermarket, then adds some fish bait to the cages before putting them back into the river. Sometimes she changes locations because staying in the same place too long causes the catch to decrease. 4 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, she went alone to the commune. She found the house that Wen Chong mentioned, a very remote old house. The more remote the place, the less likely anyone will notice, making it safer. She was very happy with this old house. She found the key under a stone near the door and opened it. She looked around several rooms and finally chose the one at the very back. She took out the things she had prepared earlier from the supermarket and placed them in the corner of the room. After confirming everything was in order, she locked the door and went to find Wen Chong in the alley near the night market. People working at the night market, like Wen Chong, usually work at night and rest during the day. If they're not out making connections, they are usually resting at home. She knocked on the door of the yard. The next moment, the door opened, and Wen Chong looked at her with anticipation. "Comrade Lan Tian, do you have something good?"
he asked.
"Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? I transported 1,000 pounds of mooncakes and some other items from elsewhere. They are now stored in Comrade Wen Xiang's old house." She looked at Wen Xiang with a blank expression. Since she was disguised as a man, she was afraid that showing too much emotion might reveal her true identity, especially if her facial scars showed. "Mooncakes." Wen Xiang was shocked and widened his eyes. He didn't expect Comrade Lan Tian to get such rare items. It seemed he was a very important person. "If Comrade Wen Xiang wants them, bring the money and check the goods," she said. Yes. Only a fool wouldn't want them." "Comrade Lan Tian, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare the money." Wen Xiang nodded repeatedly and quickly left. About 10 minutes later, he returned riding a bicycle with a bundle. Then he used the bicycle to take Shi to his old house. After inspecting the supplies, Wen Xiang was again surprised. "Comrade Lan Tian, the canned meat and oatmeal you brought are rare items we haven't sold before, so I don't know the right price. I'll give you 10,000 yuan first. Once those rare items are sold out, we can split the profit 50-50. How does that sound?" Seeing this pile of unfamiliar rare items, Wen Xiang felt quite conflicted. If he treated Comrade Lan Tian unfairly, and he didn't send good things his way in the future, what would happen? Right now, Comrade Lan Tian was practically their benefactor. "All right, I trust Wen Xiang's character. He wouldn't let me suffer a loss," she said. She took the money from Wen Xiang's hand and quickly counted it. It was exactly 10,000 yuan. She didn't expect Wen Xiang to gather that much in just 10 minutes. It seemed their line of work was very profitable. There were still 4 items left to settle: oatmeal, honey, canned meat, and canned yellow peaches. But they weren't many. Only about 400 portions, worth at most 2,000 yuan. There was nothing to worry about. Moreover, if using these items could help her see some people's true nature, it wouldn't be a loss. She could cut her losses in time. "Comrade Wen Xiang, I actually have one more thing to ask," she said shyly. She wasn't sure if he would be willing to help her. "Just say it, Comrade Lan Tian. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse," Wen Xiang said excitedly, patting his chest like a good brother. "Comrade Wen Xiang, could you arrange for your people to help me collect old clothes and shoes during your free time? If they are without patches and still wearable, I can pay 2 cents per item, the same as the old market price. Also, could you help me gather freshwater snails, river clams, and small snails from nearby rural areas? Just wash them lightly to remove mud. I can pay 1 cent per pound. The more, the better. It's okay if they come from other places, but the money must be handed directly to the farmers. If you're willing to help me with this, I will send good things to you in the future. Before holidays, I'll bring them to you. Friends are meant to help each other, but it's not right to give nothing in return. That would be taking advantage. Comrade Lan Tian, you've said so much I can't remember it all. Could you write it down for me so I can arrange everything?" For Wen Xiang, these tasks that don't require connections are quite easy, right? But since he's busy, he's afraid he might forget, so it's better to write it down. "Okay, thank you, Comrade Wen Xiang. I won't forget to treat you well." She turned around, hiding her bag, and took a pencil and paper from the supermarket. She wrote down her requests. Worried Wen Xiang might lose the notes, she made 3 copies. "Comrade Wen Xiang, just leave the items in this room. When I come next time, I'll take them away." "All right, it's settled then. If you need anything else, just ask." Wen Xiang was happy to make friends with Lan Tian, so they happily agreed to work together. "Comrade Wen Xiang, here's a holiday gift for you. I wish you and your family a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." She handed him another cloth bag, then left with the money. As soon as she stepped outside, she put the money into the supermarket. Wen Xiang opened the cloth bag she gave him. Inside, he saw neatly bundled fern vegetables, winter vegetables, and plump black fish. He felt warm inside. Meeting such a cooperative partner was his happiness. From now on, as long as he could do what Lan Tian asked, he wouldn't refuse. Unbeknownst to Song Shi, her small act had gained her a loyal supporter. I don't know how Wang Chong will react when he finds out that the person he knows as Lan Tian is actually a delicate and beautiful woman. Will he be so surprised that he faints? Song Shi felt very happy after earning some money, but she didn't show it outside. Since it was still early, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store. She wanted to see if comfortable underwear, sanitary pads, and other feminine products had been produced yet. Unfortunately, she didn't find any. She hopes these items will be available soon so they can help women. Before heading to the ox cart meeting point, Song Shi visited the guest house again to deliver some things to Li Qingqing. This time, she brought vegetables she grew herself. Winter greens, vine greens, and red amaranth, 2 bundles of each, totaling over 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. She also brought a bunch of grapes and a jin, about 0.5 kilograms of plums. Since she is from the mountains, it's most appropriate to give her special mountain products. Xiao Shi, I told you last time to come in the morning. Why didn't you listen? Her family members started saying Li Qingqing was being unreasonable. She was given so many good things, but didn't even invite them for a meal.
How could that be right?
Qingqing, we're just friends. Let's not make things complicated, Song Shi said. She understood what Li Qingqing meant, but she really didn't want her to spend too much. Qingqing, the few trees with roots can be planted. If you find a place to plant them and water them occasionally, your family might not be able to finish eating all the produce. In the city, not only food and meat are in short supply, but even leafy vegetables are hard to find. Many people line up early at the grocery stores, but they still might not get what they need. Xiao Shi, thank you. It's really nice to know you, but I can't keep accepting things from you. I also have a few tickets here. Take a look and see if you need any. Li Qingqing took out some tickets she carried and handed them to Song Shi. She genuinely wanted to be friends with Song Shi, not to take advantage of her. As a well-educated and sensible person, she knew that taking advantage was shameful. She didn't want to become that kind of person. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon and winter isn't far off. I need cotton, so I'll take a cotton ticket, Song Shi said casually. If she wanted tickets, she could just ask Comrade Wen Chong. I estimate that Comrade Wen Chong can help her get any votes she needs. The votes from Li Qingqing and others are all provided by their workplace, and there aren't many. Probably, the whole family doesn't have enough votes, and she can't bear to take Li Qingqing's votes. Song Shi is sitting in Li Qingqing's seat, keeping her company at work. In fact, not many people come to stay at the guest house normally, unless they are here on a business trip or visiting relatives. The locals will go home late at night no matter what. No one wants to pay that much to stay here overnight. Also, in this era, men and women are supposed to live separately. People with bad intentions can't easily do anything outside unless they go somewhere remote. Last time, Song Shi and Zhou Yi shared a room because of special circumstances. It was after 3 o'clock when Song Shi had to go catch the ox cart, so she said goodbye to Li Qingqing and headed to the meeting point. When the time came, the ox cart had already left. Zhou Yi probably already knew about Song Shi's character, so he wasn't as worried or anxious about her going out as before. But he still kept his heart in his chest until he saw her appear at the slope in front of him. Only then did he relax and quickly went over to take the basket on Song Shi's back. Darling, if you need to buy anything in the future, just tell me. I'll go buy it. He felt sorry for her carrying such heavy things, worried it might hurt her. Although her body has recovered, she was seriously injured before, so she can't be as strong as others. Zhou Yi doesn't know that Song Shi's health is now very good thanks to the spiritual spring water, and her physical condition will only improve over time. Maybe he has never thought about his own health, so he hasn't noticed any changes in himself. It could also be that men's and women's physiques are different, so his absorption and transformation process isn't as fast as hers. It's okay, not heavy. Besides, I want to go out and see the world. It will also make it easier for us in the future. Hearing this, Song Shi playfully raised an eyebrow at Zhou Yi. He understood her unspoken words. They are secretly doing a business, and if they don't have a good understanding of the outside world, they can't run this business well. Zhou-Yi gently pinched Song-Shi's nose in a loving way, then took her hand and led her forward. It was already past 7 o'clock, and the sky had darkened. The couple was holding hands in front of their house, daring anyone to interfere in their private matters. Xiao Shu, Xiao Hua, come here for a moment. Seeing Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua waiting next door, Song-Shi waved to them and called them over. The two children quickly ran over when they heard Song-Shi's voice. Song-Shi took out some fragrant, soft, and sweet osmanthus cakes from her basket, giving each of them 2 pieces. These cakes were bought from the supermarket's breakfast section, shaped like triangles. She took out 10 pieces. She gave away 4, leaving 6, which should be enough for Zhou-Yi to eat alone. Then, Song-Shi also handed Zhou Xiaoshu a bag of yogurt hawthorn balls. She had already replaced the original packaging with a clear bag. Through the bag, they could see the red and white hawthorn balls inside. Both Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but drool. They had never seen or tasted such things before. Xiaoshu, share with your sister when you get home. No fighting, understand? Song-Shi directly stuffed the yogurt hawthorn balls into Zhou Xiaoshu's arms before heading home with Zhou-Yi. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was the perfect time for Song-Shi to trade with Gu Ming. She carried a small basket, pretending to go out to pick wild vegetables, then headed to Xianglin to find Gu Ming. This time, Gu Ming and his brother collected 2,000 jin of freshwater snails and river clams. After inspecting the goods, Song-Shi paid Gu Ming 25 yuan and gave him a cloth bag. Comrade, when you can't find more snails and clams, I want the small snails in the ditch too. In winter, I also want dried mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, and spring bamboo shoots. We will still trade every 5 days, with the same prices, 1 cent per jin. As long as she was there, and he was willing, Gu Ming could really make money all year round. Because she knew how to make the less desirable ingredients taste better. For example, snails and river clams. People usually avoided them because they had a muddy, fishy smell when cooked, so few wanted to eat them unless they were starving. And bamboo shoots, they were considered bitter and not tasty, so no one wanted to eat them. But Song-Shi, as a modern person with access to recipes from the supermarket, knew how to process these foods to make them more delicious. Most importantly, she had spring water. Any bad-tasting food can become delicious when she cooks it. Gu Ming clenched his fists, showing his excitement. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Comrade Lantian, I will take responsibility and never let you down. No need to talk much. Just do your job well. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, so hurry home to celebrate, Song-Shi said calmly, waving her hand. After Gu Ming and Gu Liang left, Song-Shi stored the day's collection of snails and freshwater clams in the supermarket terrace. Then she took the mushrooms she gathered and went home. Gu Ming returned home and opened the cloth bag Song-Shi gave him. Inside were a meat coupon, a grain coupon, 5 jin of rice, a jin of ripe plums, and 4 mooncakes. Gu Ming was so touched that his eyes welled up with tears. Song-Shi didn't know that under the name Lantian, she had gained a loyal fan. Of course, doing business requires loyal people. Otherwise, what if someone reports you? Song-Shi took the mushrooms to the well, preparing to wash them. Zhou-Yi came over and asked, Wife, are you trying to harm your own husband? What? Song-Shi looked at Zhou-Yi with a puzzled expression. She hadn't said anything or done anything to hurt him. How could she be trying to poison her husband? It was clearly a false accusation. Half of the mushrooms in the basket are poisonous, and the powder from the poisonous mushrooms is everywhere. The other mushrooms can't be eaten either, Zhou-Yi said, using a stick to poke at the mushrooms in the basket, looking helpless. He couldn't believe his little wife didn't even know this basic knowledge. Fortunately, he was here, or who knew how many times she might have been poisoned. Wife, you didn't touch your mouth or nose with your hands, right? Quickly wash your hands. No, better go take a bath first. Oh, okay, Song-Shi said dazed, then quickly got up and ran back. The mushrooms looked similar, and she really couldn't tell them apart. It seemed she should buy mushrooms from the supermarket in the future. After all, the supermarket has all kinds of fresh and dried mushrooms. Moreover, she had various mushroom spawn packs. After finishing the fresh mushrooms from the supermarket, she could grow her own mushrooms. When Song-shi finished her bath, the poisonous mushrooms had already been taken away by Zhou-yi. Zhou-yi used to help Song-shi wipe her hair. He said, "Wife, tomorrow I will take you to the mountain to pick mushrooms. I will teach you how to recognize edible mushrooms. You only need to learn a few types, not all of them." "Okay," Song-shi happily agreed. "It's fine if the trap doesn't catch anything in a day, because the contents won't die." Plus, she placed it in a hidden spot, so no one would find it. Since today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhou Zhonggua, Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, Shang Jia, and a few others came over for dinner. Zhou-yi and Song-shi cooked a big pot of braised crabs, braised shrimp, and also the half-salted chicken from last time. Before making the soup, they washed the salted chicken many times, so it wasn't too salty anymore. They also cooked some winter vegetables to balance the saltiness, and it tasted pretty good. Additionally, they stir-fried garlic-tossed vine vegetables and sautéed red amaranth. Each dish was served in a whole enamel basin, with plenty of food, more than enough to eat. The main staples were plain steamed buns and sweet potato rice. Zhou-yi dug up a sweet potato from his yard. Because Song-shi secretly watered the sweet potatoes and corn with well water mixed with spiritual spring water, they grew very big. One large sweet potato weighed about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram, with a smooth, shiny skin and no signs of insect bites. "Brother E, I want to come to your house to eat every day. The food is always the same, but I feel like your cooking tastes better." As soon as the food was served, Zhou Ping quickly started grabbing dishes, expressing his feelings as he ate. Zhou-yi handed Song-shi a plain steamed bun. Since it's soft and easy to digest, she declined, saying, "I'll eat the sweet potato rice first. It's very sweet and fragrant." Now, she can eat anything and digest everything. Unlike when she first woke up, when she could only eat soft foods because hard or dry foods were hard to swallow. "Zhou-yi, now that Xiaoxi's health is better, when do you plan to hold the wedding? We can't do superstitions or pick an auspicious date now. Just choose a day yourselves." Zhou Zhonggua was eating and also feeling emotional. He thought Zhou-yi's cooking was really good, probably because Song-shi cooked it. He also gave Zhou-yi a silent look, feeling Zhou-yi wasn't very caring towards his wife. He thought it was too early for Song-shi to be cooking. Given Song-shi's serious injury, it wouldn't be too much to rest for another 6 months. If Zhou-yi knew his father's thoughts, he would definitely feel wronged. In their family, Song-shi only cooks sometimes when she feels like it. Most of the time, he is the one cooking. "We plan to hold the ceremony at the end of the year. Once the new house is built, we'll do it there." Zhou-yi glanced nervously at Song-shi, mainly because he hadn't discussed this with her yet. Right now, these are just his own ideas. He really wants to build a house first because the old earthen house doesn't match how wonderful she is. "Our family's land has already been used up. You can't apply for more. Are you planning to tear down the old house and rebuild?" Zhou Zhonggua had already divided the family property with his son. The 3 of them each had their own account, so they applied for 3 plots of land. Zhou-yi can only think about getting land again if he has children and can help them apply for land. "I'll buy another plot of land from the village head later." He remembered Song-shi wanted a big yard to plant all kinds of things. And from the moment Song-shi asked him to dig up the grapevines, he knew the small yard couldn't hold her big ideas. "Just have your own plans. Talk to Xiao-shi if something comes up. You're not alone anymore, so don't be so independent." Zhou Zhonggua nodded, deciding not to worry about all these things. After all, as children grow up, he understands the idea of distant relatives and close friends. Parents who interfere too much with their children only hurt their feelings. It's better to stay far away and lend a hand only when needed. Song-shi didn't expect her father-in-law to be so open-minded in this era. She thought all fathers-in-law back then were like her grandfather from the Song family, like a landlord who ruled everything, and everyone had to listen to him. Anyone who dared to share their ideas would face a scolding. After dinner, Zhou Zhonggua left first, leaving the 5 young people behind. Zhou Ping smiled and said, Brother E, when you pick the land, invite me too. I want to apply for land to build a house. He wanted to build his house next to Zhou Yi's so he could easily visit for meals. Besides, now that he has money and confidence, how can he get married without building a house? Me too, I want to see. Mo Jiaqiang and Sheng Jihua also expressed their support. Yes, after earning so much money recently, they really should buy a new house. Earth houses can't compare to brick and tile houses in comfort and grandeur. How are your sales these days? Did you buy bicycles? They had agreed to pool money to buy bicycles, but there was no progress. She wasn't sure if they had actually bought bicycles. No, we didn't buy bicycles because the people who were stealing business have disappeared. Now, no one is stealing, so we don't need to go far to the county anymore, Mo Jiaqiang explained. They wanted to buy bicycles, but if they bought them, they wouldn't have a place to store them at home. If they hid the bicycles in the woods, someone might accidentally find and take them, which would be a loss. You should check which village the people stealing business are from without exposing yourselves. You can pay someone from that village to help catch them. If they earn money, they won't cause trouble. Soon, we won't be able to catch those things anymore, so it's better to earn more money while we can. Also, while making money, we should pay attention to the environment. After the new year, and in spring, we can see if we can develop farming so we won't have to struggle catching things in the wild. In modern times, people raise not only frogs and snakes but also crocodiles and alligators. Wild ones can't be eaten, but farmed ones are edible and quite popular. However, She thought these things were strange and didn't dare to eat them. She only ate normal food like chicken, duck, goose, pig, cow, and sheep. After hearing She, everyone nodded thoughtfully. She was truly a very thoughtful person, like a guide in their lives. As long as they listened to her, they couldn't go wrong. She, we all trust you, Zhou Ping said firmly. Sheng Jihua also nodded repeatedly. We'll think carefully about what you said. The men happily ate, their plates clean. Not a single drop of oil was left, and their bellies were full. They leaned back lazily in their chairs. Zhou Yi nudged Zhou Ping's foot. Wash your dishes later, or don't come to eat at my place anymore. He cooked with Shi, so the rest of the tasks were left to the three of them. He definitely wouldn't let these people come in and act like masters. Although She didn't eat much, she felt quite full. She walked around the yard to help digestion, and as she walked, she came to the grapevine at the corner of the wall. She noticed a faint fragrance under the grape trellis. She looked up and found that the grapes had actually started to bloom. The grape flowers were small, with spike-like clusters, light yellow, and some greenish yellow. This is too amazing. She only watered the plants with spiritual spring water and hadn't even pruned the branches yet, and now they were blooming. Could it be that the grapes will ripen again before winter? She found it hard to believe and hoped Zhou Yi wouldn't think too much about it. Otherwise, she would find it hard to explain. She took a small basket and picked some ripe plums, then brought them to Zhou Ping and the others. She told them to take some home for their families when they left. Although She didn't specifically learn about Zhou Yi's three friends, she understood a bit from Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaqiang, and Sheng Jihua all came from large families, so there were quite a few people. In this era, filial piety meant parents are always in charge. Many families had hidden conflicts and tensions, but elders insisted on keeping all the children under their control. This caused the children to suffer, yet they refused to split the family. She didn't see exhaustion on Zhou Yi's friends' faces, only their enthusiasm and joy in earning money. It seemed that no matter the environment, their drive to work and earn was unstoppable. The next morning after breakfast, Zhou Yi took She to the mountain to look for mushrooms. Since it hadn't rained, there weren't many, but there were still some. Holding Zhou Yi's hand with one hand, She used the other to hold a 1.5-meter bamboo stick, worried about hurting herself on the mountain. After all, there were many rocks, and getting hurt would only be herself to blame. Darling, all these mushrooms are edible, Zhou Yi said softly as he carefully peeled away dead leaves and found a hidden mushroom, then gently picked it and told She. She stared intently at the mushroom, as if she wanted to remember forever what edible mushrooms looked like. After a while, she started looking around nearby, not fighting with Zhou-Yi for that patch of mushrooms. There weren't many mushrooms, just scattered here and there. If she carefully picked for a few hours, she would have enough for several meals. She carried a small basket and picked mushrooms elsewhere. Soon, her hands were covered with mushroom juice and became dirty. Just as she was about to wipe her hands with a leaf, she looked up and saw a snake in front of her, lifting its head. She was so frightened she screamed, dropped her basket, and ran toward Zhou-Yi. "Iga, there's a snake." Zhou-Yi quickly reached out and pulled Song-Shi into his arms. "Don't be afraid. Your husband is here." This sentence instantly calmed Song-Shi's panic. It felt like all the sounds in the world disappeared. Only Zhou-Yi's deep, soothing voice remained. Song-Shi sat in his arms. Zhou-Yi swung his arm and caught the snake at just the right spot. Then he put the snake into a special basket, covered it, and it couldn't escape. People who catch snakes usually carry such a basket. Some snakes are edible, some are medicinal, so it's quite a treasure. Seeing Zhou-Yi easily catch the snake, Song-Shi let out a soft breath. It seemed that in the future, they should bring 2 bamboo sticks when going up the mountain, just in case they encounter snakes again. No one would be there to rescue her then. "Wife, is your husband amazing?" Zhou-Yi looked up at Song-Shi, who was sitting in his arms, reluctant to let go. He didn't expect his little wife to need him so much at this moment. It made the air on the mountain seem a little sweeter. "Iga, let's hurry and pick more mushrooms." Song-Shi blushed shyly. He didn't like her, so why was she attracting his attention? She didn't dare to think too much. There weren't many mushrooms on the mountain, but sometimes others also came to pick some. To avoid causing her trouble, Zhou-Yi reluctantly put her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Song-Shi quickly ran over to pick up her small basket. The two of them picked some more mushrooms elsewhere and then went down the mountain to go home. But before reaching the door, they saw Aunt Zhu-Hua from the village standing there with a small basket. When did Aunt Zhu-Hua arrive? Has she been waiting long? Song-Shi ignored Zhou-Yi and quickly walked toward Wu Zhu-Hua. No, I just got here too," Wu Zhu-Hua said with a smile. When Song-Shi reached her, she handed over a small basket. "Yesterday was Mid-Autumn Festival, so we went to visit relatives. We brought back some oranges. It's quite far, and by the time we got back, it was dark. Otherwise, we would have brought the oranges to you last night." Wu Zhu-Hua explained why she couldn't visit Song-Shi immediately during the festival. After all, Song-Shi was the lifesaver of Little Tao, and it's proper to visit and thank the person who saved you during holidays. "Aunt Zhu-Hua, you are too kind. Please keep the oranges for Little Tao to eat. I'm an adult, I shouldn't compete with children for food." Song-Shi refused politely. She didn't really need the fruit because she had plenty of fruits in her supermarket. She could eat whenever she wanted, and she wasn't lacking fruit. But Zhu-Hua and her family rarely ate fruit all year, and now they brought her some. She felt a bit guilty accepting it. "Our Little Tao still has more." Wu Zhu-Hua directly stuffed the whole basket into Song-Shi's hands. "We have plenty of baskets at home. You don't need to return it, Xiao-Shi." Aunt Zhu-Hua. Seeing Wu Zhu-Hua turn and run away, Song-Shi stretched out her hand in a friendly gesture. She smiled helplessly. Saving people wasn't about getting gifts. Besides, when she was saving someone, she couldn't always guarantee she would succeed. The village chief's family was very kind and polite. "What's wrong?" Zhou-Yi came over and asked curiously. "Aunt Zhu-Hua brought some oranges," Song-Shi said, lifting the old cloth on the small basket. Inside, she saw green oranges with a slight yellow tint on the peel. It made sense. Early oranges wouldn't be ready until the end of the month. She wondered if they were sour because they were picked early. "Honey, if you want to eat mushrooms in the future, just tell me. I'll go pick some," Zhou-Yi said, taking out his keys and opening the door to invite her inside. He was worried about her going up the mountain alone, especially after she had encountered poisonous mushrooms and a snake before. "Okay, then I'll trouble Brother Yi," Song-Shi said, carrying the basket and following him into the yard. The next evening, after she received the things sent by Zhou Xiaoshu, Zhou Xiaohua, and Aunt Li, she carried a basket of river shrimp to the village chief's house. The basket was the small one Wu Zhuhua had given her when she brought oranges. She really didn't want to owe anyone anything. Even if it was just a cheap, woven bamboo basket, she wanted to return it. Otherwise, she would keep thinking about it. Annie Zhuhua, are you home? She arrived at the village chief's door. The door was open, but she didn't go in right away. Instead, she knocked. Yes, we're here, Xiao Shi. Come in quickly. Wu Zhuhua's voice came from inside. After a moment, she appeared in front of Song Shi. It seemed she had been busy inside. Annie Zhuhua, I caught some river shrimp today. We can't eat many, so I brought some to you. Song Shi handed the small basket full of shrimp to Wu Zhuhua, quickly changing the subject to avoid rejection. Auntie Zhuhua, the oranges you gave me before, are they from your relatives' trees? Hearing this, Wu Zhuhua seemed to forget about refusing the shrimp. Yes, they are from our relatives' own trees. Do you like oranges, Xiao Shi? Next time I go, I can pick a few more for you. The oranges taste really good, sweet and sour, fresh and juicy. Luckily, the sourness wasn't too strong or she wouldn't be able to eat them. Annie Zhuhua, I didn't come to ask for oranges today. I just want to ask if your relatives could save me a few genes of oranges. They grow on the tree for 2 more months, and I can exchange money for them then. Shi knew that farmers often had 1 or 2 fruit trees. The fruit was as valuable as eggs, used to exchange for salt and matches, very precious things. She couldn't just take their stuff for nothing. Well, Wu Zhuhua hesitated slightly. If it was her own orange tree, she would give as many as Shi wanted. But since it belonged to her relatives, she couldn't decide easily. All right, next time I visit their house, I'll ask them to leave you a few genes of oranges for now. Thank you, Annie Zhuhua. I won't bother you anymore. Shi smiled at Wu Zhuhua and then turned to leave. Wu Zhuhua carried the shrimp inside and saw little Tao rubbing her eyes and stumbling out of the house, which made her smile a little. You little lazybones, sleeping all afternoon. If you had woken up earlier, you could have seen your little sister Shi. Xiao Tao suddenly woke up and widened her eyes. Did Sister Shi come? Yes, Sister Shi brought you some river shrimp. They are big and meaty. Tonight, you can eat as much as you want. Wu Zhuhua reached out and gently patted Xiao Tao's head, then took the river shrimp to wash them by the well. Actually, the river shrimp in the river are very small. She didn't want to catch them, nor did she want to do that. Unexpectedly, Shi caught such big river shrimp, about the length of a little finger of an adult. Eating these is definitely more enjoyable. Wu Zhuhua didn't know that these river shrimp were nourished with spiritual spring water by Shi. If she didn't eat them soon, Shi was afraid they would grow bigger than freshwater prawns. Time slowly passed. Shi's daily life was quite similar, seemingly dull but very interesting. She went to the river twice a day to set traps, collected pond snails and river mussels from Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, and gathered water celery and small snails from Aunt Li. She also kept her appointment with Gu Ming at Xianglin for trading. That day, Shi went to the commune again. She arrived at Wenqiang's old house and saw several large water tanks placed along the wall inside. Each tank was full of pond snails and river mussels. She was truly touched. She didn't expect Wenqiang to be so reliable. He had seriously done what she asked. In the middle of the house was a square old dining table with a small jar of pickles on it. Curious, Shi lifted the lid of the pickle jar and saw some paper inside. She took the paper out of curiosity. Comrade, before adding water, the total weight of pond snails and river mussels is 10,000 jin. You don't need to weigh again. There are 1,000 old clothes in the next room, and the 3,000 yuan from the last batch of rare items are hidden inside the clothes. Please look carefully. Shi smiled faintly. She didn't expect Wenqiang to be so cautious. He didn't even write a name, so no one would know who was trading with whom. But when she saw the words 3,000 yuan, she was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that 400 units of rare items could be worth 3,000 yuan, that is, they sold for 6,000 yuan. The wealthy people in the city are really generous. Could it be that Wenqiang sold the items directly to a wealthy family? Song she collected 10,000 jin of freshwater snails and river clams into the supermarket. She also went to the next room and gathered 1,000 pieces of old clothes and 3,000 yuan, all stored in the supermarket. Later, she took out 800 portions of rare items like oatmeal, honey, canned meat, and canned peaches. Since Song she doesn't like sweet canned foods, she wasn't reluctant to take them out. Moreover, she wouldn't sell all of them. Even if she did, there were still more in the warehouse. She planned to keep some for herself so she could enjoy them whenever she wanted. Next, Song she took out 2,000 jin of colorful flatbreads. They came in flavors like green spinach, yellow carrot, pumpkin, pink dragon fruit, and purple sweet potato. These were loose, unseasoned flatbreads sold by weight in the supermarket. She didn't know the price per jin. She trusted Wen Qiang to tell her the cost. She believed Wen Qiang wouldn't cheat her because if he did, she wouldn't get good things anymore and people in this business weren't fools. Additionally, Song she released another 1,000 jin of watermelons. There were quite a few watermelons in the supermarket, so she wasn't worried. Even if the watermelons sold out, it was okay, because she had the seeds. Later, she could ask the village for land to plant watermelons. She believed the village chief wouldn't refuse, since growing watermelons could bring income to Ping'an village and improve everyone's life. Song she wrote a reply letter to Wen Qiang, telling him where she had stored the items. She also placed 100 yuan worth of freshwater snails, 20 yuan worth of old clothes, and the reply letter into a pickled vegetable jar. As for wages for manual labor, she would pay Wen Qiang whenever he needed it. Right now, she wasn't sure how much to give. She thought that the village's ox cart wouldn't return until 4 p.m., which was too much of a delay. So today, she decided not to take the ox cart but to walk back home. She arrived at a deserted place and pulled out a modern mountain bike from the supermarket. Mountain bikes are designed for off-road and forest trails. The road back to Ping'an village was mostly mountain paths, perfect for riding a mountain bike. By 4 p.m., when everyone took the ox cart to return, Song she was already home. The door was unlocked, indicating Zhou Yi was at home. Song she arrived at the door, gently knocked, and called out, Brother Yi, are you home? Come help quickly. The reason she liked to go to the commune so much was actually to find an excuse to get some food. She couldn't eat cold vegetables, vine vegetables, and red amaranth every day. Sometimes, she needed to try other flavors. Zhou Yi heard Song she's voice and hurried over to help. He took the basket from her hands but almost dropped it on the ground because he wasn't careful. Dear, what are you carrying here? Why is it so heavy? Thinking about her walking so far with these things, Zhou Yi felt very worried. If you want to know what it is, just take a look inside. Song she winked playfully at Zhou Yi. He would find out soon, and she promised it would be a big surprise. As Zhou Yi closed the courtyard gate, he said, Wife, if you need to buy anything in the future, just tell me. I can go buy it so you don't have to work so hard. Do you know how happy I am when I go shopping and receive packages? Why should I share that happiness with you? For modern girls, the most fun things are shopping and opening packages, right? All right, I won't take away your happiness, Zhou Yi said softly, looking at Song she with a gentle gaze that seemed to overflow with affection. He took the basket to the osmanthus tree, lifted the cloth bag on top, and saw the spiky things inside. He was a bit shocked. Wife, what are these? Where did you get them? Oh, I heard an old man say they're called durians. He said his son brought them back from the south during his vacation, but they smell very strong, so no one eats them. The old man has been sitting here for hours trying to sell them, but no one bought any. I felt sorry for him, so I bought all of them to help him go home sooner. Yes, Song she bought 4 durians weighing between 5 and 7 jin from the supermarket. In modern times, they would cost hundreds of yuan each. As for why she bought so many at once, Song she didn't know either. Maybe she was too excited at the time and lost her composure. Zhou Yi took out the 4 large durians from the basket and placed them on the stone-paved ground. He looked at them from all sides but didn't know how to open them. Wife, how do we open these? Song she smirked proudly. Just kneel on top, and they'll open. Seeing Zhou Yi listen to her words, he immediately knelt on the durian and then let out a loud shout. Song she covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was trembling. She didn't expect him to be so silly. He believed everything she said. If she didn't know he didn't like her, she might have started to fall for him. He's really adorable. Husband, you're so naughty. Looking at his smiling, charming little wife, Zhou-yi pitifully complained. Song-shi laughed for a while before stopping, tears almost coming out of her eyes. Haha, I heard that women in the South like to make their naughty husbands kneel on durians. In modern times, there are many ways to punish, like kneeling on washboards, instant noodles, keyboards, remote controls. There are endless kinds of punishment tools. Husband, you can punish me whenever you want. No need to wait until I misbehave. Besides, I probably won't misbehave in my whole life. Zhou-yi quickly grabbed Song-shi's hand and seriously declared. He believed that hitting and scolding are signs of love, and even if it's punishment from his wife, it's full of affection. He actually looked forward to being punished. What do I punish you for? Song-shi shyly retracted her hand, blushing. She quickly changed the subject, picked up a durian and placed it on the table, then opened it through a crack. She took out a big, soft piece of durian and handed it to Zhou-yi. Brother Yi, try this. The strong smell of durian made Zhou-yi gag repeatedly. He quickly waved his hand and moved away from Song-shi. Song-shi glanced at him helplessly, then started tasting the durian herself. They say one durian is better than 7 old hens. She really needed to replenish her nutrients now, so she could eat as much as she wanted. Fortunately, the house in the mountains was spacious, and the neighbors were a bit far away. Otherwise, if they smelled it, they would definitely come to see what was going on. Song-shi happily ate 2 pieces of durian, but looking at the remaining large amount, she felt a bit helpless. She thought it would have been better to peel some at the supermarket. Today was really a bad decision. Husband, why don't you ask the 3 of them to come over tonight? A mischievous smile appeared on Song-shi's face. Zhou-yi immediately understood and pinched her nose. Wife, you're so naughty. But he liked it so much. After dinner, Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, Sheng Jiahe, and the neighbors Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua all came over. When they smelled the strong aroma of durian, Zhou-yi's 3 good friends all wanted to leave. But in the end, they couldn't resist Zhou-yi's influence. Each of them took a piece and ate it while feeling a bit sick. Gradually, they found that the taste of durian was actually quite good. So later, they all ate it willingly. Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua usually only went up the mountain to pick wild fruits, so they rarely ate fruit. Faced with the unique flavor of durian, they also enjoyed eating it very much. When there was nothing to eat before, they even ate spoiled food, so what's a little durian flavor compared to that? Cough, cough, cough. Seeing everyone looking satisfied while eating, Zhou-yi couldn't help but swallow hard. He touched his nose, coughed a few times, and gave a subtle hint. If his little wife could feed him, he would reluctantly try a bite. Song-shi, who had watched many movies and TV shows in modern times, naturally understood Zhou-yi's hopeful look. She picked up a piece of durian and held it near his mouth. Under the watchful eyes of a few friends, Zhou-yi opened his mouth with a loud ah and took a bite. His proud expression made Mo Jiaxiang and the others want to scold him. It's just having a wife. What's there to be proud of? In the end, 5 adults and 2 children finished all 4 large durians. Song-shi counted and found there were 36 seeds in total. After everyone left, she collected the durian seeds. The next morning, after breakfast, Song-shi placed the seeds in a wooden basin filled with well water, adding some spiritual spring water. Zhou-yi immediately understood her plan. Wife, you know this fruit is from the south. Growing it here, it's impossible for it to bear fruit. I'm not expecting it to bear fruit. I just find it fun to plant. Besides, if it doesn't grow, I can just cut it down and use it as firewood, right? Although she really wanted to grow durian seedlings, she knew the climate here wasn't suitable for durian growth. But she had spiritual spring water, so she decided to give it a try. If it really doesn't work, she could just plant it as a decorative tree. Nothing would be wasted. Zhou-yi noticed that his little wife seemed especially interested in planting flowers and trees. The wild grapes I dug up earlier have started to bloom again. I wonder if I can still eat them before winter comes. There are also mountain berries and plum trees. Thanks to Songshi's care, they seem to have become very healthy and lush. Since my wife likes these things, I will bring her good finds whenever I discover them. Whatever my wife says goes. I support whatever she does as long as she stays with me. At first, if she had left, I might have been able to handle it, because our feelings weren't very deep then. But after spending so much time together, I can't imagine my life without her. One day, after trading at Xianglin with Guming, Songshi went to the hot spring cave. She entered the cave and collected 5 more buckets of spiritual spring water. Each bucket holds about 2,000 jin, so 5 buckets total 10,000 jin. That means Songshi now has about 20,000 jin of spiritual spring water. She doesn't know if it's enough for a lifetime. Anyway, she keeps coming back to collect more whenever she can, because no one knows where the spring water flows. She didn't find the source or the end of the spring in the cave, and she has no intention of privatizing the spring water. Since the spring water belongs to Pingan village, it should be used for the village. If she becomes too greedy, the heavens might turn the spring water into ordinary mountain spring water. What then? That afternoon, Songshi went to the river to collect the items from the trap into the supermarket. She moved all the traps to new spots. She kept a snakehead fish weighing about 4 or 5 jin, and a big mouth fish weighing 2 or 3 jin. She planned to cook the big mouth fish at night and save the snakehead fish for later. Because the snakehead fish can live out of water for about 3 days, there's no rush to eat it. As Songshi carried her basket home, she saw a pregnant woman walking slowly toward the river. It looked like she was about to harm herself, which scared Songshi so much she dropped her basket and hurried down to the river. She held the woman's shoulders carefully and gently pushed her toward the shore. Once on the bank and safe, Songshi sighed and said, "Sister, what were you just doing? Do you realize how dangerous that was? The river is so fast, if you walk to the middle, you'll be swept away. Then you won't be able to see your family anymore." Before Songshi finished speaking, the pregnant woman sat on the ground, covering her face with her hands, crying loudly. Seeing her like this, Songshi felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She knew that life was hard for women in this time period. They weren't allowed to go to school, and they worked at home until they were teenagers, then arranged to marry someone. Most of the time, marriages were decided by parents and matchmakers, often to men she had never met. If the man was kind and the mother-in-law was good, it was considered lucky. If not, life could be very difficult. Many people just endured their hardships, living day by day. For someone like Songshi, who was married to a caring man, she considered herself lucky. If the Song family knew that Zhou Yi was such a man, they might regret it. Their original plan was to have Songshi suffer and be miserable her whole life, to die poor and exhausted. "Miss, you're pregnant now, so you can't cry anymore. If you keep crying, it will hurt your eyes and also affect the baby in your belly," Songshi gently said, pulling at the pregnant woman's sleeve. Songshi wasn't very good at comforting people, but she knew a little about pregnancy and childbirth. She hadn't experienced it herself in modern times, but her supermarket had books on the subject, so she thought she should find time to read them. "Why did you save me? Why not let me die? I'm so tired. Living is really exhausting," the pregnant woman said emotionally, crying and complaining at the same time. From her broken words, Songshi understood why she didn't want to live anymore. It turned out that this woman had a daughter before, but she was too tired during childbirth and closed her eyes, never seeing her daughter. When she woke up, her mother-in-law said the daughter had died and had already been taken care of. Actually, she knew her daughter wasn't dead, but was harmed by her mother-in-law. But she had no proof, and her husband didn't support her, so she couldn't stand up for her daughter. Now she was pregnant with her second child, and an old woman in the village said she was carrying a girl. Her husband and mother-in-law constantly gave her cold looks. The mother-in-law constantly gave her endless household chores, and she alone had to wash clothes for the entire family of over 10 people. She did the most work every day, but ate the least. She was very tired and felt emotionally drained. Songshi quietly listened nearby, acting as a good listener. This is just the normal life for women in rural areas.
She didn't know what to say.
In the past, young Song, she also washed clothes for the whole family by herself, grandparents, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, more than a dozen people in total. But what could she do? Explaining big ideas to those who never went to school didn't help. Young Song, she borrowed money to study because she wanted to leave her family behind, but in the end, she felt she had sacrificed her life for them. Everyone lives like this. Bringing modern family ideas here doesn't really help. The main thing is for women to become strong and stand on their own so they won't be exploited or oppressed. When the pregnant woman's mood settled, Song, she took out a fish from her basket. "Sister, I'm giving you this fish. Cook it into soup to help you recover." The pregnant woman looked grateful, but shook her head to refuse. "I don't want it. Take it back. I can't even drink a sip of soup now, and I don't want them to take advantage of me. Little sister, you should take it home. But thank you for your kindness. Talking to you has made me feel much better." After saying so much, it felt like all her recent unhappiness and stress had suddenly disappeared. She felt much lighter inside. Song, she called little sister, felt a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she was probably about the same age as the woman in front of her. She had become younger thanks to the influence of her modern knowledge. "Sister, I don't know how to handle conflicts in marriage and family, but I think you should try to get your husband on your side and then move out to live separately. When you're far apart, the conflicts will naturally decrease. When children get married and have children, parents should let go a little instead of interfering or controlling everything." Despite living together as a big family with many conflicts, they still force the children to stay together. Over time, this has worn down their family bonds and love. The pregnant woman sighed heavily after hearing Song Shi's words. She probably knew deep down that this path wouldn't work. "Big sister, will you come here again tomorrow? I'll bring you some fish soup." Song Shi saw that the pregnant woman was uncomfortable, so she changed the subject. "She comes here every day to set up the traps, so bringing a bowl of fish soup is easy for her." In this time period, most women who are healthy might have some inconvenience when pregnant. If it were someone else, she wouldn't bother to get involved. But since she met her today, she thought she could help a little. The pregnant woman didn't say yes or no to Song Shi's offer. So Song Shi wasn't sure what she really meant. Anyway, since she plans to come, she decided to wait and see. If the pregnant woman doesn't want to come, she can't do anything about it. She wouldn't deliver fish soup to her door, and she didn't want to meet that strange family. Song Shi carried 2 fish home and saw Zhou Yi sitting by the well, fiddling with a new half-meter-high wooden bucket. She asked curiously, "Don't we already have a bucket at home? Why did you get another one made? You're afraid of waking up at night, right?" "I had a carpenter make a new bucket, and I put it inside the house, so you won't have to go out at night." Zhou Yi looked at Song Shi with a very loving and gentle expression, as if he could give her anything she wanted. "I refuse." Song Shi directly refused, feeling embarrassed. Using the toilet in the room was so awkward. It wasn't like modern flush toilets. Although a basin was a common item in most Chinese homes. Even 20 years later, it was still part of a bride's dowry, with a big red double happiness character on it. But she really couldn't accept using the room as a toilet and having to empty the basin early the next morning. But in winter, waking up at night is very cold and troublesome. Before Zhou Yi finished speaking, Song Shi ran into the kitchen. Zhou Yi had to get up and follow her. "Wife, are you shy? Do we really need to be shy with each other? Don't worry for now. We'll talk about it in winter. Since the end of the year is coming and a new house will be built, let's see if the technology of this era can create a bathroom similar to modern ones. If it's not possible, then forget it. Just accept it as it is, cold and dark. Anyway, she definitely won't be using the room as a toilet." Song Shi poured half a bucket of water into a wooden basin and then put the snakehead fish inside. The snakehead fish is a very lively type of fish. As soon as it entered the water, it swung its tail wildly, splashing water everywhere. Song Shi also got splashed all over her. She helplessly glared at the fish and then handed the mandarin fish to Zhou Yi. "Brother Yi, please handle this. I'll do it later. Everyone here is used to simple food, just boiling everything with little oil or salt. They don't find it strange." But for Song-shi, it's a bit hard to swallow. She has plenty of seasonings in the supermarket, so why should she suffer her stomach with plain food? She wants to teach Zhou-yi how to make spicy fish, so they won't have to eat plain boiled fish anymore. Zhou-yi shook the fish in his hand, curious. This fish is pretty heavy. Wife, how did you catch it? If the wife has such skills, their days will always be good. It's not me who caught it. I used earthworms and a basket to lure it. I put the basket in the water, put earthworms inside, and when the fish smell the bait and come over, I quickly lift the basket. She's not ready to reveal that she uses a trap to catch fish yet. Even if she does, she wants to first see if Pinyin Village is worth it. Wife, you actually dare to catch earthworms? Zhou-yi looked at her suspiciously, eyes wide, inspecting her from head to toe as if he didn't believe it. He still remembered how she was frightened when she saw the snake. Why wouldn't she dare to catch earthworms? They don't bite people. Song-shi stubbornly raised her delicate chin. She would never admit that she's afraid of earthworms. Song-shi took the mandarin fish from Zhou-yi's hands, placed it in a porcelain basin, and carried it into the kitchen. Then Zhou-yi was responsible for lighting the fire, and Song-shi focused on making braised fish. She explained the steps of making braised fish as she cooked, and Zhou-yi listened carefully. He knew his cooking skills were not great, so he wanted to improve his culinary abilities to make tastier dishes. Their dinner was simple: braised fish, crispy cucumber strips, and a warm winter vegetable soup. The cucumbers were brought back by Song-shi from the supermarket, along with 5 stalks, enough for them to eat for several days. The fish was tender and delicious, but it had many bones. Eating it required careful attention to avoid choking on the bones. Song-shi handed the fish head to Zhou-yi while eating and asked, "Brother-yi, is the braised fish tasty?" Zhou-yi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it's delicious, but it has too many bones." "Honey, you need to be careful. If you want to eat fish later, I'll catch a big grass carp for you. The bigger the fish, the fewer the small bones, and it's safer to eat. Living in the mountains, meat is hard to find, but catching fish is very easy." Zhou-yi said as he placed the boneless fish meat into Song-shi's bowl. "Honey, fish is nutritious. Eat more. Eat yours too, and finish it all, so it doesn't go to waste." Song-shi lowered her head to eat, feeling very touched by Zhou-yi's actions. She never expected such a good man in this era. He's wealthy, handsome, capable, and so caring. He's exactly the kind of devoted, caring man described online as a perfect partner. But she wondered, in the end, who would his kindness belong to? They finished their dinner, clearing the plates. Zhou-yi sat in his chair, rubbing his full stomach. Since his little wife arrived, their life has improved greatly. Their days are better than during festivals. Zhou-yi knew that as long as they kept working hard, their future would get better and better. Seeing Zhou-yi sitting lazily, Song-shi got up to clean the dishes. But just as she reached out, Zhou-yi grabbed her wrist gently, looking at her with tender eyes. "Honey, let me do it. You don't need to worry. All right, I'll leave it to Brother-yi." Dealing with dishes wasn't a big problem, so Song-shi happily handed the task over to Zhou-yi. Meanwhile, she went to check on the durian seeds soaked in spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was really good. Even the durian seeds had sprouted tiny shoots. Song-shi chose a suitable spot in the yard. She pulled weeds, dug a small hole, and planted the durian seeds. A seed was planted in a hole, covered with soil, and then watered with some of the soaking water used earlier. The water included spiritual spring water, which helps the durian seeds grow. After planting more than 30 durian seeds, Song-shi only felt her back and waist ache. She stood up and patted her back with her hand. But just thinking about having more than 30 durian trees in the future made her feel proud. Of course, if Zhou-yi's small yard had more than 30 durian trees, it would be too crowded, and they wouldn't be able to grow well. Song-shi decided that after the new year, she would give 2 trees to each good friend. Whether they use the trees for decoration or firewood, it's up to them. "Wife, do you want to turn our yard into a forest?" Zhou-yi brought out a pot of hot water and walked over to Song-shi, looking at her with affection. "Can't I?" Song-shi raised an eyebrow. Her proud and confident look was very cute. "I didn't say no. I just worry that later it might be taken over by the collective." Because in this time, everything belongs to the community, except for the small piece of land they farm for food and vegetables. I understand. She nodded thoughtfully. She just planted the seeds, and whether they will grow is still uncertain. So, she would decide later. As for giving the trees to the village collective, she was definitely willing. She had a supermarket, money, and spiritual spring water, so she needed a proper way to earn income. That way, no one would suspect her. If the whole village of Ping'an became wealthy, she could wear new clothes and shoes every day and eat well every day, so no one would envy or cause trouble. The next noon, she processed several pounds of snakehead fish. She sliced it into thin pieces and made a salty version of pickled fish. Since Zhou family didn't have pickled vegetables, only salty wild vegetables from spring. Both pickled vegetables and sauerkraut can neutralize the fishy smell, making the fish and broth taste fresher. She kept a bowl of fish slices and made a light fish soup separately. Then she packed it into a lunchbox and temporarily stored it in the supermarket. She planned to take it to the riverside in the afternoon for the pregnant sister. After all, she had promised to do this yesterday. Being honest and trustworthy is important. No matter what others do, she must keep her promises. Honey, didn't we agree that I would cook? Why are you taking over again? When Zhou came home, he saw the delicious food and felt warm inside. But he didn't want his young wife to work so hard. She couldn't help but laugh and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll cook sometimes. I promise I won't compete with brother E anymore. Is that okay?" She only cooked occasionally to get some ingredients from the supermarket. She didn't really love cooking. She enjoyed eating good food but didn't like making it. In modern times, she only cooked when she felt like it. Since coming here, with no entertainment, she had to find things to do herself. Sitting around all day, her limbs might even become weak. Hearing She's words, Zhou felt a strange mix of feelings: fullness, happiness, and contentment. He reached out and touched her shiny, smooth black hair, then leaned close to her ear and softly said, "Wife, in a few days, let's go to the hot springs again." "No, I don't want to go. Let's eat quickly, or the fish will get cold and taste bad." She turned away to avoid the topic. She didn't want to go to the hot springs with Zhou again, or be teased by him. If he didn't like her, he shouldn't do things that could cause misunderstandings. Besides, she planned to collect more spiritual spring water in a few days. If she went for a bath now, she'd have to wait a few more days. Because she turned so quickly, Zhou didn't see her expression. He thought she really didn't want to go, so he didn't bring it up again. When she was ready, they could go together. In the afternoon, she waited until about the same time as yesterday before heading to the river. She didn't set up the trap first because she didn't know when the pregnant woman would come. She was worried about being seen while setting it up. She decided to wait until the pregnant woman finished drinking the fish soup and left before setting the trap. Just as she was about to leave impatiently, she saw the pregnant woman arrive late. Since she hadn't promised to come earlier, she couldn't blame her. When the pregnant sister approached, she took out 2 lunchboxes from the supermarket, hiding behind the basket. One contained fish soup, and the other had green vegetable dumplings. They were modern style, soft, fluffy, and tasty, unlike the hard, tough ones from this era. "Big sister, I brought you some fish soup. Please try it," she said, handing over the 2 lunchboxes and a pair of chopsticks. "Sorry for being late. I might have delayed you," the pregnant woman said, looking at the lunchboxes and smelling the delicious food inside. Her eyes started to tear up. She had never experienced such kindness before. Before marriage, she had little good treatment at home. After marriage, her treatment at her in-laws' house was even worse. Now, a stranger she just met was showing her such warmth. "It's okay. I just arrived too. Please eat while it's hot, or it will get cold and less tasty," she urged. Feeling a bit shy, the pregnant woman reached out and took the food, then sat down on a flat stone. She opened the lunchboxes and started eating. She had never tasted such soft, fragrant dumplings before. She also couldn't believe that the fish soup was not fishy at all and was so delicious. After finishing 4 dumplings, the fish, and the soup, she was about to take the lunch boxes to the river to wash when she quickly took them away. Big sister, eating enough makes you sleepy. You should go home and rest soon. She had already taken up some time with this pregnant woman, and she needed to hurry to set the traps. Otherwise, she wouldn't make it home before Zoe did. She still needed to collect freshwater snails, river clams, and the water celery and small snails from Aunt Lee's place. My name is Chen Fongfong. Little sister, what's your name? The pregnant woman said. Seeing the little sister keep calling her big sister made her feel a bit embarrassed. She, as the big sister, had nothing to offer in return. In the future, she probably couldn't help her much either. She was basically a burden. Hearing She's name, Chen Fongfong nodded clearly. It turns out they are both unfortunate people like herself. If she could continue studying, her future would definitely be better. So the Song family hurriedly arranged her marriage. They were mainly worried that if she stayed in school and became confident, once she went to the city and left home, their family would be left empty-handed and gain nothing. They thought it was better to marry her now, while she was young and educated, and to get as much dowry as possible. But they didn't think about what would happen if she really went to the city. With a job and benefits, could they really take anything from her? In this era, rural families often raise daughters just for the bride price. Otherwise, they would have abandoned her at birth. There are families who truly care for their daughters, but they are few. Thank you today. This is the best fish soup I've ever had.
Chen Fangfang sincerely thanked Songxi.
She felt she couldn't stay depressed any longer. She also needed to stand up and try harder, or she would face more bullying in the future. After Chen Fangfang left, She didn't go immediately to check her trap in the river. She was afraid Chen Fangfang might come back unexpectedly, and she wouldn't know how to explain herself. So she sat on a stone by the river for about 10 minutes before going to check the trap. She collected the river fish from the trap into a supermarket bucket to keep them alive, then went home. A few days later, she visited Wen Chang's old house again. This time, there were 20,000 jin of freshwater snails and river clams. There were also 2,000 sets of old clothes and shoes. Since all the old clothes were the same price, Wen Chang didn't bother to separate them. He also left 10,000 yuan in a pickled vegetable jar. This was money from the last batch of 800 rare items, flatbreads, and watermelons. Watermelons were surprisingly 1 yuan per jin. Clearly, many people with money loved to eat them. Wen Chang also left a message. The more fruit, the better. More is good because wealthy people love eating it. However, in this era, food was very scarce, and there wasn't enough land to grow grains, let alone extra land for fruits and vegetables. Because of the shortage of fruits and vegetables, their prices stayed high. Since Wen Chang needed fruit, she decided to give him some. She took 1,000 jin of oranges and 4 jackfruits from the supermarket to try. 4 jackfruit weigh over 100 pounds, so I will count it as 100 pounds. She also thoughtfully left a note explaining how to open and eat the jackfruit. Both the flesh and the seeds of the jackfruit are edible, and the seeds taste quite similar to chestnuts. She was worried others might not know this, so she threw the note away, which is really a pity. Additionally, she took 50 bottles each of soy sauce and vinegar. She tore off the labels from the bottles and erased the dates on the bottoms, leaving empty bottles with no information visible. She also brought about 100 pounds of blended cooking oil, stored in collected wine bottles and can jars. The wine bottles hold 2 pounds each, and the can jars hold 1 pound each. Finally, she took out 1,000 sets of regular underwear and 1,000 packs of sanitary pads. She hopes these good products will reach wealthy, smart, and powerful people. Her goal is to produce them quickly and help women everywhere. She neatly arranged all the items she brought. After confirming everything was correct, she wrote down the types and quantities and placed them into a pickled vegetable jar. She doesn't know how much this batch could sell for, but she trusts Wen Chang won't cheat her. Then, she placed a cloth bag on the table before leaving Wen Chang's old house. On the way back along the mountain path, she took out from the supermarket packages of cured ribs, smoked pig's feet, cured pork belly, and cured tenderloin. Each package weighs 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, and is already chopped and sliced, so all she needs to do is wash them before cooking. Very convenient. She also took 10 packages of duck feet, both original and spicy flavors. The duck feet are wrapped around duck legs, cured, dried in the sun, and smell very good. Perfect for eating with rice. She also took a 1 jin jar of marinated duck tongue, which is ready to eat after steaming briefly. Additionally, she grabbed some dried vegetables, dried cucumbers, dried lettuce, dried gongsun cabbage, and dried kelp. She took about 1 jin of each because dried vegetables last a long time and are very durable. The reason she brought so many items is that it's almost late September to October, and the harvest season is starting. Zhou Yi is very thin. He not only works outside but also handles about 80% of the household chores. So she wanted Zhou Yi to rest and recover. Although he was nourished by spiritual spring water and his body was already stronger than an ox, she still felt worried and wanted to feed him well. No matter if this man belongs to her in the future, she truly cares for him now. She can't ignore how much he takes care of her just because he might not like her. Today, she didn't do much. She just left things at Wenchang's place and then went home, arriving around 1 p.m. She took the items to the kitchen and stored them in the cabinet. She added some to the various spice bottles at home. Since she cooks every morning, she uses spices quickly and needs to refill often. After organizing everything, she went to the river to set up a trap. When she finished and returned, Zhou Yi still hadn't come back. So, she bought a pack of chopped pig's trotters and a piece of lotus root from the fresh food section of the supermarket to make pig's trotters and lotus root soup. When Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua came to bring she some freshwater snails and river clams, they smelled the delicious soup and couldn't help but swallow. She wasn't stingy. She served each of them a bowl of the pig's trotters and lotus root soup, with 2 pieces of pig's trotters and 2 pieces of lotus root in each bowl. Xiaoshu, can you do me a small favor? It's very simple, just say 1 sentence, she asked. Although the children rarely eat meat, they ate politely and not greedily, probably feeling shy in front of Shi. Little auntie, you can tell me anything you need help with. As long as I can do it, I will, Zhou Xiaoshu said seriously. He remembered all the help she had given him and his sister. Shi leaned close to Zhou Xiaoshu's ear and whispered something. Then she warned him, "Don't let others know that you said this, and don't let anyone know I told you. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiaoshu nodded seriously. "I know what to do, little auntie." After finishing the soup, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua took the money from Shi and left. Later, Aunt Li came to bring Shi water celery and small snails, but she didn't serve her any. Because Aunt Li's family was large, there wasn't enough for her here. Recently, Aunt Li has been earning a lot of money by helping her, and life is better than most families in the village. She is very generous. What if others see her as a fool and take advantage of her? "Aunt Li, this morning I gave my classmate some water celery and small snails. She took them to share with her relatives. This is the money they gave you." She handed Aunt Li 3 yuan in paper bills. This shows clearly that the money was collected from several people. "Thank you, little Shi," Aunt Li said with a smile as she took the money and counted it simply. Seeing it was correct, her smile grew even brighter. But after a while, she frowned and said worriedly, "Little Shi, the water celery is running out. Is there anything else in the mountains that your classmate wants to eat?" Aunt Li didn't want to lose this good business of making money. Because they live in the mountains and can't even meet basic needs, they have no money. Now, Shi's classmate wants these mountain specialties, which gives her some income and improves their living conditions. Although they don't have money to buy fancy things, they can buy some coarse grains to fill their stomachs. My classmate mentioned before that she wants to eat mushrooms and wild vegetables. When the water celery is gone, Aunt Li can go pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables. I will take them to her. If her relatives want them too, we can focus on picking mushrooms and digging wild vegetables. But we need to sort them properly and not mix them together. Shi isn't very skilled at identifying mushrooms. If Aunt Li is willing to pick them, She won't have to worry about it in the future. She just needs to give money to buy them from Antley. Okay, I understand. I will make sure everything is clean and well sorted, so your classmates won't find any fault, Antley said seriously. Mushrooms and wild vegetables are everywhere in the countryside. People choose to buy from her because of Song Shi's reputation. If she doesn't take it seriously, others will buy from someone else.
So she must do her best.
This way, she can earn money and keep good relations with Song Shi and her classmates. Then I'll trouble Antley, Song Shi said. No trouble at all. Little Shi's classmates are good people. Not only do they pay, but they also give us old clothes, which helps ease our family's burden, Antley gratefully said. She was wearing the old clothes given by classmate Song Shi. There were no patches at all, just like new clothes. People in the mountains often wear patched clothes, layer after layer. She went out in her unpatched clothes, and many people looked at her with envy. When asked, she said the clothes were given by her relatives. She didn't dare to mention Song Shi, to avoid causing trouble for her. After getting reassurance from Song Shi, Antley felt full of energy and returned home hopeful. Song Shi closed the courtyard door and put away the things in the supermarket. She went to the kitchen and poured pig's feet and lotus root soup into a large enamel basin. Then she used the stew pot's oil to stir-fry some vegetables. Now familiar with the rural stove, Song Shi cooked quickly. In a short time, 2 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Honey, come look. Your husband brought back good things for you. Zhou Yi entered the door excitedly and called out. He didn't smell the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. Hearing Zhou Yi's slightly urgent voice, Song Shi came out of the bathroom, washed her hands at the well, and then walked over to him. What good things? You look so anxious. Come inside quickly. Zhou Yi reached out and grabbed Song Shi's arm, pulling her into the house. He not only closed the door, but also locked it. Then he took out a burlap bag from the basket and untied the rope at the mouth. Like a treasure, he carefully pulled out a beautiful duck. The duck's feathers were brown with tiny black spots, like sparrow feathers, probably a domesticated breed. Song Shi couldn't help but reach out and touch the smooth feathers on its head. Looking at its big, round eyes, she thought to herself how cute it was, and its colorful feathers were very pretty. Honey, I also have duck eggs here. Zhou Yi took 10 duck eggs from his pocket and carefully placed them on the table. Brother Yi, is this duck perhaps sitting on eggs like a mother duck? Song Shi paused, then helplessly said, Brother Yi, you're so naughty. Are you going to cook them all? The mother duck and her eggs are gone. The father duck must be so worried. What should we do then? Zhou Yi was busy finding delicious food for his little wife and didn't think much. Song Shi raised an eyebrow, and her eyes immediately lit up. Brother Yi, why don't we raise them? These few eggs could hatch at least 5 little ducks, right? If there's at least 1 mother duck inside, we could get over 100 eggs each year. And if there are both male and female ducks, we might hatch more than 20 ducklings annually. Imagine how many that would be. As she spoke, Song Shi couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if something wonderful had just happened. If the ducks could reproduce, we wouldn't have to worry about running out of duck meat. Products like marinated duck, dried duck, and cured duck are all made from these ducks. Plus, these ducks are easy to care for. They can eat small fish, shrimp, or tiny snails. All right, I'll listen to my wife. Let's raise them. Then Zhou Yi brought a round rice basket, lined it with straw and leaves, and placed the eggs and ducks inside. He trimmed the duck's wings to prevent them from flying away. To keep it a secret, he hid the duck's nest in the storage room. He locked the door tightly, worried that someone might find out they were secretly raising ducks. Seeing his wife's hopeful expression, he didn't want to see her disappointed. Song Shi placed a bowl of water with a drop of spiritual spring water and a small bowl of crushed tiny snails in the corner of the wall. This way, the mother duck could always find something to eat. Thinking that soon they would have adorable little ducklings, Song Shi couldn't help but feel happy. Her family would never imagine that her life now was 100 or even 1,000 times better than when she was in her family. If her family found out, they might be so angry they'd spit blood. She hoped her family wouldn't be ungrateful and come looking for trouble. Otherwise, she'd make sure they paid a heavy price. After locking the storage room again, Song-shi looked at Zhou-yi with sparkling, mischievous eyes. Brother Yi, ducks usually lay eggs in weeds along lakes and rivers, or on dry land near reed beds, or in holes near dikes, or in tree forks and under fallen logs. So, where did you catch this duck? Wife, do you still want me to catch more ducks? Do you think catching them is easy? Zhou-yi reached out and pinched Song-shi's cheek. Her skin is very smooth, even smoother than the feathers of a duck. Am I such a greedy person? Song-shi pushed away Zhou-yi's hand that was pinching her cheek, feeling a bit shy. She wasn't thinking about catching more ducks, but wanted to see if there was a water source nearby. She also wanted to check if there were other good things around. So far, she only knew about the small stream in front of the house and the river in the mountains. She didn't know about anything else. The small stream in front of the house is too shallow to hold a trap. Only the river in the mountains is deep enough, so she wanted to learn more about the area. What did you do tonight? The smell is so good. Let's go have dinner first. Zhou-yi put his arm around Song-shi's shoulders and led her to the kitchen, successfully avoiding the topic. It's not that he wanted to hide things from Song-shi, but the other place is far away and dangerous. He wouldn't let anything happen to Song-shi. Later, Song-shi indeed forgot to mention this matter. The two finished their dinner, then looked at the small saplings and the green vegetables in the yard, relaxing their stomachs. After that, they took turns washing up. After taking a shower and returning to her room, Song-shi brewed herself a cup of green tangerine passion fruit tea. Brother Yi, try this. Seeing Zhou-yi come in, Song-shi poured half of her tea from the bamboo cup into his. What is this? Looking at the floating yellowish grains and the greenish things that looked like small oranges in the water, Zhou-yi was very confused. He didn't know where his little wife got such a wonderful thing. This is green tangerine passion fruit tea. The green part is slices of kumquat, and the yellow part is passion fruit pulp. Is it tasty? There are so many good things in the supermarket. She can't enjoy them all alone. So she asked Zhou-yi to enjoy it with her. Thanks to the nourishing spiritual spring water, their bodies are now very healthy, and they no longer need any supplements or tonics. Sometimes, though, their mouths get bored and they just want to eat or drink something. It's sweet and sour and very fragrant. It's delicious. Zhou-yi took a few sips and nodded repeatedly. Although it was his little wife pouring the tea from her cup for him, not making it herself, he felt like she had made it just for him. In his heart, it was as sweet as the tea, sweet enough to touch his heart. When the weather was hot earlier, Song-shi and Zhou-yi lying together didn't feel so awkward. Because in summer, they didn't need blankets, so they kept some distance. Now that the nights are getting cooler, Song-shi bought 2 thin blankets from the supermarket. She put on the covers she bought from the supply store, made of cloth. At first glance, both blankets look plain, but inside, they are quite special. Seeing 2 blankets on the bed, Zhou-yi simply kicked one to the corner of the bed. Then he slipped into the blanket next to Song-shi. Song-shi was surprised by his action, her mouth opening wide, speechless for a moment. Before she could react, Zhou-yi leaned in. He covered her slightly parted lips and eagerly enjoyed her sweetness. When Song-shi finally realized what was happening and tried to push him away, her hands were quickly and firmly held down on the pillow by him. Then she was like a fish caught on a cutting board, helpless. After a long while, Zhou-yi leaned close to Song-shi's ear and, breathing heavily, said, "Darling, don't think about sharing the blanket with me, because I won't agree." Song-shi felt Zhou-yi's warm breath on her ear, and her cheeks turned red instantly. She awkwardly turned her face away, knowing she wasn't really a little girl anymore. She didn't expect to blush and have her heart race in such a situation. Thinking about Zhou-yi's feelings for her, which weren't just about responsibility, she slowly calmed herself down, trying not to overthink, to avoid future embarrassment. Just as she was about to turn over and face away from Zhou-yi, he suddenly reached out and took her hand. He intertwined his fingers with hers, making her nervous again. She instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly, so she couldn't. Sometimes, Zhou-yi's presence felt very manly. Like now, holding her hand, she could clearly feel his strong, defined bones, and powerful grip. Being with someone like that gave her a sense of safety. But he didn't seem to want to get to know her more deeply. She was quite confident about her appearance. Especially after being nourished by the pure spring water, she became even fairer. Her appearance was almost as good as her modern self. He was not interested in her at all. I really don't know how high his standards are for a partner. Even a strong, independent woman like her from modern times couldn't catch his eye. She felt strangely sad and thought about how she had come here for no reason. Without friends or family, without a phone or computer, without movies, TV shows, or idols, she felt even more upset. Her nose stung, and tears started to fall. But she didn't wipe them because she didn't want Zhou Yi to notice. But who was Zhou Yi? He was very sharp. When she sniffed her nose, he immediately noticed. He sat up and asked worriedly, "Wife, what's wrong? Do you have a cold?" "No." As soon as she spoke, she realized her voice sounded strange, so she closed her mouth and didn't say anything more. "Wife, what's wrong?" Seeing her try to hide under the blanket, Zhou Yi pulled the blanket back. Under the candlelight, he saw the shiny tears on her face and felt very anxious. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No one in Zhou Yi's family would let she suffer unfair treatment, so he naturally thought about her health. She raised her arm to cover her tears and kept her lips pressed, not speaking. It's not that she was ignoring Zhou Yi, but she couldn't or didn't want to say. Should she tell Zhou Yi she missed her modern friends and family and longed for the quick, convenient life? "Wife, we are a family. We are the closest family in the world. Is there anything you can't tell me?" Zhou Yi took her hand away from her face and helped her sit up. His eyes showed helplessness, worry, and a touch of affection. She felt very awkward under Zhou Yi's gaze, and her eyes flickered away. "It's nothing serious. I just suddenly remembered the Song family and couldn't understand it. I'm not perfect, but I'm not too bad, right? I didn't expect to have no one who likes me. I hope they." In this era, little she was not liked by her family, and she also didn't feel the warmth of family in her modern life. In the end, both she and little she were unfortunate people. Just little she has lost her life and no longer has the chance to feel happiness and warmth. Before she could say, "Don't regret in the future," she was suddenly hugged tightly by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's actions were a bit rough, causing her chin to bump against his strong shoulder, making her tear up from the pain. "Sweetheart, how could no one like you? I like you very much. I want to spend my life with you." Hearing these words, Zhou Yi felt very sad for her. Clearly, it was the Song family who failed to see her worth, mistaking her for something insignificant. It shouldn't be her feeling inferior. Missing out on such a treasure is the loss of the Song family. The ones who should be sad and upset are the Song family, not her. "Brother Yi, don't say such things to make me happy. You know I am young and might take it seriously." Hearing Zhou Yi's words, she was a little surprised. Are men naturally so good at comforting others? No wonder many people get confused by sweet words. Knowing what a girl wants to hear and saying it. Who could resist that? But she is not just anyone. She is a modern girl who has watched countless movies and dramas. She wouldn't be so easily fooled by sweet talk. Seeing that she didn't believe him at all, Zhou Yi suddenly became anxious. He took a step back, his eyes showing a hint of worry. "Sweetheart, I am telling the truth. I'm not saying this just to make you happy. I really like you and want us to be married for a lifetime." Looking into Zhou Yi's deep eyes, she felt very moved, but she still couldn't believe it. "Brother Yi, you like me? But we've known each other for less than 2 months. Zhou Yi placed his hands on She's shoulders, looking at her with gentle, sincere eyes. "Sweetheart, I know you might not believe me now because we haven't known each other long, but during this time, I really like you very much. On the surface, you seem cold, but inside, you're a lively and spirited girl. When you smile at me, I feel like the whole world lights up. Because of your presence, I realize there is a kind of feeling in this world that is both sweet and sour. When you get angry and ignore me, I feel very sour inside. But when you smile at me and call me Brother E, I feel very sweet inside. Hearing Zhou Yi say this, Song she couldn't help but purse her lips. When did she ever get angry and ignore him? She has always been kind and gentle. She never easily harms others, especially since Zhou Yi is her savior. How could she be unreasonable with him? Wife, I truly like you from the bottom of my heart. I like everything about you. I will do my best to treat you well, care for you, and cherish you. I won't let you suffer even a little bit. Hearing Zhou Yi's heartfelt confession, Song Shi's face grew a little hot, and she avoided eye contact, not daring to look at him. She couldn't believe Zhou Yi actually liked her. She thought he only felt responsible and obligated to her. Zhou Yi gently held Song Shi's head, forcing her to look at him, not letting her move. He stared straight into her eyes, nervously speaking, "Wife, are you willing to be my wife for a lifetime?" Although Zhou Yi was anxious inside, he looked directly at Song Shi after speaking and didn't rush her. "Brother E, we can try, but you can't force me to do anything." Actually, Song Shi also had a good impression of Zhou Yi, because this man was really good at taking care of daily life. But she still needed to set some conditions. If this man was like other men of this time, constantly insisting that his wife have children to carry on the family line, she would firmly reject him. She wasn't a woman from this era, and didn't have the idea that she must have a son, or that having a son was essential. In her eyes, whether it was a boy or a girl, as long as it was her child, it was equally precious. Hearing Song Shi's answer, Zhou Yi was very happy. He hugged her tightly and excitedly said, "Wife, thank you. Maybe I'm not the best person in others' eyes, but I will become better. I promise I will do what I say and never let you suffer any unfairness." Song Shi felt a bit embarrassed and struggled a little, but Zhou Yi was too strong. She pushed a few times but couldn't move him. In Zhou Yihui's arms, her eyes darted around before she weakly spoke, "Brother E, I'm sleepy." This implied, "Can you let me go now?" Zhou Yi released Song Shi but didn't fully let go, instead lowering his head to kiss her lips again. Song Shi lost her balance and nearly fell. He instinctively pressed her down, lifting his arm, and the blanket wrapped both of them inside. In the crowded bed, the temperature rose, and the atmosphere grew more intense. After a long kiss, Song Shi felt her heart pounding, as if it might jump out of her chest. She was slightly out of breath, feeling both excited and nervous about what might happen next. However, Zhou Yi gently stroked her hair and said, "Wife, it's getting late. Let's rest now." Song Shi felt a bit speechless. Why did he always stir things up but not finish them? Is it because he has strong self-control, or because he's not feeling well? Thinking of this, Song Shi asked directly, "Brother E, do you have any hidden health issues?" Zhou Yi moved closer and hugged her, saying, "Don't overthink it. You already knew if I had any problems when you helped me before." She remembered the time they soaked in a hot spring in the cave to help Zhou Yi.
He was perfectly fine then.
But why does he always seem to stop at critical moments? Feeling sleepy, Song Shi didn't want to think too much and quickly fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Before blowing out the candle, Zhou Yi looked at Song Shi with a satisfied smile. The next morning, Song Shi opened her eyes groggily. The room was very bright, so she quickly checked the time on her watch and was suddenly fully awake. It was 10:30, almost noon. She angrily patted her head. Last night, she and Zhou Yi only played around lightly and didn't do anything else. Why did she sleep so deeply? Was she wasting time? "Wife, you're awake." Zhou Yi came in and saw Song Shi sitting up, looking very happy. She rubbed her still sore eyes and said shyly, "Brother E, why didn't you wake me up early?" Isn't that wasting time? Even though they shared their earnings, however, the other three people were responsible for running around outside, which was much harder for them. If this went on for a long time, the other three would definitely feel unfair. Every broken partnership starts with feelings of unfairness. So, she couldn't let those three partners feel that way. "Dear wife, after so much time of watching and learning, I can now cook stir-fried frogs, and they taste pretty good. From now on, you don't need to wake up early. I will do it." Zhou Yi sat next to Song Shi, looking at her gently. Now that the season for catching cicada monkeys is over, I can't catch them anymore. I only make stir-fried frogs and braised snake meat. I have enough time. She leaned into Zhou Yi's arms, resting her head on his lap, looking up at him. But Brother Yi, if you do all this, it will be very tiring for you. You still have to work during the day to earn food. They had money, but they couldn't show off. Someone had to work outside to earn food, or people might start to suspect something. It's just cooking one more pot of food. It won't affect me at all. But, my dear wife, you must eat well and rest well so you can get strong. Since her illness was just recovering, she shouldn't be overworked. He hadn't thought about this before, even when she looked so confident. Now that he could cook stir-fried frogs well, he didn't want her to work too hard anymore. Zhou Yi gently stroked She's smooth, black hair. He still remembered her old hair, dry, frizzy, and yellow like dried grass in autumn. He never expected her hair to become so charming now. She closed her eyes comfortably under Zhou Yi's massage. Then she remembered the spiritual spring water and suddenly realized her worries were unnecessary. With the nourishment of the spring water, their bodies were stronger than ordinary people. But it won't be long before the frogs and snakes hibernate for winter, Zhou Yi said softly, with a hint of worry in his voice. He was no longer alone and naturally hoped to earn some money. The small amount of food exchanged for work points couldn't even feed himself, let alone support his wife. Don't worry, I am here. You don't need to worry about these things, she said, opening her eyes and giving Zhou Yi a playful wink. She had already decided what to use next for her plans. The end of the year is the best time for crabs to be fat and tasty. They could make spicy crabs to sell then. At first, people might be hesitant to try crabs without meat. But she believed no one could resist the temptation of the spring water. She only needed to put the crabs in the spring water for a few days. Not only would they grow bigger, but their taste would also become more delicious. Anyone who tried a bite would definitely want to buy. Most importantly, there are many crabs in the big river near the mountain. In their peaceful village's small stretch of river, her traps catch dozens of jin, a Chinese weight unit, of crabs every day. If they go further upstream or downstream, there would be even more. They didn't need to worry about crab supplies. If she was busy, she could also pay someone else to catch crabs. As long as she was around, their way to make money wouldn't run out. Seeing the confidence in She's bright eyes, Zhou Yi also smiled. He completely trusted She. Since she said there was no need to worry, he wouldn't worry either. Of course, being with his wife, he had no time to think about other things. Since a duck appeared at home, She had one more task: feeding the duck in the storage room. She checked on the duck every morning, noon, and evening. The duck and its eggs were very important to her. That afternoon, after adding water and crushed snails to the duck, she suddenly heard a knocking at the door outside. She quickly locked the storage room and went to open the door. She saw Aunt Lee standing outside, surprised to see her empty hands and feet, and asked, "Aunt Lee, is something wrong?" She hurried to the village office. "I heard that people from the clothing factory in the provincial capital are here, bringing a batch of defective clothes to donate." The village chief asked each family to send a representative to pick up the clothes. Aunt Lee, who had lived her whole life, was experiencing such a wonderful event for the first time. She was so excited she didn't know where to put her hands. "Thank you, Aunt Lee. I'll get ready and go soon." "Aunt Lee, go ahead and line up first," she said with a smile. It seemed that her friend Wenqiang was reliable and willing to help when needed. She changed into the old, patched clothes of the original owner, then went next door to call Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua. Let Zhou Xiaoshu help her call Zhou Zhonghua, then the four of them headed to the village office together. Although the village chief only allowed one representative from each family to go pick up the clothes, such a good thing had never happened in Pinyin village before. Everyone was very curious and rushed over to join the fun. So, on the way, Shi and the others saw many villagers with happy smiles. Even if the clothes had some flaws, 99% of the villagers didn't mind and didn't wear them. For them, it was not a problem at all. They soon arrived at the village office, which was already crowded with people, talking loudly. But the village chief and the accountant were there, keeping order. The representatives from each family were already waiting in line. The people just there to watch could only stand aside and look on. Anyone who tried to disturb the order would be immediately deducted work points. Since no one was full from eating, nobody wanted to lose work points. "Xiao Shi, come over here and line up," said Xiao Tao's mother when she saw Song Shi and the others approaching. Because they arrived a bit late, they could only stand at the back of the line. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Song Shi said, then took Xiao Shu and Xiao Hua to stand behind the line. Zhou Zhonghua also stood behind Song Shi. He and his son had been separated for many years, so now they were considered two families. Naturally, they could come to pick up clothes. "Quiet, quiet," Wen Chong said, standing by a long rectangular table, knocking on it to get everyone's attention. Immediately, the lively village office became silent, with no sound at all. The villagers had never been to the provincial city and had no dealings with city people. Seeing Wen Chong dressed neatly, they all felt a bit of awe. They were afraid they might offend someone from the city if they didn't do things right, and that they might lose the clothes they were about to receive. On the table in front of Wen Chong, there were 3 travel bags filled with clothes that had some flaws. "Hello, villagers of Ping'an Village. I am Wen Gong Sui, the warehouse manager from the provincial clothing factory. My name is Wen Gong Sui, with Sui meaning rice ear. I personally bought a batch of clothes with minor flaws from the clothing factory. They have only small defects, which are hard to notice. The prices are much cheaper than those at the supply and marketing cooperative and department stores. I know that Ping'an Village is high and far away, and it's not easy to buy clothes with flaws. The reason I am donating clothes today is to promote our clothing factory. I hope everyone will recognize our provincial capital's clothing factory when buying clothes in the future and help increase our sales. Actually, these clothes have nothing to do with the provincial capital's factory. He just used the name of the provincial factory, so naturally he should speak well of it. If this can help improve the reputation of the provincial factory, then even if people find out he's pretending to be from the factory, they probably won't blame him too much. After all, he's doing a good deed." When Song Shi heard Wen Chong say the name Wen Gong Sui, she almost couldn't hold back a laugh. She didn't expect this person to be afraid to use his real name, so he split Wen Chong into 3 characters. He even replaced the character Sui with Sui, making the meaning sound more grand. Then, the villagers in line took turns to report their names in order. The accountant checked the records, confirmed everything was correct, and then let the villagers choose clothes. The 3 travel bags contained men's, women's, and children's clothes. Villagers could pick any one item. Once they left, there were no exchanges or returns. The woman in front of Song, she kept saying that her family of over 10 people didn't have enough clothes and wanted to take more. When Chong told her no 3 times. People with greed like that shouldn't be indulged. Although these clothes weren't bought with his money, they were paid for by Lantian comrades. Their original intention was to help everyone, not to satisfy the greed and selfishness of some. Finally, the village had pressure her, and she chose a women's outfit. She put it on immediately, as if afraid other women in her family would fight her for it. After that, she didn't leave, but waited on the side. When Zhou Zhonghua and Song Shi each picked a piece of clothing, the woman suddenly spoke up, "Comrade Wen, they are a family, so they can each take 2 pieces. My family of over 10 people can only take 1. That's not fair. Let me see." When Chong took out the documents from the accountant and carefully looked at them, he then said, "Madam, Comrade Zhou Zhonghua and Comrade Zhou Yi have been living separately for many years. Zhou Yi has his own independent home and is not sharing with Comrade Zhou Zhonghua. So, they are now 2 households, 2 families. Each family can receive 1 item, with no problem." The accountant looked at the greedy aunt and felt a bit annoyed. It's really embarrassing for Ping'an Village. This is the first time something like this has happened here. "Madam, I see from the records that you have 2 married daughters and 4 sons left at home. All 4 sons are married. If you want to split into 5 households, each household can receive 1 item. So your whole family can get 5 items. If your grandchildren are adults, they can also have their own household, which means more items. It all depends on your decision, madam. When Chang also follows the principle of parents are alive, no need to split. But if everyone lives together, conflicts often happen, and it can be chaotic every day. Maybe it's better to split up early, live peacefully, and avoid fights and anger. Perhaps they could even live longer. When Chang thinks that comrade, Lan Tian, probably suffered a lot at home too. Now, he just wants to help young people who want to split up but can't because of strict parents. No matter what Lan Tian asked him to do, he will complete the task successfully. Can we get more items if we split up? The aunt's eyes lit up, and she was very excited. Then I'll go home and split the family now. Village chief, I want to split. When Chang was a bit speechless. Madam, I have principles when donating clothes. It's not just about splitting up a family randomly. After splitting, you need an independent home, and I need to confirm it first. Otherwise, if your whole family still lives together, what's the point of splitting? What if everyone comes here just to cheat for clothes? Although these clothes have some flaws, I bought them with my salary. Comrade Wen, isn't it enough to just split the family?
Why is it not allowed now?
Are you playing tricks on us mountain folks? The aunt was very angry and insisted on protecting her interests. Families need to move out to establish separate households. When Chiang's face darkened. If Annie doesn't want to, then please leave, so I can keep things moving. I need to return to the provincial city tonight and go to work early tomorrow. Of course, if Auntie is willing, she can go home, split from the children, and help them build houses so they can move out. I will come again at the end of the year. If everything is true, your children's small homes will also be able to receive clothes. After speaking, Wen Qiang stopped paying attention to the greedy aunt and asked the next villager to come forward to receive clothes. Meanwhile, the villagers watching the scene realized something important. Wen Qiang from the provincial city would come again at the end of the year. Those wanting more clothes should take this chance to split from their grown children, build separate houses, and live apart. Some families with several children could get more clothes by living separately. It was like a lucky chance falling from the sky. Those who didn't want to split up must be foolish, right? Everyone started thinking about splitting their families. Only families with fewer members felt helpless. They could only watch others split up, build new houses, and get new clothes. Chen Fangfang's mother-in-law came home and immediately started insisting on splitting the family. Chen Fangfang was very happy about this. She had wanted to split for a long time, but her husband didn't want to bring it up with his mother. She herself was too afraid to speak first. Now that her mother-in-law had finally suggested splitting and asked everyone to apply for land to build houses, Chen Fangfang was so excited, she almost jumped. But she held back because of her pregnancy. She also knew she shouldn't look too happy. Otherwise, her mother-in-law might make her and her husband stay in the old house. That old house was full of bad memories for her, and she didn't want to live there anymore. Since they could apply for land to build a new house, she would choose a distant location, far from her controlling mother-in-law, and live her own life behind closed doors. After Wen Qiang donated clothes to Pinyin village, the village was swept up in a wave of family splitting and land application. Every household was busy applying for land to build new homes. The village chief and several old officials were so busy they couldn't stop working. Originally, Pinyin village had only 91 households, but after this event, it suddenly grew into a large village with over 200 households. Some families have 4 or 5 children, and some even have 7 or 8 children. When families split up, they become several smaller families. However, the total population hasn't changed much for now. Of course, all of this is in the future. On the way back, she put the piece of clothing she had brought into Zhou Xiaoshu's arms. Zhou Xiaoshu's family has a father and 2 underage children, and they can receive 1 piece of clothing. Zhou Xiaoshu chose a girl's outfit for Zhou Xiaohua, which made she feel very touched. This little boy is a good older brother. In his heart, his sister comes first. As long as Zhou Xiaohua doesn't cause trouble or make a mess at home, she will be a happy little sister. Little aunt. Zhou Xiaoshu looked at the clothes in his arms, his eyes slightly red. Say nothing more, let's go home quickly. She waved her hand at them and kept walking forward. She still needs to go home and check on the ducks. Right now, the ducks are her precious treasure. She feels uneasy if she doesn't see them 3 times a day. Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua, holding the new clothes, followed behind Song Shi. Compared to Zhou Xiaohua's carefree happiness, Zhou Xiaoshu's thoughts are a bit deeper. Because he is thinking about how Song Shi has helped them, and he doesn't yet know how to repay her kindness. When Chang came out of the village office, staring thoughtfully at Song Shi's departing figure, he didn't expect that in such a poor mountain village, there could be such a beautiful girl, though she was already married. At first, he thought she was someone's daughter, here to pick up clothes for her family. When she mentioned the name, Zhou Yi, when Chang realized she was already married. Why can't I meet a girl like her? Since the harvest season for corn, sweet potatoes, and cotton is coming soon, there isn't enough time for everyone to build houses. So, after the village chief measured the land for everyone, he had those who needed to build houses draw lots. They drew lots to decide the order of building houses. If everyone built at the same time, who would do the work in the fields? Therefore, they build one by one in order. Building houses in this era is free of charge. First, the homestead land is free to apply for. Additionally, the mud bricks can be made by hand, and wood can be gathered from the mountains. As for labor, the people building the houses can help each other, so there's no need to worry about food. Those who split families work during the day and start building houses after work. With many people, it only takes a few days to build a mud house. Suddenly, Pingan village gained over 100 households, and building more than 100 houses takes time. But as long as the houses are built before the end of the year, when Gong Sui visits Pingan village, it will be fine. A few days later, Song Shi went again to Wen Chang's place. Perhaps Wen Chang's contacts expanded the range, so this time they had about 50,000 jin of freshwater snails and clams. The big water jars and wooden buckets in the house were full, looking very fresh. Old clothes in the neighboring room were also piled up in half the room. When Chang left a message saying these old clothes were bought from big cities, even some from abroad. Song Shi didn't expect Wen Chang to have such strong connections.
She was really glad to know Wen Chang.
Song Shi directly took the freshwater snails, clams, and old clothes into the supermarket. The supermarket is large, so it can hold a lot. The last batch of supplies Wen Chang gave her was worth 10,000 yuan. Song Shi took the money she was owed, settled the accounts for the snails, clams, and old clothes, and put the money into the pickled vegetable jar. Although she didn't count exactly how much money she had, she knew she already had several tens of thousands of yuan in cash. In this era, this amount isn't the richest, but it's definitely considered wealthy. Song Shi didn't want to move the supplies in the supermarket much, mainly because changing the packaging was too troublesome. Some items needed labels torn off, and dates on the packaging wiped clean. But now that she knew Wen Chang and had a partnership with him, she still needed to occasionally take out some good things. This way, she could maintain a long-term cooperation with Wen Chang. This time, Song Shi took out 1,000 jin of peaches. She also took 600 jin of processed duck meat snacks, spicy duck heads, spicy duck necks, spicy duck wings, 5-spice big duck legs, spicy duck gizzards, marinated duck paws. The main reason was that these packaged cooked foods were very difficult to open their original packaging. First, she needs to cut open the package with scissors, take out the contents, and then repackage it. After changing the packaging, she also has to seal it, which takes time and effort. She also wastes packaging bags because each bag is used for only one item. In the supermarket, she has self-sealing bags and regular packaging bags, but she doesn't want to waste them. It's better to use inexpensive packaging bags from the supply and marketing cooperative, so she won't feel bad about wasting them. Later, Song Shi also took dried cucumbers, dried lettuce, dried greens, dried eggplant, and dried vegetables. She took 200 pounds of each, totaling 1,000 pounds. She also included some ways to eat these dried vegetables. As for snacks, she took 100 pounds of mixed fruit and vegetable crisps, which are dried, ready-to-eat snacks. She also took 100 packs of chocolate cookies, 100 packs of mixed-flavored dried snack balls, 100 packs of sesame balls, 100 packs of egg yolk pastries, and 100 packs of popular spicy chips in transparent packaging. All these small snacks together made a big basket, For daily necessities, She took out 100 towels in different sizes, each with its label cut off. She also took 100 combs and 100 small square mirrors that can sit on a table. Why did she only take a little of each product? Actually, she wanted to see which items are most popular. But nowadays, production can't keep up, and supplies are scarce. Even if people have money, they can't buy good things. So, the items she took should be sold out quickly. Another reason is she doesn't want to sell all the supplies in the supermarket at once. If everything sells out, she won't be able to get good items for Wenqiang later. Without supplies, she wouldn't have the confidence to ask Wenqiang for help. Wenqiang helped her collect river snails, freshwater clams, and old cloves, and also helped her go to Pinyin village because she had the scarce supplies he needed. They are basically working together, each helping the other. This time, Shi didn't leave immediately after taking the items. Because she had cooked duck meat dishes that needed to be sold quickly. She decided it was best to sell them within a couple of days. So, she went to the night market to find Wenqiang. Wenqiang heard the knocking and came to open the door. He saw Shi outside and was very happy. "Comrade Lantian, you're here? Did you bring me some good things again today?" Shi nodded and smiled. "Yes, I brought some cooked food today. It can't be kept for long, so it's best for you to visit Pinyin village today." Hearing this, Wenqiang immediately nodded. "All right, I'll go over soon. Comrade Lan, do you have any other instructions? I left some old pots and bowls in your house. When you have free time, please help me go to Pinyin village and donate them to the small families who just moved out." After saying this, Shi was about to turn and leave. But Wenqiang suddenly grabbed her arm and asked curiously, "Comrade Lan cares so much about Pinyin village. Is there a girl there you secretly like?" "No, it's not because of that.
Don't think too much, Comrade Wen.
When I was young, I watched my mother do the most work, eat the least, and still be exploited and bullied by my grandparents. I couldn't do anything about it. Now that I am grown and have the ability, my mother is gone. I do this because I don't want to see young mothers being oppressed by their mothers-in-law. They give their lives to have children. Even if they don't get gratitude, they shouldn't be bullied, right? Some grandmothers were bullied by their mothers-in-law when they were daughters-in-law. When they became mothers-in-law, they doubled their own painful experiences onto their daughters-in-law. Even if it was revenge, they chose the wrong target, right? Comrade Wen, you haven't married yet, have you? Seeing Wenqiang look a bit confused, Shi knew he hadn't experienced such things. If your mother bullies your wife in the future, would you choose to leave and take your wife away, or let your mother-in-law bully her? Wenqiang didn't know how to answer this question at first. Because he rarely stayed with his family. Honestly, he didn't know his family very well. But if he had a wife, he would definitely take her wherever he went. Living apart in two places, what kind of marriage is that? All right, I won't scare you anymore. Go over there and get the things. Shi pushed Wenqiang, and then stepped over the threshold and left. In the night market alley, not far from the guest house, Shi went to find Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing's work at the guest house was really boring, and no one minded if she dozed off. Big sister Qingqing, Shi came over and gently knocked on the table in front of Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing was startled awake. When she saw that it was Shi, her eyes lit up. She excitedly ran over and took Shi's hand. "Xiaoshi, you're here." Shi smiled and nodded. "It's almost busy farming season soon, so I won't have time to come out then. I came early to buy some things needed at home. Xiaoshi, it's been a while since we last saw each other. You've changed so much. You're even fairer and more beautiful than before." Li Qingqing looked at Shi, feeling very envious. She still remembered the first time she saw Shi. Pale face, very thin. She never expected that after taking good care of herself, she would look so good. Her husband was really lucky. "The reason I look fairer is because I stayed at home to recover from an injury and rarely went out, so I didn't get much sun. Naturally, I became a bit fairer. Big sister Qingqing, I brought some farm produce for you." Shi lifted the cloth bag on her basket and took out a small basket she had prepared earlier, handing it to Li Qingqing. The small basket contained 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of water celery, 40 river shrimps, and 20 large crabs. Thanks to the nourishing water from the spiritual spring, The river shrimps and crabs had grown twice as big, making them very delicious. Xiaoxi, you're so kind to me. I don't know how to thank you. Li Qingqing looked at the basketful of food, feeling very touched. The vegetables Song she had given her before she planted at home, and now they couldn't finish eating them all. They no longer needed to rush to the grocery store to buy vegetables, especially since they often couldn't get any. Song she had really helped their family a lot. Li Qingqing's parents kept urging her to invite Song she over for a meal, but so far, they hadn't found a good chance. Big sister Qingqing, you also helped me a lot before. You bought my watch and solved my urgent problem. So, please don't say such things anymore. Maybe in the future, I will need your help again. I hope that when I come to you, you won't mind my trouble. Li Qingqing is a kind person, and Song Shi is happy to be friends with her. Li Qingqing listened to Song Shi and smiled, nodding. Xiao Shi, if you ever need help in the future, just come to me. Don't be shy, understand. The hardest thing for people from the countryside is getting tickets. It seems that now she has tickets. She should save them as much as possible and not use them all. Maybe someday Song Shi will need tickets too. After sitting for a few minutes, Song Shi bit her lip, feeling a bit shy, and asked, Sister Qingqing, I'm a little thirsty. Do you have a teacup? I have water here, just poured it. Li Qingqing quickly brought over a teapot and handed it to Song Shi. She also felt a little embarrassed. If you don't mind, just drink directly. If you do mind, I can pour you another cup. I don't mind. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Song Shi took the teapot from Li Qingqing and saw that the water inside was warm but not hot, so she drank it all in one gulp. Then she got up to help Li Qingqing pour water. But when she returned, she wasn't holding ordinary water. She was holding a full teapot of spiritual spring water. Li Qingqing's tone of envy when she mentioned wanting to be fair-skinned was clear to Song Shi. Since Li Qingqing wanted to become fair, let her do so. She wasn't petty enough to refuse her a cup of spiritual spring water. Oh, Xiaoxi, just give me the teapot. Why trouble you to pour water for me? Seeing Song Shi come back with the teapot, Li Qingqing took it with some embarrassment. Xiaoxi, do you want to drink more? I'm not drinking anymore. You go ahead, Qingqing. Song Shi didn't rush to leave, but sat down again. After all, drinking too much spiritual spring water for the first time can cause detoxing and diarrhea. She needed to stay here to watch over her, so she wouldn't scare Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing was busy talking to Song Shi and didn't notice that something was special about the water in the teapot. Not long after finishing a cup, she started feeling uncomfortable in her stomach. But it wasn't pain, more like a feeling that some force was trying to break through. Before she could tell Song Shi, she clutched her stomach and ran toward the bathroom. As someone experienced, Song Shi naturally understood Li Qingqing's situation and sat there waiting. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that Li Qingqing returned. Seeing her face was rosy and she looked fine, Song Shi felt relieved. Next time she came, she would let Li Qingqing drink a whole teapot of spiritual spring water. She should be able to become truly fair-skinned then. Song Shi saw that Li Qingqing was fine, so she said goodbye to her. When she returned to Pingan village and saw that it was still early, she went up the mountain. This time, she collected 5 large buckets of spiritual spring water. Soon it would be time to harvest corn and sweet potatoes. When that happens, many people will be in the fields, and if she goes to the mountain, she might be seen and cause suspicion. So, during the busy farming days, she didn't come to the mountain near the spiritual spring. Song Shi returned home and locked the items she bought from the supermarket in her closet. There weren't many things, just a bag of white sugar, a bag of brown sugar, and a can of milk powder. She poured the milk powder into an old can of malt drink. There were also some candies and pastries kept for when she wanted a snack. It was still early, so after putting things away, Song Shi went to the storage room to check on the ducks. Seeing the ducks quietly sitting in their nest and incubating eggs, she couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the duck's head. Every time she touched the duck's eyes, they would close, making her look very adorable. Song Shi wasn't just feeding the ducks broken snails. She often took the opportunity when Zhou Yi wasn't home to feed them some millet or beans. She also chopped up some vine vegetables and put them in an old bowl. She reached out and touched the warm duck eggs under the duck's belly, feeling very happy. Right now, she had no desire to go to the city. In modern times, she had grown up in a fast-paced, stressful city. Later, she opened a hanfu studio and a supermarket in a town suitable for retirement. She was tired of the city's hustle and bustle and wanted a relaxed, joyful, slow-paced life. Now that she had found the happiness she longed for in the mountain village, she didn't want to go back to the city. Moreover, she wasn't someone who could be content working under others. She disliked being constrained by rules. She just wanted to work and live freely. Also, she didn't like the survival rules in the city nowadays. Not only was it hard to buy vegetables, but you also needed a ration book to buy groceries and had to wake up early to queue. Furthermore, if a house was too big for the family, there could be problems. If there were few people living there and the house was large, officials might arrange for outsiders to move in. This could make the home feel less like a family home. This is also why Song-shi, despite being a wealthy woman with lots of money, still doesn't want to buy a house in the city. At that time, city houses cost only 100 or 200 yuan, or could be exchanged for grain. But even if she bought a house, it would be for someone else, so she doesn't want to buy one now. She plans to wait until after the college entrance exam is restored. By then, policies will be different, and those complicated rules will be gone. After feeding the ducks, Song-shi went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She took pork hocks and soybeans from the supermarket. First, she soaked the soybeans in water, then blanched and cleaned the pork hocks before cooking them. Although Zhou-yi didn't want her to cook, she still wanted to do something for the family, or she would feel guilty. Zhou-yi seemed to come from a different world and time, the only person who truly cared for her and treated her well. She also wanted to help him ease some pressure. When Zhou-yi came home, the peanut pork hock soup and tomato egg dumplings were ready. He washed his hands in the well and then hugged Song-shi, saying, "Wife, you've worked hard. Brother E, working outside is what's really tiring." Song-shi leaned into his arms and rubbed against his chest. Since he expressed his feelings, their relationship has become more relaxed and comfortable. "Wife, let's go to the hot springs tonight. The busy farming season is about to start. Going to relax in the hot springs will help us get ready and face the busy days with the best energy." Zhou-yi was a bit worried she might refuse like last time, so his words sounded a little hesitant. Song-shi blushed and nodded in agreement. They had been to hot springs before, so there was nothing to be shy about. At dinner, smelling the rich peanut pork hock soup, Zhou-yi couldn't help but feel amazed, saying, "Wife, you're really amazing. Every time you go out, you find good things. Brother E, do you blame me for spending money carelessly? Don't you believe in saving and managing money well?" Song-shi looked at Zhou-yi with curiosity, biting her chopsticks. In this era, every family was careful with their money. Especially in rural and mountain villages, people barely made enough to get by, so no one dared to spend money recklessly. She carried a big supermarket cart and had money, so she didn't want to suffer or feel wronged. Not only did she not want to suffer, but she also wanted to gradually help other women enjoy shopping and buying things. Zhou-yi looked at Song-shi with deep affection, almost drowning in his gaze. "Everything in our home belongs to my wife. If she wants to buy something, she can. I will earn the money, and she can buy whatever she likes." Song-shi was surprised for a moment, then she smiled happily. Zhou-yi's caring attitude was enough for her. Because they planned to go to a hot spring in a cave at night, they didn't take a shower after dinner. Instead, they packed all the things needed for the hot spring into a basket. Song-shi carried a bucket of well water to the vegetable garden. After quietly adding some spiritual spring water, she poured water into the garden with a gourd scoop. She watered all the plants she grew, as well as the sweet potatoes and corn Zhou-yi planted. Since it was their own yard, and everything was growing well, no one could see it. The higher yield meant they could eat more at home. Song-shi watered the vegetables and the small saplings she had nurtured. She carried the wooden bucket to the well. Seeing Zhou-yi sitting in front of a basin of clear water with scissors in hand, she asked curiously, "Brother E, what are you doing with the scissors?" Zhou-yi looked up at Song-shi, who was frowning with suspicion, and smiled. "My hair has gotten a bit long. I want to cut some off. Brother E, I can cut hair. Let me help you." In modern times, Song-shi didn't bother going to a hair salon. She cut her own hair at home, including dyeing and perming. So, a simple haircut was no problem for her. "All right, that would be a big help, my wife," Zhou said, handing her the scissors with a smile in his voice. Wasn't it worth being happy that his little wife was helping him cut his hair? "Wait a moment, Song," she said, not taking the scissors from Zhou. She turned around and went back to the house. She found a battery-powered children's hair clipper from the supermarket. She put a black barber cape over Zhou and pressed the switch. Then she carefully started trimming his hair. She slowly moved the clipper from his neck toward the front. This type of clipper wasn't for shaving bald, but for trimming a flat top. After one pass, only about half a centimeter of hair remained, and it looked pretty good. Zhou's features were already handsome, and even with a flat top, he looked very masculine. As Songshi's fingers gently touched his hair, Zhou felt a tingling, pleasant sensation spreading through his body. This feeling was almost too much for him to handle. He had a strong urge to hold his little wife tightly and show her his affection. When Zhou Ping, Mo Jiaxiang, and Sheng Jia arrived at Zhou Yi's house, Songshi was outside helping Zhou Yi comb his hair. Seeing this, Sheng Jia touched his own hair and eagerly said, "Songshi, my hair is getting a bit long too. Could you help me comb it as well?" Songshi felt a little awkward and hesitated. "Is that okay?" Zhou Yi was her legally married husband, so helping him was fine. But helping other men with their hair made her uncomfortable. Even though she was modern and not very conservative, she couldn't accept such intimate gestures with other men. "I'll help you later," Zhou Yi said through gritted teeth. He didn't want any other men to have feelings for Song Shi, not even his brothers. After helping Zhou Yi with his hair and wiping his short hair with a sponge, Song Shi untied the barber cape and shook off the hair on it. Zhou Yi looked at the clean water in the basin and was satisfied, touching his head happily. His little wife's skills were really good, making him feel much more energetic. Zhou Yi took the barber cape from Song Shi and personally helped the three of them cut their hair. They all ended up with short, neat haircuts. Sheng Jia sighed. "Your hair-cutting tools are pretty good. Where did you get them?" Fearing Zhou Yi might say something wrong, Song Shi quickly replied, "I borrowed them from my classmate. I need to return them someday." She wasn't sure if they wanted to borrow the tools to cut their family members' hair, but she wanted to stop that idea from the source. If these tools were borrowed out, who knew what problems might happen? It seemed she would need to visit Wenchang again and bring some supplies. As long as these tools were available in the market, it would be easier to explain things. That night, Zhou Ping and the others came to Zhou Yi's house to split the money they earned over the past few days. Recently, the catch from frogs and snakes had decreased, so their income was less. Still, each person received 125 yuan, which was enough to cover several months' wages for city workers. They all felt quite satisfied. After dividing the money, Song Shi closed her account book and said seriously, "After the busy farming season, we will start a new project." Sheng Jia rubbed his hands together, looking eager. "What project is it? You'll find out later," Song Shi said with a mysterious smile. To make sure they take the upcoming farming work seriously, she decided to keep the secret for now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to focus on the work. "Zhou Yi, have you chosen your homestead yet?" Zhou Ping reached out and patted Zhou Yi's arm, curious. "Really? Have you all picked yours?" Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. No choice but to choose. Since someone from the provincial city came, every family in the village is dividing land and choosing homesteads. Everyone is busy making mud bricks. But I don't want a brick house. I want a big blue brick house like in the city. Maybe later, we can go together to buy bricks and tiles. Although Zhou Ping said it with some helplessness, there was a hint of glee in his tone. Living together as a big family, the house is noisy all the time. He doesn't want to stay at home. It would be great to have a place of his own. So he really envies Zhou Yi, who not only has his own house but also has Song Shi as his wife. The two live quietly, without disturbance or noise. That's the life he dreams of after marriage. Song Shi sat quietly drinking tea nearby. Hearing them talk about dividing land and houses, she asked curiously, "Are your families also dividing land? Do you share the money you earn, or does it stay with your parents?" If they previously handed their earnings to their parents for safekeeping, then this division might split the money into several parts. But some parents only divide land without giving all the money to their children. They might only give a small part, keeping the rest for themselves. Zhou Ping waved his hand. I'm not stupid. How could I give all my earnings to my parents? I only give them 1 yuan after each paycheck, and I keep the rest. Shang Jia nodded in agreement.
Me too.
Luckily, the three of us agreed to give 1 yuan to the family. Otherwise, we wouldn't get any money from the division. Mo Jiaxiang looked helplessly and spread his hands. I didn't get anything this time in the land division. They even urged me to move out quickly, so I could get more clothes at the end of the year. Even if I do get clothes, I will go personally to get them. I won't let them get them for me. She was a bit surprised, not expecting that all three of them at home were not favored by others. That makes sense. Nowadays, every family has many children, and some are taller or shorter than others. Parents naturally have their favorites. With your situation, aren't you worried that once you build a brick house, they will suspect where your money came from? Aren't you afraid they will take your house away? She glanced at Zhou Yi, not wanting to build a house with these people. If they really built a house together, they would definitely argue all the time. She just wanted to live quietly and peacefully. Zhou Yi reached out and held Shi's hand, giving her a look that said, "Don't worry," because he hadn't chosen the land yet. Once they all picked their land, he would choose a piece far away from them. When Zhou Ping and the others heard Shi's words, their faces immediately fell. She was right, building a brick house would cost at least a few hundred yuan. If they really built it, their family would think they had hidden money and would cause trouble. They worked hard every day to earn money and never fell behind in work points. After each division of earnings, they even gave 1 yuan to their family. They had done enough. Why shouldn't they plan for themselves? Wow, they really can do such things. Thinking about their parents' favoritism and the unfair treatment he had received since childhood, Zhou Ping felt very sad. He sighed heavily and said, "It seems I can only go along with the crowd and build a mud brick house with everyone. As for the brick house, maybe we can wait until later. Brother Yi, let's also build a mud brick house. Or just renovate here, replace the windows with glass, no need to find new land and build again." But Zhou Yi looked at Shi with a hint of concern in his eyes. He had promised before that his wife would live in a new house by the end of the year. Building a brick house in the mountains is too eye-catching and will make others jealous. It will cause a lot of trouble. For our income projects, it's very unfavorable. So, it's better to stay low-key and keep safe. She smiled at Zhou Yi. She thought the neighbors Zhou Xiaoshu and Aunt Li were quite nice and suitable for long-term contact. What if they moved somewhere else and met terrible neighbors? Living here is really quite good. No matter the time period, there are always people who envy others and can't stand seeing others do better. If they really built such luxurious houses, wouldn't that reveal their true situation? She is right. We should also build a mud brick house. Mo Jiaxiang was suddenly awakened by Shi's words, and his bad mood disappeared. Living the same simple life in the mountains is the safest way. If they really built a big house, not only outsiders would be suspicious, but even their own family might cause trouble. I want to say one more thing. Please don't think I'm talking too much. I hope you can make the yard a bit bigger because I plan to give you some good things after spring. However, I can't tell you what they are now. There's something both tasty and profitable. She said mysteriously, then gave a playful smile at Zhou Yi when she noticed his gaze. Zhou Yi felt as if his heart was hit hard by Shi. His little wife is full of confidence, and she always makes his heart race. After Zhou Ping and the others left, Shi and Zhou Yi didn't wait long before they packed up and set out. Earlier, when the weather was hot, they waited until 10 p.m. to leave. That was because villagers stayed up late, and they were worried someone might see their flashlight and follow them. Now that the nights are cooler and everyone sleeps earlier, they can leave sooner. At the mountain cave, Shi first filled a thermos with spiritual spring water. After drinking a box of spiritual spring water herself, she filled it with 2 more boxes. Zhou Yi was curious, but didn't ask too much because he knew She was a clever person. He simply cupped his hands and took a few sips of the spring water. Some water trickled down the corner of his mouth to his Adam's apple. It looked surprisingly sexy, and Song-shi was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she realized what she had done, and her face immediately turned red. She quickly turned away, surprised at how embarrassed she was feeling. Carefully, Song-shi went into the water, took off her outer clothes, and left them on the shore, only wearing a small inner outfit. Water slowly soaked into her whole body, making her feel like every cell was coming alive. Besides helping with metabolism, hot springs are also good for skin therapy. Moreover, this is not ordinary hot spring water, but warm spirit spring water, which is even more beneficial for the body. Song-shi unscrewed a can, grabbed some body wash with her hand, and applied it to her shoulders. This body wash was from the supermarket. She poured some into the can, and no one could tell what it was. Zhou-yi also got out of the hot spring pool and came behind Song-shi. He mimicked her, grabbing some body wash and applying it to her back, saying as he did, "Wife, didn't we agree to build a brick house by the end of the year? Why did we suddenly change our minds?" "I already told you the reason last night." Song-shi turned to look at him, a bit speechless. She had explained everything clearly, and Zhou Ping and the others understood. So why didn't he? "But, wife, I don't want to make you sad," Zhou-yi said, reaching around Song-shi and resting his chin on her smooth, fragrant shoulder, which was still slick from the body wash. His nose nuzzled her neck. "Life now is so much better than when I was at Song's house. I don't feel sad at all," he said. Song-shi turned around, raised her hands, and rested them on Zhou-yi's shoulders, smiling warmly at him. "If Brother E is worried about making me sad, then be nicer to me in the future, okay?" Actually, apart from the house being a bit old, Song-shi hadn't suffered any real hardship at Zhou-yi's home. Their bathroom was just an old rural-style toilet. Zhou-yi cleaned it thoroughly every day. He even burned fragrant wood to scent the toilet, so it only smelled of wood, not the usual foul odor others' toilets had. Seeing Song-shi's playful and charming look, Zhou-yi was so touched he nodded seriously. "Wife, I will only be good to one person in my life. I will do my best and give you everything I have." Moved, Song-shi cupped Zhou-yi's handsome face and gave him a quick kiss, smiling happily. "Brother E, I didn't expect you to be so sweet and good at talking." Zhou-yi held Song-shi's slender waist gently, pulling her closer, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Song-shi embraced Zhou-yi's shoulders, feeling immersed in the moment. From the very beginning, Zhou-yi took care of Song-shi in every small detail. Although he didn't fully understand her personality, he knew her body very well. After all, during the hot weather earlier, he had bathed her several times a day. At that time, Song-shi's thin figure looked almost like skin and bones, which was very sad to see. But after some time of care, her body has become fuller and healthier. Because they had to wake up early at 4 in the morning to prepare ingredients, they didn't stay long in the hot spring. Only about 3 hours. By around 1 o'clock, the two of them packed up and headed down the mountain. However, not long after, Zhou-yi suddenly turned off his flashlight. "Brother E." Song-shi started to speak, but was quickly silenced by Zhou-yi covering her mouth. He lowered his voice and said, "Honey, don't talk. I hear voices at the bottom of the mountain. Maybe they found us and are waiting for us down there. What should we do?" Song-shi asked softly, worried. They were a married couple with official documents, so it was unlikely anyone would think they were up the mountain for bad reasons. Although it might look suspicious, they were just a married couple. What does it matter to others? "Don't worry, honey. Let's take a different path," Zhou-yi said. He then led Song-shi through the mountain trail under the faint moonlight, where few people knew the way. But the further down they went, the clearer the sounds from below became. They could hear intermittent shouts, scolding, pleading, and complaining, which made Song-shi understand what was happening. It turned out that a widow from the village was involved with a man from the village. The man's son had discovered their affair and told his mother. That evening, the wife caught her husband and the widow in the act. She then called the village chief and other local officials. Song-shi sighed heavily. One side alone can't be blamed. Both the man and the widow are at fault. It's best to punish both, or it wouldn't be fair. Zhou Yi didn't want the dirty affairs of the village to tarnish his pure and lovely wife. Since he couldn't use his hands to cover her ears, he had no choice but to let her listen. Regarding infidelity, she had heard about it many times in modern times. Some of her relatives had experienced similar problems in their marriages and suffered greatly. She didn't expect that even in this conservative era, such things could happen. Where there are people, there's a world of secrets. Naturally, anything can happen. Shi gently squeezed Zhou Yi's hand, holding hers, and whispered, "Brother Yi, if you don't like me in the future, please tell me directly. We can part peacefully, but please don't do what that man did outside, because that would be an insult to me." As a modern person, Shi knew well that love is one of the most unreliable feelings in the world. Although Zhou Yi liked her, how long could that last? If he met a more beautiful or better qualified woman in the future, would he turn to someone else? All of this was uncertain. She depended on Zhou Yi, but not too much. Because she knew that relying on others is risky. People can leave at any time. Only by being strong herself can she face anything without fear. Zhou Yi released the hand he was holding and instead wrapped his arms around her shoulders, holding her tightly. He nudged her nose with his and said, "Wife, I am only yours in this life. No, I will always be yours, and I hope you will always be mine." She playfully glared at Zhou Yi, not sure if he saw her under the faint moonlight. Passing the incident spot, she saw many shadows. She didn't expect that even though the houses were far apart, so many people still came to watch the commotion. It seems that mountain people have a strong curiosity about gossip. Neither she nor Zhou Yi was the type to gossip about others. So, they didn't talk much about what happened. After returning home smoothly, both felt relieved. They tidied up briefly, and then lay down to rest. After she fell asleep, Zhou Yi held her in his arms and gently kissed her on the forehead. His mind kept replaying what happened during the hot spring visit. He felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. He naturally wanted to find out his wife's secret, but since they had agreed to wait until after the wedding banquet, he couldn't break his promise. Since Zhou Yi started cooking fried frogs, he no longer let she wake up early to cook. Every day around 4 in the morning, he would quietly get up without making a sound, afraid of waking she. Her health was hard to restore, so he couldn't afford any mistakes. In the evening, she just finished putting away the things brought by Zhou Xiaoshu and Aunt Li at the supermarket. Before she could tidy up, she heard a knock on the door. She quickly tidied herself up a bit and went to open the yard door. "Brother Baoan, Xiao Tao, why are you here?" When she opened the yard door, she saw Zhu Baoan holding Xiao Tao's hand, standing at the door, and asked curiously. "Xiao Tao kept insisting on coming to see you and play. Shi, are you free now? If not, I'll take Xiao Tao home and come back another time. Zhu Baoan isn't someone who likes to visit others." If Xiao Tao hadn't insisted on coming to see Sister she wouldn't have come. It's not that she dislikes it, but she feels a bit shy. Shi is Xiao Tao's lifesaver, and also the lifesaver of their whole family. How could she dislike it? "I'm not busy, Sister Baoan." "Xiao Tao, come in quickly." Shi hurriedly invited them inside. After Zhu Baoan and Xiao Tao entered the yard, she closed the gate and led them to rest under the osmanthus tree. Then she went to prepare 2 bowls of sweet soup. "Shi, thank you," Zhu Baoan said shyly when she saw the red sugar water in the bowl. She knew that she had been seriously injured before and needed red sugar water to recover. Today they came over and took 2 bowls, which made her feel a bit guilty. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoxi." Xiao Tao politely thanked her, then cupped the bowl with both hands and drank the red sugar water eagerly. Although she was the granddaughter of the village chief and was quite pampered, such good things were rare. She quickly finished 1 bowl of red sugar water and even licked the bottom of the bowl, looking satisfied. Her greedy look made Zhu Baoan feel embarrassed, but she also felt sorry for her daughter. Just as she was about to pour half of the bowl for Xiao Tao, she pressed her wrist. "Sister Baoan, I am not stopping Xiao Tao from drinking, but she shouldn't drink too much sweet things. Otherwise, she might get cavities. If it gets serious, her teeth could decay completely. making it hard to eat. At her age, Xiaodao can start brushing her teeth. She must brush twice a day to protect her teeth well. Toothache is not a disease, but when it hurts, it can be very painful. Toothache is hard to cure nowadays, especially in times when treatment is difficult. Xiaodao, did you hear what Sister Xiaoxi said? You must brush your teeth well from now on, okay? Zhu Baoan gently advised. Before, when she brushed Xiaodao's teeth, Xiaodao fussed, so she didn't insist on brushing. Now, with Xiaoxi's reminder, she plans to supervise Xiaodao's brushing carefully. Otherwise, if her teeth get bad, she will suffer. Xiaodao looked at Xiaoxi and playfully stuck out her tongue. I understand. I will listen to Sister Xiaoxi and brush my teeth properly from now on. Seeing Xiaodao's cute and mischievous look, a faint smile appeared on Xiaoxi's face. Then she asked Zhu Baoan, Sister Baoan, are the vegetables I gave you tasty? She asked because she noticed Zhu Baoan seemed a bit tense. Her first words were also to break the awkward silence between them. If Zhu Baoan felt tense or awkward, it meant she was a kind person. It's known that greedy people tend to stare around when they enter a place, as if they want to see everything about others. Xiaoxi had a good impression of the village chief's family and was thinking of making friends. It wasn't just because her plan to help the village depended on the village chief's support. It was also because she didn't want to be alone in this unfamiliar time. Making a few real friends in this era would be nice. After hearing Xiaoxi, Zhu Baoan nodded repeatedly. Yes, very tasty. I've never had such delicious vegetables before. Not only do they taste good, but they grow quickly. Our whole family can't finish them, so we even gave some to relatives. Xiaoxi felt a bit proud. The magic spring water really works well. It not only speeds up plant growth, but also makes the ingredients fresher. Eating these vegetables regularly can secretly improve health. It's really a good thing. Xiaodao is very restless. When she saw her mother talking with Xiaoxi, she ran around the yard happily. Fortunately, the well cover was a wooden board, so she didn't have to worry about falling in. Once Zhu Baoan confirmed that Xiaodao couldn't hear their conversation, she lowered her voice and asked, Xiaoxi, did you hear about the big event in the village last night? What happened? Song, she felt a bit uneasy. Could it be something they overheard on their way back last night? Yes, with so many people watching the excitement last night, it's sure to be the talk of the town today. Maybe everyone who loves gossip has already told their relatives. It's about Zhou Dezhu and the widow Xiao having an affair behind the haystack, and Su Yuning caught them in the act. Su Yuning wanted to report them to the commune, but Zhou Dezhu was so scared he knelt and begged, saying it was the widow Xiao who seduced him. Meanwhile, the widow Xiao said Zhou Dezhu was the one who approached her first, and that he often secretly sent her grain, eggs, and money. Just hearing this made not only Su Yuning angry, but her 3 children as well. They can't even afford food, and when they're hungry, they drink cold water. It seems their father has been using their food to please women. Zhu Baoan spoke animatedly, her words flowing smoothly. Zhou Dezhu and the widow Xiao begged Su Yuning not to report to the commune, or they'd be in big trouble. Su Yuning took the opportunity to set her conditions. She first asked the widow Xiao to pay her 50 yuan, then to divorce Zhou Dezhu, and she would keep the 3 children. She also signed a guarantee with Zhou Dezhu's family, saying that as long as they didn't bother her and the children, she wouldn't interfere with how Zhou Dezhu and the widow Xiao handled things. Otherwise, she'd go to the commune. With this threat, Zhou Dezhu's family naturally agreed to Su Yuning's terms. At dawn, Su Yuning used the money from the widow Xiao to buy the abandoned, dilapidated house in the village and moved in with her children. She even changed the children's last names to her own, so all 3 now carry the surname Su. After hearing Zhu Baojuan's story, she nodded gently. Su Yuning is a smart person. She managed to escape the fire with her children. As long as they work together, their future will be bright. By then, Zhou Dezhu will be the one to regret it. Zhu Baoan continued, a few years ago, a young boy in our village was beaten to death by his stepmother. With a stepmother, there is also a stepfather. Su Yuning was worried that leaving the 3 children at Zhou Dezhu's house might result in them being harmed, so no matter how hard life was, she took the children with her. It's okay to live a tougher life. At least the children can live safely. She listened and felt scared. Sister Baoan, Zhou Dazhu and the widow Xiao caused family problems. Were they just let off like that? Didn't the village punish them at all? How could there be no punishment? My father-in-law made them each carry manure for a year and cancelled all their benefits except the work points they earn themselves. That means they only keep their own work points and nothing else. Next time someone donates clothes, they won't get any. It's clear they won't have good days ahead. Zhu Baoan also spoke more casually, which made their relationship closer. Uncle Village Head is quite fair. He didn't favor Zhou Dazhu just because he's from the village, and he didn't bully Xiao Widow just because she married into the village. He gave them serious punishments, so such things might happen less in the future. Song Shi agreed with the village head's actions. People who break marriages and family unity should be punished. If there's no punishment at all, it just sends the message that mistakes don't have consequences. Everyone would follow suit, and peaceful village wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Now, the village head is given a serious punishment, canceling all benefits. Although benefits in mountain villages aren't very good anyway, there are still things like hunting and sharing meat at the end of the year. People who are timid will naturally give up their plans, or they won't get anything. Song Shi didn't understand why Xiao Widow was willing to stay with Zhou Dazhu. But she believed that with such a harsh punishment, Xiao Widow would regret her decision deeply. Not only would she lose face, but she would also lose many advantages. If Zhou Dazhu didn't marry her, she wouldn't have a way to live at her former in-law's house. If Zhou Dazhu married her, she wouldn't have a good life in her new husband's home. But all of this was her own fault, and she couldn't blame others. After her husband passed away, wasn't it okay for her to remarry openly? Choosing to do things secretly only causes trouble for both oneself and others. Zibeajuan talked with Song Shi for a while and realized it was getting late. Worried about taking up Song Shi's time, she quickly took little Tao home. It was too late to cook dinner, so Song Shi went to the staff cafeteria of the supermarket. She ordered 3 bowls of beef noodle soup, but she took the beef out of the bowls. Because nowadays, cattle are the most valuable resource in the countryside, and there is no beef to eat. After bringing out 3 bowls of beefless beef noodles, Song Shi picked some vine gourd leaves from the yard and made a simple stir-fry. She placed the stir-fried vine gourd leaves on top of the noodles, making it a vine gourd noodle dish. When Zhou Yi came in, he immediately smelled a tempting aroma. He didn't bother to wash his hands and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing Song Shi busy in the kitchen, he felt a soft warmth in his heart. "Wife, what delicious food are you making tonight? It's just ordinary noodles. Hurry up and wash your hands and face." Because Song Shi's hands were greasy, she pushed Zhou Yi out of the kitchen with her arm. Then she brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table. After Zhou Yi washed his hands, he started eating. "Wife, is this enough for you?" Zhou Yi noticed that the noodles in his wife's bowl were noticeably less than in his own, which made him feel a bit worried and sympathetic. "Brother Yi, you know how big my appetite is, right? Besides, I'm an adult now. Would I starve myself? Come on, eat quickly." Song Shi glared at Zhou Yi and then lowered her head to eat. Zhou Yi also lowered his head to eat. When he took a bite, his eyes lit up. "Wife, these noodles are really delicious. Thank you for your hard work. When you have time, teach me how to make them so I won't trouble you in the future, okay?" Zhou Yi's sincere attitude made Song Shi very happy, and she readily agreed. Making hand-pulled noodles is actually similar to making regular noodles, but hand-pulled noodles need to be pulled evenly for a good texture. Zhou Yi's appetite is quite large. No, it should be said that under Song Shi's feeding, Zhou Yi's appetite has grown a lot compared to before. His enamel basin held 2 bowls of noodles with plenty of vine gourd leaves, and he finished everything, even drinking all the broth. Seeing Zhou Yi's satisfied look, Song Shi felt a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, she came from a modern supermarket and followed her own life here. Otherwise, who could support Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi sat there resting for a few minutes, then said, "Wife, can I take a shower first tonight?" "Sure." Song Shi felt a bit helpless. Does he really need to report every small thing to her? She didn't care much about who showers first. After Zhou Yi finished to shower, he helped Song Shi bring hot water to the bathroom, then let her go in to wash. They often go to soak in spiritual springs, so they stay very clean. At home, she doesn't take long showers, just a quick wash and she's out. But as soon as she came out of the bathroom, Zhou-yi suddenly picked her up in a princess carry. She gasped in surprise, then understood why Zhou-yi wanted to shower first. He was waiting for her here. Although Zhou-yi is thin, he can easily carry her like a princess. Very charming. This act made she feel very touched. Who hasn't dreamed of being carried like a princess by their boyfriend? She had dreamed of it too, but never experienced it in modern times. Now, in this humble era, she finally did. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhou-yi's shoulders, smiling happily at him. His bright, big eyes seemed to draw her in. It made Zhou-yi's legs go weak, almost causing them to stumble. Wife. Zhou-yi looked at Shi with a sad expression. Don't tease me, or I might not be able to resist. Shi blushed and helplessly said, Brother Yi, don't accuse me unfairly. You suddenly pick me up. When did I tease you? Which of your eyes saw me teasing you? I saw it with both eyes, Zhou-yi replied. As soon as they entered the room, Zhou-yi eagerly leaned down and kissed Shi's lips. He kicked back the door with his foot, closing it. No big deal if they can't eat meat or drink soup tonight, right? Shi was afraid she might fall out of Zhou-yi's arms, so she tightly clung to his neck. Only when he laid her on the bed did her heart finally relax. In this season, covering with a blanket can be hot, but not covering feels cold. Zhou-yi was worried she might catch a cold, so he covered her with the blanket. Soon, inside the blanket, they became very warm and cozy. Since the village's land division craze ended, everyone has been busy picking stones and making mud bricks. Zhou-yi does the same. Every time he goes out, he always brings back a flat stone. She feels a bit confused. Brother Yi, why do you bring back so many stones? Don't you like big yards? I decided to widen the walls by about 2 meters in all directions. Building the walls with stones will make them stronger and last longer, so we won't have to replace them every year. Zhou-yi places the stones in the corner and explains while patting the wooden stakes that form the wall. The wooden wall isn't very tall, and anyone a little taller can peek into their yard from outside. Now, the yard is well taken care of by the young wife, full of warmth and home. He doesn't want anyone spying on them, and he especially doesn't want the young wife to be watched. He's okay with guests who come openly, but he can't accept or allow sneaky spying. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. She hands him a bamboo cup filled with spiritual spring water. That many stones for the wall, finding and carrying them back is a lot of work.
Just thinking about it makes him feel distressed.
Brother Yi, why don't you ask honest and reliable people in the village to help find and carry the stones? I'm sure everyone would be willing to help us for a small fee. Seeing Shi's eyes turn red, Zhou-yi feels both touched and sweet. He takes Shi's hand and says, Wife, I am willing to die for you. Just remember how good I am to you, and keep in mind my kindness. Shi glares at Zhou-yi. What are you saying? If you die, I'll remarry immediately. With my conditions, I bet the matchmaker could even break your family's door. Marrying from your family would make you so angry. No, I won't allow it. Zhou-yi tightly hugs Shi, almost choking her. You are my wife. I won't let you marry another man. Will you still say such things in the future, Brother Yi? Shi holds Zhou-yi's hand and snuggles into his arms, a proud smile on her face. Zhou-yi looks at Shi's smiling face, as if everything in the world has lost its color. In his eyes and heart, only the person in front of him exists. Wife, I promise I won't say such things to make you angry again. Please don't think like that anymore. I really can't stand it. Okay. Shi turns to face Zhou-yi, leaning into his embrace. Brother Yi, didn't you say you want to spend your whole life with me? So you need to stay healthy and live well. Otherwise, who will I spend my life with? Can anyone else compare to you? Can anyone else treat me the way you do? If someone else were to hit, scold, or bully me, wouldn't you feel sad? Just thinking about it makes Zhou-yi feel very sad. His delicate little wife, he can only feel at ease when she's with him. Wife, don't worry. I will live well. We will both live happily. We will spend our lives together and grow old together. Zhou washed his hands and face, changed into clean clothes, and came to the kitchen for dinner. He smelled a strange scent in the kitchen and asked confusedly, "Wife, what is that smell?" "It smells a bit strange. That's the smell of sour bamboo shoots." "It smells weird, but it tastes very good," she said, bringing a bright red bowl of snail noodles to the table. "E.g., this is snail noodles. Try some. Wife, you've worked hard." Zhou reached out, pulled Shi onto his lap, and picked up chopsticks to feed her first. Shi's face immediately turned red. She shyly said, "I won't always be the one cooking. When E.g. isn't busy, the cooking task should be done by him." "All right, can I eat now, wife?" Zhou stubbornly held up his chopsticks, which were tangled with the noodles. Shi knew that Zhou was a bit stubborn. Just like now, if she didn't eat, he would keep holding the chopsticks. This was because she had made 2 big bowls of snail noodles, knowing she would also eat this for dinner. If it was something she didn't like, he would never force her. Later, they each ate 2 big bowls of snail noodles with 1 chopstick each. She loved the soup of the snail noodles, so she took a few sips. That spicy, numbing feeling was so exciting. "This snail noodles are really addictive," Zhou said, holding Shi and refusing to let go. "Ever since you came, you've opened my eyes. I've tasted so many new and delicious things." Shi looked at Zhou with bright eyes. "That's because you trust me and let me manage the money. Otherwise, even if I found these good things outside, I wouldn't have money to buy them. It shows that you're a wise man. If you were like others, hiding private money and not trusting your closest people, how could life be good? To live a good life, everyone in the family must work together." Shika didn't dare say that the snail noodles came from the supermarket, so she just said she happened to meet them outside and bought it. It's not that she doesn't trust Zhou or doesn't want to tell him about the supermarket. It's because she can't tell him. She's afraid it might put Zhou in danger. Besides, she doesn't eat alone. Whenever she takes something from the supermarket, she always shares it with Zhou. She only bears the danger herself, so he doesn't have to worry. And she really wouldn't face danger alone. If she ever did, she would just hide in the supermarket, and no one could find her. Zhou's cheeks and ears turned red. He felt shy. He's not a very clever person. He just wants to be good to his wife. "Wife, I'm so happy to marry you. Marrying her is the luckiest thing in his life. Brother is also very good," she said, then shyly buried her face in Zhou's neck. She had never said such nice words to a man before. Even acting cute was something she had never done, so she felt a bit embarrassed. But Zhou is really a good person, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for him or accepted him. Zhou hugged his lovely little wife tightly, feeling very happy inside. He will do his best to keep her happy and simple and leave everything else to himself. That afternoon, Zhou Xiaoshu and Zhou Xiaohua took money from Shi for the snails and river clams. Just as they were about to leave, Shi called them back. Zhou Xiaoshu looked at Shi with confusion. "Little aunt, do you have something else to say?" "Xiaoshu, do you know that woman named Su Yuning in the village?" Shi asked curiously. "Yuning auntie is very kind. She even wove straw sandals for us before. I didn't expect that Zhou Deju would be so mean and hurt such a good auntie." When she mentioned Su Yuning and Zhou Deju, a flicker of anger appeared in Zhou Xiaoshu's eyes. Even his small fists clenched tightly. He wanted to help Yuning auntie, but he's still too young to do much. All he could do was bring her some wild vegetables, which was something he could manage. Shi understood from Zhou Xiaoshu's words that Su Yuning was a good person, and she made up her mind. Since she was a kind person, she could help her. Having more good people in the village would help everyone live peacefully and happily. "Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, wait for me a moment." After giving this instruction, Shi went to the vegetable garden and pulled out 20 roots each of vine vegetables, winter vegetables, and red amaranth, then handed them to Zhou Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, please help Auntie deliver these vegetables to Su Yuning. Tell her to plant them well and water them occasionally. That way, she and her son will have food to eat." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Zhou Xiaoshu was touched and slightly bowed to Shi. Seeing this, Xiao Hua quickly followed suit. Despite not having a mother to care for them or a father to teach them, the two children looked so sensible and well-behaved. Song, she felt very moved. They were truly good children. Don't be like that. Just take these to Su Yuning. But don't say I sent them. Say you found them outside, understand? Got it? We will keep it a secret from Andy. Seeing hope in their eyes, Zhou Xiaoshu's face lit up, and he became lively and energetic. He waved to Song Shi and pulled his sister to run out to deliver the vegetables to Auntie Yuning. When he grew up, he promised to repay everyone who had helped them, especially Auntie, who had helped them the most. He would take good care of her in the future. Song Shi didn't realize she had quietly gained someone to care for her in her old age. That night, after dinner, Song Shi and Zhou Yi were relaxing in the yard when suddenly, the door was knocked. Zhou Yi went to open it and saw Qian Weimin, Zhu Hua's wife, and Xiao Tao standing outside.
He was a bit surprised.
Village chief uncle, Zhu Hua's wife, Xiao Tao, what are you doing here? Is Song Shi home? We came to see her, Qian Weimin said with a smile. Qian Weimin was generally kind and didn't use his authority to pressure others. But when something serious happened, he was very fair and strict. Hearing his voice, Song Shi quickly dropped the weed she was holding, washed her hands at the well, and went to Xiao Tao. Aunt Zhu Hua, village chief uncle. Why are you here at this time? Have you eaten dinner? As she spoke, she invited them to sit under the osmanthus tree. After settling them in, I went to pour 3 glasses of water for them to drink. Dinner is over, Xiaoxi. Don't busy yourself anymore. Sit down quickly. Uncle Qian has come to see you because he has something to ask. Please sit down, and we can talk properly. Qian Weimin looked at the polite and sensible Song Shi with affection, but his face showed some embarrassment. Because he knew that today's visit might disturb them a bit. Uncle Qian, if it's something I can do, I will never refuse, Song Shi said seriously. Qian Weimin took a sip of water, cleared his throat, and then hesitated before speaking. Well, the thing is, our Pinyin village is very far from the commune and even farther from the elementary school. The children in the village can't go to school, mainly because no one has enough money for it, so they stay at home and play. Little kids are busy cutting grass for pigs and cattle, while the older children wash clothes, cook, and take care of their younger siblings. Seeing these children grow up unable to read or write makes Uncle Qian feel very sad. So, I want to ask Xiaoxi if you are willing to teach the village children to learn. We can't pay you a salary, but the village can. Give you work points, 5 points a day. You can decide your own schedule. How about that? After saying this, Qian Weimin looked at Song Shi with a worried expression. As someone who has been through it, he knew how hard it was to take care of children. He was asking a lot by entrusting all the village children to Song Shi. But as the village head, he couldn't bear to see the children become illiterate. He also hoped that the children in the village could have a bright future. Xiao Tao was also watching Song Shi eagerly. If Song Shi agreed to teach everyone, she might see Sister Shi every day. She loved playing with Sister Shi, but her family didn't allow her to visit, saying it would delay her own studies. When Song Shi heard what Uncle Qian said, her eyes lit up immediately, and a sense of admiration grew in her heart. She didn't expect Uncle Qian to be so thoughtful. She glanced at Zhou Yi, then looked back at Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian, wait for me a moment. I need to go back to my room and get something. I'll be right back. Song Shi got up, went to his room to get a pencil and some draft paper, and then returned to the osmanthus tree. Uncle Qian, as a member of Pinyin village, I am naturally willing to do my best for the village. I want to share the cultural knowledge I have learned. However, I haven't found a suitable place for teaching in Pinyin village. If Uncle Qian agrees, it would be a good opportunity, while everyone is dividing their land and building houses, to select a few people to build a house that is both suitable for teaching and for living in.